Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 604 to Chapter 689. I don't like people who are half-hearted. From now on, you are mine. I will naturally take good care of you, the Neo-Huro clan said faintly. Ningxu knew that the Neo-Huro clan was warning her. She bowed and said, I understand. The Neo-Huro clan smiled and took off the jade bracelet from her wrist. She pulled Ningxu's hand and put the bracelet in Ningxu's hand. She said, This is my gift to you. Ningxu looked at the bracelet. It was a finely made imperial concubine bracelet. At first glance, she could tell that it was a good thing. Ningxu quickly said, I can't accept it. The Neo-Huro clan didn't care and said, Take it. Such a valuable bracelet was really not for someone of her status to wear. My status is lowly. I really can't accept such a valuable reward from Gij. Ningxu didn't want to accept the bracelet. Nianhilu's face was filled with displeasure. Now that I'm your master, you can accept my reward without worry. I thank Gij for the reward. Ningxu accepted the bracelet. The Neo-Huro clan curled their lips and turned to leave. Ningxu looked at the bracelet in her hand and sighed in her heart. She was a woman who had stood for 3 dynasties in history. From Gij to the imperial concubine, then to the empress, and then to the empress dowager. She died at the age of 86. She became the empress dowager after the death of her legal wife. She became the empress dowager after the death of Ingen's beloved wife. She became one of the most important women in Ingen's life. Finally, she became the empress dowager after the death of Ingen. It was an inspirational story. This combination of kindness and power was much better than Gij Song's methods. Although she was still a little immature, the Neo-Huro clan was now only 15 or 16 years old. It could be seen that there was a gap in his heart. The task this time made Ningxu feel very tricky. Song Gij was different from the sickly master. Xianxia treated 11 as a tool. Before the tool was broken and could no longer be used, he would not throw it away. He would only make the best use of it. But now, she had been ditched by Gij Song and abandoned by the target of his mission. Ningxu's heart was filled with anger. Just now, the Neo-Huro clan had warned her not to play any tricks. The backyard was only so big. Even the slightest movement would be noticed by others. It was impossible for her to have more contact with Gij Song or the people in her courtyard now. At that time, the Neo-Huro clan would not let her stay. Ningxu's task now had been reduced to surviving in this backyard. Even if she wanted to take care of Gij Song, she could not do it. Ningxu moved out of the house where she had lived before. The servant girl of the Neo-Huro clan arranged a better room for Ningxu. Ningxu asked the servant girl of the Neo-Huro clan, Sister, what do I need to do? It depends on the arrangement. The servant girl said lightly. Ningxu felt that the people in the courtyard of the Neo-Huro clan were quite indifferent to her. She guessed that they were guarding against her, an outsider. There was nothing specific to do. She was very idle. Ningxu could only find something to do by herself. She carried a basin and cleaned the room. This was the difference between her own people and those who were not. She used to be a member of the Song family. It was impossible for the Neo-Huro clan to trust her. Ningxu stayed in the courtyard of the Neo-Huro clan at ease. As for this task, Ningxu could only take one step at a time. Meowing, Gij Song is looking for you. A servant girl, Ningxu, said. Ningxu tidied up and went to see the Neo-Huro clan. At this time, the Neo-Huro clan was washing up. They were going to greet Fujin later. Seeing Ningxu, the Neo-Huro clan said, Meowing, come with me to greet Fujin today. Ningxu was a little surprised. Then she bowed and nodded. Following the Neo-Huro clan to the main courtyard, Olanara saw Ningxu and said with a smile, How are you doing in Gij Song's place? Ningxu's face twitched. He hurriedly bowed and said, Thanks for Fujin's concern. The little Neo-Huro clan's clever eyes looked at the Neo-Huro clan and Ningxu. She asked the Neo-Huro clan, My sister likes this girl very much. The Neo-Huro clan said with a faint smile, This girl is really likable. Just like what Fujin said. Olanara smiled and said nothing. The little Neo-Huro clan's eyes rolled around Ningxu with a naughty and cunning look. Ningxu couldn't figure it out. She was just a servant girl. Why did these people pay attention to her? Ningshu secretly glanced at the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan's face was smiling, but they didn't say anything. She had a bad feeling in her heart. These Gijsongs were chatting. Ningshu tried to reduce his presence at the side. After that, Ningshu followed the Neohuru clan back to the courtyard. The Neohuru clan's personal servant girl, Tongyu, Ningshu said, "From today onwards, you will clean the courtyard and the house. But you are not allowed to go into the inner room." Not allowed to go into the inner room? Ningshu hurriedly bowed and said, "I know. Thank you, Sister Tongyu." Ningshu began his sweeping career. He only let her clean the courtyard and the corridor. He didn't let her enter the inner room. This showed that he didn't trust her. But the Neohuru clan seemed to trust her more in front of Ulanara clan and the other Gijsongs. It felt so brainless. Ningshu also paid attention to Song Gij's situation. Song Gij's pregnancy reaction was getting more and more serious. She vomited so much that she couldn't eat anything. Her body was extremely weak. Pregnancy reaction was a normal phenomenon of pregnancy. Taking medicine was useless. The kitchen had already tried their best to make some appetizing dishes, but Song Gij couldn't eat them. Song Gij sent someone to Injin whenever she felt uncomfortable. The person Song Gij sent was not like Ningshu, who went to report to Ulanara clan in advance. Instead, he went past Ulanara clan to invite Injin. How many times could he invite Injin a day? 3 times in the morning and at noon. Injin was also extremely annoyed, but Song Gij always used the child as an excuse. Injin had no choice but to go and see Gijsong. If he didn't go, people would say that he was heartless. Besides, this was his first child. Injin still had some expectations in his heart. Injin had few children. The other princes all had children. He only had one child now. He wanted the child to be born safely. Song Gij used this reason to invite Injin once. Then, she used the same reason every time. It was okay once or twice, but after a long time, it made people feel annoyed. Injin was a smart person. How could he not know that Songshur was using the child to gain favor? He was annoyed. Songshur sent someone to find Injin again. Injin directly asked Songshur's maid to find a doctor. He was not a doctor, so it was useless for him to go. Songshur was angry that she could not invite Injin. In addition, the suffering of pregnancy made Songshur feel extremely wronged. She vomited and cried. Anyway, Songshur had made a lot of noise since she was pregnant. The entire Baylor Manor knew about it. Some people were secretly mocking Song Gij, saying that they wanted to see what kind of golden nugget she could give birth to. However, Songshur had always felt that she was pregnant with a son, the eldest son of Injin. Ningshu's presence in the courtyard of the Neohuru clan was very weak. Even so, Ningshu still felt that someone was watching her. No, to be precise, they were observing her. They were probably observing whether she was honest or not. Ningshu didn't care about these gazes. She just did what she should do. She didn't want to do anything at all now. Songshur had been tossing and turning for a long time. Finally, she was about to give birth. Moreover, it happened in the middle of the night. The shrill cries could be heard in the Baylor mansion. The Neohuru clan got up and went to Gijsong's courtyard. Gijsong was in the backyard. Injin and the Neohuru clan were all there. Injin looked a little anxious, which made his indifferent face even colder. Ulanara comforted Injin, "Master, Gijsong will be fine, and she will be able to give birth to your child smoothly." Injin held Ulanara's hand with a trace of tenderness on his face. He said to Ulanara, "Fujin, go back to sleep. I'll keep watch. I'll keep watch with you, master." Ulanara smiled demurely and said to the maid beside Gijsong, "Tell the midwife that if the child is born smoothly and the mother and the child are safe, the reward will be doubled." Injin patted the back of Ulanara's hand. "It's my blessing to have a blessing like you." Ulanara just smiled faintly. The atmosphere between Injin and Ulanara was very light. Although it was not strong, it was very peaceful and respectful to each other. It was obvious that the husband and wife were harmonious. Songshur gave birth in the middle of the night, but she didn't give birth. Her cries were getting softer and softer. Ningxu stood outside the courtyard and could still hear Xianxia's screams, but now they couldn't be heard. It seemed that whether the child could be born was a question mark. Ningxu didn't forget his task, which was to let Xianxia's child be born safely. He couldn't let it die prematurely. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten. Not giving birth for so long would cause harm to the child. Ningxu thought for a moment and walked into the room. First, he said to his current master, the Neohuru clan, Gij, this servant knows a little about medicine. Why don't you let this servant in to take a look at Gij Song? The leader of the Neohuru clan glanced at Ningxu and asked in a low voice, can you do it? It would be fine if the child was born, but if the child was not born, it might even implicate her. Ningxu bowed to the Neohuru clan and said, I will try my best. Gij Song hasn't given birth yet. If we delay any longer, it may be difficult to give birth. The Neohuru clan was a little hesitant. What if this maid didn't succeed? Gij Song, please let this servant try. Ningxu looked into the inner room and his voice became softer and softer. The maid brought out basins of bloody water. The leader of the Neohuru clan took a deep breath and glanced at Ningxu. He said to Ulanara clan and his expression, Master, Fujin, the servant beside me knows a little about medicine. Let her go in and try. Injin was very annoyed at this time. When he heard the Neohuru clan's words, he frowned and said, she's just a maid who knows a little about medicine. Don't go in and cause trouble. An unnatural look flashed across the Neohuru clan's face. I spoke too much. Ningxu felt a little helpless. It seemed that he had no way to go in. The midwife lifted the curtain and hurriedly came out of the inner room. She knelt in front of Injin and said in fear, Master Baylor, Gij Song has a difficult birth. The child's foot is out. When Injin heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He wiped his face and said coldly, try your best to save the child. Gij Song, let this servant try. Ningxu was very anxious. The leader of the Neohuru clan said in a low voice, you heard it too. It's a difficult birth now. Ningxu listened to Gij Song's soft moans in the inner room. Her breathing seemed to be very weak. The leader of the Neohuru clan rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Chao Injin said, Master, let my maid try. Injin waved his hand without raising his head and let Ningxu go in. It was obvious that he was treating a dead horse as a living horse. Ningxu lifted the curtain and asked. There was a strong smell of blood. Xianxia was lying on the bed with a pale face. Her hair was already out of her mouth and she was making weak sounds. Ningxu lowered his head and saw that the child's foot had come out first. If the position of the fetus was not correct, there would be no way to give birth. In ancient times, there was no technology for cesarean section. There was no anesthesia. If a person's stomach was cut open, it would be very painful. Ningxu picked up the ginseng in the box, cut a piece, and put it in Gij Song's mouth. He then found an embroidery needle to prick the child's foot. Before he could do it, the midwife next to him grabbed Ningxu's hand and asked, What are you doing? Ningxu shook off the midwife's hand and took the needle to prick the child's foot. The child's foot suddenly appeared with beads of blood, and then the foot retracted. When the child retracted her foot, Gij Song groaned in pain. Her face was even paler, and large drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. Gij Song's personal maid, Hong Mei, was wiping her sweat. The foot that was still there retracted back into the stomach. Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. His hands felt around the stomach to find the position of the fetus. This was the first time Ningxu had helped a woman give birth. He felt uneasy. The other midwives were also helping. Xianxia let out a cry of pain. Ningxu was so busy that his body was covered in sweat. The candles in the room had already burned out, and the sky was already bright. Fortunately, Gij Song's child was born. It was a very thin girl. After being born, she cried a few times and closed her eyes to sleep. Ningxu wiped the blood on the child's body and wrapped the child up. The midwife took the child from Ningxu's hands and opened the curtain to go out to announce the good news. Ningxu took the silver needles from the doctor's medicine box and pricked Gij Song. Then he opened the curtain and walked to the Neohuru clan's side. The Neohuru clan looked at Ningxu with some surprise and asked in a low voice, Is Gij Song okay? She's fine. Knowing that she had given birth to a girl, Xianxia was a little disappointed. Especially when she saw the extremely thin child, she frowned tightly. This child was very thin and weak. In addition, Xianxia didn't take good care of her when she was pregnant. It was extremely torturous. The child was born with some congenital defects. Especially when she heard the doctor say that the child needed to be well nourished. Xianxia rubbed her forehead. She didn't sleep all night. Now she was disappointed again. Xianxia turned around and left. Olenara asked the people in the room to take good care of Gijsong. After Olenara left, the other concubines also left. The Neohuru clan glanced at Ningshu and also left Gijsong's courtyard. Miaoling, you also know medicine. How did you do it? Ningshu of the Neohuru clan asked. Ningshu just said that he pricked the child's foot with a needle. The Neohuru clan looked at Ningshu meaningfully. You have this ability. Why did Gijsong give you away? Speaking of this matter, Ningshu was more helpless and said, Gijsong doesn't like me. The Neohuru clan smiled and didn't say anything. After returning to the courtyard, they didn't go to bed. Instead, they washed up and went to greet Olenara. Olenara directly asked the people who came to greet to go back. After all, everyone stayed up all night. When Song Gij woke up, she wanted to see her baby. When she learned that the baby was a girl, she was stunned. She grabbed Hong Mei's hand and said, how can it be a girl? Isn't it a boy? Gijsong always thought that it was a boy in her belly, the eldest son of Master Baylor. But now it was a girl. How could it be? It was impossible. The nanny carried little Gij over. When Songshur saw the thin and weak child in the swaddling clothes and that the child was very ugly, she panicked and untied the swaddling clothes. Seeing that it was a girl's characteristics, Songshur's body collapsed. Gij, flowers first and bears fruit later. Gij will definitely give birth to a little Master Baylor. Hong Mei saw Songshur's desperate face and said quickly, what Gij needs to do now is to take care of her body and give birth to a son for Master Baylor. Take the baby away. Songshur said to the nanny and turned over in bed. Songshur was extremely disappointed. It was so painful. She almost lost half of her life, but she gave birth to a girl. Lying in bed, Songshur could hear the maids whispering outside the room. They were all saying that she was so delicate, but she gave birth to a girl. During the confinement period, Songshur didn't go to see her baby. She threw the baby to the nanny. Songshur was angry with the baby. She also hated why she couldn't give birth to a son. Maybe because Songshur started it, women in the backyard began to get pregnant. This time, it was found that Olenara was pregnant. Xianxia knew about it. He sent the supplements in his warehouse to Olenara's yard. The doctor checked her pulse every 3 days. Olenara was pregnant with a legitimate son. Xianxia naturally cared about it. When Songshur knew about it, she was so angry. When she was pregnant, she didn't see Master Baylor being so good. It was because the baby in her belly was not a son. Olenara attached great importance to the baby in her belly. She handed over the housekeeping authority to Nyen, the concubine. Gij in the backyard didn't have to go to pay respects. She focused on taking care of the baby and didn't care about anything else. She was quite bold. She directly handed over the housekeeping authority. It was very bold. However, Ningshu now had a new task. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Ningshu went to the kitchen to boil goat milk. Then he took the goat milk to Gij's room. The nanny was sleeping soundly on the bed, and Gij was moving in the cradle. Ningshu quietly put the goat's milk on the table to cool down. He then fetched some water to wipe the child's body. It was summer now, and the child's body was covered with heat rashes. Song didn't care about her child. Even the nanny didn't care about this child. Now Song was jealous and sullen. She stared at the pregnant Olenara all day long. She hated herself for not giving birth to a boy. After wiping the child's body, Ningshu applied some medicinal powder on the child's body. Heat rash was very itchy and the child would feel very uncomfortable. Then, he took a small spoon and fed the child goat's milk. Goat's milk was very nutritious and should be able to replenish the body's energy. After being born for a long time, the child was still thin and weak. Ningshu could only sigh. He really became a nanny. For the sake of the goat's milk, Ningxu picked up the child and patted the child's back gently to prevent the child from vomiting milk. When the child fell asleep, Ningxu put the child down and put it in the cradle. After Ningxu finished these things, the nanny didn't wake up to see the child. No wonder the child would die. When Gijsong was pregnant, her pregnancy symptoms were serious. She didn't eat much, so the child didn't grow well. In addition, the child was very weak because of dystocia. The nanny didn't take good care of the child. After finishing these things, Ningxu went back. The maid in the same room was still sleeping. Ningxu quietly lay on the bed. The next morning, he had to get up early to do things again. Ningxu felt that his day was very fulfilling. Holding a broom to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard, Tongyu came out of the house and said to Ningxu, meowing, "Gij wants to talk to you. Come in." Ningxu put down the broom, tidied up his clothes and walked into the house. The Neohuro clan was sitting on a chair. Ningxu quickly bowed to her. "This servant greets Gij. Gij is looking for this servant." The Neohuro clan said softly, "Nothing. I just want to ask you, who did you learn your medical skills from?" When this servant was in the countryside, I learned a little from a barefoot doctor. I know some basic things. Ningxu said. The Neohuro clan paused for a moment. Ningxu said, "Take my pulse." Ningxu asked, "Is Gij uncomfortable?" This servant only knows some superficial things. I can't say where it's uncomfortable. Take my pulse. The Neohuro clan curled up the corner of their mouth. Ningxu could only take the Neohuro clan's pulse. He withdrew his hand and said, "Gij's body is very good." The Neohuro clan nodded. "You can go back to work." Ningxu was somewhat confused. He could only bow and retreat. Then he began to sweep and wipe the floor. Ningxu was keenly aware that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw the Neohuro clan's personal maid, Tongyu, looking at him. Ningxu put down the rag in his hand, walked over and bowed. He asked, "Sister Tongyu, what's the matter?" Tongyu looked at Ningxu and asked, "You just took Gij's pulse. How is Gij's body?" Ningxu said, "Gij's body is very good." The Neohuro clan's body was indeed very good. She also paid attention to maintaining her health. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived to the age of 80 and lived through 3 dynasties. Then why isn't Gij pregnant? Tongyu whispered in Ningxu's ear. It turned out that she was worried about this matter. Ningxu felt that there was no need to worry about the Neohuro clan at all. If there were no accidents, the future Qianlong emperor, Hongli, would be born from the Neohuro clan's belly. "Gij, don't worry. Gij's body is very good. She will be pregnant soon." Ningxu said with a smile, "Gij will definitely be pregnant. There is no problem with her body." Tongyu said, "Oh, do your job well." Ningxu's job every day was to clean the entire courtyard. He only needed to clean the entire courtyard once a day. The rest of the time was up to him. After finishing his work, Ningxu would make some small sachets to repel mosquitoes and dry powder to remove dampness. These could be applied to Gij's body to reduce heat rashes. On such a hot day, the child should be washed more, but the wet nurse would find it troublesome and refuse to do it. Gijsong, as a mother, didn't care about her daughter. How could others care about the child? Gijsong only occasionally looked at Gij. When she saw that the child was still thin and weak, she felt distressed and helpless. In short, it was because the child was not a boy. Gijsong's attitude of neglect made the wet nurse not care about the child. Even Ningxu had to take care of the child because of the mission. There was no love for no reason. The child originally had nothing to do with Ningxu. Before Song Gij was out of confinement, she wanted to get Injin to have another child. She used the reason that the child missed his father to call Injin over. After all, it was his first child, so he was promoted to a father. Injin would go to Song Gij's courtyard to sit. Song Gij would ask the nanny to bring the child over in advance. Injin looked at the thin and weak child. He was held motionless in the nanny's arms and slept with his eyes closed. If it wasn't for his nose trembling slightly, he would have thought that the child was gone. Injin was very sad. The doctor said that the child might die early. Injin rarely went to Song Gij's courtyard. He really didn't want to have any feelings for the child. If the child went, he would be sad. If Song Gij used such a reason to call Injin again, Injin wouldn't go to her courtyard. Song Gij was very angry. She was so angry that she pointed at the child in the swaddling clothes and scolded the debt-collecting girl. After scolding, she hugged the child and cried. As she cried, she apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." When Ningshu heard about this, he felt that Song Gij was probably suffering from postpartum depression. She originally had great expectations for the child in her stomach. The pain of pregnancy and childbirth was painful. In the end, she gave birth to a girl. She felt that her efforts didn't get the corresponding return. She felt too disappointed. Song Gij had always thought that she would give birth to Injin's eldest son, but now, it was an extremely thin and weak girl. Song Gij's disappointment could be imagined. Most importantly, Injin didn't show any love for this child. Song Gij felt depressed and vented all her anger on the child. She didn't even sew a piece of clothing for her child. Children were the support of these women in the backyard. However, Song Gij's child didn't improve Song Gij's situation. She didn't get any additional benefits from this child. Song Gij didn't care about this child. Ningshu could only pay more attention to this child. Otherwise, he would really walk the same path as history. He wouldn't even have a title. In other words, the baby died before it was a month old. Song Gij's second child also had the same fate. Both of them died before they were even a month old. Children were very fragile. If Song Gij, as a mother, didn't care, how could the child grow up smoothly? Every night, Ningshu would boil goat milk to feed the baby. Then, he would scrub the baby's body. The baby was very quiet and always slept with his eyes closed. When he peed or pooped, he would hum a few times. Sometimes, when the wet nurse was not paying attention, the baby would have to wear a wet diaper for a long time. Ningshu sighed. She couldn't take care of the child all the time. She could only wait until the evening to make some food for her and wipe her body. Anyway, Ningshu didn't know what Gij Song wanted to do. She was ambitious and wanted to have a son, but she didn't have a son in her life. When she gave birth to a girl, she died before she was a month old. Song Gij was not a qualified mother. Ningshu looked at the thin and weak child. He didn't know if the child could live to be a month old. Good luck, Ningshu sighed and said to the child in the cradle. It was a very happy thing to be alive. After Gij Song was a month old, she wanted to have another child. She used the reason that the child should be named after a month old to find Injin. Injin didn't give the child a name. He said that he would wait until the child was a year old. Injin was worried that the child wouldn't be able to survive. It would be a blessing to give the child a name. Ningshu thought to himself, damn it. Even if he dies, he won't be a nameless brat. Injin was really cold and heartless in some aspects. He was mean and ungrateful. He killed his brother and even gave his brother the nickname of pig and dog. Because his mother was biased towards her brother, she harbored resentment. Ningshu really couldn't figure out how such a cold-faced emperor could attract women. Could it be that although the iceberg was cold, it was charming after melting, causing transmigrated girls to fall in love with him? After Olanara was pregnant, Li Gij, who was the future consort Qi, was also found to be a month pregnant. Song Gij Song felt very uncomfortable when she saw that Olanara was pregnant. Now that another person was pregnant, she became even more anxious. She wanted to give birth to a son. Injin was quite happy. It was a blessing to have more children. However, he was afraid that he would be as weak as his first child. He gave the supplements in his warehouse to the two pregnant women. Song Gij Song was so angry that her head was dizzy. Previously, when she was pregnant, she only received some supplements from Difujin. She didn't receive any supplements from Difujin at all. She was Difujin's first woman and gave birth to Difujin's first child. Song Gij Song had lost her composure ever since she was pregnant. Ningshu didn't care about Gij Song. At least now, Gij Song was a month old. When she was a month old, she would occasionally open her eyes. At other times, she would close her eyes. She didn't even bother to move her hands and feet. Ningshu would sometimes gently pinch her small arms and legs. This backyard was really a place where women were buried. In order to pursue benefits and glory, even the nature of mother and child could be distorted. A mother loved her child, but Song Gijsong's love was conditional, and that was that the child was a boy. She was so lucky to be born, but she didn't know how to feel sorry for her. Men married so many women in order to reproduce more children, but the more women there were in the backyard, the fewer children there were. More and more children died young, and the children became consumables in the women's struggle. Ningxu was still a sweeper in the Neohuru clan's courtyard. The Neohuru clan's attitude towards her was indifferent, but when they visited other Gijsong or went out of the courtyard, they would bring her along. They seemed to trust her very much, which made Ningxu's heart tingle. She couldn't figure out what the Neohuru clan was doing. This posture seemed to be cultivating her as a personal maid. In fact, Ningxu felt that the Neohuru clan didn't trust her. Ningxu didn't care. It was enough to protect her life in this backyard. No matter how much she thought about it, it was useless. Meowing, I have something to ask you. Tongyu walked into the room and said to Ningxu. Ningxu put away the powder on the table and asked Tongyu, Sister Tongyu, what's the matter? Tongyu was the closest person to the Neohuru clan. It was said that the two of them grew up together. Tongyu followed the Neohuru clan to Baylor residence. Tongyu came to Ningxu, which basically represented the will of the Neohuru clan. Tongyu hesitated for a moment. Ningxu asked, do you have any folk prescription for giving birth? Ningxu was stunned for a moment. Gijsong, do you want it? Tongyu said, now several Gijsongs in Baylor residents are pregnant. Master Baylor also went to Gijsong's courtyard. Why is there no news of Gijsong's pregnancy? So I want to ask if you have any folk prescription. Tongyu looked at Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head and said, I don't have any folk prescription for giving birth. Gij's body is very good. She really doesn't need to take any medicine. Instead, it will damage her body. Gijsong will definitely be pregnant. Don't worry. You can find the doctor in the residence to nurse her body. Ningxu didn't have any secret prescription for giving birth. He guessed that the Neohuru clan was a little anxious. The women in the backyard were getting pregnant one after another. Ningxu felt that the Neohuru clan didn't need to be anxious at all. Things were destined, so there was no need to be anxious. Ningxu said, Gij's body is really good. She doesn't need to take any folk prescription. All medicine is 30% poisonous, and it will harm the body. Tongyu nodded. I just saw what you were busy with. What is it? I made some sachets to repel mosquitoes. Do you want one? I'll give you one. Ningxu took out a sachet. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the summer. Wearing it can prevent mosquito bites. Okay. Tongyu took the sachet and left. Ningxu couldn't figure it out. There were doctors in the mansion who were on call. Why did the Neohuru clan ask her? Were they testing her? Tongyu walked into the room and bowed to the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan was slowly rubbing pearl cream on her hands, making her hands look as white as jade. It was very beautiful. Seeing Tongyu come back, she asked, what did that girl say? Gij, meowing, said that she didn't have any folk prescription. She also said that all medicine is 30% poisonous. She told Gij not to try folk prescription. Tongyu told the Neohuru clan everything she told Ningxu. The Neohuru clan smiled and said, she is an honest person. If she uses this matter to flatter me, I will be worried about her. She can help Gijsong give birth to a child. She has some ability. Having such a person with medical skills by her side will be a help. How is she recently? Tongyu said, she is honest every day. She does her duty. She also has little contact with the other maids. The Neohuru clan frowned. Is it true that she has no desires, or is she scheming? Let's talk about this later. The Neohuru clan looked worried. Touching her belly, Tongyu comforted the Neohuru clan. Gij, don't worry. Gij will definitely have a child. The Neohuru clan sighed and asked Tongyu to ask the maid for the folk prescription. She didn't have to use any folk prescription, but she really wanted to get pregnant. Gij, Xianxia Gardens, Gij is here. A maid walked in and reported to the Neohuru clan. The members of the Neohuru clan curled their lips. Tongyu curled her lips and said unhappily, what is she doing here? Go and call that girl over for me. It's Miao Ling, the head of the Neohuro clan, said to Tongyu. Tell her to come and serve us tea. Tongyu was a little confused. What does Gij want her to do? Just call her over. The head of the Neohuro clan rubbed his forehead and said. Tongyu went to call Ningxu. Tongyu was confused, and so was Ningxu. When he walked into the hall, he saw the Neohuro clan and the little Neohuro clan talking. Tongyu put the tray in Ningxu's hands and whispered, Go in and pour tea for Gij. Ningxu was still in a state of confusion. He carried the tray in and poured tea for the Neohuro clan and the little Neohuro clan. The little Neohuro clan looked at Ningxu, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. He nodded and said, The tea is pretty good. After pouring the tea, Ningxu retreated to the side and became a pillar. The Neohuro clan asked the little Neohuro clan, Why are you looking for me? Nothing, I just came to chat with my sister. It's boring to have nothing to do all day. The little Neohuro clan pointed to his chin and dipped his finger into the teacup, leaving a trail of water on the table. Ningxu glanced at the thing that the little Neohuro clan had drawn on the table. On it were the words Fourth Master. Didn't you create something called cross-stitch? You can do embroidery when you have nothing to do. The Neohuro clan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The little Neohuro clan wiped the water stains on his fingers with a handkerchief and said indifferently, It's fun to create, but I don't have much patience. When Ningxu heard about cross-stitch, he glanced at the little Neohuro clan. The little Neohuro clan should be a transmigrator. It was obvious what they wanted by squeezing into Injin's backyard. If the transmigrator was the little Neohuro clan, then there was a reborn person in this backyard. Who was the reborn person? The Ulanara clan? The Nian clan? Or someone else? It seems that there's nothing fun here, sister. I'd better leave. The little Neohuro clan stood up, bowed to the Neohuro clan, turned around, and left. The Neohuro clan looked at the back of the little Neohuro clan and turned around. Ningxu said, Put away the teacups. Yes. Ningxu put away the teacups on the table, put them on the tray, and went out. Ningxu couldn't figure it out. The Neohuro clan dragged her out for a walk, and then locked her in the fence. What was wrong with them? Ningxu suppressed the doubts in his heart and went to take care of Gij in the middle of the night. Gij was now 2 months old, and her body had finally gained a little weight. Occasionally, she would move her arms and legs. Moreover, this child had developed a rather strange work and rest habit. She slept during the day and waited for Ningxu to come at night. She lay in the cradle with her eyes open. When she smelled the smell of goat milk, the child would hum twice. Ningxu looked at the child, held her in his arms, and slowly fed the goat milk. There were some scratches on the child's face. The child occasionally scratched herself. The nanny could have made a small glove that looked like a cloth bag for the child, but she didn't. Ningxu was really speechless with Gij Song. Ever since she was out of confinement, Gij Song tried to pull Injin to her courtyard. She wanted to have another child, another son. Now, she should take good care of the daughter she had already given birth to. Instead of working hard to pursue that illusory son, it was better to take good care of a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. After feeding the milk, he applied some anti-itch powder on the child's body and then put her in the cradle. Ningxu glanced at the nanny who was sleeping on the bed and shook his head. She applied the powder on the child. The child even had the smell of goat milk, but the nanny didn't notice anything wrong. Perhaps she saw it, but she didn't care. She didn't know how long she could take care of this child. Once the mission time was up, she would have to leave this world. But to be honest, the princesses of the Qing dynasty were relatively short-lived. They died in their 20s and were usually sent to political marriages. But it was better than dying without knowing anything now. Ningxu came to take care of the child in the middle of the night every day for the past 2 months. During the day, she didn't have any interaction with the child at all. Ningxu didn't know when this mission would end, and 2333 didn't inform her to leave this world. She felt that she still had to stay. As more and more children appeared in the backyard, the conflict would become more and more serious. In short, there was a suffocating feeling that a storm was coming. Ningxu just wanted to protect herself in this backyard and survive. When the child fell asleep, Ningxu sneaked back to her room. Just as she walked to the door, she heard a voice. "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" Ningxu was shocked. She turned around and saw a person walking out of the shadows. It was Tongyu. "Why is Sister Tongyu here?" Ningxu asked in surprise. Tongyu frowned tightly. "I'm the one who should ask you where you went in the middle of the night. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ningxu didn't expect Tongyu to be waiting for him here. He felt as if he had been caught red-handed. "I just went to the latrine. I had diarrhea in the middle of the night," Ningxu said as he covered his stomach. Tongyu didn't really care where Ningxu went. She said, "Gidge is not feeling well. You go and take a look." "Okay." Ningxu followed Tongyu to the Neohura clan's room. The Neohura clan was lying on the bed. Their faces didn't look too good. Ningxu came over to check the Neohura clan's pulse. Finally, he said, "Gidge is fine. It's just that her stomach is a little uncomfortable." A trace of disappointment flashed across the Neohura clan's face. Tongyu saw the Neohura clan's expression. Ningxu asked, "It's just an upset stomach?" Ningxu glanced at the Neohura clan's and Tongyu's expressions. He understood that they probably felt that she might be pregnant. Ningxu said, "Then let me check it again." It was too late for the Neohura clan to find a doctor in the mansion. They pulled her over. Ningxu checked her pulse. It wasn't a slippery pulse at all. Gidge really has an upset stomach. Gidge doesn't need to worry. Ningxu withdrew his hand and said. The Neohura clan nodded. "You can leave." Ningxu bowed and turned to leave the inner room. Tongyu followed him out of the room. She gave Ningxu a silver hairpin and said, "This is from Gidge." "I thank Gidge." Ningxu accepted the silver hairpin. Tongyu Ningxu asked, "Gidge really didn't?" Ningxu nodded. "Gidge's pulse doesn't have such symptoms now. It will take a month for her to have a slippery pulse. Gidge is very healthy. Don't worry. Go back and rest," Tongyu said to Ningxu. Ningxu bowed and left. Back in the room, Ningxu lay on the bed. She had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that the Neohura clan was now focusing their attention on her. They were no longer ignoring her like before. In this way, it would be more difficult for her to go to Gidge's room at night. This time, she was caught saying that she was going to poop, but what about next time? Now that she had finally managed to raise little Gidge a little better, it was at least a month old now. Ningxu had never understood what the Neohura clan meant. Did they want to cultivate her to be her confidant? But there was no way to trust her. They could only observe her like this. Ningxu said that she just wanted to be a quiet little maid with no sense of existence. It was estimated that the Neohura clan thought that she was a more useful person because she showed her face last time. Alas. Ningxu sighed in her heart. It would be more difficult to go to Gidge's room in the future. If she walked in the night for a long time, she would meet ghosts. If she did it too often, she would be caught. She felt so sad. She didn't have to worry so much about her baby. Couldn't Xianxia pay more attention to her daughter? Ningxu couldn't sleep. She simply practiced the unique martial arts for a long time. Since he came to this world, it had been almost a year since Xianxia was pregnant and gave birth. Gidge was 2 months pregnant. The unique martial arts only had a few strands of chi strength. Fortunately, he could practice it. If the chi strength could be transferred to other people's bodies, it would be great if it could repair other people's bodies. The chi strength of the unique martial arts could repair the body's internal injuries and strengthen the body. The biggest feature of Ningxu's unique martial arts was that it had infinite strength. When it was practiced to the extreme, the chi strength would turn into a golden dragon hovering in the dantian. If she could send the chi strength into Gidge's body, she could strengthen Gidge's body. The chi strength was the energy that the body needed. Ningxu mobilized the chi strength in her dantian to see if she could force the chi strength out of her body. She wanted to see if she could transfer the energy into other people's bodies. Ningxu tried again and again to guide the chi strength out of her dantian. It would be great if she could succeed. In the future, she couldn't take care of the child every night. If someone found out, she couldn't explain it clearly even if she had a mouth. Ningxu tossed and turned until dawn, but she still couldn't guide the chi strength out. Instead, she was sweating all over. She wiped her body and began to clean the whole yard. She took a rag and wiped the floor and the railings. While cleaning, Ningxiu asked 2333 in her heart, "How can I guide the chi strength out of my body?" "I don't know." 2333 said directly. Ningxiu rolled her eyes, "Then what's the use of you, you trash?" "How am I trash?" 2333 asked in an agitated tone. Ningxiu sneered, "You're trash. Every time I ask you, you say you don't know. What do you know? It's such a simple question and you don't even know." "Oh, why are you asking me such a simple question?" 2333 said in a disdainful tone, "This is a trial mission. I refuse to ask any questions. Useless broken system. Forget about formatting it." After finishing her work, Ningxiu returned to her room to think about how to guide the chi strength out of her body. Cough cough cough. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxiu's mind. Ningxiu rolled his eyes. "What? Use your mental power. Use your mental power to guide the chi strength out of your body. Not only can the chi strength strengthen the body, it can also be used as an attack weapon." 2333 said. Mental power? Ningxiu was a little surprised. Is mental power that important? All the numbers arranged by the system are useful. When your mental power is strong, you can move mountains with your mind. You can even control other people's thoughts. Hypnotism can be considered as the lowest level of mind control. 2333 said, "Every time I tell you, don't just focus on one or two attributes. If you find something you want to add, it's like you have a grudge." "Oh, I'll add more attribute points to my mental power in the future." Ningxiu expressed that she didn't have enough attribute points. Previously, she had only added points to her martial strength. When she realized that wisdom was very important, she added points to wisdom and martial strength. Then, she realized that she was 2F** king miserable. She added points to her luck. Now that she realized that mental strength was very important, she would have to add points to her mental strength in the future. If he had a choice, Ningxiu would just add all his attribute points to his martial power. If he was strong enough to destroy the earth, he could solve the problem with one punch. Well, that was not realistic. Then how should I use my mental power? Ningxiu asked 2333, a little confused. Use your mind. Use your mind. Are you a pig? I've told you a few times. Ningxiu, you're a pig. You're a pig. Ningxiu emptied his mind and used his mind to control the chi strength in his body. He wanted to guide the chi strength to his fingers. However, it was very difficult. Maybe Ningxiu was not used to using his mental power, or the chi strength was too small. It was difficult to control the chi strength that was as thin as a strand of hair. Before he could guide it to his arm, the chi strength had already dissipated. Ningxiu was not discouraged. Now that he knew the method, he could do it with more practice. Ningxiu had been using his spiritual power to guide the peerless martial arts chi out of his body. It would be best if he could transfer it into other people's bodies. He did not know if it was because his spiritual power was not strong enough, but Ningxiu tried many times but was unable to guide the chi out. Ningxiu could only experiment over and over again. While he could save his life, Ningxiu still very much wanted to complete this task. He continued to experiment. In addition to doing things, eating, and even sleeping time was spent on this. Finally, after half a month, he was able to guide the chi to his fingertips. Finally, he succeeded. Ningxiu felt a burst of joy in his heart. Being able to guide the chi out of the body could also be regarded as a form of attack. However, this was only possible when the chi was strong enough. Right now, the chi that was as thin as a strand of hair simply did not have any attack power. In the middle of the night, Ningxiu went to the kitchen to boil goat milk. He secretly went to the wet nurse's room. Looking at the baby in the cradle, he placed his hand on Gij's body and slowly guided the chi into Gij's body. When the chi entered Gij's body, Gij suddenly burst into tears. Ningxiu was startled and quickly covered the baby's mouth. He saw the wet nurse on the bed was restlessly turning over. He guessed that the baby was no longer crying and did not get up to check. Ningxiu was somewhat puzzled. This kind of energy was very gentle. Why did she cry? Looking down, he saw the baby had closed her eyes. Ningxu was shocked. She could not be dead, right? He quickly touched the baby's chest. Her heart was still beating. The baby seemed to be very sleepy. She did not even drink the goat milk. Ningxu placed the baby in the cradle and took a thin blanket to cover her. Carrying the goat milk out, Ningxu looked at the milk-white goat milk and gulped down the entire bowl. Now, Ningxu felt more at ease. At least the qi from the peerless martial arts could slowly strengthen Gij's body. It would not be so easy for her to die prematurely. Now, Ningxu wouldn't look for Gij every night, because the Neohuro clan would occasionally ask her to keep watch at night. How could a cleaning girl like her turn to do something like keeping watch at night? Could it be that the Neohuro clan wanted to put her in an important position? Ningxu didn't say much. Since he was asked to keep watch, he would keep watch. After all, he didn't need to sleep during the night. He could also practice his peerless martial arts. If he could cultivate more qi jin, he could send some to Gij and strengthen his body. That night, it was Ningxu's turn to keep watch. Ningxu waited on the Neohuro clan to sleep. The Neohuro clan stretched out their hand and said to Ningxu, "Take my pulse." Ningxu put his hand on the Neohuro clan's wrist and felt for a while. Then, he met the eyes of the Neohuro clan and said, "Gij's body is very good." The Neohuro clan frowned, took back their hand, and sighed. Now, Difuji no Lanara was almost 5 months pregnant, and Gijli was also pregnant. Injin came to her courtyard frequently. Why was she not pregnant yet? Gij, don't worry. When fate comes, good things will naturally happen. The future Qianlong had not yet been born, so there was no need to be so anxious. You can leave. The Neohuro clan pursed their lips and said. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave the inner room. He sat on the recliner in the outer room and began to practice his peerless martial arts. Wah, wah, wah. In the middle of the night, the whole Baylor mansion fell into silence. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. It kept on crying, and the sound was getting louder and louder. The lights in the rooms lit up one after another. Meowing, what's that sound? Is the child crying? The lazy voice of the Neohuro clan came from the inner room. Ningxu pushed the door open and walked in. He said, "It should be Gij crying." Ningxu frowned. He was a little anxious. Why was she crying? Gij, shall we go and take a look? Ningxu asked the Neohuro clan. The Neohuro clan sat up from the bed. Ningxu took the clothes and put them on her. The Neohuro clan thought for a moment. Ningxu said, "Go and take a look at the situation in the main courtyard. If the main courtyard hasn't moved, we won't go." Ningxu bowed. On the way to the main courtyard, he met the pregnant Olanara and Injin. Injin was supporting the pregnant Olanara, and there were many people behind them. Looking at the direction they were going, they should be going to Gij courtyard. Ningxu immediately turned back and said to the Neohuro clan, "Gij, Master Baylor, and Fujin are all there. Then let's go." The Neohuro clan simply dressed up and went there. Ningxu followed the Neohuro clan and arrived at the Song family's courtyard. Before entering the hall, he heard Gij's crying mixed with Gij Song's voice in the room. The Neohuro clan paused and walked in. Ningxu followed them in anxiously. He saw the Song family holding Gij Song, crying and scolding the nanny kneeling on the ground. "You evil woman, why do you treat my child like this?" Injin's face darkened. "What kind of nanny is this? When I went to see the child, I saw that she even hit the child. This is my child. It's not a servant's turn to treat her like this." The nanny's face was pale, and she sat on the ground dispiritedly. She was caught in the act, and she couldn't defend herself. The child in Gij Song's arms was still crying. No matter how Song Gij coaxed her, it didn't work. Anyway, she just stretched out her hands and kicked her legs to cry. Song Gij Song was hurt by Gij's kicks. "What's wrong with this child?" Olanara said tiredly. She was pregnant, and such a thing happened in the middle of the night. Seeing her like this, Injin frowned more and more. His eyes were very sharp when he looked at Song family. His face was emotionless, and now his cold look was even scarier. "What's going on?" Injin asked Song Gij Song in a low voice. Song Gij Song was also about to cry. She didn't know what was wrong with the child. Being questioned by Injin like this, Song Gij Song was angry and anxious. She was afraid that she would make Injin unhappy. So she kept coaxing the child. Ningxu whispered into the Neohuru clan's ear, Gij Song should be hungry. Usually, at this time, she would secretly get some sheep's milk for the child. Ever since she gave the child some strength, the child's body gradually improved. Moreover, her appetite had also increased. She could drink an entire bowl of sheep's milk, and her strength slowly increased. The strength was nourishing Gij Song's body, making her body better and better. However, she had to keep watch today, so she didn't get food for the child. Now that the child was hungry, she could only use crying to attract the attention of the adults. However, Ningxu didn't expect the nanny to be so bold as to hit the child. Anyway, she wouldn't have a good time. Even if Injin didn't care about the child, his child wouldn't be bullied by others. Speaking of which, it was all Song Gij Song's fault as a mother. She didn't care much about her daughter. Occasionally, she would let the nanny carry the child in front of her to take a look. After taking a look, she would let the nanny carry the child away. The nanny didn't care much about it. Master, is little Gij hungry? Nyanhilu's voice carried a hint of speculation as she asked Chao Injin. Let me feed Gij milk, the nanny quickly said. The wet nurse, who was kneeling on the ground, said hurriedly. Her expression was full of annoyance. Now, she wanted to make up for her mistake and perform well. Injin sneered, I don't want my daughter to get close to a vicious woman like you. Injin asked his personal eunuch, Su Peishing, to find a new nanny. Now, Gij could eat some supplementary food. He made some stewed meat juice and vegetable porridge. Gij was already crying until she hiccuped. Now that there was food, she stopped crying and began to eat. Beat this nanny 10 times and chase her out of Baylor Manor, Yongjing said coldly. He glanced at Gij, who was eating. Gij was very good at eating. In just a short while, half a bowl of porridge had already gone down. She can eat so well. The haze in Injin's heart dissipated a little. He originally thought that this child would not live for more than a month. Now that she looked healthier and healthier, Injin's heart was a little comforted. As a mother, why didn't you notice that the nanny was like this? If the child hadn't cried tonight, I wouldn't have known that the nanny dared to treat my child. Injin looked at Song Gij and said coldly. Song Gij wiped her tears with a handkerchief and cried aggrievedly, Master, I really didn't expect her to be such a vicious person. She looks honest, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. As a mother, don't you know what the child's situation is? If you don't want to raise this child, there are plenty of people who want to raise it. Injin's face was cold. Song Gij immediately knelt in front of Injin. Master, the child is my lifeblood. Injin snorted coldly and turned to Olanara. Fujin, go back and rest first. Olanara couldn't take it anymore, so she didn't force herself and left. All of you go back, Injin said to Gij. When Xianxia saw that Injin seemed to want to stay, she was elated. Ningxu followed behind the Neohuru clan and walked back. He heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had attracted Injin's attention. In the future, Gij's situation would be better. My child can't find a wet nurse like her in the future. She's too cruel, the member of the Neohuru clan who was walking in front said to Tongyu. Tongyu also felt incredulous. She's just a nanny. How dare she hit Master Bailey's child? The next day, Song Gij was grounded by Injin. Even Gij was handed over to Nyen, who was temporarily managing the backyard. Injin let Nyen take care of her for the time being. Song Gij cried and begged Injin not to take away her child. Injin said directly, you don't care about your child, but I do. We'll talk about it when the child is older. Ningxu felt that Injin knew that Song Gij didn't care much about the child, so he gave the child to Nyen. As for whether the child would be returned to Song Gij in the future or raised by Nyen, it was hard to say. Now it was even more difficult for her to see the child. She couldn't interfere even if she wanted to. The child's situation should be better. Nyen was doing it for Injin. She wouldn't mistreat the child. It was better than being by Songxia's side. Ningxu had no responsibility for Gij Song, so he didn't pay attention to her anymore. Ningxu was now at ease as a cleaner in the Neohuru clan's courtyard. If the Neohuru clan didn't call her, she wouldn't go to the Neohuru clan. Ningxu didn't think of climbing up the ladder. As long as she completed her task, she would leave this world. The Neohuru clan would occasionally ask Ningxu some health knowledge or eat some pregnancy-promoting food. They just wanted to get pregnant. When the child in Ulanara's stomach was ripe, she successfully gave birth to a son. He was the legitimate son and the eldest son. Yingzhen was very happy. He was named Honghui when he was born. After holding a 1-month celebration for Honghui, Gijli also gave birth to a child. It was a girl, but Yingzhen was also happy. Gij Song, who had been grounded until now, was furious when she heard the news. Yingzhen didn't like her child, so she couldn't keep her child by her side. Ulanara was the legitimate son. It was fine if she gave birth to a boy, but Madame Li was a concubine like her. She gave birth to a girl, and Yingzhen even rewarded her with something. Master Baylor was too unfair. The Neohuru clan went to see the two fair and tender children. Their eyes and hearts were full of envy. They touched their stomachs and didn't know when they would get pregnant. Ningxu knew that the Neohuru clan would definitely have a child, and there would only be one child, Izanjaro Hongli. However, having this child was better than having several children. Hongli was free and smart. He learned at the age of 5 and could recite with a glance. He was very liked by his grandfather, Kangxi. He often praised his father in front of Kangxi. Hongli and the Neohuru clan were both long-lived and blessed people. One lived to 89 years old, and the other lived to 86 years old. Ningxu didn't know when this task would end. Now, Gij Song's child was living quite well. Madame Yen took good care of the child. It was said that he could even crawl on the ground now. Was this task not over yet? Not long after, Madame Gung found out that she was pregnant again. Moreover, Madame Li, who had just finished her confinement, was pregnant again. Madame Li could be said to be the most fertile woman in Yingzhen's harem. Hongli, and Hongli were all born by her. With so many women in the harem getting pregnant, the Neohuru clan was even more suspicious that they couldn't get pregnant. Why could others get pregnant, but they couldn't? The Neohuru clan said to Ningxu, "Feel my pulse and see if there is any hidden disease in my body. I have been in the house for so long. Why haven't I gotten pregnant yet?" Ningxu felt helpless in his heart. On the surface, he felt the pulse of the Neohuru clan seriously and said, "Gij's body is really fine. Good fruit doesn't need to be late to ripen. Gij doesn't need to worry." "How can I not worry?" The Neohuru clan said anxiously. "Gij, it's useless to be anxious." Ningxu said calmly, "Gij should relax." Children were the support and capital of the harem women. In short, the Neohuru clan was a little anxious now. "Gij will definitely get pregnant." Ningxu comforted the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan nodded and didn't say anything. The Neohuru clan was still favored a lot, so they were anxious to get pregnant. Fortunately, the Neohuru clan's anxiety was quickly eliminated. 3 months after Madame Gung and Madame Li were pregnant, Ningxu felt that the Neohuru clan's pulse was slippery. The Neohuru clan repeatedly asked Ningxu if they were pregnant. Ningxu checked many times and said cautiously, "Gij is pregnant. Now her pulse is a little weak. You can ask a doctor to come and take a look." The Neohuru clan let out a long breath and finally felt relieved. Pregnancy meant that they could give birth. The happy Neohuru clan rewarded Ningxu with a few taels of silver. The news of the Neohuru clan's pregnancy hadn't spread yet. Instead, the Neohuru clan's baby was revealed. Coincidentally, she was also pregnant for more than a month. That was really strange. Ningxu smacked his lips. They were sisters after all. They were pregnant together. The Neohuru clan also told Ulanara that they were pregnant. Ulanara's face flashed with a trace of coldness. Then, she asked the Neohuru clan and the Neohuru clan to take care of the babies. Ningxu could feel that Ulanara didn't like the Neohuru clan very much. Even the Nyen family, who was favored by Yingzhen, wasn't so cold. The Neohuru clan was considerate in everything. They knew their own status very well and respected Ulanara. However, Olinara's attitude towards the Neohuru clan was very cold. The Neohuru clan and the Neohuru clan left Olinara's courtyard. The Neohuru clan's baby smiled and said to the Neohuru clan, "Sister, I didn't expect that we would be pregnant together. I wonder which of the two naughty children will come out first." The Neohuru clan smiled faintly and said, "They will come out when the time comes." The Neohuru clan didn't say much to the Neohuru clan. After a few words of greeting, they turned and left. Ningxu followed the Neohuru clan. He turned back and glanced at the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan's baby was standing there with her hand on her belly. There was a faint smile on her face. Ningxu withdrew his gaze. He guessed that there would be another fight next. Injin sent some tonics to the Neohuru clan's courtyard. The Neohuru clan took the tonics and put them in the storeroom without touching them. Obviously, they didn't want to eat the tonics sent by Injin. The head of the Neohuru clan said to Ningxu, "In this courtyard, you are the only one who knows medicine. I hope you can pay more attention. When the child in my belly is born, you will be heavily rewarded." Ningxu bowed. "This servant will do his best." The Neohuru clan nodded. They did not force Ningxu to promise that he would do it. The world was ever-changing, and no one knew what would happen in the next moment. The Neohuru clan member touched her belly. No matter what, she had to protect her child. Although the Neohuru clan asked Ningxu to help protect the child in her belly, they didn't let Ningxu touch the food that was in their mouth. Obviously, they didn't fully trust Ningxu. Ningxu didn't care. Every day, he swept the courtyard and wiped the floor. It was not his turn to worry about the child in the Neohuru clan's belly. The future emperor was blessed and would definitely be born safely. However, in the past few days, Ningxu always felt that someone was watching him. Every time he went to the kitchen to eat, a servant girl would deliberately bump into him, then apologize to him and ask for his name. Ningxu frowned. After observing for a few days, he was sure that the servant girl who bumped into him had something to say to him. During the meal, he found a remote place to sit down. The servant girl came over and sat opposite Ningxu. Under the table, she handed a note to Ningxu. Ningxu accepted the note. After the meal, Ningxu returned to his room and opened the note. On it was written, "See you at the rockery at midnight." Ningxu had burned the note. Should he go and do it? Forget it, it was better not to go. If he got caught up in this kind of internal strife, he would die if he didn't pay attention. Ningxu just wanted to live in this backyard until the end of the mission. The next day, when the servant girl saw Ningxu, her eyes were questioning. She was obviously angry that Ningxu didn't go yesterday. The maidservant carried the dishes and bumped into Ningxu. It was obvious that she wanted to spill the dishes all over Ningxu. Ningxu dodged in a flash, but the maidservant tripped over the door sill and fell to the ground. All the soup and water splattered all over her body, creating a mess. The servant girl screamed and looked at Ningxu with a bad look. However, she immediately changed her expression. Ningxu said, "Can you help me? I want to go back to my room to change my clothes. My hand was cut by the shards. I heard that you know medicine. Can you help me treat the wound?" When the surrounding people saw the servant girl in such a sorry state, with her hand cut by the shards and blood dripping to the ground, they all said to Ningxu, "Go and help her." Ningxu helped the servant girl back to the room. The servant girl ignored the wound on her hand. Ningxu asked, "Why didn't you come last night? My master was looking for you." "I'm just a little servant girl. There's nothing for your master to pay attention to." Ningxu looked at her hand. "Do you want to treat your wound? If not, I'll leave first." Ningxu turned and left. He didn't want to be entangled with these people. He didn't know who was targeting him. "Hey, wait. How can you leave just like that?" The servant girl stomped her feet and shouted at Ningxu's back. Ningxu didn't care about this. Nothing good would come out of looking for him now. She still wanted to live in this backyard. Occasionally, the Neohuru clan would let Ningxu take their pulse. In fact, there were doctors who took the pulse of the Neohuru clan. There was no need at all. Letting her take the pulse was completely superfluous. However, Ningxu still took the pulse of the Neohuru clan seriously and honestly. Then, he told the Neohuro clan about some of the forbidden foods one by one. The Neohuro clan remembered each and every one of them. They also rewarded Ningxu with some money. Ningxu had already received a lot of money since he came to the Neohuro clan's courtyard. Ningxu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't figure out what the Neohuro clan meant by this. He didn't trust her at all. However, they would give him some money from time to time. It was much better than being in Gijsong's courtyard. Were they trying to subdue him? Ningxu had a clear conscience. She didn't have any bad intentions towards the Neohuro clan. Everyone was on good terms. Ningxu also wouldn't betray the Neohuro clan. Gij from Qingqing Garden is here. Tongyu walked in and said to the Neohuro clan. The Neohuro clan frowned and said to Ningxu, "Come with me to take a look." The Neohuro clan saw the Neohuro clan. "Sister, I'm too bored. That's why I came to talk to you. You're pregnant. You'd better be careful," the Neohuro clan said lightly. The Neohuro clan didn't care much. "I'm just pregnant. I'm not disabled." "Nonsense." The Neohuro clan spat at her. The Neohuro clan looked at Ningxu and said in an envious tone, "This maid knows medicine." Last time, when Gijsong had a difficult birth, it was this maid who treated her. "Sister, you don't have to worry about giving birth." Ningxu, usually, when she was mentioned, it wouldn't be a good thing. The Neohuro clan nodded and said, "Indeed. Moreover, it's a woman. It's more convenient. I really envy sister." The Neohuro clan looked at Ningxu. "When I give birth, can sister lend me this maid?" The Neohuro clan was very straightforward. Who would use other people's maids? When a woman gave birth, it was like walking through the gates of hell. If someone were to kill her at this time, she wouldn't be able to come back. She might even lose her life. Ningxu didn't think that the little Neohuro clan really wanted him to help her deliver the baby. It was just a casual remark. "Sister, can I borrow this girl for a while?" "Sister, you know that I like to plant flowers. The courtyard is full of flowers. Now that I'm pregnant, I don't know if those flowers will be bad for the baby." The little Neohuro clan asked Ningxu. Ningxu, he had an inexplicable bad feeling. Why did they ask her for help instead of finding a doctor? The Neohuro clan glanced at Ningxu and didn't immediately answer the little Neohuro clan. "Sister, just for a while. I'll ask someone to send her back in a while," the little Neohuro clan said coquettishly. The Neohuro clan could only nod. The little Neohuro clan immediately smiled. "I'll ask her to come back right away." Ningxu followed the little Neohuro clan to her courtyard. When he walked into the courtyard, he smelled the fragrance of flowers. There were all kinds of flowers in the courtyard, and butterflies and bees were circling around the flowers. "Can you see if any of these flowers will harm the baby in my belly?" The little Neohuro clan waved to the maids behind her. These maids retreated and stood guard not far away. Only Ningxu and the little Neohuro clan stood together. "Gij is pregnant now. It's better not to plant flowers," Ningxu said. The little Neohuro clan wrinkled her nose and looked a little delicate. She nodded and said, "Yes, you can't plant them. Maybe the baby will be allergic to pollen." Ningxu pretended not to hear the modern words that the little Neohuro clan said. "I know that you're not favored by my sister. You were Gijsong's person before. My sister won't trust you." The little Neohuro clan suddenly said, "I asked someone to look for you before, but you didn't come." Ningxu immediately understood that the maid was from the little Neohuro clan. Ningxu bowed and said, "Gij is very good to me." Whether someone is good or not doesn't depend on words. It depends on what you see with your eyes and feel with your heart. Sister actually doesn't trust you. Bringing you around is just a show for Fujin. As far as I know, you are not in an important position in sister's courtyard. You are only doing the work of a third-class cleaning maid. The little Neohuro clan curled up the corners of her mouth and said with a smile, "You are a capable person. I really hope that you can be by my side when I give birth. My sister doesn't want to trust you, but I'm willing to trust you." Ningxu listened to the little Neohuro clan's words and understood that they were trying to rope her in. No, to be precise, they wanted her to work for them. Ningxu bowed and said, "Thank you for your praise, Gidge. I don't deserve it." The little Neohuru clan bent down and picked a flower. She put it on the tip of her nose and smelled it, saying, "I'll be frank. I want the child in your Gidge's belly to disappear without anyone knowing." "Gidge, I can't do that," Ningxu said with a look of horror. The little Neohuru clan stroked the flower with her fingers and said, "Yes, you are a doctor. You must have a way. I have some medicine here. You just need to rub this medicine on your body and let her smell it. The child will die naturally. I'm sure it won't implicate you." Ningxu was stunned for a moment, and then she understood. This medicine would not cause the pregnant woman to miscarry directly, but let the child in the belly die slowly and become a stillborn. How could the little Neohuru clan do that? Moreover, she was related to the Neohuru clan by blood. "I don't dare." Ningxu lowered her head and said in fear. The little Neohuru clan picked a flower and said, "I believe you can do it. When the time comes, I will shower you with riches and honor." Ningxu treated these words as fart. Everyone liked loyal people. If she really did that, she would not be able to live, let alone riches and honor. Who would like a person who betrayed her master? She could betray others today and betray herself tomorrow. The little Neohuru clan was trying to kill the future Qianlong emperor. "This is my reward for you." The little Neohuru clan waved to the maid on the side. The maid came over and handed Ningxu a red silk sachet. When the maid took out the sachet, the little Neohuru clan took a few steps back and covered their noses. Ningxu took the sachet and opened it. There were a few ingots of silver and a small bottle. In the small bottle, there were a few black pills with an elegant smell. "Dissolve this pill and rub it on your hand or neck," the little Neohuru clan's Ningxu said. Ningxu was speechless. "Gidge, I really can't do it." Ningxu refused directly. The little Neohuru clan said faintly, "Do you think sister will still trust you if you go back now? From the moment you stepped into this courtyard, you have no choice." Ningxu was speechless. "Do you really think you are the protagonist just because you are a transmigrator? I will not treat you unfairly." The little Neohuru clan said faintly, "The silver in your hand is only a small part. When you succeed, I will give you more silver notes." Ningxu smiled and put away the sachet. The little Neohuru clan's lips curled up. "From now on, we are on the same side." Ningxu, ha 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 ha. After leaving the little Neohuru clan's courtyard, Ningxu took out a few pills and sniffed them. He analyzed the possible ingredients in them. He didn't know where the little Neohuru clan got these pills. Indeed, the effects of the medicine were as little as what little Hulu had said. The effect was not as strong as the abortion medicine, but the damage to the fetus in the womb was lasting. Most importantly, the smell was quite nice. It was incomparably elegant and not too strong. It was not unbearable. Ningxu took a handkerchief and wrapped the bottle layer by layer. After washing his hands, he went to see the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan was embroidering a dudu for their child. When they saw Ningxu, they said faintly, "How did you deal with the flowers and plants in her courtyard?" Gidge said to get rid of all the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Ningxu took out the money and medicine that the little Neohuru clan had given him. He told the Neohuru clan everything that he had said to the Neohuru clan. When the Neohuru clan heard these words, they were so shocked that they pricked their fingers with needles. They looked at the bottle of medicine in Ningxu's hand and said in surprise, "She really said that?" Ningxu nodded. The Neohuru clan's spine collapsed. They touched their belly in horror and said, "I only thought that she wanted to snatch everything from me. Now she wants to kill my child. I will not let her go." Ningxu said, "Gidge should take good care of her body and give birth to the child. There will be plenty of time in the future." "Gidge, this money?" Ningxu asked the Neohuru clan. "Since it is a reward from her, you should accept it." The Neohuru clan rubbed their forehead. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave the room. Not long after, Tongyu came out and handed Ningxu a few ingots of silver. It was 2 more ingots than what the Neohuru clan had given. Tongyu smiled and said to Ningxu, meowing, "This is a reward from the master. You should accept it." He received 2 sets of money in a row. Ningxu directly told the Neohuru clan about what the Neohuru clan asked her to do. She didn't want to keep it a secret and let the Neohuru clan worry about it. How could the Neohuru clan be so sure that she wouldn't tell the Neohuru clan about it? She could solve the problem openly. It had nothing to do with her anymore. Perhaps because of this, the Neohuru clan didn't trust Xianxia as much anymore. They rarely let her get close to them. If she felt uncomfortable, they would ask the doctors in the mansion. Xianxia didn't care about that. She just did what she needed to do. She didn't want to win the Neohuru clan's trust. Xianxia had a vague feeling that the Neohuru clan wanted to do something. They wanted to kill the baby in the Neohuru clan's belly and let the future Hongli come out of her belly. Hongli was the fourth child. Olanara gave birth to the eldest son. This time, Mrs. Li was carrying a boy. Mrs. Gung didn't know that. Now, both the Neohuru clan and the Neohuru clan were pregnant at the same time. She didn't know which one of them was the father. Xianxia didn't have the right to care about these things. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Xianxia just wanted to know when she could leave this world. Gijsong's baby was now well taken care of by Nyen. The baby could walk slowly with the help of things. She believed that the baby wouldn't die so easily. Meowing. Xianxia was sweeping the floor with a broom. Tongyu walked up to Xianxia. Xianxia asked, "What should we do with the medicine given by Gij in Qingqing Garden?" "You're still keeping this medicine?" Xianxia asked. "What's the point of keeping it if not getting rid of it?" "We can't keep it with us. The smell is bad for pregnant women." Xianxia was a little surprised. It had been a few days. "Why did they still keep it with them?" Tongyu said. "That's why I'm here to ask you what to do with it." Gij is panicking. She doesn't know what to do. Xianxia said blandly, "You can do whatever you want with it. Just melt it and bury it. It's not that scary. It's just a mixture of all kinds of herbs. It'll be useless if it's diluted," said Ning. "Can I trust you?" Tongyu looked at Xianxia. "Why can't she trust me? I'm Guji's slave. What good will it do me if anything happens to Gugu? I used to be Songji's man, and now I'm following Gugu. If Gugu doesn't trust me, will it be better for me to follow someone else? Everyone would trust their own people." Tongyu glanced at Xianxia and said, "Sweep the floor." Xianxia nodded and continued to sweep the floor. Tongyu glanced at Xianxia. "I feel that you're a strange person. What do you want?" Tongyu felt that this person didn't care about anything. "I'm afraid of death. I want to live," Xianxia said with a smile. Tongyu snorted. "As long as you don't do anything to hurt Gij, Gij will protect you." "Of course I'm on Gij's side," Xianxia said. Tongyu looked calm. It was unknown whether she believed Xianxia's words or not. As the pregnancy went on for a long time, the Neohuru clan had pregnancy symptoms. Dizziness, nausea, and drowsiness were normal symptoms of pregnancy. Tongyu found Xianxia and asked Xianxia if there was any way. There was no way to continue vomiting like this. If she couldn't eat anything, her body wouldn't be able to take it. Xianxia gave Tongyu a sachet with mint leaves and orange peels and said, "You can smell it when you feel uncomfortable. You can add more vinegar when cooking to whet your appetite." Tongyu took the sachet back and let the doctor take a look. The doctor said that there was no problem. If she really felt uncomfortable, she could use this method to suppress it. The Neohuru clan was relieved. They carried Xianxia's sachet with them. However, women's morning sickness couldn't be cured by any medicine. It could only be suppressed. The Neohuru clan felt uncomfortable because of vomiting. They were so dizzy that they couldn't even get out of bed. However, no matter how uncomfortable the Neohuru clan felt, they wouldn't ask someone to invite Injin. Occasionally, when Injin came to see her, the Neohuru clan would say how uncomfortable they were. It didn't arouse Injin's disgust. Instead, it aroused Injin's distress. Usually, the Neohuru clan wouldn't bother Injin. When Injin came, they would act coquettishly and complain. It was completely different from the way they acted when the Song family was pregnant. If the Song family had a little problem, they would ask someone to come immediately. It was a mess, but nothing happened. The two were not at the same level. Besides, there were several women in the backyard who were pregnant. If this woman asked another woman to come, Injun would be very busy. Ning Shu still worked as a third-class cleaning maid. She swept the yard and the floor every day. Her hands were rough. When the hell would she be able to leave this place? Holy shit, Nuhulu was almost 5 months pregnant, and she was still in this world. It had been more than 2 years. Why hadn't the system told her to leave this world? The little Neohuru clan occasionally came to the Neohuru clan's yard. Every time they saw Ning Shu, they winked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu pretended not to see it and did her own thing. The Neohuru clan knew that the person in front of them was the one who wanted to hurt their child, but they didn't show it on their faces. The little Neohuru clan called her sister, while the Neohuru clan called her sister. When the two faced each other, they were like sisters who had a very good relationship. The little Neohuru clan saw the slightly bulging belly of the Neohuru clan. Their eyes flashed with hesitation. Why hadn't they aborted the baby yet? Seeing the Neohuru clan's expression was not bad, and then hearing the Neohuru clan said that they felt the fetal movement of the child, the little Neohuru clan felt that their plan had failed. When the doctor came to take the pulse routinely, the little Neohuru clan asked the doctor, "How is my sister's health? I heard that she was not feeling well before. Is she better now?" The doctor said, "Gidge is fine. The baby is also very healthy." "Is she really okay? I'm worried about her." The Neohuru clan asked the doctor again, "Is she really okay?" "She's okay. She's very healthy," the doctor said. The Neohuru clan was disappointed and angry. The wicked girl took the money but didn't do anything. She didn't follow her instructions. Or was it because this girl couldn't get close to the Neohuru clan? The little Neohuru clan rubbed their forehead and waved to the doctor to ask him to leave. Then they stopped the doctor and said, "Wait a minute. Now you should be able to tell whether it's a boy or a girl, right?" The doctor cupped his hands and said, "Gidge's belly is a boy." The little Neohuru clan smiled and asked the personal maid to give the doctor some tips. The doctor took the tip and left. The little Neohuru clan looked at the doctor's back and their eyes flickered. Since the maid couldn't do it, they would use the doctor. The little Neohuru clan touched her belly and said, "Child, everything I do is for you. In this backyard, only the winner can stand at the top." She was a modern person, but now she had become a concubine with a thick skin. If Injun wasn't the future emperor of the Qing dynasty, she wouldn't have served the same husband with others. Moreover, this man was her brother-in-law in name. After the little Neohuru clan transmigrated, she learned that her surname was Neohuru clan. She thought that she would be a member of the Neohuru clan in history, but she found out that she was only the daughter of Ling Zhu. There was also a sister of the Neohuru clan, who was the first to enter Injun's backyard. The little Neohuru clan was sure that her sister might be the Empress Dowager of the Neohuru clan, especially now that she was pregnant, and the future emperor of Qianlong was in her belly. Every time she saw the Neohuru clan's belly, the little Neohuru clan felt heartbroken. If this child was gone, Hongli might come out of her belly. After transmigrating, how could she be worthy of this blessing if she didn't have great achievements? "Miao Ling, Gidge is looking for you. Go over quickly." Tongyu walked into the room and said to Ning Shu, who was making sachets. Ning Shu saw that Miao Ling's expression was quite anxious. He patted the mint leaves on his hand, stood up, and asked, "What happened?" "Just come with me," Tongyu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu followed Tongyu to the Neohuru clan's room. The Neohuru clan was sitting in a chair. "What does Gidge want from me?" Ning Shu bowed and asked the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan didn't say anything. Tongyu said, "Just now, the mansion's doctor came to take Gidge's pulse. The doctor said that Gidge's fetus is a little unstable, and he also prescribed medicine." Ning Shu understood and asked, "How does Gidge feel?" The Neohuru clan frowned and said, "I feel very good. This child also likes to move. There is nothing unusual. I asked you to come over to take my pulse." The Neohuru clan stretched out their wrist and put it on the table. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and took the Neohuru clan's pulse. After a while, he was finally sure. The Neohuru clan and Tongyu both looked at Ning Shu. "How is it? Is there anything wrong with the child?" The Neohuru clan's Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu said, "I am sure that Gidge's body is fine. The fetus is also very healthy. Can you let me see the medicine you grabbed? Tongyu immediately took out 2 bags of medicine. Ningxu opened the paper bag and checked the medicine. Finally, he said, there is a saffron in the medicine that can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. It has the effect of abortion. The Neohuru clan's leader pursed his lips tightly. His aura seemed very cold. He waved his hand at Ningxu. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave the room. Take this reward. Tongyu gave Ningxu some broken silver. Thank you for this time. Sister Tongyu, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Ningxu bowed. Tongyu stuffed the silver into Ningxu's hand. Take it. This is from Gij. Ningxu accepted the broken silver and received money again. Every time she helped the Neohuru clan do something, the Neohuru clan would give her a little reward. Until now, she had a lot of money in her hands. For a servant, this should be a huge sum of money. The Neohuru clan knew that it was the younger Neohuru clan who did this to her. Over and over again, the younger Neohuru clan came to talk to her. The Neohuru clan said that they were not feeling well and did not want to see the younger Neohuru clan. Now, the Neohuru clan was enduring. Nothing was more important than the child. This account would be settled slowly. When the Neohuru clan and the younger Neohuru clan were 7 months pregnant, Madame Li and Madame Gung both gave birth. Moreover, they were both boys. In other words, after Ulanara clan, 2 more boys were born. The Neohuru clan and the younger Neohuru clan's child who was born first would be the 4th child and could be called Hongli. The Neohuru clan was not clear about the history, but the younger Neohuru clan was clear about it. While Ningxu was still checking the Neohuru clan's pulse, a servant girl came in and said to the Neohuru clan, Gij, Qinxin Gardens Gij is having an attack. The Neohuru clan was stunned. It's only 7 months now. Why is she giving birth? I heard that she fell down, the servant girl said. The Neohuru clan's expression was not good. They held their belly with a lingering fear. I don't know what will happen to the child in her belly. Ningxu comforted the Neohuru clan. Gij, don't worry. Didn't you say that it's 70% or 80% dead? Go to her courtyard for me. If there's anything, come back and tell me. The Neohuru clan did not plan to go to her courtyard. Instead, they asked Ningxu to go to the younger Neohuru clan's courtyard. Ningxu bowed and went to the younger Neohuru clan's courtyard. Yinzhen and Ulanara clan were already waiting. Ningxu walked into the courtyard and heard the younger Neohuru clan's screams. Ningxu waited outside. The Neohuru clan's birth went smoothly. Not long after, they gave birth to a boy. Because it was premature, he was a little weak. After the child was born, Ningxu went back to report to the Neohuru clan. When the Neohuru clan heard the news, they only pursed their lips and did not say anything. Ningxu felt that the younger Neohuru clan deliberately let their child be born early so that their child would be the 4th child. Yinzhen did not immediately name the child. Neither the Li clan nor the Gung clan's child was named. They would only name the child after the child was a month old. When the younger Neohuru clan was in confinement, they pestered Yinzhen to give their child a name. However, Yinzhen did not agree. Instead, he said that he would wait until the child was a month old before he would name it on the family tree. The younger Neohuru clan asked Yinzhen twice, but Yinzhen did not agree. Thus, they did not dare to mention this matter to Yinzhen again and again. The younger Neohuru clan was also depressed. Why was it that people who transmigrated were all glorious and could even obtain the love of the emperor? She had already tried her best to make Yinzhen fall in love with her, but Yinzhen was cold-hearted. She had been Yinzhen's woman for a long time, but Yinzhen did not fall in love with her. Instead, she fell in love with Yinzhen. Between the bed, it was easier for women to give their feelings. People would always be slowly assimilated by the environment. The younger Neohuru clan gradually became an ancient woman who regarded her husband as the sky and a mother as noble because of her son. Otherwise, she would not have taken such a huge risk to let her child be born early. However, Yinzhen's attitude made the younger Neohuru clan sad. He refused to even give the child a name. The younger Neohuru clan wanted their son to be called Hongli, Aizenjaro Hongli. However, something happened next that made the younger Neohuru clan panic. Lady Gung's child died before he was a month old. The child who died prematurely did not even have a name, and it would not be recorded in the family tree. In other words, the premature child of the younger Neohuru clan was now ranked third and no longer fourth. When Ningxu learned of this, he smacked his lips. He felt that fate was unpredictable. The younger Neohuru clan's meticulous calculations resulted in such an outcome. Could it be that the younger Neohuru clan only knew that Hongli was the fourth child? They did not know that the Gung family only had one son in the family tree. It was the sixth child, Hongzhou, who liked to hold funerals and receive gifts. What was this called? Man proposes, God disposes. Some things did not change according to human will. The Neohuru clan's belly was getting bigger and bigger day by day, while the Neohuru clan's heart was getting colder and colder by the day. Their confinement period was not peaceful, and they were extremely anxious. The Neohuru clan repeatedly asked Injin to name their son. The Neohuru clan could not figure out why it was so difficult for Injin to name their son Hongli. The closer it was to the date of childbirth, the more nervous the Neohuru clan became. They brought Ningxu with them. Ningxu comforted the Neohuru clan. "Gij, don't worry. Your fetal position is correct, and it's already in the basin. You can give birth in a few days." "Gij, are the midwives ready?" Ningxu asked the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan nodded. "I asked my maternal family to find a midwife. My mother has investigated the background of these midwives. There shouldn't be a problem." The Neohuru clan grabbed Ningxu's hand with some force. Her nail sank into Ningxu's flesh. She looked at Ningxu and asked, meowing, "Can I trust you?" "Gij, please trust this servant. If something happens to you, it won't do this servant any good," Ningxu said indifferently. The Neohuru clan did not let go of Ningxu's hand. "When I give birth, I hope you'll be by my side. I'll put my life and the child's life in your hands." "Gij, this servant will do his best," Ningxu said with a solemn expression. "This servant will do his best." Ningxu touched the Neohuru clan's belly. It was falling badly. Ningxu would probably stay by the Neohuru clan's side for the next few days. The members of the Neohuru clan also felt that they were about to give birth. There were slight contractions in their stomachs, and their waists were sore. One morning, when the Neohuru clan was having breakfast, the amniotic fluid broke and formed a puddle on the ground. Ningxu saw this and hurriedly went over to help the Neohuru clan to the bed. "Sister Tongyu, Gij is about to give birth. Go get the midwife and boil some hot water," Ningxu said to Tongyu, who looked anxious and nervous. Okay. Tongyu quickly went to do it. The members of the Neohuru clan were lying on the bed. They were in so much pain that they were sweating profusely. "Gij, bear with it. Don't scream. Save your strength for the baby." Meowing, "I believe in you. You will definitely let my child be born safely." The members of the Neohuru clan endured the pain and said. The blue veins on their foreheads were popping out. Ningxu nodded. "Gij, believe in me. It's okay." Ningxu said again and cut a piece of ginseng and put it in the Neohuru clan's mouth. The members of the Neohuru clan felt as if a knife was scraping their stomachs. They were in so much pain that they lost all their strength. Tongyu brought 4 midwives over and was busy helping the Neohuru clan with the fetal position. Ningxu smelled a strong smell of medicine on one of the midwives. She deliberately approached the Neohuru clan. Ningxu grabbed the midwife's arm to control her. He said to Tongyu, "Tie her up and lock her in another room." Tongyu was stunned for a moment. She couldn't find the rope for a moment. The members of the Neohuru clan, who were groaning in pain, whispered, "Cut the mosquito net." Tongyu immediately picked up the scissors and cut the mosquito net. She tied the midwife's hands with a piece of cloth and dragged her to the next room. "Gij, don't worry. It's okay," Ningxu said to the Neohuru clan. The members of the Neohuru clan nodded. They were sweating profusely. "The cervix is open. Gij, use your strength," the midwife said to the Neohuru clan. The members of the Neohuru clan took a deep breath and gritted their teeth. "Take a deep breath and then use your strength," Xianxia said to the Neohuru clan. Inhale, exhale. The members of the Neohuru clan were in a trance because of the pain. They could only listen to Xianxia's voice in their ears. After almost 2 hours, the Neohuru clan still hadn't given birth. Xianxia was a little surprised. The Neohuru clan's fetal position was normal. It shouldn't take so long to give birth. Go away. Xianxia saw a midwife putting the child's head back. As soon as the child's head popped out, she put it back. The Neohuru clan was in great pain. Tie it up. Xianxia said to Tongyu, Gij, I can see the child's head. Just use your strength and it will come out. The Neohuru clan cried out, and the child's head popped out. Xianxia carefully pulled the child's body. In the end, the child was separated from the Neohuru clan's body. Xianxia patted the child's butt. The child cried loudly. The members of the Neohuru clan fainted when they heard the child's cries. Xianxia wiped the blood off the child's body and wrapped it in a swaddling cloth. He handed the child to Tongyu. Go out and report the good news. Tongyu carefully took the child. She cried and laughed. She carried the child out and reported the situation to Injin and Olinara, who were guarding outside. Xianxia stayed inside and tidied up the aftermath. Xianxia had been guarding by the Neohuru clan's side. When the Neohuru clan woke up, they saw Xianxia and smiled knowingly. Then, they asked, Where's my child? Gugu is still in this servant's arms. Tongyu had been carrying the child since it was born. Because of the midwife, Tongyu was worried about the nanny. Other than letting the nanny feed her milk, she had been carrying the child herself. Tongyu carried the child to the Neohuru clan and let the Neohuru clan see it. The Neohuru clan looked at their child with a smile on their faces. Thank you for your hard work, Xianxia of the Neohuru clan said. If it weren't for you today, something might have happened to me and the child. Xianxia nodded and excused himself from the Neohuru clan. He wanted to go back and take a bath. Xianxia went back and took a bath. Then, he lay on the bed and rested for a while. Since the Neohuru clan was about to give birth, Xianxia didn't have much rest. As for the midwife of the Neohuru clan who wanted to harm the child and the Neohuru clan, this was something that the Neohuru clan should be worried about. They caught the first midwife and didn't expect there to be a second one. There might be more than one group of people who wanted to kill the child of the Neohuru clan. After such a thing happened, the Neohuru clan dispelled the idea of hiring a nanny. If the nanny's intentions were not pure, wouldn't it be sending their child to the wolves? A newborn child was very fragile. The slightest injury could cause him to lose his life. If they met another nanny like Gij, who was vicious and abused the child, it was scary just thinking about it. The Neohuru clan also asked for Xianxia's opinion. Xianxia felt that it was good for the child to drink his mother's milk. However, the Neohuru clan was now in confinement, so it wasn't suitable for them to work too hard. Xianxia still asked the Neohuru clan to hire a reliable nanny to bathe the child and change the diapers. The Neohuru clan couldn't do these things when they were in confinement. The Neohuru clan frowned. Where can we find a trustworthy nanny now? These 4 midwives were hired by my mother, and this kind of thing happened. The Neohuru clan felt that many people were targeting their child. Other people didn't have such a thing when they gave birth. Those nannies might have been bribed. They are still locked up. Let's wait until Gij is out of confinement. Gij can rest well. Xianxia comforted the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan looked at Xianxia. I want to leave the child in your care. Xianxia. The Neohuru clan felt that many people were eyeing her child. Now she couldn't trust others at all, so she wanted Xianxia to take care of her child. When she was giving birth, this maid saved her and her child, so the Neohuru clan trusted Xianxia a little. Moreover, she also had medical skills, so if there was anything wrong with the child, she would be the first to find out. The Neohuru clan looked at Xianxia and said, Miao Ling, I hope you can help me take care of the child. I can't trust others in my current physical condition. Xianxia was held by the Neohuru clan. She wanted to shake off her hand, but she said respectfully, I don't have the experience of taking care of children. I'm afraid I will let Gij down. I don't need you to take care of the child. I hope you can stay by the child's side, Anne. The Neohuru clan said in a low voice, and monitor the wet nurse for me. I don't trust the wet nurse. One after another, the Neohuru clan was like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. They trusted this maid a lot, who had helped them several times. Ningxu, no, I won't. When I'm out of confinement, I will take care of the child myself. The Neohuru clan said and winked at Tongyu. Tongyu took out a small box from the dressing table. This is Gij's reward for you. Tongyu said as she opened the small box. Inside the small box were some jewelry. There were necklaces, hairpins, and even bracelets. Just this box of jewelry was not cheap. It was enough for an ordinary family to live on for a lifetime. Ningxu hurriedly bowed and said, Gij, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Sometimes it was not a good thing to have too much money, especially now that she was just a maid. If she really accepted this box of jewelry, then she would take care of the child. He was afraid that when the Nuhulu clan escaped from their current predicament, they would come looking for him to settle the score. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he was the master, it would be strange if he didn't have a knot in his heart when he ordered his servants to do things for him. At that time, she could be pressed down with any reason. She was just a servant with no control over her own life. It was impossible for her to make a fair deal with the Neohuru clan. Moreover, the task of leaving this body was completed, and the original owner would come back. If the Neohuru clan came to find trouble with the original owner, it would be on her head if anything happened to the original owner. After using the body of the original owner, Ningxu's body, she would leave a lot of trouble. After thinking it through, Ningxu waved her hand and said, I will definitely take good care of the little master. It's just that I can't accept these things. I'm just a servant. If there are so many things that exceed my status, it will attract trouble. Moreover, Gij has already rewarded me with a lot of things. I'm already uneasy. I can't accept these things. Ningxu bowed again and said, I will definitely do my best to take care of the little master. The Neohuru clan curled their lips. Since that's the case, thank you. This servant doesn't dare. When Ningxu saw Nyahilu's relaxed expression, she instantly understood that she had been tricked. Taking out such a box of jewelry, regardless of whether she accepted it or not, she would have to take care of the little master. Moreover, the other party didn't even think of rewarding her with such a box of jewelry. If they really wanted to reward her, they could casually take out an item from the box, and it would be incomparably precious to a servant. They were all shrewd people. This could also be a test. Ningxu, when would the mission end? The Neohuru clan had just given birth, and they were extremely tired. Coincidentally, at this time, Injin came over to see the Neohuru clan and the child. Ningxu left the room, feeling speechless. Her mission was to take care of Gij-song's child. Madame Gij-song's child was now being raised by Madame Yan very well. Now, she had to take care of the child for the Neohuru clan. What was this mission for? It was clearly not her child, but she had to worry about it like a biological mother. No, she was even more worried than a biological mother. Tongyu changed the room for Ningxu. The room was changed to the room next to the Neohuru clan's room. The room was quite big. Ningxu and the wet nurse took care of the child in this room. What Ningxu had to do was to protect the child and not let dangerous things get close to the child. At the same time, she also had to monitor the wet nurse. She ate the wet nurse's food first. She even carefully checked the child's clothes to see if there was anything wrong. At night, she did not sleep. She sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The cradle was by the bed. Ningxu would check on the child from time to time. Occasionally, when the child was hungry in the middle of the night, Ningxu would bring the child to the wet nurse to feed the child. After all, the child was a ripe melon. The child was very healthy and could eat a lot. He was fair and tender, completely different from Gij-song. The Neohuru clan was a good mother. Ningxu's diet was different from the wet nurse's. The wet nurse's diet was specially prepared. The food the wet nurse ate was good for milk production. Ningxu would taste the wet nurse's food, but today's food was a little salty. Even Ningxu felt salty when he ate it. The pot of pork shoulder soup was a little hard to swallow. Ningxu looked at the midwife and asked, "Why is today's food so salty?" The wet nurse's milk was salty when she ate salty food. It was a burden to the child's stomach. It was not that the child could not eat salt, but it could not eat so salty food. The wet nurse Xianxia said, "Ever since I came to the manor, my mouth has always been bland. I only asked the kitchen maid to put a little salt. You also know that I'm from the countryside. I eat salted vegetables when I eat. The vegetables I eat are salty, so my mouth is very bland." Xianxia frowned. "You have to feed the child now. It's not good for the child to eat too salty food. Moreover, it's not good for milk production. As a wet nurse, don't you know these things?" "Miss Miaoling, it's just this one time. It's okay. These things don't have any taste of salt. I can't eat anything. If I can't eat, how can I give the little master milk?" The wet nurse's expression was a little dissatisfied. Xianxia looked at the wet nurse. She was very plump and her face was rosy. In the beginning, she took care of the child with all her heart. What kind of trouble did she cause now? Being stared at by Xianxia, the wet nurse looked away uncomfortably. She then said, "Okay, I won't eat it next time." The kitchen remade the wet nurse's meal. After the wet nurse ate it and breastfed the child, Xianxia carried the child to the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan cared a lot about the child. They would check on the child several times a day and keep the child by their side. "Has there been anything unusual recently?" The Neohuru clan took the child. Their faces were filled with tenderness and were very soft. Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "Nothing. There's nothing wrong for the time being." The Neohuru clan's gaze did not move away from the child's face. "During this time, you have to pay more attention. This servant understands." Xianxia wanted to talk about the wet nurse. However, based on the wet nurse's desire to eat dishes with a strong taste, it wasn't a big deal. However, in the future, in addition to taking care of the child, he also had to observe this wet nurse. Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with this wet nurse, so he observed her without leaving a trace. However, ever since Xianxia had told her not to eat anything with too strong a taste, the wet nurse obediently ate the food made in the kitchen. It gave people the impression that she was greedy. Xianxia didn't see anything wrong with her. The wet nurse also obediently followed Xianxia to take care of the child. Xianxia wondered if he was being too suspicious. This wet nurse was carefully selected by the Neohuru clan. The wet nurse was related to the child's life and death, so she shouldn't be so careless. However, with the previous midwife incident, Xianxia didn't dare to give up his suspicion of the wet nurse at all. However, the wet nurse was normal everywhere. She was with Xianxia almost all the time. Other than feeding, Xianxia consciously separated the wet nurse and the child, trying to minimize the child's contact with the wet nurse as much as possible. Yeah, Xianxia was cultivating when he was interrupted by the child in the cradle. When he opened his eyes, he saw the child kicking his legs with a look of discomfort. Xianxia hurriedly got out of bed and picked up the child. The child arched against Xianxia's chest, obviously wanting to drink milk. Moreover, the child's lips were a little pale. Xianxia put his finger into the child's mouth and found that his mouth was very dry. He was obviously thirsty. Xianxia didn't wake up the wet nurse. Instead, he poured water for the child to drink slowly. The child was obviously too thirsty. After drinking a whole cup of water, he burped and water flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia wiped the water from the corner of the child's mouth with his sleeve. Xianxia picked up the child and gently patted his back. He was still lying in Xianxia's arms and fell asleep. However, Xianxia soon found that something was wrong with the child. The next day, the child had a hard time when he pooped. His face was red as if he was constipated. Moreover, the things that came out were very smelly. Now that the child was less than a month old and was only drinking milk, such a situation would not happen. Xianxia frowned. After cleaning up, he fed the child some water. The child drank a whole cup of water. Why was he so thirsty? The wet nurse's diet was very light. "Miss Miaoling, do you want to feed the little master now?" The wet nurse had just finished washing her body. "So," she asked while unbuttoning her lapel. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and handed the child to the wet nurse. Xianxia thought about it and felt that something wasn't right. After some thought, he felt that the source of the problem should be the wet nurse. Other than the thing that entered her mouth, Ningxu couldn't think of anything wrong. The child is not hungry. You don't have to feed him yet. Ningxu carried the child back. The wet nurse was stunned. She had already unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her full and heavy chest. Ningxu suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the wet nurse's full breasts and squeezed out some milk. He tasted it in his mouth. It was very salty. You. Ningxu carried the child and turned to leave. The wet nurse didn't even have time to button her lapel. She quickly stopped Ningxu. Miss Miaoling, I beg you. Don't tell Gidge. The wet nurse's face was pale. She looked as if a great disaster was about to befall her. Miss Miaoling, I won't dare to do it again. I beg you. Ningxu didn't say anything and walked away. The wet nurse hugged Ningxu's leg. Miss Miaoling, I beg you. Ningxu shook off the wet nurse's leg. The wet nurse was kicked away by Ningxu and crawled on the ground. Ningxu carried the child and went to find the Neohuru clan. He bowed to the Neohuru clan and said, This servant has wronged Gidge. This servant is guilty. The Neohuru clan looked at Ningxu with some astonishment and asked, What's wrong? Or did something happen to the child? Ningxu didn't say anything. The wet nurse rushed in. Her clothes were messy and she looked at Ningxu with pleading eyes. The Neohuru clan frowned. Give me the child. Ningxu handed the child to the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan took the child and looked at Ningxu and the wet nurse. What's the matter? Your Highness, this wet nurse applied salt water on the child's nipple. The child's stomach hasn't been well for the past 2 days. Gidge should investigate this wet nurse. Ningxu said directly. This matter is also this servant's negligence. Gidge, please forgive me. The Neohuru clan looked at their child in horror and then looked at the pale wet nurse. Their voice was filled with anger. What's the matter? Why did you do this? The Neohuru clan was now glad that the wet nurse applied salt water and not poison. If she had applied poison, the Neohuru clan didn't know if they would be able to see their child again. Say it. Did the Neohuru clan give you too little money to treat my child like this? The veins on the Neohuru clan's forehead were about to explode. Their emotions were somewhat hysterical. The wet nurse knelt on the ground and kowtowed. She shouted, Gidge, this servant never thought of harming the child. Then why did you do this? The Neohuru clan looked at the wet nurse with murderous eyes. This kind of thing happened again and again. The Neohuru clan felt that they were forced into a corner. Why did so many people want to harm her child? When she gave birth, there were 2 midwives who wanted to harm her. She sent the 2 midwives back to the Neohuru clan and asked her mother to investigate carefully. One of the midwives was a concubine of the Neohuru clan. This concubine was the little Neohuru clan's mother. The other midwife was bribed when she entered the Bailey residence. The news from the Neohuru clan was that the midwives received 2 ingots of silver. They didn't know who was behind this. Gidge, calm down. Ningxu said calmly. The Neohuru clan took a deep breath and looked coldly at the wet nurse. Who do you work for? The wet nurse cried and said, Gidge, this servant really didn't want to harm the little master. Then what you did was harming my child. You dare to say that you didn't harm my child? The Neohuru clan's eyes were a bit scary, like an injured mother beast. The wet nurse suddenly looked fiercely at Ningxu. She pointed at Ningxu and said, It's all because of Miaoling. It's all because of her. In the face of the wet nurse's pointing, Ningxu's face was indifferent. He stood to the side with his head down and didn't say anything. The Neohuru clan looked coldly at the wet nurse and glanced at the silent Ningxu. She lowered her head and kissed her child. She said indifferently, Oh, what did she do? The wet nurse said angrily, Gidge, this servant is the little master's wet nurse. I am responsible for taking care of the little master. But Miaoling won't let this servant get close to the little master. This servant thought that if something happened to the child, then Gidge wouldn't be given to Miaoling to raise the child. Ningxu, ha ha ha, now it was her fault. Nuhilusher laughed out loud. This is my child. I can take care of him for whoever I want. You still want to harm my child because of this reason? You still think you're in the right? Do you still feel wronged? This servant wants to take care of the little master with all her heart, but Miao Ling won't let this servant get close to the child. The wet nurse's expression was a bit angry. Ningxu frowned. He looked at the wet nurse who claimed to be a servant, but had a big heart. Did someone say something to you? Ningxu's wet nurse asked. The wet nurse seemed to hate Ningxu very much. No one said anything to me. I just don't like you occupying the little master. I just want the little master to be close to you alone. Ningxu was a little speechless. She wanted to harm the child just because of such a reason. No, the matter in the backyard was not that simple. There was a purpose behind any action. Gidge. Ningxu whispered into the Neohuru clan's ear, Gidge, I think this wet nurse must have been instigated by someone. There were many benefits to being a wet nurse in a wealthy family, not to mention the grandson of the emperor. How many benefits could she get? If the child relied on her, there would be even more benefits. Ningxu did not allow the wet nurse to get close to the child, which was why the wet nurse resented her. If there was someone behind this who instigated things, it would be logical for such a thing to happen. The Neohuru clan glanced at the wet nurse kneeling on the ground and suppressed the anger in their hearts. They said to Tongyu, go and call Master over. I have to let Master know about this matter. The wet nurse's face instantly turned pale. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Her head was banging on the ground as she thought, Gidge, let me go this time. Have mercy, Gidge. Keep your voice down. You're disturbing the child, the Neohuru clan said lightly. The wet nurse was frightened by the Neohuru clan's expression. She immediately shut her mouth and did not dare to speak. Her face was filled with fear. Tongyu went to call Yinzhen. The matter was probably too serious. Yinzhen came very quickly. He walked into the room and asked, what happened? The Neohuru clan told him everything with tears in their eyes. After Yinzhen heard this, his expression was cold. He rubbed his forehead. What's wrong? Why do I always meet such a vicious wet nurse? I can't let her off so easily. There are still a few children in this matter. Every wet nurse is like this. Can my child still grow up alive? Yinzhen's expression was cold. The wet nurse was so scared that her face was as white as paper. Her whole body was trembling, and she said incoherently, Master Baylor, please spare my life. I was wronged. Yinzhen asked the wet nurse to drag her out. The wet nurse shouted, Master Bell. Someone asked me to do this. Yinzhen's expression was cold. Oh, who instigated you to do such a thing? It's Gidge from Qinxin Garden. Gidge said that if I can get close to Little Master, I will have a high position and great wealth in the future. The wet nurse said hurriedly, for fear that she would be beaten to death if she was late. Yinzhen said coldly, not only did he abuse my child, but he also spread rumors and slandered the master of the backyard. What's the point of keeping such a disloyal and unjust person? Master Baylor, please spare my life. The wet nurse's mournful voice was getting further and further away. She didn't know how Yinzhen would deal with this wet nurse. Would he beat her with a board and expel her from Baylor Manor? Yinzhen turned his head and looked at the Neohuru clan who was holding the child and crying. He sighed and said, don't cry. You're in confinement. It's not good for your eyes. The Neohuru clan wiped their tears and said to Yinzhen, Master, can you find a wet nurse for the child? I don't know what to do now. Yinzhen nodded. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it for you. The Neohuru clan revealed a forced smile. Yinzhen asked the servants in the room to take good care of the Neohuru clan before leaving. The Neohuru clan looked at Yinzhen's back with a disappointed expression. Someone clearly wanted to harm her child, but Yinzhen was indifferent and didn't think of dealing with it. Gidge, are you okay? Ningxu asked when he saw that the Neohuru clan's expression was a little absent-minded. The Neohuru clan's tears immediately fell. They hugged the child and cried silently. Gidge should be happy. She found the person who was hiding evil intentions around her and didn't let the child suffer any more harm. Ningxu comforted the Neohuru clan. This matter is also my mistake. It caused such a result. Ningxu bowed. The Neohuru clan wiped their tears. This matter has nothing to do with you. This wet nurse's intentions are not pure. I thank you for this matter. I don't dare to accept it. Ningxu said, there's nothing more important than Gij's health. Gij should take care of her body now. We'll talk about it after she's out of confinement. The Neohuro clan nodded and kept the child by their side to take care of her. They only let a few people they trusted get close. Injin quickly found the wet nurse. The Neohuro clan didn't let the wet nurse get close to the child. When she was feeding the child, they asked Ningxu to check it over and over again. The Neohuro clan didn't trust anyone else. The matter of taking care of the child fell to Ningxu, which tired Ningxu out. These days continued until the Neohuro clan's confinement. Probably to make up for the Neohuro clan and the child, Injin held a few tables of full moon banquets for the child and even named the child Xianxia Hongli. The little Neohuro clan sat at the banquet with the child in their arms. When they heard the name Hongli, they were all scared out of their wits. They hugged their child tightly. The child in their arms felt very tight and cried loudly. The child's cry caused the people around to cry. Injin looked at the little Neohuro clan indifferently. The little Neohuro clan hurriedly coaxed the child in their arms. Her heart was in pain. Why? Her child was already 3 months old, but Injin didn't give her child a name. The Neohuro clan's child was now called Hongli. There was also a full moon banquet. In comparison, her child looked so shabby. The Neohuro clan looked at the little Neohuro clan with an ambiguous smile on their lips. Sister, why are you carrying the child yourself? Why don't you let the wet nurse carry him? The child is crying like this. Is he hungry? Let the wet nurse feed him some milk. Didn't the child's wet nurse follow him? The Neohuro clan asked indifferently. The little Neohuro clan said, the child doesn't like the wet nurse, so he didn't bring her along. Is that so? The Neohuro clan's eyes were filled with coldness. The little Neohuro clan nodded. She wouldn't let her child get close to the wet nurse. Her child wouldn't get close to his mother, but to get close to a servant. Ningxu stood beside the Neohuro clan with the child in his arms. When he heard the conversation between the two sisters, he understood that the Neohuro clan hated the little Neohuro clan. The little Neohuro clan had repeatedly tried to harm the child of the Neohuro clan. Even if it was for their own child, the Neohuro clan would go against the little Neohuro clan. Ningxu felt that it was quite magical. As an authentic ancient woman, the Neohuro clan didn't take the initiative to harm others. Instead, it was the little Neohuro clan who had transmigrated from the modern world. The Neohuro clan, who lived in a peaceful era, wanted to kill a child who didn't know anything. The child wasn't to blame. Just because this child was from the Hongli dynasty, the future emperor, they wanted to kill this child. A terrible person's heart had nothing to do with where they came from. The little Neohuro clan was no different from the ancient harem women. There was no difference. In fact, they were even more unprincipled than the ancient harem women. There was a difference between actively harming others and passively fighting back. After the Hongli full moon banquet, the name Xianxia Hongli was recorded on the family tree. The mother of the Neohuro clan. Once it was on the family tree, it was a done deal. There was no way to change it. The little Neohuro clan lost their temper because of this and broke a lot of things. She felt resentful and wronged. Ever since she transmigrated, she had lived carefully and been a concubine. All she had planned was to have a different life in ancient times from modern times. The little Neohuro clan was a little confused. She didn't know what was the point of living like this. She stayed in the backyard and waited for a man to pity her every day. It was even inconvenient for her to go out. Not a single thing that she had planned had succeeded. She had wanted to plan a glorious future for her child, but all her efforts had been in vain. Why was this? The little Neohuro clan rubbed her forehead tiredly. She felt so tired. She didn't dare to do anything. She had to continue walking unswervingly. However, not long after, the little Neohuro clan was actually grounded for 3 months. The child that they had painstakingly given birth to was almost taken away by Injin to be raised by someone else. The little Neohuro clan cried and shouted. They kept apologizing and reluctantly got Ning Injin's forgiveness. In fact, the little Neohuro clan didn't know what they had done wrong. They could only apologize to save themselves. Injun was lenient and was only grounded for 2 months. When Ningshu found out that the little Neohuru clan was grounded, he immediately looked at the Neohuru clan. He didn't know if this matter had anything to do with the Neohuru clan. However, these things had nothing to do with her. She just needed to be a good nanny. The Neohuru clan's mood seemed to be better. No one from the little Neohuru clan came to look for her under the banner of sisters. The Neohuru clan didn't care about anything now. They just took good care of their son and didn't think about fighting for favor. If Injun wanted to come, so be it. However, the Neohuru clan wouldn't drag it on. Ningshu had given Hong Li 2 transfusions of Qi Jin so that Hong Li's health would improve and he would not get sick easily. It would also be easier for him to take care of him. Miaoling Ningshu of the Neohuru clan shouted. Ningshu was checking Hong Li's clothes. He walked over to the Neohuru clan and asked, "Gij, what's the matter?" The leader of the Neohuru clan reached out and held Ningshu's hand. He sighed and said, "Thank you for being by my side all this time. If it wasn't for you, I would have been flustered." Ningshu bowed. "This is what this servant should do." "No matter what, I have to thank you," said the member of the Neohuru clan with a smile. "From today onwards, you are my personal maid." "Thank you, Gij." Ningshu bowed. Now that she had become the Neohuru clan's personal maid, she could be considered someone trusted by the Neohuru clan. Ningshu began to tidy up the clothes again. It was now the season, and these clothes were all made by the embroiderers. Ningshu had to check if there was anything wrong with these clothes. Especially if they were close-fitting clothes. Ningshu was speechless. When would he be able to leave this world? When would the trial end? Ningshu picked up a piece of clothing and turned it over to examine it. In the end, he found white marks on the collar of the clothing. There were also some water stains. Ningshu put the clothing to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He frowned and said to the member of the Neohuru clan, "Gij, come here for a moment." The Neohuru clan was rocking the cradle. When they heard Ningshu's words, they walked over. Ningshu took the clothing and placed it in front of the Neohuru clan. The Neohuru clan wanted to take it, but Ningshu said, "Don't touch it. It might be smallpox serum on it." The Neohuru clan immediately retracted their hands and hurriedly took 2 steps back. They stuttered and looked shocked. How could there be such a thing on the clothing? "Gij, this servant will take care of the clothing." Ningshu took the clothing and left the room. Ningshu put the clothing into a pot of boiling vinegar. She washed her hands with the vinegar and boiled some medicine to drink. She touched the clothing. She might not be able to take care of the child for a while. She picked the clothing out of the vinegar pot and then threw it away. If she didn't take care of the clothing, others might get smallpox when they touched it. There were so many children in the Fu, so it was very likely that the children would get smallpox. She didn't know who did this. The intention was too obvious. This method was much better than the wet nurse rubbing salt water on the milk. If they wanted to make a move, they would directly use a big move. Such a young child, the probability of surviving smallpox was negligible. Who was the one who did it? Tongyu came over to see Ningshu and asked, meowing, "Gij asked you if the clothing was properly taken care of?" "It has been properly taken care of." Ningshu nodded. "I won't be taking care of the child for a while." I touched the clothing. "Let's talk about it again later. Sprinkle some vinegar in every part of the courtyard to disinfect. Wash your hands every time before you carry the child." Ningshu instructed Tongyu. Tongyu nodded to show that she understood. Ningshu originally thought that he would be fine after drinking the medicine, but he didn't expect that he would start to have a fever a few days later. His whole body was very weak. Ningshu felt that he was being cheated. This body had never gotten smallpox before, so there were no antibodies in the body. When it came into contact with the virus, it couldn't resist it. He originally thought that he would be fine after practicing the peerless martial arts, but he didn't expect that he would still be affected. Ningshu brewed the medicine himself and continuously practiced the peerless martial arts. However, his face and body were covered with chicken pox, which was very itchy. His heart was stifled. Ningshu told the Neohuru clan that he wanted to leave Baylor Fu. The Neohuru clan stood far away. When they saw Ningxu's face full of chicken pox, they thought of their own children and agreed to let Ningxu leave. The Neohuru clan let Ningxu go to the manor where they had downed him. They even sent a servant girl to take care of Ningxu. Ningxu rejected the servant girl. He didn't want to implicate others in his situation. The Neohuru clan also gave Ningxu a sum of money and asked Ningxu to recuperate well. They said that they wanted to wait for Ningxu to come back and take care of their children. The Neohuru clan didn't give up on Ningxu. Everyone knew that once you got smallpox, you wouldn't get it again in your lifetime. The Neohuru clan still hoped that Ningxu would be able to get through it. Ningxu accepted the Neohuru clan's money. He put on his cloak and went to the Neohuru clan's manor. The Neohuru clan's manor wasn't very big. There were a few tenant farmers. Ningxu stayed in a small house. Occasionally, he would go into the mountains to look for herbs. He would brew his own medicine and cook his own meals. Because of her illness, no one went near her house. If Ningxu wanted to eat something, he had to go to the vegetable garden to pick it himself. Ningxu originally wanted to use the medicine from the system. However, he guessed that it was a trial mission. There was no way for him to use the things that were exchanged from the system. Damn, it was so itchy. He still hadn't recovered from his illness. He didn't know if he could survive. Ningxu could only be thankful that he had studied medicine before and was able to suppress his illness. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. This was the biggest test of this mission. She had to save other people's lives, but she also had to save her own. Ningxu didn't want her mission to fail on the verge of success. Every day, she drank bowl after bowl of medicine, taking it orally and using it externally. She had exhausted all the methods available to her. Ningxu felt unprecedentedly lonely as she fought against life and death alone. There was no one around her. Even when she was undergoing chemotherapy, there were doctors and nurses accompanying her. But here, the people in the manor rejected her. Ningxu's heart was filled with despair and an indescribable loneliness. Did they want her to experience the feeling of being tortured by her illness again? Ningxu couldn't help but want to scratch her face. Her face was itchy, but this kind of blister was broken. Wherever the water flowed, there would be blisters. Her claws couldn't be cheap. Fortunately, after 2 months of treatment, the blisters on Ningxu's body and face began to scab slowly. In other words, Ningxu had survived. When the scab slowly faded, Ningxu applied some herbs to her face to prevent the acne scars on her face. She was going to be the Neohuru clan's personal maid and enter the palace in the future. Without a decent image, the Neohuru clan wouldn't be able to bring her out even if they trusted her. After a few months of suffering, Ningxu's smallpox was completely cured. When she returned to Baylor Manor, the Neohuru clan was very happy to see Ningxu. When the Neohuru clan saw the acne marks on the back of Ningxu's hand, they knew that her illness was completely cured. During this period of time, the Neohuru clan had to guard against others harming their children. Their nerves had been in a relatively tense state. Now that they saw Ningxu, the Neohuru clan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It was really important to have a maid with medical skills by her side. She would be able to detect if anything was wrong. Ningxu bowed and expressed her gratitude to the Neohuru clan. Then, she saw that Hongli could now turn over, sit up, and slowly crawl. It was growing quite fast. Ningxu returned to the Bailey mansion and inquired about Gij's situation. Gij was now 2 years old and could walk slowly by herself. Ningxu glanced from afar. Gij was very healthy, and there were several maids looking after her. The maids were all doing their best to take care of Gij. It was better for Gij to work for Nian than for Song Yunxian. Besides, Nian was Song Yunxuan's concubine, and her status was higher than that of Gij. Now, Song Gij didn't want her daughter back. She just wanted to get pregnant again and give birth to a son. There were so many women in the backyard who had given birth to a son. Song Gij tried her best to give birth to a son. None of this had anything to do with Ningxu, however, F***ck, when would she be able to complete this mission? It had been so long. Was 2333 dead? She wanted to go back. Calling 2333, are you there? Ningxu wanted to see if 2333 had malfunctioned. Why hadn't he told her to leave yet? What's the matter? 2333's voice sounded in Ningshu's mind. When can I leave this world? Ningshu felt that his mission had been completed. Gid had gotten rid of her fate. At least, she was now 2 years old. I'll inform you when the time is up. 2333 didn't say anything else after that. Ningshu was speechless. What kind of mission was this? He had no idea what the requirements were for completing this mission. Ningshu stopped thinking about when to leave. He asked the members of the Neohuru clan, Gij, did you find out who wanted to harm the young master? Speaking of this matter, the members of the Neohuru clan looked gloomy. They shook their heads. I didn't find out. I just found out which embroiderer made the clothes. However, the embroiderer left Baylor Mansion, saying that she had a serious illness and went home. Does Gij have any suspects? Ningshu asked. It was obvious that he was targeting Hongli. Yinzhen was targeted because of his potential, while Hongli was targeted because of his stumbling block. For some people, Hongli was a stumbling block. Suspects? The members of the Neohuru clan pursed their lips and shook their heads. I don't know. Ningshu looked at the members of the Neohuru clan. He felt that the Neohuru clan had a suspect, but he wasn't sure. Ningshu changed the topic. Does Master Baylor know about this? I didn't tell him. Even if I did. Even if she told him, he wouldn't protect her child. The members of the Neohuru clan didn't look good. Ningshu shook his head. No matter what Master Baylor's attitude is, it's always good to let him know about this. The matters of the harem were not only sneaky and concealed. Sometimes, it was more effective to do it openly. No matter what, Yinzhen was the master of this mansion. The way he handled this matter would only be beneficial to the Neohuru clan. Ningshu suspected Ulana Fujin. Fujin held the power of the entire harem. Everything in the harem would go through her hands. If she asked an embroiderer to leave, she would have to pack up and leave. Because she was the woman with the most power in the harem. However, these were all Ningshu's guesses. Fujin had already given birth to a legitimate son. The other children were all illegitimate. They were no threat to her children. Why did she want to deal with the children of the Neohuru clan, but Hong Hui died at the age of 8. It was difficult to understand that she was targeting the children of the Neohuru clan because she knew the history. There were transmigrators and reborn people in the harem. Then, Fujin might have been reborn. Look at what kind of people were in Yinzhen's harem. Transmigration and rebirth were all for the sake of capturing this man, Yinzhen, and using him to reach the peak of power. In order to verify whether Fujin had transmigrated, Ningshu asked about Ilana La's harem without leaving a trace. Ilana La had hired a female doctor from the palace to help take care of the child. There were 3 wet nurses to ensure that there was enough milk. From Ilana La's attitude, it could be seen that she cared about her child very much. Perhaps she had been reborn, but it had nothing to do with a little girl like her. As for Ilana La's conflict with the Neohuru clan, Ningshu naturally chose to stand on the side of the Neohuru clan. Back then, Songgij had thrown her out like a pot, and the Neohuru clan had taken over. If the Neohuru clan hadn't accepted her at that time, Ningshu didn't know what the situation would be like now. At that time, Ilana La had knocked on the mountain to scare the tiger, and she had been the mountain that had suffered. No matter what, her fate and that of the Neohuru clan were tied together. Whether it was the Neohuru clan, the reborn Ilana La, or the little Neohuru clan that had transmigrated to the present, who could win the battle, she had forgotten that there was Yinzhen who was sandwiched among these women. For Yinzhen to be able to obtain the admiration of so many strange women, his life was not in vain. Ningshu didn't tell the Neohuru clan about her guess. There were some things that she could say, but there were some things that a servant like her could say. Ningshu's current task was still to take care of the child. She really didn't want to be a confinement nanny anymore. She had taken care of one child after another, from childhood to school age. Next time, she didn't want an adult son to appear. Songgij's personal maid, Hong Mei, came over to ask Ningshu if he had a secret recipe for having children. Ningshu was depressed. Why did people always ask him this? It was as if knowing a bit of medicine would give him a secret recipe for having children. Songgij looked for him, which meant that she was very impatient and wanted to have children. Moreover, she wanted to have a boy. Ningxu looked at Hong Mei and said, I don't have a secret recipe for having children. Hong Mei frowned, how can you not have one? When you came to Nyahila Gij's courtyard, she was already pregnant, and it was a boy. Gij said that as long as you help her, she will give you a big gift. Hong Mei took out a sachet, this is Gij's reward for you. Ningxu opened the sachet and looked inside. There was some money inside. He returned the sachet to Hong Mei and said, I really don't have a secret recipe for having children. Hong Mei's face suddenly turned ugly, Miao Ling, what do you mean? No matter who you are now, you were once Gij's person. Now that you have someone else, you have forgotten about Gij. You betrayed your master. Ningxu turned around and looked at Hong Mei, I am just a servant. I am a servant of Baylor House. My master is Baylor House. I am loyal to whoever I serve. With Gij Song's EQ, she was cannon fodder in the backyard. It was easy for her to offend people. Ningxu turned around and walked away, no longer paying attention to Hong Mei. Hong Mei angrily stomped her feet and went back to report to Gij Song. Ding, the trial mission has been completed after 3 years and 6 months. You have left the mission world. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's head. Ningxu never thought 2333's voice could be so beautiful. Ningxu's head buzzed. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the system space. Ningxu looked at the furniture in the system space. The sofa, the bookshelf, the tea table, she couldn't help but cheer. She jumped onto the sofa and bounced around. She was finally back. Her trial mission was completed. After a while, Ningxu calmed himself down and asked 2333, you said there would be a reward for completing the quest. What is it? It was a mission that could make high-ranking mission takers risk their lives to enter. There will definitely be rewards. Why are you in such a hurry? 2333 said disdainfully, what's there to be excited about? You've just completed a trial quest and you're already so happy? What a good for nothing. Ningxu, the attribute panel appeared in front of Ningxu. Serial number, 23333 name, Ningxu, intermediate mission taker, age, 27 points, 1. 65 million/1. 5 million soul value, 300 HP, 71 wisdom, 200 charm, 4 luck, 54 spiritual power, 120 faith, 44 combat power, 122 aptitude, 49 merit, 26 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, entry to unique martial arts, elementary poison technique, elementary business management knowledge, elementary code programming, elementary lawyer skills. Honorable title. Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Amulet Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, completed the trial quest. Obtained 50 attribute points, 4 merit points, 5 amulets, and 1 sea law stone. Ningxu looked at the rewards and asked 2333, that's it? Isn't the reward very generous? 2333 said, Ningxu said, 5 amulets, that means you have 5 extra lives. That's 5 extra lives. Looks like it's not bad. Ningxu was a little surprised and asked, what is it that makes high-ranking mission takers risk their lives to obtain it? Sea Law Stone. This thing is wanted by the higher-ups. It can be exchanged for many precious things. 2333 explained. What's the use of this Sea Law Stone? Ningxu asked. It's useless. For people of your level, it's useless. Some powerful people want to break through and find a breakthrough through the Sea Law Stone to enter another level. This level is too far away for you. It's so far that it's calculated in light years. Ningxu, would it kill him not to mock her? Law Sea Stone? Ningxu frowned, this Sea Law Stone can't be the stone from the Sea Law Stone we went to last time, right? It's an item from the Sea Law Stone. Everyone who becomes an intermediate mission taker and passes the trial quest will receive a Sea Law Stone. As for why, I don't know. 2333 said indifferently. Do you want to keep this Sea Law Stone for yourself or exchange it for something good in the virtual space? 2333 asked. Ningxu always felt that a stone would not be given for no reason. Moreover, if powerful people needed these things, it meant that this thing was very precious. Ningxu decided to keep it for himself. Ningxu took the sea law stone. The sea law stone was completely black. At first glance, it looked like the chaos stone that she had obtained before. It felt cold and bone-chilling in her hand. She could vaguely hear the sound of waves from inside. Actually, the sea law stone is a space. It nurtures the laws inside, but no one can break it. There is a saying that if one can merge with the sea law stone, they will become an eternal existence. Merge into one? Ningxu stared at the stone. How to merge into one and become a stone? Ningxu put the sea law stone back. It was indeed too far away. She was an intermediate mission taker. The distance between her and 2333's height was too big to describe. Ningxu was already very happy to be able to get 5 amulets. Amulets could only be exchanged with merit points. One amulet cost 30 merit points. When doing missions, she felt very safe. The 6 amulets allowed her to do missions with confidence. Ningxu distributed the 50 points to wisdom, luck, strength, spirit, and aptitude. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 1. 65 million/1. 5 million soul, 300 health, 71 wisdom, 20010 charm, 4 luck, 5410 spirit, 12010 faith, 44 strength, 12210 aptitude, 4910 merit, 30 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner peerless martial arts, beginner poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills honorary title, goddess of war, selfless ancestor tools, calm aura, amulet aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader. Aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Sunyang's blessing. After adding, Ningxu realized that the attribute points were really not enough. He could only add them to life-saving attributes. Since it's a trial mission, there should be a rating, right? How was my rating this time? Ningxu asked 2333. 2333 said, this mission is not bad, it's excellent. You got an excellent rating. What is the rating based on? Ningxu asked with some surprise. He didn't expect to get an excellent rating. 2333 said, everything you do in the mission will be included in the scope of the assessment. Will, reaction, and the bottom line of a person. Your actions will add or subtract points for the assessment. Oh, I see. Ningxu asked again, what's the use of this rating? Maybe it's useful, maybe it's not. The final result is a string of data. Staying alive is the most important thing. Just like your beginner trial, you didn't do well in all aspects, but you survived until now. 2333 Ningxu said, now, our journey is the sea of stars. Ningxu listened to 2333's impassioned words, his face expressionless, his heart unmoved. Boring. 2333 snorted. Then why did the mission suddenly end? Was it because the mission was completed? Ningxu asked again. 2333 explained, because the mission gave you so much time. You completed the mission, but before the time is up, you can't leave the mission world. Even if you didn't complete the mission, you still have to leave the mission world. So this was what the silver-haired man meant. Staying alive was the most important thing. Ningxu felt a little tired, so he lay on the bed and slept. No matter what, he had to sleep first. The trial mission was finally over. The process was a little complicated, but it was finally over. Ningxu woke up after a nap, twisted his body, and relaxed a lot. Then, he prepared to go to the virtual space and eat a big meal. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get fat, and no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't feel bloated. It couldn't be better. Ningxu sat in the restaurant, eating while listening to the conversations of the people in the restaurant. It was good to listen to gossip. But it wasn't anything important. After leaving the restaurant, Ningxu strolled around for a while, looking at all kinds of items. Of course, he just looked and didn't buy anything. It was just that they were too expensive. Some real items were too expensive, and Ningshu found that points were not that valuable. Many items could only be exchanged with faith, power and merit. It just so happened that merit and power of faith were the most difficult things to obtain. Unlike points, every mission would reward him with points. Back in the system space, Ningshu asked, "How many points do I need to level up to an advanced mission taker?" 20 million. Ningshu was speechless. He really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he ask such a stupid question? Just hearing about 20 million points was enough to shock him. Why are there so many points? This time, he only needed 3 million points to become an intermediate mission enforcer. Why did he need so many points to become an advanced mission enforcer? From 3 million to 20 million, how many times did he need? 6 times, it was better not to know. So many points. When will I be able to earn enough? Ningshu felt a little hopeless. Who knows? Ningshu was speechless. What was this called? Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. 20 million it is. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the sofa, cultivating. He silently recited the formula of the ultimate martial arts. When he was done, he took out a book from the bookshelf and slowly flipped through it. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up from the book. He asked 2333, "You know that I met someone during the mission. Do you know his name? What is his identity? How could he be qualified to kill a mission enforcer? Why are you asking this?" "I don't know who he is. I don't know anyone from the upper management." 2333 said lightly. "Why are you asking about his identity? He killed a mission enforcer so casually. If I know who he is, next time I see him, I will hide far away." Even now, when he thought of being pointed at by a black gun barrel, even in his soul form, he felt his hair stand on end. It couldn't be more terrifying. "Oh, then just hide far away," 2333 said casually. This was a matter of life and death. Couldn't they be a little more serious? As long as you don't do anything that crosses the line, who would want to kill an ant like you? You think too much, 2333 said disdainfully. To a truly powerful person, you are just an ant. Who would care about an ant beside their feet? Ningshu? I hate talking to 2333. Ningshu shut his mouth and continued reading. He couldn't chat with 2333 anyway. The system space was completely silent. Only the sound of Ningshu flipping through the pages could be heard. After some time, Ningshu finished reading the book and slowly placed it back on the bookshelf. After watering the potted plants, he went for a run and exchanged for fasting pills, water, medicine, fake death medicine, and some daily necessities from the system space. Alright, let's enter the quest, Ningshu said to 2333. After that, he closed his eyes and waited for 2333 to teleport him. However, there was no movement for a long time, and he didn't feel the dizziness of teleportation. What's going on? Ningshu opened his eyes and saw a woman standing not far from him. She was staring at him blankly. Ningshu looked left and right. This was the system space. How did this person get in? Are you the one who helped me? The woman asked. She was wearing a hospital gown, which made her look very thin and weak. This woman's complexion was pale, but her lips were blue. Her face was very small, just like the legendary palm-sized face. Her facial features were exquisite. If a person's face was really so small, with a sickly complexion, it would make people feel uncomfortable and not feel that she was very beautiful. What are you doing? The client is asking you a question. You can meet the client before you become an intermediate quest taker. Did you forget? 2333 asked when he saw Ningshu's blank face. Ningshu reacted and quickly said, I am. What's your wish? My name is Nijing. I want that B*** to die a horrible death. Nijing looked at Ningshu and said lightly, that's my wish. Ningshu thought for a moment, you're married? Yes, I'm an incomplete woman. Nijing's eyes were filled with tears. In the end, he told me that he fell in love with someone else. There's no right or wrong in love. There's only love and no love. Ningshu was speechless. When it came to relationships, it was so troublesome. Other than that, do you have any other wishes? Ningxu asked Jing. Jing shook her head, I only have one wish. I want them to die a horrible death. The client has to pay a price. What are you going to pay? Ningxu asked Jing. Jing pursed her lips, I'm willing to give up all of my soul energy, leaving only the source of my soul to reincarnate. When Ningxu heard that Jing wanted to start over, he was surprised and asked, you don't plan to go back? Mission enforcers could not stay in the mission world for long. Qian could go back. Jing shook her head, my body has been tortured. I want to start over. I'm just angry. Their happiness is stepping on my bones. What right do they have? Ningxu nodded, okay, I'll accept this mission. Looking at Jing, Ningxu thought of the days when he stayed in the hospital. He also suffered from the pain of illness, but she did not experience this situation. Jing's face showed a faint smile. She looked very gentle, different from the angry look just now, thank you. Jing's soul gradually disappeared. Ningxu was puzzled. He asked 2333, the mission enforcer will give their soul, but I have never received any soul power. What's going on? The mission enforcer gave you 1/3 of the soul. The system took the other 2/3. 2333 said. So dark. She had not even seen 1/3 of it. Every time you train in the system space, you absorb pure soul power. What else do you think you absorb every time you train? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He did not know what the system space was before. He only knew that it could strengthen the soul. He did not expect it to be soul power. Then I'll exchange for a gun. This is the modern world. Ningxu said and opened the exchange page. She found the gun exchange page. She found that she could not exchange for any of the guns. The exchange button was grayed out. Why? Why can't I exchange for a gun? Ningxu was deeply depressed. This is an era of peace. Do you really want to exchange for a gun and kill whoever you don't like? You're a quest taker, you need to rely on your own strength to help your client turn the tides of life. Also, I've already said that the system has a corresponding rule. If you can't exchange for something, it's not allowed to appear in the system. You need to truly help the mission enforcer to live a successful life. 2333 encouraged Ningxu, good luck. You have always done well. You should use less of the system's things. A truly strong person does not need to rely on these external things. Ningxu, ha ha ha, who didn't know how to say a few nice words? She was the one who was going to do the mission, not 2333. Get lost, get lost. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, enter the quest. Ningxu felt the familiar dizziness. He felt as if his soul was squeezing into a body. When the soul and the body merged, he immediately felt very uncomfortable. He was panicking and short of breath. His ears were filled with the sound of his heart beating without any rhythm. He felt that his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to explode in the next moment. Heart disease, Jing had a heart attack. Ningxu immediately chanted the mind-cleansing mantra in her heart. She felt someone pry open her mouth and feed her a pill and water. Ningxu swallowed the pill with water. After a while, she felt better. Her heart didn't feel like it was going to explode, but her body was very weak. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face. Jing, are you okay? The handsome man's face was filled with worry and anger. At this moment, Ningxu found herself lying on the floor and struggling to get up. The man helped Ningxu up and asked anxiously, Jing, are you really okay? Ningxu shook his head. I'm fine. I want to rest. Okay. The man carried Ningxu horizontally. Ningxu saw a woman standing in the living room. This woman had a graceful figure. She bit her lips tightly and looked very stubborn. Her eyes were fixed on the man who was carrying Ningxu. The man carried Ningxu to the bedroom and gently placed Ningxu on the bed. He covered Ningxu with a blanket and sat on the edge of the bed. A pair of warm hands covered the back of Ningxu's hand. Have a good rest. Ningxu nodded and closed her eyes. The man went out and closed the door. Ningxu began to accept the plot. The man just now was Jing's husband, Xianxia. Jing and Xianxia had been married for almost 5 years and they had feelings for each other. Xianxia was the only son of the Jing family. He married Jing, who had congenital heart disease and was under a lot of pressure. However, he still married Jing resolutely. However, Jing's heart disease prevented her from doing strenuous exercise. Xianxia didn't dare to be too vigorous in bed and used the most gentle method. Jing couldn't bear children. The huge burden of pregnancy was too much for Jing's body to bear. Perhaps Jing's body would collapse before the child was born. However, without a child, who would take care of the Jing family's business? Jing's mother-in-law came up with the idea of surrogacy. Jing was a little sad, but she always felt guilty that she couldn't bear a child for Xianxia. In addition, her parents-in-law were very dissatisfied with her, so she agreed. The woman in the living room just now was the surrogate that Xianxia's mother found. Yishi's father's company was about to close down. Xianxia's mother offered to lend money to Yishi's family on the condition that she would be a surrogate mother. For the sake of her father and family, Yishi resolutely stepped forward and signed a surrogate contract. When Xianxia learned about this, he was very angry and even hated Yishi, who came to be a surrogate mother. At this time, Xianxia still had feelings for Jing in his heart. Xianxia's mother brought Yishi home and said that it was to nurse Yishi's body. At the same time, the husband, wife, and surrogate mother lived under the same roof. The situation was too king weird. As they slowly got along, Xianxia developed feelings for Yishi, a stubborn girl who made people's hearts ache. However, he loved his wife and was struggling in his heart. When Jing found that her husband's heart was no longer with her, she began to think of ways to target Yishi and make Xianxia misunderstand Yishi. However, Yishi was a very stubborn girl and didn't explain. Anyway, Yishi and Xianxia were entangled in this way. In the end, Yishi disappeared after giving birth to a child. Xianxia suddenly realized that he had fallen in love with Yishi. Xianxia held the newborn child in his arms. His heart was in great pain and he drank every day. He completely forgot that he was the husband of another woman and was indifferent to Jing. Especially when he found out what Jing had done to Yishi in the past, he hated Jing even more. "You're no longer the Jing I know. I didn't expect you to be so vicious." These were Xianxia's original words to Jing. From then on, Xianxia didn't go home. Even when Jing called him when she had a heart attack, he ignored her because it was a heart transplant operation. Jing's family spent a lot of effort to find this heart. However, Xianxia refused to sign the contract. In the end, he reluctantly signed the contract. Jing's body was so weak that she couldn't bear the risk of the operation and died on the operating table. Yishi came back 5 years later. During these 5 years, Xianxia did not have any other women. Whenever he saw Yishi again, Xianxia decided to chase Yishi back and keep this woman who made him angry by his side. This hateful woman stole his heart and ran away without a trace. What's more, this woman was the mother of his child and took the child to chase after Yishi. At this time, Xianxia was a bachelor who had just lost his wife. Any ambitious woman wanted to climb into his bed, but Yishi avoided him like the plague. The hurt she had suffered 5 years ago made Yishi hate and fear men more than she loved them. After a period of setbacks, the two finally got together. They talked about their childhood by chance. Yishi said that she met a boy when she was young. The boy was kidnapped. Yishi saw the gangster's face, so the gangster took her away. The two children relied on each other and escaped with a little cleverness. They ran far away hand in hand. Speaking of this matter, Xianxia hugged Yishi in his arms and sighed. Fortunately, he did not miss it. They were destined to be together. Ningxu, who had accepted the plot, almost vomited blood. Putting aside the fact that so many gangsters could not keep an eye on the two children, what happened when they were young was completely a forced whitewash. Their love was destined, and Yishi was not a third party. Ningxu could completely feel the resentment in Qian's heart now. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and planned to practice peerless martial arts. His body, which would easily collapse on the ground if he held his chest, was not conducive to completing the task. However, there was little spirit energy in modern times, and this body's meridians were not complete, so the effect of cultivation was minimal. Ningxu could only cultivate slowly. Knock, knock, knock. Ningxu, who was cultivating, was interrupted by a knock on the door. Ningxu lay down and covered himself with the quilt. After the knock, there was a soft sound of the door opening. Jingjing, wake up. Xianxia walked to the bedside and reached out to touch Ningxu's forehead. Ningxu opened his eyes and avoided Xiaoxia's hand. He sat up and asked, "What's wrong?" A smile appeared on Xiaoxia's face. Xiaoxia was wearing a suit, which made him look tall and straight. The white cuffs of his shirt made him look elegant and noble. Xiaoxia looked at Ningxu with tenderness in his eyes and said, "Lazy bum, it's time to eat." Ningxu grinned, lifted the blanket, and got out of bed. Xiaoxia helped Ningxu up. Ningxu went downstairs and saw Yishi, who was already sitting at the dining table. Jing's in-laws were also sitting at the same table. "Are you feeling better?" Xiaoxia's mother, Ningxu, asked. Xiaoxia pulled out a chair for Ningxu. Ningxu sat down and said, "Much better. You have to pay attention to your health. It's not good to be like this all the time. The most important thing is that you suffer," Xiaoxia's mother said. She said it as if she was willing to get this disease. This was not something she could choose. She was blaming herself for using the disease to torment everyone and pretending to have a heart attack. Ningxu did not speak. He looked at Yishi, who was sitting opposite him. Yishi was quietly eating the dinner specially prepared by the nutritionist. Yishi's face was rosy and her skin was smooth. She was a very beautiful and healthy woman. She was completely different from the thin and sick Jing. Noticing Ningxu's gaze, Yishi and Ningxu looked at each other and then lowered their heads. After practicing the peerless martial arts for the whole afternoon, Ningxu was also hungry and began to eat silently. Xiaoxia saw that Ningxu ate a lot today and was very happy. He quickly picked up food for Ningxu. Yishi glanced at Xiaoxia and Ningxu and lowered her head to eat her dinner. After dinner, Yishi helped to tidy up and quietly washed the dishes in the kitchen, trying to reduce her presence. Although Xiaoxia was talking to Ningxu, his eyes kept looking at the kitchen. Finally, Ningxu said, "You ate a lot tonight. I'll get you some digestive medicine. Otherwise, you won't feel good when you sleep later." Ningxu did not speak and watched Xiaoxia go to the kitchen. Xiaoxia walked into the kitchen and saw Yishi washing the dishes. He walked over and grabbed Yishi's wrist with a cold expression. Yishi was holding a plate in her hand. She was caught off guard by Xiaoxia and the plate fell to the ground. Yishi looked at the cold Xiaoxia with a stunned expression. She wanted to break away from Xiaoxia's hand, but Xiaoxia pushed Yishi against the wall. Yishi panicked and wanted to push Xiaoxia away. Xiaoxia said coldly, "Put away your thoughts. Don't think that I will touch you. The person I love is Jingjing. You are just a woman who came to be a surrogate mother for money." Yishi bit her lips tightly and did not explain anything. She silently confronted Xiaoxia. This man was obviously gentle. Why was he so cold and ruthless to her? She did not want to be a surrogate mother. "Why don't you speak? What did you say to Jingjing during the day that made her have a heart attack?" Xiaoxia put his hand on the wall behind Yishi and said, "Don't challenge my patience." Xiaoxia's tall body almost covered Yishi's body. His strong breath made Yishi feel suffocated and even her heartbeat became abnormal. "I know you hate me, but I really didn't say anything," Yishi said. Xiaoxia sneered. His expression seemed a little evil, which was completely different from how he usually acted in front of Jing. Xiaoxia was careful and gentle to Qian, but he treated Yishi like a man conquering a woman. Xiaoxia said that he hated Yishi, but he often touched her body, pulled her arm, and pressed her against the wall. He often said heart-wrenching words to mock Yishi. Ningxu quietly stood at the door and looked at the two people. Xiaoxia's behavior in front of Yishi was completely unlike himself. Xiaoxia was an elegant and polite person. He was gentle but alienated. Now, he looked like an evil and domineering CEO. Whether Xiaoxia mocked Yishi or did something bad to Yishi, he subconsciously wanted to attract Yishi's attention. However, Xianxia still hypnotized himself in his heart. I love Jing, I love my wife. I don't like this woman who became a surrogate mother for money. Absolutely not. This woman's existence destroyed his relationship with Jing. Xianxia was an indecisive person. He said that he loved his wife and flirted with Yishi at the same time. Xianxia, you said that I became a surrogate mother for money. I admit it. Yishi raised her head and looked at Xianxia. In order to save my father's company, I am willing to pay such a price, whether you like me or not. What does me being a surrogate mother have to do with you? This is my own business, Yishi said stubbornly. You have a sharp tongue. I don't want my child to crawl out of a woman like you, Xianxia said sarcastically. As a surrogate mother, Yishi was under a lot of pressure. If it were not for her family, she would not have endured Xianxia's sarcasm. Every time Yishi saw Xianxia, he was gentle to Jing, but when he turned to look at her, he was so cold and evil that it made her heart tremble. Moreover, some of Xianxia's actions made Yishi unable to keep her heart. Yishi felt that she was being played by Xianxia. Yishi took a deep breath and pushed Xianxia away. She could not let this man disturb her heart anymore. As soon as Yishi pushed Xianxia away, she saw Ningxu standing at the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. Jing. Xianxia quickly turned his head and saw the expressionless Ningxu. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked, Jing, why are you here? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, You've been in the kitchen for so long, so I came to see you. What are you doing? Ningxu's eyes swept back and forth between Xianxia and Yishi. Xianxia came over, put his hand on Ningxu's shoulder, and pulled Ningxu away. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at Yishi coldly. Yishi's heart trembled under Xianxia's cold gaze. Xianxia really loved his wife. Xiaoxia, come here. Mom has something to tell you, Xianxia's mother said to Xianxia while glancing at Ningxu. Go ahead. I'll go back to my room first. Ningxu pushed away Xianxia's hand on his shoulder. Xianxia said softly, Go ahead. Ningxu returned to his bedroom and thought about his next task. Since Jing did not plan to come back, his task was to deal with Xianxia and Yishi. He might as well get a divorce. He did not want to feel uncomfortable, but he could not give up his position to Yishi for nothing. Xianxia's behavior was deceiving Jing. Ningxu was thinking about something when Xianxia walked in and sat on the bed. He said to Ningxu, Jing, there's something going on at the company. I'm going to work overtime tonight, so I won't be back. Be careful. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia and asked doubtfully, What's so urgent that you have to go to the company at night? There's an urgent cooperation proposal that needs to be handled. I'm the CEO of the company, so I need to be present. Xianxia's expression was gentle. Liar, no matter how gentle you look, you can't hide your twinkling eyes. Ningxu remained calm and nodded. Finish your work early. Don't stay up late. It's not good for your health. Xianxia reached out and gently touched Ningxu's hand, then turned and left. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating his peerless martial arts. He felt extremely uncomfortable, his chest was stuffy and his heart was flustered. He couldn't imagine how miserable Jing's life must be. Jing wanted to use her illness to pull Xianxia back to her side. As long as Xianxia stayed with Yishi, Jing would deliberately pretend to have a heart attack. However, this method couldn't hold a person whose heart wasn't with her. When a person didn't care about you, any of your actions would be useless. When I don't love you, you're nothing. Instead, you're torturing yourself. Ningxu, who was sweating from cultivating, stopped cultivating. When he looked at his watch, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He had been cultivating until now without paying attention. Ningxu took a shower and went downstairs to drink water. When he passed by Yishi's room downstairs, he heard some movement inside. Ningxu leaned against the wall. He could only vaguely hear some movement, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Ningxu thought about it and quietly opened the door. He went out of the villa and went to the window of Yishi's room. The light in Yishi's room was still on. Ningxu saw Xianxia and Yishi sleeping on the same bed through the gap between the curtains. It seemed like they had just finished. He could vaguely hear Yishi sobbing. Xianxia looked at Yishi's smooth back and turned her body to face him. Don't be like this. Since it's for money, you should make some sacrifices. Yishi's eyes were a little dazed. Xianxia looked at the red marks on Yishi's body and his eyes darkened. He lowered his head and kissed Yishi's lips. Ningxu turned back to the villa and went to Yishi's room. He kicked the door and suddenly made a low sound. How could the surrogate mother be the two of you? Wasn't Jing and Xianxia artificially inseminated and stuffed into Yishi's stomach? I've read a lot. You can't fool me. The two people in the room heard the movement and quickly stopped. Xianxia pulled the quilt over Yishi's body to cover her naked body. Yishi was frightened when she heard the sound outside the door, but Xianxia's action of covering her with the quilt made her heart tremble. She felt that her nose was a little blocked. Xianxia was only wearing pants and his upper body was bare, revealing his strong body. He looked very sexy. Yishi looked away and buried her whole body in the quilt. Xianxia frowned and opened the door, but there was no one at the door. He looked around, but there was no one at all. Who was playing a prank? Xianxia closed the door, picked up his clothes and slowly put them on. Yishi saw Xianxia buttoning his shirt. His jade-like fingers looked very elegant. Who's outside? Yishi asked in a hoarse voice. Yishi looked up at her. No one. Yishi took her coat and left. Ningxu kicked the door and went upstairs to the bedroom. His heart was a little uncomfortable. He walked around the villa and went up and down the stairs. His body was a little uncomfortable. Ningxu lay on the bed and couldn't sleep with his eyes open. He felt quite speechless. These two people had developed feelings for each other after a long time. Yishi's taste made Xianxia's bones melt. From then on, he was obsessed with Yishi's body. Because of Jing's health, Xianxia and Jing's relationship was very ordinary. It was not like when he was with Yishi, where he could satisfy his man's beastly nature and the pleasure of conquering. Xianxia had never felt this kind of feeling before. It was also something he had never felt with Jing. The two of them secretly slept together behind Jing's back. Until Yishi gave birth to a child, Jing thought that Yishi's child was the product of her and Xianxia. When Xianxia's mother decided to find a surrogate, Jing and Xianxia went to the hospital to freeze their eggs and sperm. Then, Xianxia's mother brought Yishi back and let her stay at the Jing family's house to recuperate. When her body was in the best physical condition, she would implant the fertilized egg into her uterus. After Yishi gave birth to the child and disappeared, Jing tried her best to take care of the child. Her body, which was already not very good, became even worse. In the end, she died on the operating table. Ningxu took a deep breath. Maybe Xianxia's mother never thought of using Jing's eggs from the beginning to the end. What happened was driven by Xianxia's mother. Ningxu chuckled. Xianxia, who was supposed to be rolling around with Ningxu downstairs, went upstairs. He pushed open the door and saw Ningxu sitting by the bed drinking water. His eyes flashed and he walked over to Ningxu and asked, "You haven't slept yet?" Ningxu turned his head and looked a little surprised. "Didn't you say you were going to the company? Why are you back?" "I've already dealt with it. If I didn't come back, would I have to sleep in the company?" Xianxia looked at the cup in Ningxu's hand. "Did you go downstairs to get some water?" Someone kicked the door just now and Xianxia's eyes scanned Ningxu's face. Ningxu took another sip of water and shook his head. "I didn't go downstairs. Auntie Li gave me this water before." Ningxu's nose twitched. "What's that smell on you?" Then he leaned closer to Xianxia and sniffed. Xianxia quickly stepped back. "I'm sweaty from working at the company. I'm sure I smell bad. I'm going to take a shower." Ningxu smiled and said gently, "Go take a shower." Xianxia smiled gently at Ningxu and turned to the bathroom. When he heard the sound of running water inside, he sneered silently. Wasn't it exciting to roll around with another woman right under his wife's nose? After taking a shower, Xianxia lay next to Ningxu and said gently to Ningxu, "Go to sleep." Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Obviously, he was a little tired from the previous exercise. Ningxu pursed his lips and various thoughts flashed through his mind. The next morning, Xianxia tidied himself up and woke Ningxu up. Jing, it's time to get up. Ningxu opened his eyes and was helped up by Xianxia. Xianxia squatted down and straightened Ningxu's slippers so that Ningxu could put them on by stretching out his feet. Ningxu then took out a comb and combed his hair. He skillfully tied his hair into a fluffy and elegant bun and inserted a retro jade hairpin into the bun. Xianxia sized up Ningxu and said, Jing is just like an ancient woman, gentle and beautiful. Ningxu didn't even dare to walk too fast because of his heart disease. Could he be gentle? Even though Ningxu's heart was raging, his movements were slow. Once his movements were too intense, his heart would beat wildly, and he wouldn't be able to take it. Thank you. Ningxu tugged at the corner of her mouth and said. She looked at Xianxia, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, handsome and noble. His face was gentle and his eyes were full of affection. He treated her even more gently and considerately. If she had not seen Xianxia and Yishi together last night, she would have thought that Xianxia was a good man. He was tall, handsome, and had a good figure. His wealth was comparable to that of the people of the Huaxia nation. He could not be more perfect. Ningxu and Xianxia went downstairs together. Xianxia's mother was talking to Yishi in the living room. Yishi pulled her collar from time to time, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xianxia's mother had a smile on her face and looked at Yishi with ambiguous eyes. It seemed that she obviously knew what happened last night. Xianxia's mother liked Yishi more than Ningxu, her real daughter-in-law. Ningxu walked over and greeted Xianxia's mother. Xianxia's mother turned her head and said to Ningxu, Yishi's body is almost recovered now. It won't be long before the test tube embryo can be implanted into her body. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. Is that so? Ningxu sized up Xianxia's mother. Her manners were polite and elegant. She was a noble lady who dealt with the upper class, the wives of rich businessmen and politicians, and attended any banquet with ease. She was a very shrewd woman. However, Ningxu hated her and deliberately brought the surrogate mother home to pimp her son. She was the one who pushed the matter between Yishi and Xianxia. Mom, you seem to like Yishi very much, Ningxu said with a smile. Xianxia's mother smiled and said, Yishi is a good child. She stood up and sacrificed herself for her family. There are very few people who are so filial these days. You have to give up something to gain something. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He did not know whether she was filial or not, but Yishi's sacrifice could bring her father's company back to life. There was nothing that could not be sacrificed. It just depended on whether the bargaining chips were enough. If the Yi family went bankrupt, Yishi might not be better off than she was now. Ningxu looked at Yishi and asked, Don't you feel hot wearing a scarf? Yishi's neck was wrapped with a scarf and her neck was airtight. She obviously wanted to cover some traces. Yishi touched the scarf and sniffed. I have a slight cold. Then you have to take care of your body. Only by taking care of your body can you give birth to a healthy child, Ningxu said faintly. Yishi's expression was gloomy for a moment, and then she said, I know. During breakfast, Ningxu's fork fell to the ground. When he bent down to pick it up, he saw Xianxia's foot touching Yishi's foot under the table. Yishi kept retreating. In the end, Yishi stepped on Xianxia's foot. Xianxia glanced at Yishi indifferently. Yishi moved her foot away with a trembling heart. Jing, let me pick it up. When Xianxia saw Ningxu bending down, he quickly retracted his foot and bent down to pick up the fork on the ground. Thank you, Ningxu said faintly. After breakfast, Xianxia didn't go to work. Ningxu asked, Aren't you going to work yet? Xianxia touched his lips and squinted at Yishi. He said meaningfully, I'm not going. I was a little tired last night. I'll go to the company in the afternoon. Hearing Xianxia's words, Yishi's body stiffened. She turned around and hurriedly avoided Xianxia's gaze. Really? Ningxu said meaningfully, you have to take care of your body. Don't be too tired. Your health is important. Don't let anything happen to you. Xianxia looked at Yishi's flustered appearance and the corners of his mouth curled up. When he heard Ningxu's words, he withdrew his gaze and said carelessly, It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest. Xianxia stood up. I'll go to the kitchen to get some juice. What kind of juice do you want to drink? Last time, it was digestive medicine. This time, it was juice. What was the reason for the next time? Okay, orange juice, Xianxia said. Xianxia went to the kitchen with a smile on his face. When he entered the kitchen, he closed the door. Yixi's heart trembled. She put down the cup in her hand and wanted to go out. She didn't want to be alone with Xianxia. Xianxia took a step forward and stood in front of Yixi. Yixi instantly felt a suffocating aura. Her heart instantly lost its rhythm and her face flushed. Please move aside, Yixi lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Xianxia curled his lips. Move aside? That's not what you said last night. When you hooked your legs around my waist, you didn't say move aside. I remember that you were the one who seduced me last night. Why don't you admit it now? Xianxia's expression looked extremely evil, but it had a fatal attraction. Yixi was blocked by Xianxia in the kitchen. When she heard Xianxia whispering in her ear, his elegant voice made her want to crawl into a hole in the ground. Yixi's face flushed red. You know that it's not like that? If it's not like that, then what is it? Xianxia's expression became more and more shameless. Weren't you the one who pestered me? Enough. Don't say any more. Yixi took a deep breath, but her face was still red. You clearly know that this is your mother's intention. Your mother is too sinister. She signed a surrogacy contract before, but she actually asked me to, or else she would withdraw her investment. Yixi sighed. Xianxia sneered. You are a woman who can do anything for money. I'm already at my wit's end. As long as I can save Dad's company, I'll go all out. Yixi raised her head and looked at Xianxia stubbornly. Xianxia frowned tightly and looked unhappy. You speak as if you are a filial daughter. You said that you can enjoy a man's crotch in order to live a rich life. How disgusting. Yixi's face was red, but after being ridiculed by Xianxia, the blood on her face disappeared and her small face turned white. Yixi staggered twice, pursed her lips, and said stubbornly, I can do anything for money. You. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. Yixi felt a little sad. I know my identity. My duty is to give birth to a child for the Jing family. I won't get in the way of you and your wife, but if you trample on my dignity like this again, I will tell your wife about this. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He fiercely grabbed Yixi's arm and said fiercely, if you dare to let Jingjing know about this, I will make you beg for death. Yixi's arm was grabbed by Xianxia and it was very painful, but Yixi gritted her teeth and endured it with a stubborn and sarcastic expression on her face. If you really love your wife so much, why would you do that with me? Xianxia's expression was cold. Of course I love Jingjing. To me, you're just a product. A product that I spent tens of millions on, shouldn't I enjoy it? Besides, you seduced me for tens of millions of yuan. Am I supposed to sit still? Xianxia leaned over to Yixi's ear and whispered, you taste good. It really made him crave for more. Yixi's heart trembled. She took a step back and leaned against the wall. Xianxia stretched out his arm and leaned against the wall behind Yixi. He leaned over and watched as pink slowly crept up Yixi's ears. Xianxia leaned over to suck on Yixi's earlobe and wrapped his tongue around it. Yixi shuddered and pushed Xianxia away. He quickly covered his ears with his hands and stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. Xianxia stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and gently rubbed his lips with his thumb. His devilishly charming appearance made Yixi stunned. Xianxia stood at the kitchen door and listened to the conversation between the two. He understood in his heart that Xianxia's mother was indeed causing trouble. Ever since Xianxia's mother found Yixi, the surrogate mother, and Jing, the mother-in-law, she had this idea. She had never thought of using Jing's ovum. Jing had congenital heart disease. Xianxia's mother was probably afraid of giving birth to a defective child. Yixi was probably a mistress that Xianxia's mother found for her son. She was even using the identity of a surrogate mother. When she gave birth to the child, the original owner would think that it was his own child. Xianxia sneered in his heart and looked at the two people in the room who were having sex without saying a word. All of this was because Jing was infertile. Xianxia said that he loved Jing, but he was infatuated with the feeling of rolling around with Yishi. Love grows after a long time. Ningxu turned back to the living room and sat on the sofa to watch TV. After a while, Xianxia came out with a glass of juice and put it in Ningxu's hand. I just squeezed it. Didn't you just go to flirt with girls? You still have time to squeeze juice? Don't mess around. Ningxu took a sip of the juice. Xianxia looked at Ningxu gently and said, I'm going to the company later. You have to be good at home. Ningxu nodded obediently. Xianxia took his handbag and left. Before he left, he bent down and gently kissed Ningxu's forehead. It was as light as a feather. His lips only touched Ningxu's forehead. Xianxia turned his head and saw Yishi standing not far away. He raised the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. Ningxu already had a plan in his heart. Ningxu turned and saw Yishi in a daze. Yishi quickly lowered her head to avoid eye contact with Ningxu. Ningxu didn't say anything. He turned and went upstairs. He found the share book from the drawer. This 1% share was the betrothal gift to the Ni family. Jing's parents gave this share to Jing. This 1% share was enough for Jing to live a luxurious life. Ningxu didn't intend to take this 1% share. At least, he wouldn't leave the shares to the Jing family. Ningxu changed his clothes and put the pill in his pocket. He took his handbag and left. He contacted the biggest shareholder of the Jing family's company. In every company, there would always be a shareholder who had a lot of shares and threatened the owner of the company. Ningxu planned to sell this 1% share to this shareholder. When the shareholder heard that Ningxu wanted to sell the shares to him, he was a little surprised. The shares in his hands were already close to the Jing family's. If he sold this 1% share, the balance would gradually tilt to his side. After selling the shares, Ningxu would have a lot of money. However, he would no longer be able to get dividends from the company. Ningxu went to buy a set of silver needles and a miniature camera. When he returned to the villa, Ningxu saw Yishi running on the treadmill. She was slim and had a good figure. She looked very healthy. Xianxia's mother had put a lot of thought into choosing a woman for her son. When Yishi saw Ningxu, she got off the treadmill. After a long time, she said, "You're back." After saying that, she felt that it was wrong. It was not her place to say such words. When Yishi faced Ningxu again, she seemed to be very afraid of Ningxu. It should not be said that she was afraid, but she was guilty. Maybe she felt a little guilty. Maybe she felt guilty. So, after giving birth to the child, she disappeared. Moreover, she was deeply hurt by Xianxia at that time and chose to leave. However, her departure was useless. Instead, it completely broke the relationship between Xianxia and Jing, and Jing died because of it. After Jing died, there was no one between them anymore. In the end, they lived happily together. Ningxu thought about it and said to Yishi, "I forgot to buy something. Help me buy it." Yishi obviously didn't expect Ningxu to ask her for help. She asked, "What is it?" "I forgot to buy underwear. I only wear this brand of underwear. Help me buy it. The servants at home probably can't buy it." Yishi nodded and took the money Ningxu gave her. She turned and went into the room to change her clothes and went out. After Yishi left, Ningxu entered Yishi's room and installed the miniature camera in a hidden position facing the bed. She was planning to divorce Xianxia, but it was not just a divorce. After installing the miniature camera, Ningxu left Yishi's room, slowly opened the box, and inserted needles into his body. Ningxu could only relieve the discomfort in his heart by inserting needles into his acupoints. When Yishi came back and saw Ningxu's face full of needles, she was a little surprised. Then, she put the bag in front of Ningxu and said, "This is what you wanted." Ningxu nodded, then pulled out the silver needles from his face and asked Yishi, "What are your plans after the child is born?" Yishi's face flashed with gloominess. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. Although you are a surrogate mother, your body is still pure and can live a good life with the person you love." Ningxu looked at Yishi and said, "Pure and clean." Yishi's mind flashed with the image of her and Xianxia. She was no longer pure and clean. Yishi's heart was sad, but this man was someone else's husband, and that man loved his wife very much. Let's talk about the future later. Yishi didn't want to talk to Ningxu, so she found an excuse to take a shower and left. Ningxu looked at Yishi's back and raised his eyebrows. Did Yishi fall in love with Xianxia? Haha, you two are true love. Are you two destined to be entangled because you have slept together? In the evening, Xianxia came back from work. Ningxu pulled Xianxia into the bedroom. Xianxia was a little surprised and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xianxia looked at Ningxu hurriedly pulling him into the bedroom with a doting look on his face. Ningxu said, "Take off your clothes." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Jingjing, what's wrong? Do you want it? Why are you asking me to take off my clothes the moment we get back?" Ningxu almost wanted to vomit on Xianxia's face. He took out a shining silver needle and said, "I've been learning acupuncture recently, but I can't find the acupoints, so, you want me to test acupuncture for you?" Xianxia looked helpless. "When did you learn acupuncture?" "Dad found me a Chinese medicine doctor. He said he can use acupuncture to strengthen the heart and lungs." Ningxu held the silver needles and urged Xianxia to take off his clothes. Xianxia slowly unbuttoned his shirt and said helplessly, "Just call the doctor home." "Do you still have to learn it yourself?" Xianxia took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body as he lay on the bed obediently. "Jingjing, can you do it or not?" Xianxia asked Ningxu. Ningxu held a silver needle in his hand and saw some scratches on Xianxia's back. It was obviously scratched by Yishi last night. Ningxu said expressionlessly, "I'm going to prick it. It may hurt a little. Why can't you stop?" Xianxia said helplessly and dotingly. Ningxu curled her lips. While holding the needle, he looked at the human acupoint chart and pricked Xianxia's back. Xianxia let out a muffled groan. "How do you feel?" Ningxu asked Xianxia. "It's sore." Xianxia said helplessly. Ningxu's tone was happy. "It seems that you pricked the right place. Don't move. Again." Xianxia looked even more helpless. He stayed motionless and let Ningxu prick the needle. Ningxu pricked an acupoint. Xianxia cried out in pain and asked, "Why is it so painful this time?" Ningxu looked at the human acupoint chart and hurriedly pulled out the silver needle. He quickly said, "I'm sorry. I pricked the wrong one." Xianxia grimaced in pain and sat up. Ningxu said, "Are you done fooling around?" Ningxu asked in surprise, "You know that I'm fooling around. Why are you still letting me prick you? Will you give up if I don't let you prick me?" Xianxia gently flicked Ningxu's forehead. "Jingjing, you're stubborn." Ningxu sneered in his heart. What a good man. This man was really gentle. Or was he the real him in front of Yishi? Perhaps Xianxia was a man in front of Yishi, a man full of aggressiveness towards women. Ningxu pulled out the silver needle from Xianxia's body. He saw purple blood beads coming out of an acupoint. He wiped them off and said to Xianxia, "Put on your clothes. I think I'd better find a dummy to practice on first." Xianxia slowly put on his clothes. His movements were slow and elegant, with a kind of noble aura. Xianxia touched Ningxu's head and looked very gentle. "Jingjing, don't worry. Take your time. I like you no matter what you do." Ningxu just raised the corner of his mouth. After dinner, Xianxia accompanied Ningxu to stroll around the villa garden. Then he received a call and said to Ningxu, "I have something to deal with in the company. I may not come back tonight." Ningxu nodded. "Take care of yourself." Xianxia kissed Ningxu's forehead and turned to leave. Ningxu returned to the bedroom and turned on his laptop. The computer played the situation in Yishi's room. Yishi was doing yoga in her room. Ningxu began to practice unique martial arts. Ningxu, who was practicing, was interrupted by the sound from the laptop. Xianxia, who went to the night shift, came back and went to Yishi's room. At this moment, he was pressing on Yishi's body. Yishi's voice was a little breathless as she said, "Xianxia, let's not do this. Can we do artificial insemination?" Xianxia's voice was very cold. "It will naturally stop until you are pregnant." Since you have chosen to be a surrogate mother, aren't you willing to endure anything for money? Please don't do this. Yishi's voice was blocked by Xianxia. Ningxu watched the two people in the room rolling around. Xianxia was very wild and Yishi was being tossed around by him. Jing had never seen Xianxia like this. Xianxia and Jing were very gentle in bed. Jing thought that Xianxia was such a person. However, men were full of aggression. Ningxu saved the video. The two of them tossed and turned many times that night. Ningxu yawned and copied the video to the USB flash drive. He also made several copies. Even if one was destroyed, there would be another one. When it was over, Xianxia put on his clothes while Yishi was so tired that she fell asleep. Xianxia looked at Yishi's flirtatious expression after being pampered and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. He then realized that she was just a surrogate mother. He had his own wife, Jing. Xianxia's eyebrows were filled with confusion and struggle. He then fiercely woke Yishi up. Yishi looked at him innocently and blankly. What's wrong? Xianxia looked at her and became angrier. He didn't know whether he was angry at Yishi or himself. Ningxu saved the video, unplugged the USB flash drive, locked it in the drawer, turned off the computer, yawned, and lay down to sleep. Hearing footsteps, Ningxu counted to 3 in his heart and heard the sound of the door opening. Then, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Ningxu was speechless. Xianxia's nightlife was really busy. He moved from one woman's bed to another woman's bed. Moreover, Xianxia seemed to enjoy this kind of life. When he hugged his wife, he even flirted with the surrogate mother who was standing not far away. The change of roles was too smooth and seamless. After taking a shower, Xianxia fell asleep next to Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and saw Xianxia's back facing him. His breathing was long and deep. Obviously, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. In fact, Xianxia and Jing were now sleeping in the same bed but dreaming different dreams. Xianxia said that he loved Jing, but in his heart, he was fascinated by Jing. It rose from pure carnal desire to affection. However, Xianxia was deceiving himself and swaying left and right. After waking up, Xianxia was still gentle and considerate to Ningxu. The two of them looked like a loving husband and wife. Although Xianxia was gentle, Ningxu felt that Xianxia's attitude was beginning to be perfunctory. He said perfunctory words in a gentle tone. Ningxu and Xianxia went downstairs. Xianxia's mother was asking Yishi, "What's wrong? You look so pale. Are you feeling unwell?" Xianxia immediately looked at Yishi. Seeing Yishi's haggard face and listless appearance, he asked Yishi anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Then, Xiaoza realized that he was a little anxious. His face became serious and he pulled out the chair heavily. The chair made a harsh sound as it rubbed against the floor. She sat down and said coldly, "Since you are a surrogate mother, you should take care of your body at all times. Before you give birth to the child, your body is not your own. You are not allowed to appear in front of me with this sickly look." Yishi looked at Xianxia with a sad expression. Then, she lowered her head and whispered, "I know." Her entire body was sore and uncomfortable, but it was impossible for her to not get up when it was time. Ningxu looked at Xianxia's awkward expression. He was clearly concerned about Yishi, but the words that came out of his mouth were very unpleasant. Yishi was obviously tortured last night and did not sleep at all. He was forced to exercise the whole night and had to wake up early in the morning. Xianxia was angry when he saw Yishi like this. When he was eating breakfast, the sound of the knife and fork colliding with the plate was very loud. While cutting breakfast, Xianxia looked at Yishi. When he saw that Yishi was eating breakfast with her head lowered, he became even angrier. He slammed the knife and fork on the table and couldn't help but say coldly to his mother, "Mom, look at the surrogate mother you found. Can the child born with such a half-dead appearance be healthy?" Xianxia's mother smiled when she saw her son's angry look. "She just didn't have a good rest last night. Yishi is very healthy. Why are you so anxious?" Ningxu also looked at Xianxia. "Why are you so anxious? You are the most gentlemanly person. How can you say such outrageous things to Miss Yi?" Ningshu looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. In front of the person he loved, he couldn't control his emotions. A gentlemanly man would also become childish and naughty. Just like a little boy, he would tease a girl to attract her attention. Xianxia was like this now. Ningshu had a gentle smile on his face. Oh, you are in love with each other, but you are suppressing your feelings because of others. This is all my fault. I will definitely take good care of my body, Yishi said quickly when she saw that the people at the table were quarreling. Okay, shut up and eat, Xianxia's father said. He glanced at his son and said, why are you making such a fuss? Why are you being so clumsy? Xianxia's father had absolute prestige in the Jing family. When he spoke, no one dared to speak. Xianxia's father was elegant and handsome. Xianxia's outstanding appearance was inherited from his father. Xianxia's father had tacitly agreed to the surrogacy. Otherwise, Xianxia's mother wouldn't dare to do such a thing. It seemed that Jing was the only outsider in this family who didn't know anything. Ningshu pursed his lips and lowered his head to eat his breakfast. He already had a plan in his heart. Ningshu hated Xianxia's mother very much. Why did a woman have to make things difficult for another woman? Why did she find a mistress for her son and break up the relationship between Xianxia and Jing? Ningshu suspected that Xianxia's mother had a deep hatred for Jing. Was it because Jing couldn't give birth to a child? The most hateful person in this matter was Xianxia. He said that he loved Jing, but his body and mind had cheated on her. If he really loved Jing, he wouldn't have slept with Yishi and had a child with another woman behind his wife's back. He even had the nerve to say that he loved Jing. Anyway, no one would have a good life. After breakfast, Xianxia kept looking for a chance to talk to Yishi, but Yishi went directly to her room to rest. With so many people watching, Xianxia couldn't go to Yishi's room directly. Xianxia went to work with a sullen face as if someone owed him money. Ningshu asked Xianxia's mother, when can Miss Shi have the surgery? I think it's better to hurry. The longer Miss Shi stays in our house, the worse her reputation will be. Xianxia's mother frowned. Let's wait for a while. Ningshu didn't ask any more. He guessed that Xianxia's mother was waiting for Yishi to get pregnant naturally and give birth to the heir of the Jing family. I'll ask Yishi if she's feeling unwell. Should she go to the hospital? Xianxia's mother went to Yishi's room. Ningshu hurried upstairs and turned on the computer. The screen showed Xianxia's mother and Yishi. Yishi was sitting on the bed. Xianxia's mother stood by the bed and said to Yishi, how are you feeling? Do you want to go to the hospital? Yishi's face was a little red. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. I'm just too tired. Xianxia's mother showed a look of understanding. You have to get pregnant quickly. Yishi's face instantly turned red. Even her neck was pink. She whispered, Mrs. Jing, I'll try my best, but can you get pregnant artificially? It's not good. Xianxia's mother said faintly, what's not good about it? Your duty is to give birth to the heir of the Jing family, and it has to be a healthy heir. But Jing? Yishi looked guilty. She won't be able to bear it if she finds out. Yishi looked at Xianxia's mother. Is this really okay? If it weren't for the problem with her father's company, she would definitely not be a surrogate mother. She was not married and she would give birth to someone else's child who was not related to her by blood. Yishi originally thought that being a surrogate mother was already an unbearable pain in her life, but she never expected that there would be something even more shameful waiting for her. Mrs. Jing wanted her and Xianxia to conceive naturally and give birth to the heir of the Jing family. Jing is Xianxia's wife. The child I gave birth to with Xianxia is not legitimate. Yishi's expression was a little sad. The most important thing was that once she gave birth to this child, the child would have nothing to do with her. Xianxia's mother pursed her lips. The Jing family married a sickly woman and gave birth to a sickly child. The Jing family will be laughed at by the entire upper-class society. You only need to know your duty and give birth to the child. Your father's company will be fine, and your child will be the heir of the Jing family in the future. But this is my child. Yishi bit her lips tightly and her face was pale. Xianxia's mother looked displeased. Since you've taken the money, you should do what you're supposed to do. Jing's family is quite wealthy. Your child will have a bright future with such a wealthy family and a family like the Jing family. What you need to do is to not see this child. Yixi's eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Xianxia's mother looked at Yixi and said faintly, "It's fine if you want to go back on your word, but I won't fund your family for nothing." Yixi did not speak. She had already lost her virginity. Without the funds from the Jing family, her father's company would go bankrupt. Since you have made up your mind to be a surrogate, then what you need to do is to take good care of your body. In addition to the cash flow from your father's company, I will also give you an additional 5 million yuan for nutrition. Xiao's mother was very generous. Yixi was a little resistant to Xiao's mother's charity, but what she was doing now would make others look down on her. If she refused, it would seem pretentious. Xiao's mother sat by the bed, stretched out her hand, and patted the back of Yixi's hand. She said, "I actually like you very much. You are filial and Xiaoza also likes you very much. Although Xiaoza is gentle and elegant, he is a very careful person. No one can force him." He was determined to marry the daughter of the Ni family who had heart disease. Jing. Xiaoza's tone was not very good when he talked about Ni Jing. Obviously, he did not like Ni Jing. Since he was able to make you pregnant naturally, it means that he doesn't hate you. If the child's biological parents love him, it's good for the child. Xiao's mother said gently, "I also want my grandson to be born because of love and not because of hatred. Trust me, I know my son very well. He loves you. Instead of looking so miserable every day, why don't you take good care of yourself? He's your child too. You have to be responsible for him." Xiao's mother tried to persuade Xiao. Yixi doubted Xiao's mother's claim that Xiao liked her. Xiao appeared to hate her very much, always speaking ill of her and mocking her. How could he like her? He liked his wife and was always gentle and considerate to her. His brows were filled with tenderness. Holding his wife in the palm of his hand and doting on her was true love. Moreover, Xiao constantly reminded her not to ruin their relationship as husband and wife. Yixi couldn't figure it out. He was such an elegant and noble man, but why was he so mean and evil when facing her? Every time she heard Xiao's words, Yixi felt as if a knife was stabbing her heart. She was a lowly and spurned surrogate mother. As long as she could save her father's company, she could endure anything. Yixi endured Xiao's insults with her tenacity. However, Yixi did not know that the more stubborn she was, the more Xiao wanted to humiliate her. Subconsciously, he also wanted to conquer her. He wanted to see this stubborn woman give in. Ningshu, who was in front of the computer, listened to the conversation between Xiao's mother and Yixi and sneered. The child had not even been born yet, but they were so confident. Whether the child could be born or not was still a problem. Ningshu saved the video of the conversation between the two. From the beginning to the end, Yishi's performance was so innocent and forced. Haha, every female lead who was a mistress had no choice but to do so. Everything was because they had no choice but to do so. Xiao's mother originally regarded Ni Jing as a disgrace and let her son sleep with another woman. Perhaps, it was to take revenge on Ni Jing. She did not expect that Ni Jing would not be able to accept it when she found out about it. She clutched her heart and collapsed on the ground. If she was more vicious, she might even want Ni Jing to die. Xiaosa had already forgotten his promise and responsibility to Ni Jing. When he was in bed with Yixi, he even hypnotized himself that he was just using a product and that it had nothing to do with love. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. This family, a woman could not have children and even had the most basic value. In the eyes of the Jing family, the original owner could not give birth and could die at any time. Ningshu turned off the computer and the phone on the bedside rang. Ningshu picked up the phone and pressed the recording button. Xiao's gentle voice came from the phone. Jing, the company has an international cooperation project. I may not be home for the next few days. Ningshu, if I believe you, I'll be the one whose brain is fried by Malatang. Ningshu grinned and asked expressionlessly, how long will this project take? Half a month if it's fast, maybe more than a month if it's slow. I'll find time to come back to see you. Xianxia comforted Ningshu. Be careful at home. Take medicine if you're not feeling well. I know. Ningshu said faintly. Then I'll go back to work. Jingjing loves you. Xianxia hung up the phone. Ningshu looked at the recording file on the phone and sneered. Could he really not come back for 10 days or half a month? When Xianxia was not at home, Ningshu rarely went downstairs. He only came downstairs when it was time to eat. Ningshu's mother also rarely talked to him. They were both polite to each other. Ningshu knew that Xianxia's mother hated him. Ningshu went downstairs to get some water. Seeing that the whole villa was empty, he asked Auntie Li, a servant at home, where did mother-in-law go? Auntie Li said, Madam took Miss Xi out to buy things. She said that she won't come back tonight and will attend a banquet. These two people were so close. It seemed that they were the ones who had a good relationship. Ningshu asked Auntie Li to pour a glass of water for him and went upstairs. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing martial arts. The laptop in front of him was open. Yixi's room was empty. He didn't know how long he had been practicing, but there was a knock on the door. Ningshu stopped practicing and opened his eyes. It was already dark. Auntie Li asked Ningshu to go downstairs for dinner. Ningshu was alone at home. Ningshu sat alone at the dinner table. He ate leisurely and went upstairs. Ningshu kept practicing the peerless martial arts. Since Xianxia did not come back, she had time to practice. Although the effect was minimal, Ningshu felt that her heart was not as stuffy as before. Even if it was just a psychological effect, it was fine. After cultivating for a while, there was a sound from the computer. Ningshu opened her eyes and saw Xianxia, who was supposed to be busy with the international cooperation project in the company, in Yixi's room. Xianxia turned on the light but did not see Yixi. His face was a little ugly. He sat on the sofa in the room and waited for Yixi to come back. At this time, Xianxia realized that he did not have Yixi's phone number and could not contact her at all. This made Xianxia very dissatisfied. He felt that this woman was out of his control. Xianxia wanted to go upstairs and ask Ningshu where Yixi went, but he said during the day that he would not be home for a few days. It was not good to appear in front of him like this. Xianxia thought about it and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Ningshu looked at Xianxia's unobstructed appearance in Yixi's room and curled his lips. Xianxia was really proactive. Did he want Yixi to get pregnant earlier or was he obsessed with Yixi's body? After a while, Xianxia came out with a bath towel wrapped around his body. The bath towel only covered the important parts, revealing his strong and sexy body. Xianxia lay on the bed and waited for Yixi to come back. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Yixi, who was taken to the banquet by Xianxia's mother, came back. When she returned to the room, she saw Xianxia lying on the bed. Xianxia was not wearing any clothes. The bath towel was crooked, revealing his Apollo's belt. Yixi almost screamed. When Xianxia saw Yixi, his eyes were filled with amazement. Yixi was wearing a gown that made her figure slim. She wore a thin necklace around her slender neck, which made her neck look even more beautiful and her collarbone sexy. Then, Xianxia's face darkened and he said coldly, "Who are you trying to seduce by dressing like this?" Yixi pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "It's my business what I wear. I'm a little tired. Please go out." "Get out. Have you forgotten your responsibility? Do you think I want to touch you?" "As long as you're pregnant, my mission is complete," Xianxia said sarcastically. Yixi's face turned pale. She clutched her skirt tightly and finally let go of it weakly. She really wanted to tell Xianxia to stop hurting her. "I'm very tired today. Can we call it a day?" Yixi said to Xianxia. Xianxia was furious. He got up from the bed, grabbed Yixi's arm, threw her onto the bed, and leaned over her. "Do you not want to see me that much? Did you seduce a new target? Can you get rid of me now?" Yixi was bewildered by Xianxia's scent. The smell of his shower mixed with the man's scent made Yixi's face hot and her hands and feet stiff. Seeing her like this, Xianxia's heart softened. He leaned over and kissed Yixi's lips. Ningshu smacked his lips as he looked at the scene on the computer screen. "You guys really know how to play. On the floor, on the sofa, on the wall, on the balcony, there are all kinds of words that make people blush. Any one of the videos is like a movie between the two of them. Xianxia gave Ningxu the feeling that he had not seen a woman for several lifetimes. No, it was more like he had not been so carefree in several lifetimes. Come on, come on, come on, there's a lot of time anyway. Ningxu couldn't stand it anymore. When he woke up, the two of them were finally done. Xianxia came out of the shower and put on his clothes while looking at Yishi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He walked to the bedside and couldn't help but reach out to touch Yishi's face. His eyes were unconsciously filled with tenderness. Then, he turned off the lights, closed the door, and left. Ningxu copied today's video and sneered silently. I'll just watch you guys silently and let me, your legal wife, witness your touching love. Now, Xianxia and Yishi are in love with each other. During this time, Xianxia came back at night. It was late at night when he came back. Xianxia didn't turn on the lights and sneaked into Yishi's room. Then, he started to do something and left before dawn. Sometimes, Xianxia would hug Yishi and sleep for a while. Ningxu found that these videos took up too much space and memory, so he had to compress them. He really wanted to share these seeds. His hands were itching. Occasionally, Xianxia would come back to get a change of clothes. When he saw Ningxu, his face was gentle and doting. His lips gently touched Ningxu's forehead, then he took his bag and left. But he came back to be with Yishi at night. Xianxia was very vigilant. When he drove back, he didn't drive the car to the villa's entrance. Instead, he parked it by the roadside. It was very suitable for an affair in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Ningxu pretended that he didn't know anything. They could do whatever they wanted. Xianxia's mother stared at Yishi's belly. It had been almost 2 months, but why was there still no movement in Yishi's belly? Xianxia's mother could only take Yishi to the hospital for a checkup. The results showed that Yishi was normal. If everything was normal, why wasn't she pregnant? Could it be that it was not time yet? Xianxia's mother asked the nutritionist to prepare some foods for Yishi that were easy to conceive. She wanted Yishi to get pregnant as soon as possible. Ningxu could naturally see Xianxia's mother's anxiety. He said indifferently, "Mom, when can Miss Shi have the operation?" Xianxia's mother said impatiently, "Soon." The doctor said that Yishi's body still needs some time to recuperate. Xianxia's mother wanted Yishi to get pregnant naturally. She didn't believe in the medical technology of embryo transfer at all. What if the child was born with some defects? The Jing family already had a daughter-in-law with a heart disease. They couldn't have a defective child. Otherwise, she really couldn't raise her head in front of a group of rich ladies. The Jing family had plenty of money. It was too easy for them to have a naturally born child. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, "How long do we have to wait?" Xianxia's mother said, "The child will only be healthy if we do enough work. We don't lack this time." A guilty look appeared on Yishi's face. She said to Xianxia's mother, "It's all because of me." Yishi was apologizing for not being able to get pregnant. Yishi suddenly felt the pressure. She glanced at Ningxu secretly. She couldn't imagine how much pressure Xianxia's wife must be under since she didn't have a child for 5 years. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked with some doubts, "Why are you apologizing?" Yishi was speechless. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Ningxu. Yishi felt very uneasy and guilty when facing Xianxia's wife, Jing. However, when she was with Xianxia, she forgot about Jing's existence in her mind. She felt that she had stolen the sweetness that belonged to Jing and Xianxia. Ningxu looked at Yishi's expression. She was struggling and uneasy. She knew that what she was doing was wrong. Although she realized that what she was doing was wrong, she was addicted to it and could not extricate herself. After Jing died, Yishi was finally able to put down the burden in her heart and be with Xianxia. Besides, it was to give her child a happy family. "Okay, let's wait for another 2 months." Xianxia's mother said, "Let Yishi recuperate for another 2 months." Ningxu did not speak. Xianxia's mother was trying to make Yishi pregnant naturally. Ningxu felt that his mother-in-law was a little impatient and was even a little angry with Yishi. Yishi felt even more uneasy. She was afraid that Xianxia's mother would withdraw her investment in anger. Ningshu smiled. If you want to get pregnant, it depends on whether you can get pregnant or not. Yishi wanted to get pregnant urgently. When Xianxia came to her room at night, she was very active, making Xianxia feel unprecedentedly carefree. Even his soul was trembling. Every time after they finished, Yishi would raise her waist. Xianxia hugged Yishi and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to get pregnant." Yishi's voice was trembling. Xianxia raised the corner of his mouth. "You want to have my child so badly?" Xianxia said wickedly, "But I don't want to let you go yet." "What should I do if you get pregnant?" Yishi's face was red and her eyebrows were sweet and flirtatious. She secretly thought, "God, please forgive my greed. I only yearn for this period of time at night." At night, she did not want the man who was hugging her to be someone else's husband. However, when the man left the room at dawn, they would have nothing to do with each other anymore. She was a surrogate mother, and he had a wife who he loved deeply. Yishi hugged Xianxia's body and pressed her face against his chest. "But your mother is very anxious. She wants me to give birth to an heir." "There's no hurry to give birth to a child." Xianxia hugged Yishi and lingered with her. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the bed, yawned, and saved the video. She was really good at tormenting. Ningshu rubbed his eyes, put the computer to the side, and lay on the bed to sleep. "You guys have good stamina, I'm not going to accompany you." Ningshu previously had an ambition, which was to record every scene of Xianxia and Yishi and organize them according to the date and time. When the time came, these would all be evidence. However, these two people were really good at tormenting each other. She felt that Xianxia wanted to vent all his energy on Yishi. It was probably because he felt uncomfortable being with Nijing. When he was with Nijing, it was always warm and sluggish. How could he be so carefree and unrestrained like this? Ningshu planned to make a trip to the hospital. When they decided to find a surrogate, Nijing and Xianxia went to the hospital to freeze their eggs and sperm respectively. Ningshu went to the hospital and told the doctor that he wanted to see Xianxia's sperm and gave the doctor a sum of money. The doctor took the test tubes from the refrigerator and gave them to Ningshu. He said, "Look, they're all well refrigerated. You'll definitely be able to get pregnant." "Let me see." Ningshu took the test tube. Under the temperature of -190 degrees, it had been frozen into ice and was emitting white smoke. Ningshu opened the lid. When the doctor wasn't paying attention, he took out a bottle from his pocket and put a little heavy metal mercury into the test tube. He then closed the lid and said, "Where do you put it?" "I'll put it there." "This is your husband's name." "Here it is," the doctor said. Ningshu put the test tube back and smiled slightly. "If you want to have a child, you'd better try to do it as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the lower the sperm's activity." "Okay." Ningshu nodded. After solving this matter, Ningshu's heart was a lot lighter. He went back to his mother's home, the Ni family. The Ni couple loved Nijing very much. Nijing had been married for several years, but they still didn't give up looking for a matching heart for her. They finally found a heart, but they failed in the end. Ningshu's return made the Ni couple very happy. They asked Nijing to stay for lunch and even called Nijing's older brother who was at work to come back for lunch. Because Ningshu had cultivated a peerless martial art, her complexion was a little better. Her appetite was much better than before, and she ate a lot more. This made Nijia and her husband very happy, and they kept picking food for Ningshu. "Did that Jing boy bully you?" Father Ni asked Ningshu, "If he dares to bully you, I'll go find him." Ningshu smiled and said, "No. He really didn't. I heard that your mother-in-law found a surrogate." Mother Ni didn't believe it and looked at Ningshu. "Tell me the truth." Mother Ni was a rich lady who attended all kinds of banquets. She had heard of every little movement in the upper class. She looked at Ningshu with heartache. "Jing, tell me the truth. She's planning to be a surrogate. I've been married to Xianxia for almost 5 years and I feel guilty about not having a child." Ningshu said while eating, "Xianxia is the only son of the Jing family. He can't be without an heir." "Xianxia?" Nijing's brother, Yan, looked at Ningshu. "Is there something wrong with your relationship with Xianxia? You used to call him Brother Xiaoxia, but now you call him Xianxia. Ningshu, there's nothing wrong with our relationship. How could he tell something was wrong with a simple address? And Yan glanced at Ningshu. Come back if you have any problems. The Ni family is not afraid of the Jing family. You don't have to swallow your anger. Thank you, brother. Ningshu turned and changed the topic. When can you find a sister-in-law? Girl, don't put the blame on me. Yan looked at Ningshu angrily. After lunch, Ningshu planned to go home. Father and I gave a bank card to Ningshu and said, take this money and use your own money. Don't be humble in front of the Jing family. The Ni family was worried that Ningshu would be wronged because of the surrogate mother. Thank you, father. Ningshu accepted the bank card. He didn't need to be polite with his family. If he didn't accept it, his parents would be worried. Call us if you have any problems. If we can't handle it, call your brother, mother and I told Ningshu. Ningshu kept nodding her head. The Ni couple finally agreed to let her go after talking for a while. Ningshu returned to the Jing family villa. When he walked into the living room, he saw Xianxia sitting on the chair and holding Yishi's wrist. Yishi was holding a spoon in her hand. Xianxia was eating the food in the spoon, but his eyes were fixed on Yishi. It seemed that Xianxia was holding Yishi's hand and asking her to feed him. This ambiguous posture made Yishi blush. She was obviously embarrassed by Xianxia's flirting. Ningshu looked at the two of them silently and did not say anything. It's delicious. Give me another spoon. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked charming. He grabbed Yishi's wrist and put it into the plate. Let go of me. Yishi blushed and said, it's not good to be seen. Xianxia grabbed Yishi's wrist and fed himself a mouthful of rice. Then, he took the spoon from Yishi's hand and scooped a spoonful for her. Yishi tilted her head and refused to eat. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. If you don't want to eat, then I'll eat. What I want to eat is not rice, but you. Yishi's face turned red and she opened her mouth to take a sip of the food in the spoon. Ahem. Ningshu coughed and interrupted the sweet feeding of the two. Xianxia turned his head and saw Ningshu. As if he was scalded, he instantly shook off Yishi's hand. Yishi's expression darkened and she lowered her head without speaking. Xianxia's expression was very unnatural. He stood up and walked in front of Ningshu, gently asking, where did you go? You must be feeling unwell on such a hot day. Have you eaten? I'll make noodles for you. Are you thirsty? Do you want me to pour you a glass of water? Xianxia said a lot of things, but he just wanted to divert Ningshu's attention. Ningshu said faintly, I went home. I've eaten. Xianxia held Ningshu's hand. Why didn't you tell me that you were going to your parents' house? I'll go back with you. I was worried about you going out alone. Ningshu rolled his eyes in his heart. Worried? Didn't you have fun feeding each other just now? I didn't see that you were worried at all. Ningshu had a gentle smile on his face. I know my own body. It's okay. You haven't eaten yet? Ningshu glanced at the 8 treasure porridge on the table. The porridge was thick and the color was very beautiful. I just ate. Xianxia picked up the bowl. Jingjing, do you want to eat more? Didn't you say that you were busy with the cross-country cooperation? Why did you come back? Ningshu glanced at Yishi, who was motionless with her head lowered. Xianxia said gently, I'm done. Now I have a lot of time to spend with you. Xianxia said as he held Ningshu's hand. We haven't gone out for a long time. The weather is so hot, let's go to the resort. In order to divert Ningshu's attention, Xianxia made various promises. Usually, when a man had done something wrong, he would be particularly attentive, just like Xianxia was now. Sure. With a smile on his face, Ningshu glanced at Yishi and said, Miss Yi, let's go together. This resort villa is very good. Thank you, Ningshu said. Ningshu rubbed his forehead. I want to go up and rest. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. You go up and rest. When Xianxia saw that Ningshu didn't make a fuss, he heaved a sigh of relief. If she really saw something, her heart wouldn't be able to take it and she would definitely make a fuss. She wouldn't be as calm as she was now. Xianxia didn't know what was wrong with him now. During the day, he was entangled with Yishi and was almost discovered by An Jing. He was simply bewitched in broad daylight. After Ningxu went upstairs, Xianxia looked at Yishi. Yishi raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. You're really capable. I don't know what you're talking about. Yishi asked in confusion and innocence. TSK. Xianxia grabbed Yishi's arm. You seduced me in broad daylight and almost got discovered by Jingjing. Your ability to seduce men is not weak. Yishi looked stubborn and mocked. Did I let you grab my hand? You grabbed my hand. Let go. You, woman, will you die if you don't talk back to me? Xianxia said angrily with a cold expression. I'm warning you. Don't tell Jingjing about this. If anything happens to Jingjing, I won't let you go. Yishi looked gloomy and her lips trembled. I'm also warning you. If you continue to be so rude to me, I'll tell An Jing and your wife about this. You. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Try it if you dare. Ningxu stood at the top of the stairs and looked down. Even though the two of them were quarreling, their bodies were still very close. Xianxia was almost hugging Yishi. Come on, let's hurt each other. How is this hurting each other? They are clearly flirting. Ningxu turned back to the bedroom, locked the door, and fell asleep on the bed. After sleeping for a long time, Ningxu was shaken awake. She felt that her body was about to fall apart. She heard Xianxia's roar in her ears. Jingjing, wake up, wake up. He was roaring and shaking her body. Ningxu felt that she was about to have a heart attack. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xianxia's distorted face. Jingjing, how are you? Xianxia looked at Ningxu anxiously. Ningxu's heart was irritable. What's wrong? Why did you lock the door? You scared me to death. Jingjing, don't scare me like this in the future. As Xianxia spoke, he held Ningxu's shoulder and shook her body. Promise me, don't scare me like this in the future. Ningxu, F***ck, stop shaking me. You actually want me to die. It's okay. I didn't notice and locked the door. Ningxu pulled away Xianxia's hand from her shoulder. She didn't wear much summer clothes, so Xianxia's grip on her shoulder hurt. Ningxu seriously suspected that Xianxia wanted to kill his wife. Although he seemed to care about her, he didn't hold back and almost dislocated her arm. I'm sorry to have hurt you. I was just too anxious. Xianxia looked at Ningxu. You locked yourself in the room. I thought something happened. Jingjing, you can't do this in the future. Ningxu nodded and didn't say anything. Xianxia looked at Ningxu and asked pointedly, Jingjing, is there something you're unhappy about? If there's anything, just say it. Don't keep it in your heart. It's not good for your health. Ningxu could hear the probing in Xianxia's tone. He was testing whether she knew about his relationship with Yishi. Ningxu showed a gentle smile on her face. Her eyebrows relaxed and she didn't look depressed at all. There's nothing wrong. Brother Xiaoxia, what are you talking about? Xiaoxia's eyes scanned Ningxu's face. Finally, he smiled gently. Jingjing, I'm worried about you. I've been busy with the company's affairs during this time. I'm afraid you'll be angry. If you're angry, you can hit me. Don't keep it in your heart. Xiaoxia said as he grabbed Ningxu's hand and put it on his face. Ningxu instantly felt the soft and smooth skin on his face. A man's skin was so good. Ningxu smiled and pinched Xiaoxia's face hard. Xiaoxia grunted in pain. I'm sorry. It hurts. Ningxu quickly withdrew her hand. I didn't hold back. Xiaoxia touched Ningxu's face and comforted her. It's okay. It doesn't hurt. How could it not hurt with a red mark? He could even endure this. Good job. Xiaoxia touched his face. His face was burning, but he looked at Ningxu helplessly and lovingly. Okay, it's time to go down and eat. Ningxu lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed when Xiaoxia squatted down and put on a pair of shoes for Ningxu's feet. He looked gentle and considerate. Why was Xiaoxia so divided? He was one in front of her and another in front of Yishi. Was it interesting? Ningshu and Xianxia went downstairs for dinner. Xianxia's parents were all there. Including Yishi, there were 5 people at the dinner table. No one spoke at the dinner table, only the sound of chewing could be heard. Ningshu glanced at Yishi, who was eating the nutritionist's nutritious food with her head down. Xianxia picked up food for Ningshu while looking at Yishi. As soon as Yishi met Xianxia's eyes, she immediately lowered her head and her chin almost hit her chest. Ningshu ignored the 2 people's flirtatious glances and continued eating. The Jing family was a rich family, so the food they ate tasted really good. I have something to say. Xianxia's mother put down her chopsticks and said. Xianxia asked, Mom, what's the matter? Xianxia's mother looked at Yishi, then turned to Xianxia's father and said, I want Yishi to work in the company. Yishi looked at Xianxia's mother in surprise. Work in the company? Yishi looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia also looked at Yishi. Their eyes met. Ningshu raised his eyebrows and asked, Why do you want Miss Xi to work in the company? Isn't Miss Ye's job a mother who is preparing to give birth? Xianxia's mother said, I think Yishi has been staying at home all day and doesn't have much energy. It's better for her to work. Work is also a form of exercise. It's better than staying at home. I don't agree. Xianxia put down his chopsticks heavily and looked unhappy. I don't want to see her. I don't want to see her at home or at the company. Yishi lowered her head and used her chopsticks to stir the food in her bowl. She looked very aggrieved and pitiful. Xianxia glared at her. Seeing her like this, Xianxia's face looked even worse. She didn't know if she was angry at herself or at Yishi. The corners of Ningshu's mouth twitched. She was obviously very happy in her heart, but she still disagreed verbally. Bitches were really pretentious. Anyway, I just don't agree with this woman going to the company. Xianxia reiterated. She doesn't look like someone who works at all. This won't do. Yishi must go to the company. Xianxia's mother immediately said. Seeing that everyone at the table was staring at her, she coughed and said, I mean, Yishi shouldn't stay at home all day. It's good for her to go out for a walk. Besides, tens of millions of yuan can't be given to Yishi for free. It's good to let Yishi work. Everything is to let Yishi give birth to a healthy child. I can see that Yishi is very reserved in this house. Let her go to the company to help out, Xianxia's mother said. Ningshu sneered in his heart and faintly said, the radiation in the office is huge. Printers and computers are actually not good for Miss Ye's body. Why must you arrange for Miss Yi to go to the company? Miss Yi is not comfortable at home. We can get another house for Miss Yi to live in and let her recuperate, Ningshu said very considerately. Yishi put down the fork in her hand and said, I'm willing to go to the company. I'm willing to work with my own strength to pay back the money. Ningshu stared at Xianxia's mother. Then, what kind of work do you want to arrange for Miss Xi? Secretary, Xianxia's mother said. She must be Xianxia's secretary. Ningshu looked at Xianxia's mother indifferently. She was really a pimp. She tried every means to let Xianxia and Yishi be alone and tried every means to get them pregnant. Ningshu had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Xianxia's mother and thought, I hope you can also meet an affectionate and innocent mistress like Yishi. I hope your husband can find such a simple and beautiful mistress. Xianxia's mother saw Ningshu staring at her and asked, Jingjing, don't you agree? Why would I? Ningshu had a smile on his face. I agree with everything mother-in-law said. Xianxia's mother nodded with satisfaction and said to Xianxia, when you go to work tomorrow, take Yishi with you. It's on the way anyway. The 2 of them don't have to go together, Xianxia's father said. Xianxia's father said. Xianxia's father glanced at Ningshu. Xiaoza is already married. If he goes to the company with another woman, it won't be good for the company's image. Xianxia's mother looked a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to refute Xianxia's father. After dinner, Xianxia took Ningshu out for a walk. Ningshu saw that Xianxia's eyebrows were full of joy. He was obviously very happy to work with Yishi. Even if he was taking a walk with her now, his mind was elsewhere. Ningshu resisted the urge to kick Xianxia to death. He smiled quite gently and said, "Let's go back. I'm a little tired." "Okay." Xianxia immediately said and turned to go into the house. Ningshu saw that Xianxia hurriedly went into the house because Yishi was in the house. Xianxia didn't even want to do the most basic perfunctory thing now. Of course, this kind of Xiaoza made Jing want to target Yishi all the time. She made trouble for Yishi everywhere. She treated Yishi like a servant and made her serve tea. She splashed hot water on Yishi's face and cold water on Yishi's body. Yishi was very strong and stubborn and endured it. However, Jing's actions made Xiaoza hate her. Instead, Xiaoza protected Yishi. He pointed at Jing and said, "Jing, you've changed. How did you become so vicious?" However, Xiaoza had also changed. He was no longer the Urga that Jing knew. He had a change of heart and even cast aside his responsibility as a husband. There was no right or wrong in love. There was only love and no love. "I love your sister." Ningshu felt that every time he transmigrated, it was a challenge to his worldview. Would they die if they didn't have love? Then they could all go and die. Xiaoza probably had a lot of time to spend with Yishi tomorrow, so he didn't sneak into Yishi's room at night. However, he was in high spirits. He saw Ningshu staring at him with a smile on his face. This smile was different from the usual gentle smile on his face. This smile could really feel how happy Xiaoza's mood was. "Jing, why are you looking at me like this?" Xiaoza walked in front of Ningshu and gently kissed Ningshu's forehead. He then stretched out his white jade-like fingers to unbutton Ningshu's pajamas. "Ningshu, I'm not feeling well. My chest feels stuffy." Ningshu touched his chest. Xiaoza breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's go to bed early." Ningshu saw Xiaoza's expression as if he had escaped a disaster and didn't know what to say. Xiaoza wanted to use the method of husband and wife communication to cover up his abnormality, but after being rejected by Ningshu, he breathed a sigh of relief. After having a taste of Yishi, Xiaoza didn't think that he could still tolerate such a gentle way of communication. He always had to pay attention to whether the person below him was fine or not, and he always had to think whether it was too heavy. There was no joy to speak of. There was no passion at all. He didn't think so before, but now that he had experienced another kind of exercise, he couldn't communicate with a woman who was weak and had a heart condition. Xiaoza felt that it was a kind of torture. Xiaoza slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said to Ningshu, "Go to sleep. Staying up late is not good for your health." Then he hugged Ningshu, but what he touched was not warm and fragrant jade. His body was very thin and weak, and he felt that it was all bones. Xiaoza let go of Ningshu without a trace and said gently, "Go to sleep." Ningshu twitched the corner of his mouth. This man was the best example that Ningshu had ever seen of a man's lower body. He looked elegant and noble, but he was greedy for sex. He was a lower body animal. Every day, he let Yishi get up with a sore waist. He was so strong, just like a perpetual pile driver. Sooner or later, he would have a kidney deficiency. Ningshu turned his back to Xiaoza and closed his eyes to sleep. The way Ningshu and Xiaoza got along now was the way the original owner got along with her husband. There were no feelings between the two, only indifference and resentment. From the first time Xiaoza had sex with Yishi, Xiaoza and Jing were destined to have this ending. Xiaoza took Yishi's first time and gave birth to a child for the Jing family. He knew who to choose even with his eyes closed. So, what was the meaning of Jing's existence? Was it to show how strong Yishi was? In the face of Jing's difficulties, she silently endured it. She was so strong that it made people's heart ache. Ningshu and Xiaoza slept with their backs facing each other. In the master bedroom, Xiaoza's parents were lying on the bed. "Be careful when you do things. Don't go overboard in front of Jing. Don't treat others as fools." Xiaoza's father frowned and said, Jing is still the daughter-in-law of the Jing family." Xiaoza's mother sneered. "She's a disabled person who can't give birth to a child. What can she say? I'm just watching Xiaoza and Yishi sneaking around at night. Besides, it's not good for Yishi to rest well at night. Staying up late is not good for her health." What I want is a healthy grandchild. Yishi is tall, beautiful, and smart. Her child will definitely be smart and healthy, Xianxia's mother said nonchalantly. Xianxia's father reminded him again, don't go overboard in front of Jing. The company has business dealings with the Ni family. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. I know. I was afraid that she would find out, so I specially arranged for Yishi to work in the company. Don't worry, I've arranged everything properly. Xianxia's mother said. I'm doing this for a grandson. Otherwise, the Jing family will have no successor. Don't you want a grandson? Xianxia's mother asked. Xianxia's father said, I definitely want a grandson, but there must be a limit to what you do. Otherwise, you'll lose everything. Okay. The next day, Yishi was going to work at the company. Yishi changed into an office lady suit. Yishi had a good figure and was curvy in the right places. She wore a knee-length skirt with a beautiful wrap. Her legs were slender and straight. Yishi was wrapped up tightly, but she was sexier and more charming than bare-chested. When Xianxia saw Yishi again, his eyes lit up and his gaze was hot. When Yishi met Xianxia's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head and sat on the chair. Yishi, after breakfast, I'll send you to work, Xianxia's mother said. Thank you, madam. Yishi said gratefully. Xianxia looked at Yishi and snorted. You'd better hurry up. The company doesn't accept people who are late and leave early. I know. Yishi bit her lips and whispered in the face of Xianxia's bad attitude. Ningxu ate breakfast. She could even eat in the face of such a disgusting family. Ningxu felt that her realm had become higher. Although she was angry, she still had to keep a smile on her face. The mind-clearing spell and the calmness halo made her smile as she watched the farce. You want a grandson? Ha ha ha. Now, Xianxia's mother treated Yishi as a hen that could lay golden eggs and give birth to a golden grandson for the Jing family. What if Yishi couldn't give birth to a child? After breakfast, Xianxia glanced at Ningxu and then touched his lips on Ningxu's forehead. He took his handbag and left. Before he left, he said sarcastically to Yishi, you'd better hurry up. The company doesn't raise lazy employees. If you dare to be late, you can get out of the company. Yishi's expression was gloomy. Why did this man hate her so much? He was so gentle to Jing but treated her like a devil. Like a demon, he possessed her body and slashed her heart again and again. Yishi felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. This threesome made her feel very painful, very painful. She was like a mouse stealing other people's things, but Xianxia refused to let her go. She was really tired. Let's go. Don't pay attention to that brat, Xianxia's mother said to Yishi. She treated Yishi as her daughter-in-law. Whoever gave birth would be her daughter-in-law. Ningxu pursed his lips and watched the two of them leave the living room. Jing, the family is a bit chaotic now. It will be peaceful after the child is born. Xianxia's father said to Ningxu, it's not easy to have a child. You have to bear with it. Okay. Ningxu said with a smile. The family was a bit chaotic now, but it would be more chaotic in the future. It was not easy to have a child, but it would be more difficult in the future. When Xianxia's father saw the smile on Ningxu's face, he couldn't help but frown. A layer of dark clouds flashed in his heart. He promised Ningxu, you will always be the daughter-in-law of the Jing family. The Jing family still has business dealings with the Ni family. We are a family that doesn't differentiate between you and me. Okay. Ningxu still said with a smile. Xianxia's father nodded and asked the driver to drive him to the company. After they left, Ningxu was the only one left in the house. She stood alone in the living room. What family? Jing was an outsider in the Jing family. Jing was the only fool. Ningxu went upstairs and sorted out some evidence. These things could be exchanged for money. Ningxu used to be a lawyer. Xianxia was completely the wrong party. Also, Xianxia's mother said to Yishi that her son had an affair with a surrogate mother. The compensation Ningxu asked for would make the Jing family feel the pinch. He could ask for an exorbitant price. However, now was not the time to withdraw. He had to step on the Jing family's back when they were at their most difficult time and let the Jing family be covered in stinky mud. None of them treated Ni Jing as a human being and thought that it would be fine if they said a few good words about her. Although they said that Ni Jing was Jing Jia's daughter-in-law, they treated Ni Jing like a fool. Xianxia said that he loved Ni Jing and only loved Ni Jing in his life. His way of loving someone was to be with other women. He tried every means to hide it from Ni Jing, fearing that Ni Jing's body would not be able to take it if she knew. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced martial arts. He was free and unfettered. To be honest, since Yishi and Xianxia were not in the room downstairs, Ningxu did not have to poison his eyes. He had to use a lot of eye drops to wash his eyes every day. There were already a lot of videos on the computer, so there was no need to collect more. In the evening, Xianxia and Yishi came back from work one after another. When Ningxu approached Xianxia, he smelled the scent of shower gel on his body. The hair on Yishi's neck was a little wet. Obviously, the two of them took a shower in the company. Xianxia and Yishi's clothes were a little wrinkled. Ningxu could imagine what the two of them did in the office, but he did not say anything. Yishi went into his room as soon as he came back. When he came out, he had already changed his clothes. Xianxia gently asked Ningxu, "What did you do at home today?" "Nothing much, just arranging flowers and acupuncture." "What about you? Are you busy at the company?" Ningxu asked Xianxia. Xianxia smiled, "It's okay." "Oh, then I'll send you lunch tomorrow." The lunch at the company is definitely not as good as at home. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. "Please don't." Xianxia quickly refused, then his expression softened. He took Ningxu's hand and said gently, "The weather is so hot. Don't come to the company. If something happens on the way, I'll be worried." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, "You really don't want me to send you lunch?" "It's okay to send it once in a while, not every day. Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It's hard to say." When Xianxia heard Ningxu's words, his face couldn't help but darken. What if they were caught by surprise? Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't send me off. It's so hot outside now. You might get a heat stroke if you stand outside in 30 degrees Celsius weather. I care about your health the most. As long as you're fine, I'll be fine even if I starve for 2 days. But if something happens to you, it'll torment me the most." Ningxu, F*ck, what should I do if I want to throw up? Hearing Xianxia's words, Ningxu's face twitched. He was afraid that Xianxia would say something disgusting again, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I won't deliver the food." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Because he was satisfied during the day, Xianxia would not find various excuses to go to Ningxu's room at night. He would lie on the same bed with Ningxu every night. But the two of them were speechless. Xianxia could only say gently, "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Then, the next morning, Xianxia cleaned himself up. As usual, he would gently put on Ningxu's shoes and comb Ningxu's hair. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and really wanted to give him a tight slap across the face. Ningxu didn't slap him. Instead, he pinched Xianxia's face, and a red mark immediately appeared on Xianxia's face. "Your skin is so tender. It makes me want to pinch it," Ningxu said with a smile. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. "Just pinch it. Why did you hit me so hard? Are you trying to murder your own husband?" "Yes, murder your own husband." Xianxia looked in the mirror and saw the red mark on his face. He said angrily, "How am I supposed to face people with this?" Ningxu curled the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. The two of them went downstairs. Yishi saw the ambiguous red mark on Xianxia's face. Her expression was a little dull and gloomy, as if she had suffered a blow. Xianxia saw Yishi's sad look and couldn't help but frown. He touched the red mark on his face and wanted to explain something to Yishi, but there were so many people watching. He had to wait until they reached the company. Yishi lowered her head and ate breakfast. Xianxia looked at Yishi from time to time, but Yishi didn't even look at Xianxia. She was obviously angry. Ningxu saw Yishi like this. Did she think that something had happened between her and Xianxia? TSK. Why did he feel that Yishi regarded Xianxia as her man, It was reasonable and legal for a husband and wife to be together, but Yishi seemed to have been betrayed. Ningxu smiled and ate breakfast. I'm happy to see you guys unhappy. Yishi saw the smile on Ningxu's face and her expression became even more bitter. Even her eyes were tearing up. Ningxu smiled even more happily. Xianxia found an excuse to talk to Yishi. Secretary Yi, there's a document that I can't find. Come with me to the company later. Xianxia emphasized, it's a very important document. Yishi pursed her lips and didn't speak. She was obviously angry. Xianxia's mother smiled and said, Yishi, go with Xiaoza and help him find the document. Yes, madam. Xianxia's mother spoke, so Yishi could only nod. Ningxu still maintained his smile. There would probably be a good show later. I can explain, I don't want to listen to my F***king explanation, then you explain, I'm listening, it's not what you think, I don't want to listen. Since Xianxia didn't want to listen, he would do it. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with one shot. If one shot wasn't enough, he would do it twice. Ningxu's mind was filled with thoughts. He smacked his lips. Could Xianxia take it? After breakfast, Xianxia said to Yishi, come with me to find the document. Yishi could only follow Xianxia. Yishi and Xianxia left. Xianxia's father also went to the company. Xianxia's mother went shopping with her wife for a beauty salon. Ningxu was the only one left at home. Ningxu took the pills and also went out with his bag. Ningxu went to the law firm to find a lawyer. Ningxu originally wanted to do it himself, but after thinking about it, he still found a lawyer. Ningxu didn't intend to divorce Xianxia. He directly took Xianxia to court. Not only did he want to sue Xianxia, but he also wanted to sue Xianxia's mother. Anyway, the Jing family didn't want to have a good life and a good reputation. If he did something dirty, he shouldn't be afraid of being exposed. After negotiating with the lawyer, Ningxu had the video evidence in his hands, so this lawsuit was easy to win. After coming out of the law firm, Ningxu went back to the Ni family again. Ningxu didn't tell Mr. and Mrs. Ni that he was going to divorce Xianxia. Ningxu didn't tell them until just before going to court. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist arguing with the Jing family. Moreover, the Jing family would have a good show soon. At that time, the Jing family would definitely be dumbfounded. He didn't know how her parents-in-law would deal with it. After having lunch at the Ni family's house, Mr. Ni gave Ningxu some money before leaving. He told Ningxu to save money and spend it generously. Ningxu accepted the money from Father Ni. She had a lot of money, but every time she came back, Father Ni would give it to her for fear that she didn't have enough money. Ni Jing couldn't have children and married the only son of the Jing family. Without children, his daughter would be short of breath. Father Ni was afraid that Ni Jing wouldn't be able to hold her head high in the Jing family, so he could use the Ni family's money to straighten his chest. A married daughter was like spilled water, but the Ni family loved Ni Jing very much and always thought of her. Ningxu said to her father, "Thank you. You're my daughter. You don't have to thank me." Father Ni's face became serious. "Seeing you like this, your mother and I are sad that we didn't give you a healthy body." Ningxu smiled. "It's okay. This was something that couldn't be helped. No one wanted to get sick. Ni Jing's body was not healthy, but she was born in a rich family. She didn't need to run around for a living and lived a comfortable life. However, Ni Jing married Xianxia, and Xianxia met Yishi. What a tragic life. If you feel wronged in the Jing family, come back. Dad will take care of you." Ningxu said, "We don't have to be humble to them." Okay. Maybe she would really come back soon. After leaving the Ni family's house, Ningxu thought about it and decided to go to the Jing family's company to take a look. Maybe he could see some erotic scenes. Maybe he could see them pulling up their pants in a hurry. When he arrived at the company, Ningxu went all the way to the president's office. When he opened the door, he saw Xianxia and Yishi feeding each other. Their heads were almost leaning against each other. The atmosphere was very sweet, so sweet that it made people shiver. Ningxu instantly felt cold dog food on his face. "Who asked?" When Ningxu opened the door, Xianxia immediately stood up and shouted at Ningxu angrily. However, when he saw that it was Ningxu, the anger on his face suddenly disappeared. Ningxu asked stiffly, "Why are you here?" Yishi turned her head and saw Ningxu. Her face suddenly turned pale and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. She immediately bent down to pick them up in a panic. She looked like she was about to cry. Xianxia frowned tightly and then put on a gentle look. He walked quickly to Ningxu and wiped the sweat on Ningxu's forehead with a handkerchief. He asked, "Why didn't you call me when you came?" "I'll go downstairs to pick you up." Ningxu smiled and said, "I'm just here to have a look." "Are you guys having lunch?" I asked Secretary Yi to send lunch over. "Do you want to eat some?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with tenderness. "Forget it, let's go to the restaurant for dinner. You won't be used to the company's food," Xianxia said as he dragged Ningxu out of the office. "It's not easy for you to come here. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Xianxia gave Yishi a look, but Yishi looked panicked and didn't understand what Xianxia wanted to say. Xianxia looked at Ningxu's frightened look and couldn't help but frown. He could only talk to Ningxu to divert his attention. Ningxu said that he was not a child and would be distracted by a few words, but Ningxu didn't intend to pay attention to him at all. He wouldn't say a few words like this. Even if he questioned Xianxia would find various reasons to evade him. He could only listen to Xianxia's lies and feel disgusted. "Have you taken a shower?" Ningxu asked Xianxia. The smell of shower gel was very strong. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower. It was probably because they couldn't restrain their sweetness and started to feed each other after taking a shower. Their lives were so depraved. Xianxia said without changing his expression, "The weather is too hot and my body is sticky with sweat. It's more refreshing to take a shower." See, everything he says is a lie. Now, Xianxia doesn't speak a word of truth. Ningxu stopped and said, "I have already eaten at home. I just dropped by to take a look. You can go back to work." Ningxu smiled very gently. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Do you want me to send you back?" "No, you can go back to eat." Ningxu turned and left. Xianxia quickly turned and walked into the elevator. Ningxu looked back and saw that Xianxia had disappeared. This butt-face ran so fast. He was in such a hurry to go back to find Yishi. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. "Well, why should I go up to see what you are doing?" Ningxu walked into the elevator and went to the president's office. He secretly opened the door and saw Xianxia and Yishi pulling and pulling. Yishi said in tears that they couldn't do this anymore. It was wrong. Yishi felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to leave, but what about her family? Without the funds from Mrs. Jing, her father's company would go bankrupt. However, she fell in love with someone else's husband. Yishi's heart was tormented. Xianxia said evilly, "Don't forget your responsibility, which is to get pregnant and give birth to the child." Xianxia pushed Yishi against the desk and kissed her. Yishi began to struggle and finally wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck. Ningxu looked at this scene and felt as if she had been slapped in the face by the public display of affection. Ha, 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 ha. Ningxu gently closed the door and kicked it. He turned and walked into the elevator. "You adulterers are scared to death." In the evening, Xianxia and Ningxu went home one after another. Both of them didn't look very good. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, he wanted to say something but hesitated. It was obvious that he wanted to ask something but couldn't say it. Ningxu leisurely said, "Hold it in. I won't tell you that I didn't see anything that I shouldn't have." As soon as Yishi came back, Xianxia's mother pulled Yishi into the room. The first thing she said was, "Yishi, do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Yishi shook her head and looked at Xianxia's mother blankly. She said, "Mrs. Jing, I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm asking if you're pregnant. Is your menstruation still normal?" Xianxia's mother frowned. "It's been 3 months since you came to the Jing family. Why aren't you pregnant?" Yishi looked very uneasy and whispered, "It's normal, Mrs. Jing. I've tried very hard, but this kind of thing is out of my control." Yishi had tried very hard to get pregnant, but she still couldn't get pregnant. Yishi felt a lot of pressure, especially when she saw Xianxia's mother's unhappy and gloomy expression. She was afraid that Xianxia's mother would withdraw the funds, so she said, "Mrs. Jing, do you want artificial insemination? I don't know when I can get pregnant." Yishi used to reject this job, but now she wanted to get pregnant as soon as possible. No. Xianxia's mother refuted directly. She had done so much, so it was impossible for her to still need artificial insemination in the end. She wanted a grandson who could be born naturally. Yishi touched her belly. She also wanted to get pregnant. If she was pregnant, she could get rid of the current situation. After giving birth, she might be able to get rid of this secret love. She and Xianxia had no future. He loved his wife, and her dignity did not allow her to stay by his side regardless of her sense of shame. As long as she gave birth, she would leave. Get pregnant quickly. You can't delay it for too long, Xianxia's mother said to Yishi. Xianxia's mother said to Yishi. Xianxia's mother rubbed her forehead. I can't delay it for too long. Ni Jing will find out. This child must be Ni Jing's. This child has a capable uncle and a rich family. You also want your child to have a good future, right? Xianxia's mother patted Yishi's shoulder. The Ni family is on the same level as the Jing family. Yishi pursed her lips. She suddenly had a trace of undetectable jealousy towards Ni Jing. Her younger brother was a person with no talent. Her father's company had a problem, and he had to rely on her to be a surrogate to solve the company's crisis. Although Ni Jing's health was not good, she grew up like a princess who was protected. Yishi took a deep breath. Madam, I will get pregnant as soon as possible. Xianxia's mother nodded with satisfaction. Ningxu saw Xianxia's mother coming out of Yishi's room. He raised his eyebrows and asked, what did mother-in-law say to Miss Xi? She even closed the door and whispered to her. Xianxia's mother said, she went to tell Yishi to go to the hospital for a physical examination tomorrow. Oh, I see. Ningxu just smiled. I think Miss Xi's body is very healthy. Her lips are red, her teeth are white, and her complexion is rosy. She doesn't need to take care of her health at all. This depends on what the doctor says, Xianxia's mother said. The next day, Xianxia's mother took Yishi to the hospital for a checkup. It was not to check whether she was healthy or not, but to check if she was pregnant. When the urine test failed, they took a blood test. However, the result was that she was not pregnant. Xianxia's mother's face darkened, and Yishi also lowered her head in frustration. All the tests are normal. Why can't she get pregnant? Xianxia's mother frowned and looked at Yishi. I can only give you another month at most. That's all I know. Yishi quickly nodded. Xianxia's mother was infuriated. Seeing that Yishi was also angry, she turned around and left. Yishi followed Xianxia's mother out of the hospital. Yishi felt very uncomfortable and pressured. Why wasn't she pregnant? Ningxu was enjoying the cool air conditioner at home. He was sitting on the sofa and eating fruits when he saw that Xianxia's mother and Yishi had returned. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Ningxu asked, how's the physical examination? Can Miss Xi undergo the embryo implantation surgery now? Xianxia's mother was originally unhappy, but when she heard Ningxu's words, she urged him to hurry up. We still have to wait for a month. The doctor said we'll talk about it after a month, Xianxia's mother said impatiently. Let's see how long you can drag this out. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Another month? Is there a problem? There's no problem. The doctor said that Yishi's body is a little weak, so she needs to recuperate for a while. Xianxia's mother had to answer Ningxu's words, and her expression became even uglier. Ningxu said, oh, then recuperate well. Don't go to work. It's really tiring to go out early and come back late. Let her go to work. It's good for her health to run more, Xianxia's mother quickly said. You're really working hard to make Yishi pregnant. Ningxu smiled and said, whatever you say, mother-in-law. While Ningxu and Xianxia's mother were talking, Yishi lowered her head and did not say a word. Yishi still went to work with Xianxia every day and came back together after work. Perhaps Ningxu did not say anything, but Xianxia was a little bold. Both of them went to work together in the morning and evening. Xianxia also tentatively asked Ningxu, "Jingjing, you won't be angry if I go to work with Yishi, right? It's all my mother's fault. She said it's not safe for a girl to go to work alone." Ningxu was drinking juice and smacked his lips. "What's wrong with that? It's just going to work." A gentle smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and he even reached out to scratch Ningxu's nose. Ningxu almost choked on the juice. He was really disgusted. "My Jingjing is really a kind person," Xianxia said with a smile. "F***ck, I really want to vomit on your face. Tolerating you guys like idiots who don't know anything is kind." Even if Xianxia had a handsome face and elegant manners, Ningxu still felt that Xianxia's face was hideous and ugly. How disgusting must a man be to do such a thing? Ningxu looked at Xianxia and smiled without saying a word, even if his heart was raging. A month later, Xianxia's mother took Yishi to the hospital for a checkup. However, she was still not pregnant. When they went for a checkup, Yishi was actually still on her period. Yishi did not dare to tell Xianxia's mother. After a series of examinations, Xianxia's mother learned that she was not pregnant. Her face was dark. Yishi was very frightened and she begged Xianxia's mother for mercy. "Madam, I really tried my best. I also want to get pregnant, but I just can't. So annoying." Xianxia's mother rubbed her forehead. Did she really have to do an artificial pregnancy? Yishi's various examinations were normal, so Xianxia's mother had to take Xianxia to the hospital for a checkup. When Xianxia heard that he had to undergo a checkup, his face turned dark. Any man would feel unhappy when his ability was questioned. Xianxia felt that there was nothing wrong with him. In particular, one of the tests made Xianxia feel terrible. It penetrated his balls and it was so painful that he wanted to die. After a whole set of examinations, Xianxia's face turned dark. However, the results of the examination made Xianxia's dark face turn pale. Xianxia was suffering from azoospermia and the number of sperm was very low. In other words, Xianxia was suffering from infertility. Xianxia's mother flipped through the diagnosis report again and again. Her hands were trembling and her face was pale. "Doctor, is there a mistake? My son can't be infertile. This is impossible. It's impossible." Xianxia's mother was shocked. What should she do? "I've confirmed it several times. Mr. Jing is indeed in such a situation." The doctor spread out his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, madam, you can do another test." Xianxia was in a trance from the beginning to the end. It was as if his soul had left his body. "Xiaoxia, go and check again." Xianxia's mother pulled Xianxia, who was sitting on the chair. "Maybe there's a mistake. Go and check again." Xianxia's expression was dull. He stood up and staggered twice. His head was heavy and his feet were light as he walked into the laboratory. Xianxia endured another round of painful harvesting. When he came out, his face was as white as a sheet and his body was shaking violently. Yishi hurriedly supported Xianxia and helped him sit down. Xianxia was trembling all over and almost slipped to the ground when he sat on the chair. "Xianxia?" Yishi couldn't help but call out softly when she saw Xianxia like this. Xianxia ignored Yishi and held his head with his hands. His body was about to curl up. Xianxia's mother was waiting at the door of the laboratory. She clenched her fists tightly and kept praying in her heart that it was a mistake. Her son couldn't be infertile. It was impossible. Xianxia's mother's lips were trembling and her face was trembling. She couldn't control her expression and her face looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. After a long wait, every second was a painful torture for the people guarding the door. Xianxia held his head and put his hands into his hair. He grabbed his hair tightly and tears slowly flowed out of his eyes. His tears fell to the ground and he fainted. Yishi, who was sitting next to Xianxia, saw him crying and was a little shocked. She never thought that this evil and omnipotent man would actually cry. Yishi didn't understand how big of a blow it was for a man to lose his fertility. A man's dignity would be greatly reduced and he would lose his self-confidence. Now, Xianxia felt as if his spine had been pulled out and he was in a trance. This incident almost broke Xianxia. Yishi couldn't help but hug Xianxia, wanting to give him some warmth. She could understand the pain of infertility. In the past few months, she had been under a lot of pressure. She was crazy about getting pregnant. However, Yishi breathed a sigh of relief. At least now it was not her responsibility. Even if she was not pregnant, the responsibility was not hers. Yishi was very afraid of Xianxia's mother. Xianxia's mother would only make her pregnant. As long as she checked that she was not pregnant, Xianxia's mother would be cold. She could only beg and beg. She needed the money from Xianxia's mother to save her father's company. No matter how much suffering and blame she had to endure, she would endure. However, she immediately thought that if Xianxia was really infertile and she couldn't get pregnant, would Xianxia's mother take back the money? Yishi was also praying that Xianxia's body would be fine. It would definitely be fine. With a creak, the door of the laboratory finally opened. The three people guarding outside held their breaths at the same time and looked at the doctor. The doctor held the test report in his hand. Facing the gazes of the three people, he shook his head and said, "The same result. Impossible." Xianxia's mother snatched the test report from the doctor's hands. Her hands trembled violently as she tore the report apart. Xianxia's face was as white as snow. In the end, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Yishi was worried about money and her relationship with Xianxia. She had suffered so much with Xianxia, so what did the previous hardship count for? When she saw Xianxia fainting on the ground, she quickly said to Xianxia's mother, "Madam, Xianxia fainted." Xianxia's mother was tugging at the doctor's white coat and saying that the doctor had misdiagnosed. When she heard Yishi's words, she turned her head and saw her son lying on the ground. She cried out and threw herself on Xianxia's body, crying for her son. A nurse pushed the hospital bed over and pushed Xianxia into the ward. Xianxia's mother also rolled her eyes and fell to the ground with a plop. Yishi had just put Xianxia on the hospital bed when Xianxia's mother fainted again, making Yishi flustered. Yishi gritted her teeth and endured it. Ningxu was watering the flowers at home when he received a call from Ningxu. She said that Xianxia and Xianxia's mother were both hospitalized and asked Ningxu to hurry to the hospital. When Ningxu heard this, he put down the watering can, took off his scarf, went upstairs to change his clothes, took the quick-acting cardio-reliever pill, put it in his pocket, and went to the hospital. When Ningxu arrived at the ward, Xianxia's father was already in the ward. His expression was cold and there was sweat on his forehead. Obviously, he had just arrived at the hospital. Yishi was talking to Xianxia's father. When she saw Ningxu, she shut her mouth and did not say anything. When Xianxia's father saw Ningxu, he sighed and frowned. Ningxu walked to Xianxia's bedside and saw that Xianxia's face was pale and even his lips had lost their color. "What's wrong? Why are both of them hospitalized?" Ningxu asked. Xianxia's father sighed heavily. "Let's talk about it when we go back." Xianxia and his mother just fainted because of anger in their hearts. They were not sick and both of them woke up one after another. Xianxia's mother woke up and hugged Xianxia's father. She cried and sobbed as she asked, "What should we do? What sin have we committed?" Xianxia's mother wailed loudly, causing the nurses and doctors to look at her. Xianxia's father's face darkened and he scolded her in a low voice, "Shut up. We'll talk about it when we go back." The two of them were soon discharged from the hospital. Xianxia's father gave the hospital some money and destroyed Xianxia's medical records. The only heir of the Jing family was infertile, which would cause an uproar in the company. Ningxu helped Xianxia, who had been silent, get into the car. Yishi stood outside the car, hesitating whether she should get in or not. This was their family matter. Was it appropriate for her to listen? "You get in too," Xianxia's father said to Yishi. Yishi could only get in the car. The car soon arrived at the villa. When they got home, Xianxia could no longer control his emotions and smashed everything in the living room like a madman. The vase was broken into pieces, the coffee table and chairs were overturned, and the floor was a mess. In the end, Xianxia sat on the ground weakly, panting heavily. Xianxia's father looked at Xianxia. "You've vented enough. Look at yourself. Why are you so desperate?" "My son, Xiaoxia." Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia's mother sobbed. She covered her mouth and looked at Xianxia with tears flowing down her face. Ningshu was expressionless, but Yishi had a distressed look on his face. Xianxia's father asked the servants to clean up the house. Then, he gave the servants a day off and asked them to leave the villa. "Hubby, what should we do?" Xianxia's mother asked Xianxia's father helplessly. She was a woman, so she could only ask the pillar of the family and let him make the decision. Xianxia's father glanced at Ningshu and Yishi and said in a low voice, "Don't talk about this matter." "Got it," Ningshu and Yishi said in unison. Xianxia got up from the ground and walked over to hug Ningshu. He murmured, "Jingjing, Jingjing." Ningshu smiled gently and comforted Xianxia. "It's not a big deal. There are more things waiting for you." Xianxia hugged Ningshu tightly, as if he wanted to draw warmth from Ningshu's body. Ningshu gently patted Xianxia's back and said lightly, "No matter what you are, I don't care. I don't care." Yishi stared blankly at Xianxia hugging Ningshu. His expression was a little gloomy. When he was the saddest, he thought of his wife. He was nothing. "What's no big deal?" Xianxia's mother looked at Ningshu's understatement and vented her anger on Ningshu. "Are you happy that Xiaoxia can't have a child? You can't have a child, Xiaoxia can't have a child. Are you happy?" Ningshu pushed away Xianxia who was hugging her. It was really hot to hug him on such a hot day. Moreover, Xianxia's tears were dripping on her shoulder, sticky. "Mother-in-law, what are you talking about?" Ningshu looked at Xianxia's mother who was biting her like a mad dog. "Look at you. You're happy that Xiaoxia can't have a child." Xianxia's mother pointed at Ningshu, as if she wanted to vent all her anger on Ningshu. "Maybe you're cursing Xiaoxia to be unable to have a child in your heart. A woman's heart is the most vicious, you vicious woman." Ningshu frowned tightly. She was pointed at and scolded by Xianxia's mother, but no one in the room said a word. Xianxia looked absent-minded. In the end, Xianxia's father saw that his wife was venting her anger and coughed, interrupting Xianxia's mother's scolding of Ningshu. There was no point in continuing to scold her, and it would only distract her daughter-in-law and the Jing family. Xianxia couldn't divorce again after such a thing happened to him. It would make the relationship between the Jing family and Ni family rigid. Xianxia's mother could only shut her mouth, but her eyes were still stabbing at Ningshu like a knife. Xianxia's father, Ningshu, said, "Your mother-in-law is not in a good mood right now, so please bear with her. She had to take responsibility for everything." Even though she was not an idiot or a deaf person, Xianxia's father was too torturous. He was just playing the good cop and bad cop. It could be said that Xianxia's father had to take full responsibility for what had happened. Xianxia's mother was the executor, and Xianxia's father had acquiesced to her actions. Ningshu didn't say anything. Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead and looked much older. "Pull yourself together. Look at you." Xianxia's father yelled at Xianxia, who was sitting on the sofa. Xianxia took a deep breath, looking dejected. "Hubby, what should we do now?" Xianxia's mother was at a loss. She really didn't know what to do now. Is this the end of the Jing family line? Xianxia's mother's breath was weak, and the arrogant aura around her slowly disappeared. She had given birth to an infertile son, so she felt a little ashamed. At the same time, she was also afraid of her position in this family. Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead. "How do I know what to do now?" Ningshu said faintly, "Isn't there still Miss Yi? Miss Yi may be our family's savior." Everyone in the room was stunned and looked at Yishi. Yishi was at a loss. She obviously didn't understand what Ningshu meant. Miss Yi is a surrogate mother. Brother Xiaoxia is infertile, but you are. Ningshu had a faint smile on his face. You can let Miss Yi be the surrogate mother for your child with mother-in-law. This way, the Jing family may have another heir, Ningshu said faintly. Xianxia's mother was almost 50 years old. It was one thing for an elderly woman to give birth to a healthy child or not. However, if the embryo was to be transferred, they could choose to combine a healthy egg and let the young Yishi be the surrogate mother. The child would be healthier than Xianxia's mother's child. No. No. Xianxia's mother and Xianxia retorted in unison. Xianxia, who had been out of sorts and hadn't said a word since the incident, finally spoke up. He looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes, making his expression look ferocious and terrifying. Absolutely not. Yes, you can't, you can't. Xianxia's mother's face was pale and terrified. She shook her head and shouted no. See, if the knife wasn't stabbed in one's body, one would never know how painful it was. Xianxia's mother found a surrogate mother for her son. Not only did she find a surrogate mother, but she also made her son sleep with the surrogate mother. She treated Jing as nothing. Now that Ningxu proposed to let Ji be the surrogate mother for her and Xianxia's child, she couldn't stand it anymore. The surrogate mother who slept with her son ended up being the surrogate mother and father's child. This was a drama. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Why not? Miss Yi is the surrogate mother anyway. She just needs to borrow Miss Yi's body to give birth to the child. Anyway, you can't. Xianxia's mother gritted her teeth and looked at Ningxu. Anyway, don't mention this again. Ningxu shut his mouth and sat aside without saying anything. Xianxia panted heavily and looked at Ningxu with red eyes. Jing, how can you let Ji be the surrogate mother for mom and dad's child? Don't you know, brother Xiaosa, why not? Miss Ye's existence is to give birth to an heir for the Jing family. Brother Xiaosa, you don't have. Ningxu paused. How can there be no one to inherit the Jing family's business? This is all for the Jing family. My in-laws will understand. Everything is for this family, Ningxu said. Xianxia's mother's face was pale. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes and said in a choked voice, Hubby, you won't let Yishi be the surrogate mother, right? Hubby, Yishi was her son's woman. Ningxu's face became serious and said, Grandma, why don't you let Miss Yi be the surrogate mother? Do you want to give birth to a child yourself? You can manually screen it and combine it into a healthy child. Mother-in-law, this is all for the Jing family to have an heir, Ningxu said to Xianxia's mother. This is your child too. Shut up. Xianxia's mother, Ningxu, shouted, You vicious woman. What do you mean? Why do you have to let someone be the surrogate mother? Ningxu was stunned. Isn't Miss Yi here to be the surrogate mother? It's just that she's now the surrogate mother for you and father-in-law's child. Besides, Miss Yi is the surrogate mother that Grandma found for you. Okay, stop arguing. Xiaosa's father interrupted Ningxu and Xiaosa's mother's argument in a low and dignified voice. We'll talk about this later. Jing, go and take care of Xiaosa. Xiaosa's father rubbed his forehead. Yishi, who was not far away, was in a daze. She felt that she was a commodity that could be dealt with at will. Moreover, she was a commodity that only had one purpose, surrogacy. She would be the surrogate mother of anyone's child. No one asked for her opinion and everyone ignored her. No one cared about her feelings. From the beginning to the end, Yishi did not say a word. She watched them argue as if she was not involved in the matter. Yishi felt like her heart was being torn apart. She had abandoned her dignity for the sake of tens of millions of yuan. From the moment she set foot on this road, there was no turning back. Yishi looked at Xiaosa. She hoped that Xiaosa could stand up to protect her and say no to her. However, he only had his wife in his heart. Yishi felt humiliated. She and Xiaosa were husband and wife, but she had to be a surrogate mother for Xiaosa's parents' child. Yishi wanted to refuse and say no, but standing in this luxurious living room, she had to go all the way for the sake of money. In the end, Xiaosa's father did not agree to let Yishi be the surrogate mother. Obviously, he knew that Xiaosa was his son's woman. Xiaosa's mother was relieved. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, Miss Yi is the surrogate mother, but you don't need her now. What about the high surrogate fee? Hearing Ningxu mention the surrogate fee, Yishi immediately looked at Xiaosa's mother with pleading eyes. Her father's company could not be taken away. Xiaosa's mother was very unhappy with Yishi now. She said coldly, since there is no surrogate mother, the money must be taken back. Yishi's face suddenly turned pale. She staggered to Xiaosa's mother. She knelt down in front of Xiaosa's mother and tugged at the hem of Xiaosa's mother's skirt. She cried and begged, Madam, I beg you. My father is still waiting for the money. Get up. I will help your father's company. Xianxia's father interrupted Yishi. Obviously, he did not want her to say that she had given her body to Xianxia. Now that the situation was so chaotic, Yishi could not say anything that would make Ni Jing explode. If the Ni family made a fuss, they would be in a terrible fix. Everything was ready, and things were going well. However, he never expected that his son had a problem with his body. Xianxia's father said this to stabilize the situation and Yishi. However, Xianxia's mother was furious. She looked at Xianxia's father blankly and cried, "Why are you helping her? Do you want her to be a surrogate mother? Or have you fallen for this vixen?" Xianxia's mother yelled without a care. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Her nails scratched Xianxia's father's face, leaving a red mark. "Enough, do you know what you're saying?" Xianxia's father's face was burning and his face was trembling. He glanced at his son and growled at Xianxia's mother. "Mom," Xianxia shouted with a gloomy expression. "Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia's mother calmed down instantly. She bit her lip tightly and stopped talking. After such a ruckus, everyone was exhausted. Ningxu sat on the sofa and drank water. He looked relaxed as he scanned the expressions of the people in the room. Xianxia's father was depressed. Xianxia's mother was furious. She looked at Yishi with unkind eyes. Yishi was no longer the woman who gave birth to a golden grandson for her. Xianxia was in a trance. Clearly, he hadn't recovered from the blow. He probably thought he was dreaming. Yishi's silent tears made one's heart ache. She was the only one in the room who was happy. The Jing family was in chaos. The people's hearts were in chaos. The issue of the heir of the Jing family had become more complicated because of Xianxia's infertility. If Yishi and Xianxia didn't have sex, it wouldn't be a big deal if Yishi really wanted to give birth to Xianxia's parents' child. However, the problem was that Yishi was Xianxia's woman. Even if they weren't related by blood, it was taboo. "Go make some food," Xianxia's father said to his wife. Xianxia's father said to his wife. He had let all the servants go earlier, so there was no one to prepare dinner now. Xianxia's mother turned her head. Ningxu said, "Ni Jing, you go make it." Ningxu shook his head and said, "My heart is not good. I can't stand oil and smoke." Xianxia's mother's expression was ugly. She muttered, "I've never seen a mother-in-law serve her daughter-in-law." Ningxu's expression was normal, as if he didn't hear Xianxia's mother's words. "How about I go make it?" Yishi said carefully. Xianxia's mother glanced at Yishi with an unkind expression. She curled her lips and said, "Then you go make it." Yishi lowered her head and went to the kitchen. She fiddled with it for a while and cooked some simple noodles. The taste was not very good. Besides, they didn't have much appetite, so they stopped eating after 2 mouthfuls. Only Ningxu finished the bowl of noodles and even drank the broth. Seeing Ningxu like this, Xianxia's mother put down her chopsticks and said coldly, "Look at your greedy face. Those who don't know will think that the Jing family lacks food for you. Enough, don't make trouble." Before Ningxu could speak, Xianxia's father scolded her. Xianxia's mother was very angry. She picked up the chopsticks and poked the noodles in the bowl, stirring the noodles until it was unbearable. After dinner, Ningxu went back to the bedroom to take a shower and sleep. Ningxu came out of the bathroom and saw Xianxia sitting by the bed. Xianxia forced a smile and said to Ningxu, "Jingjing, you will always be with me, right? Until we grow old." Ningxu said to Xianxia, "Don't think too much. No matter what you are, it makes no difference to me." Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, "Jingjing, I know you love me." Xianxia went to take a shower and lay next to Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Go to sleep." Xianxia closed his eyes obediently. Ningxu fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up again, she found that Xianxia, who was sleeping next to her, was gone. Ningxu rolled her eyes and took out her laptop from the drawer. She opened it and looked at it. Xianxia, who was supposed to be upstairs, ran to Yishi's room. The two were like injured and crazy beasts, entangling each other. "Although I can't have children, I can still *CKU. Xianxia's voice trembled as if he was about to cry. His movements were very fierce. You are mine. You are not allowed to be a surrogate for others. Xianxia said in a rough voice. Yishi cried in a low voice, but she tightly grasped Xiao's strong shoulders. Her nails dug into his flesh, but Xiao did not feel the pain and vented his anger with a ferocious face. The two were like injured beasts, biting each other's wounds but hurting each other's wounds. Ningxu watched the intense video, yawned, and saved it. Ningxu was speechless. Before going to bed, Xianxia said that he would grow old together. This night, Xianxia went to Yishi's bed. Did Xianxia remember what he said? He made a promise to a woman, but in the blink of an eye, he was with another woman. His love was like this. His promise had no power. Ningxu didn't expect Xianxia to have such thoughts. Did he want to vent his pain? Ningxu rubbed his eyes as he looked at the screen. He had just woken up and the light from the computer hurt his eyes. After saving the video, Ningxu turned off the computer. Before he fell asleep, Xianxia came back and quietly went to the balcony. Ningxu smelled cigarettes and alcohol. He turned over and saw a small red dot on the balcony. Obviously, Xianxia was smoking. Xianxia didn't touch cigarettes or alcohol. He was a well-educated and elegant young master. He looked extremely decadent now. He had just come back from Yishi's bed and stayed up all night to smoke and drink. Ningxu ignored him and lay on the bed motionlessly. He closed his eyes and went to sleep. You can do whatever you want. Xianxia slept on the balcony at night. Ningxu got up and went to the balcony. He saw bottles and cigarette butts all over the floor. The whole balcony was dirty and messy. Xianxia's face was very ugly. His hair was a little wet from the dew. Ningxu pushed Xianxia. Wake up. Xianxia opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and looked very scary. Xianxia wanted to speak, but his throat hurt. He coughed hoarsely and finally coughed violently. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. He couldn't take it anymore? This was just the beginning. Xianxia coughed for a while and finally stopped. He rubbed his forehead and felt very uncomfortable. His eyes were red. He looked at Ningxu and looked very pitiful. Go and take a shower. Ningxu had a gentle smile on his face. Xianxia stood up and staggered twice to stabilize himself. He held the wall and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xianxia and his father didn't go to the company after such a thing happened. No one made breakfast. When Xianxia's mother saw Ningxu, she said angrily, "Why are you so lazy? Why didn't you get up until now? Go and make breakfast." I'm not feeling well. Ningxu directly refused. You. Xianxia's mother glared at Ningxu. What's with your attitude? Ningxu's face was expressionless as he drank from his cup. Hey, Jing, I'm talking to you. Xianxia's mother, Ningxu, shouted. I'll do it, Yishi quickly said. When Xianxia's mother saw Yishi, her face turned even uglier. She said coldly, I'm talking to Jing. Why are you interrupting? Do you have the right to speak here? Yishi was stunned speechless by Xianxia's mother's words. She lowered her head and stood aside. When Xianxia's mother saw Yishi behaving like an aggrieved little bee *tch, Xianxia's mother felt suffocated. Why? Who are you trying to impress? Xianxia's mother stared at Yishi. Is this how you seduce people? Yishi looked innocent and at a loss. She shook her head and said, I'm not, madam. I just want to help make breakfast. Yishi felt that she was really innocent. She only said one sentence, and it made Xianxia's mother fly into a rage. Yishi could only bite her lips tightly and remain silent. Xianxia's mother looked at Yishi with disgust. She then turned her head and looked at Ningxu. Xianxia's mother was no longer as friendly to Yishi as before. However, she hated Ningxu even more for suggesting that she be the surrogate mother for her and her husband's child. Jing, go and cook. Xianxia's mother looked at Ningxu and insisted that Ningxu cook. Ningxu said faintly, I don't know how to cook. I never cook. After taking a shower, Xianxia went downstairs. His face was very pale, his eyes were red, and he looked very haggard. What's wrong? Xianxia asked in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he kept rubbing his forehead. When Xianxia's mother saw her son like this, she immediately felt distressed. She quickly asked, Xiaoxia, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Overnight, Xianxia no longer had the elegance and nobility he used to have. He had lost his confidence, as if his backbone had been taken away. A man who was infertile had completely lost his value in life. Now, Xianxia couldn't find his direction. He couldn't find his own value. Are you okay? Yishi couldn't help but ask. She thought of last night when they were entangled. Drops of hot tears dripped on her face and chest. Yishi was full of heartache for Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia's disgust, sarcasm, and hurt to her had all disappeared from Yishi's mind. Now, Yishi's mind was only filled with the image of Xianxia crying silently. Xiaoxia, look at what kind of wife you married. It's fine that she can't have children, but she's also so lazy. She doesn't do anything. I can't even get her to do anything. Xianxia's mother complained to her son. Her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Ningxu. When Xianxia heard the words, can't have children, his face suddenly darkened. His face trembled and the red veins in his eyes became more obvious. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Son, I didn't mean that you can't have children. No, I meant Jing. When Xianxia's mother saw Xianxia's expression, she knew that she had poked his sore spot. She quickly explained, but the more she explained, the uglier Xianxia's face became. I told you not to make trouble. You ignored my words. Xianxia's father came out of the room and sternly shouted at his wife. I just asked Jing to make breakfast. She didn't listen to me. Xianxia's mother looked even more aggrieved. When she saw her husband's horrified expression, she almost cried. Xianxia's father sternly said, you know that she's not in good health. Why don't you just do it? Why are you so lazy? What's wrong with cooking? Xianxia's mother's face turned red and resentful after being scolded by Xianxia's father. She was a noble lady who had never done any household chores. Even if she wanted to drink water, there would be a servant to hand it to her. Now, she actually had to cook. Come with me to cook, Xianxia's mother said to Yishi in a sharp voice. Okay. Yishi followed into the kitchen. Xianxia's father, Ningxu, said, daughter-in-law, now that such a thing has happened in the family, I hope you and Xiaoxia can live well. Xiaoxia can't accept the fact now, but he'll be fine after a while. Ningxu indifferently hummed in agreement. Xianxia's father said again, both of you can't have children. You can adopt the child. The child can also be registered in the Jing family's household register. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked in an inexplicable voice, do you mean that the adopted child also has the right of inheritance? Xianxia's father was silent. Obviously, he would not hand over the Jing family's big business to someone who was not related by blood. Since an adopted son didn't have the right to inherit, what was the point of having an adopted son? Ningxu asked Xianxia's father, why do you want us to adopt a child? This child can't inherit the Jing family. Xianxia's father looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the sofa with his head down, and said, a child can accompany you. Ningxu narrowed her eyes. It seemed that her father-in-law had accepted the fact that Xianxia was infertile. Ningxu grinned and asked, you only have one son, brother Xiaoxia. Are you going to give the Jing family to someone else? Xianxia's father glanced at Ningxu and said unhappily, it's too early to say anything. Xiaoxia is my son. Of course he has the right to inherit the Jing family. Xiaoxia only has a physical problem. He is still my son. The Jing family will be handed to him. Xiaoxia's father said. But brother Xiaoxia and I don't have children. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Xiaoxia's father rubbed his forehead and said, I thought about it all night and decided to surrogate a boy. Xiaoxia turned to look at his father and asked in a hoarse voice, Dad, you want to find a surrogate? Xiaoxia's father nodded. I've decided to have another child. I'll hand the Jing family to you, and then you'll hand it to him. In other words, he was just a middleman. Xiaoxia pursed his lips tightly. His pupils trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He didn't have the ability to reproduce. What was originally a sure thing had now become confusing. The Jing family originally belonged to him. Now he was going to have a younger brother to compete with him for the Jing family. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia's mother, who came out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, and asked her father-in-law, "Have you thought of a surrogate? Since she's going to be a surrogate, she must be healthy." When Xianxia's mother heard Ningxu's words, the hot bowl of noodles fell to the ground. The hot soup splashed on the back of her feet, and it burned painfully. But she couldn't care less about that now. She walked up to Xianxia's father and asked sharply, "Are you looking for a surrogate?" "Calm down." Xianxia's father saw that she was about to explode. "Aren't we discussing this? I can't calm down. Why do I have to look for a surrogate? I will never agree to look for a surrogate unless I die." Xianxia's mother was extremely agitated. She was afraid that her husband would become a surrogate just like her son. She didn't regret finding a surrogate mother for her son, but she wouldn't allow herself to end up like Jing. Jing was silly, but she wasn't. "What are you going to do if you don't become a surrogate? Do you want the Jing family line to end?" Xiao's father scolded. "Get lost if you continue to fool around. Haven't I treated you well all these years?" Xiao's father said coldly, "You're the only woman with only one child. Now that the Jing family line is about to end, if you continue to pester us endlessly, we'll divorce." Xiao's mother opened her mouth and her expression softened. She forced herself to say, "Why do I have to look for a surrogate mother? It's not like I can't give birth. Xiaoxia is the only child you've had for so many years. You didn't have any children when you were young. What can you give birth to at your age?" Xiao's father said bluntly. "Can you be more sensible?" Xiao's mother was so angry that her face turned pale. She shouted hysterically, "Is the surrogate mother pregnant with our child or your child with the surrogate mother? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao's father glanced at Ningxu. "Can't you think before you speak? Of course she's pregnant with our child." Xiaoxia was in a daze. Listening to his parents' words, his world turned upside down. Xiaoxia felt that he had been abandoned by the world. His parents were talking about having another child in front of him. Because they couldn't, they had lost their fertility and everything. There seemed to be a beast in Xiao's heart, constantly roaring and tormenting him. Ningxu coughed and said, "Since you've decided to have a surrogate mother, you only need a surrogate mother now. There's a ready-made surrogate mother at home. You just need to go to the hospital for a checkup and you'll have children soon." Ningxu flipped his hair. "And you can have twins." "I'm willing to be a surrogate mother," Yishi, who came out of the kitchen, said loudly, but her voice was trembling. As soon as Yishi said this, several people in the living room looked at her in a daze. Yishi said again, "I'm willing to be a surrogate mother for Mrs. Jing and Mr. Jing's child." Ningxu was a little surprised. Yishi didn't seem to want to be a surrogate mother for Xiao's parents' child. You be *tch. Xiao's mother rushed in front of Yishi and slapped her hard. "You shameless be *tch. Xiao's mother hit Yishi like a madwoman and scolded her at the same time. Yishi bit her lips tightly. She groaned in pain and let Xiao's mother hit her. Crash, clang, Xiaoxia trembled all over and overturned the coffee table. There was a loud noise, and the vase and fruits on the coffee table rolled to the ground. Xiao's mother, who was hitting Yishi, suddenly looked at her son in astonishment. Xiao's hair hung in front of his forehead, forming a shadow, and his whole body exuded a gloomy aura. Xiao's father rubbed his forehead and walked in front of Xiao's mother. He slapped her so hard that Xiao's mother fell to the ground. Xiao's mother covered her face and looked at her husband in shock. Her eyes were full of grievances and resentment. She questioned Xiao's father and pointed at Yishi with trembling fingers. "You hit me for this *tch? Xiao's father glanced at his son. This incident had a great impact on his son. The son he was so proud of was crippled. Xiao's father squatted down and grabbed Xiao's mother's hair. He made her look up and said fiercely, "If you continue to make trouble, I will beat you to death. Think more about your son. Look at what he has become. As his mother, you only know how to make trouble." Xianxia's mother cried and sobbed in a low voice. Xianxia glanced at the people in the room, and his eyes finally stopped on Yishi. Yishi looked at Xianxia with tears in her eyes. Xianxia wanted to take a step forward, but his body staggered and he fainted. Xiaoxia. Xianxia's mother got up from the ground and ran over to hold the unconscious Xianxia. Yishi walked towards Xianxia, but Xianxia's mother pushed Yishi away. You shameless B***tch, you are not allowed to come near my son. You shameless vixen, look at what you have done to my son. Yishi fell to the ground after being pushed by Xianxia's mother. She gasped in pain and bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. Xianxia fainted and the living room was in chaos. There were broken pieces of vase on the ground, falling fruits, and muddy noodles. When Xianxia's father saw this scene, his blood pressure soared and he almost fainted. He rubbed his forehead and sat on the chair. He looked very tired. As the head of the Jing family, Xianxia's father couldn't control the current situation. Now, the situation was like a wild horse running out of its anus. Ningxu said to Xianxia's father, "Call the hospital and ask them to send someone to check on brother Xiaoxia." Xianxia's father let out a long sigh and made the call. Soon, doctors and nurses came. After the doctor checked, he just said that Xianxia was too tired and weak and there was no major problem. Ningxu looked at Xianxia and fainted in anger. He couldn't stand it when he heard that Yishi wanted to be a surrogate mother for his parents' child. Xianxia was moved to the bedroom and Ningxu stayed by the bed. Yishi wanted to stay, but she had no reason to. Ningxu saw Yishi standing at the door and asked, "Miss Yi, do you really want to be a surrogate mother for my parents-in-law's child?" Yishi bit her lip. Her lip was already broken and she was beaten by Xianxia's mother before. Her face was swollen and there was some blood at the corner of her mouth. "Yes, I have decided to be a surrogate mother for Xianxia's parents' child." Yishi's face turned red. She felt that saying such words in front of Nijing hurt her self-esteem. Even if Nijing didn't know her relationship with Xianxia, Yishi still felt that she was at a disadvantage when she said such words in front of Nijing. Her face was burning and she was very ashamed. Yishi glanced at Xianxia on the bed and turned to leave. Ningxu stayed by the bed and waited for Xianxia to wake up. Xianxia's smooth and white skin was a lot dimmer, as if covered with a layer of dust. The effect of one's mood on one's body. Xianxia woke up after 3 hours. Ningxu inserted a straw into the cup and asked Xianxia, who was staring at the ceiling, "Do you want some water?" Xianxia sat up and drank water with a straw. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't you freeze your sperm before? We can go and see if frozen sperm can give birth to a child." Right. Xianxia's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. "Since there's something wrong with my body, it's the same to freeze it before." "You can go and take a look," Ningxu said. "What if this is only temporary and it wasn't like this before?" Hearing Ningxu's words, Xianxia excitedly lifted the blanket and planned to go to the hospital. Xianxia's parents accompanied Xianxia to the hospital, but Ningxu didn't go. It was too hot every day, she didn't want to run around. Yishi saw Xianxia leaving in a hurry and hesitated for a while. Ningxu asked, "What are they going to do?" Ningxu looked at Yishi. Her face was pale, and her originally beautiful face was now very ugly. Ningxu felt that Yishi was also quite hardworking. In order to save her father's company, she endured all kinds of torture. Women also had women's advantages. A woman's body was a weapon and capital. In fact, the love between Xianxia and Yishi was a transaction of money and sex. In the end, it was beautified with true love. They went to the hospital, Ningxu said faintly. Yishi saw that Xianxia was ignoring her, so she could only stand aside. Ningxu waited for Xianxia and Yishi to come back. She chanted the mind-clearing mantra in her heart to remove the dust in her heart. She had experienced too many things, seen all kinds of things, and seen all kinds of dark things. Those who sacrificed their souls to counterattack were all people who had been wronged and wronged. The people who caused harm to these people were often the people closest to them. Emotions were the most uncontrollable and ethereal things. They were the most firm and fragile things that could be easily destroyed and changed. After seeing so many of these things, Ningxu's heart would be indignant and angry. These emotions would stain her soul and heart with dust, and change her temperament. She could only constantly clean up the garbage in her heart. Only then could she maintain her original self. Not long after, Xianxia came back. He didn't stop and hurried upstairs. When he went upstairs, he slipped and fell, but he quickly got up. Xianxia locked himself in his bedroom and didn't want to see anyone. Xianxia's father was afraid that Xianxia would take things too hard, so he took out the key to open the bedroom. Xianxia opened the door and said lightly, "Let me be alone. I'm not weak enough to commit suicide." Ningxu looked at Xianxia's empty eyes. There was no light in his eyes, and it was even scarier than before. Xianxia's father sighed silently and could only let him be. Looking at this, Ningxu knew that the result was not good. She had just seen a little hope, but now it was shattered. Xianxia didn't even take half a step out of the bedroom, so Ningxu could only sleep in the guest room. She ate and slept soundly every day. Xianxia's mother put the food at the door of the bedroom every day. Xianxia would open the door and take the food in. After eating, he would take the bowl out. There was no movement in the room. No one knew what Xianxia was doing in the room. Xianxia was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Everything had been smooth since he was a child. When he suddenly encountered such a blow, he couldn't bear it. Speaking of which, Xianxia was not as strong as Enijing. Enijing had endured the torture of illness since she was a child and couldn't have children. The pressure she was under was greater than Xianxia's current pressure, but she wasn't as strong as Xianxia. Yishi was also worried about Xianxia, but she didn't dare to express it. Moreover, she had to endure Xianxia's mother's difficulties all the time. Xianxia's mother was now thinking of ways to torture Yishi and was very rude to her. To be honest, Yishi and Xianxia's mother had a deal, so there was no need for her to endure it. Yishi probably fell in love with Xianxia, so she could only endure Xianxia's mother's bullying. Xianxia's mother rarely came to trouble Ningxu. Firstly, Ningxu wouldn't tolerate her bullying. Secondly, Xianxia's father repeatedly warned her not to provoke Ningxu. Now that Xianxia was in such a situation, he couldn't lose a family like the Anai family. In the past, the Jing family could still be full of confidence, but they couldn't be tough anymore. Enijing couldn't have children, and Xianxia couldn't have children either. The two of them were truly equal. Xianxia, who had been decadent in the bedroom for nearly half a month, came out. Before coming out, he even washed up. Although he had lost weight, he was still in good spirits. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia hugged Ningxu and took a deep breath. "Jingjing, I'm back. I won't dwell on this matter anymore." Xianxia said, "I want to grow old with you." Ningxu withdrew from Xianxia's arms and looked at Xianxia. After experiencing this blow, Xianxia's spirit was worse than before, but he was calmer. Did Xianxia walk out of the shadow, or did he want to bury this thorn deep in his heart? Xianxia's father breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his son had finally pulled himself together. During this period of time, Xianxia's father had been very worried. Not only did he have to stabilize the company, but he also had to worry about his family. He was also worried that his son's health had deteriorated. He was worried that the Jing family would have no descendants. At this time, Xianxia's father was very regretful. He should have played more while he was still young. Maybe he even had an illegitimate child now, so the Jing family would not have no descendants. At that time, he thought that it would be enough to have Xianxia as a son. It was better to raise him well than to have more children. There was competition everywhere and internal strife consumed the Jing family's resources. He never expected that Xianxia's only son would be infertile. Seeing that Xianxia's problem was solved, Xianxia's father hurriedly wanted to solve the surrogacy problem. When Xianxia's father proposed the surrogacy, although Xianxia's mother was unwilling, she did not dare to make a fuss. She said, "I must be present during the surrogacy and it will be our child." She could not raise another woman's child. "That's for sure." Xianxia's father said. "I have another request." Xianxia's mother pointed at Yishi. "I don't want her to be a surrogate." Xianxia looked at Yishi with an ugly expression. "I don't agree with her being a surrogate either. She was supposed to be a surrogate for me and Jingjing, but now she has to be a surrogate for dad and mom. What is this? However, Ningxu said, why don't you use Miss Xi? She is young and beautiful and in good health. Didn't your mother-in-law give you half of the deposit? She is just borrowing a body to give birth to a child. It has nothing to do with whose child the surrogate is. When Xianxia heard Ningxu's words, anger flashed in his eyes. Yishi was his woman. How could she be a surrogate, especially for dad and mom? Jingjing, I don't like her. Let dad and mom find a new surrogate mother. Xianxia held Ningxu's hand and said softly. Ningxu smiled and did not say anything. Xianxia's father said directly, I will find a surrogate mother. Miss Yi is not needed. Yishi's face turned pale. She quickly knelt down in front of Xianxia's mother and begged, Madam, please, let me be the surrogate. I'm willing to be the surrogate. Xianxia's mother was infuriated. You shameless B***tch. You're not allowed to be a surrogate just because I said so. Get out of my house now. Xianxia's mother was now looking left and right, up and down. She felt that Yishi was a vixen who seduced her son and now wanted to seduce Xianxia's husband. Yishi shook her head in panic. Madam, please, let me be your surrogate. If she could not be a surrogate, what would happen to her father's company? Yishi knew that if she could not be a surrogate, Xianxia's mother would definitely not give her the money for free. Seeing Yishi like this, Xianxia was so angry that he stood up and wanted to teach this woman a lesson, but he restrained himself. Ningxu raised his eyebrows at this scene. Previously, Yishi had been unwilling. Now, surrogacy was the only option left for her. Only the Jing family could afford such a high surrogacy fee. Xianxia's mother was so angry that she slapped Yishi. Why are you so shameless? Yishi covered her face and stubbornly knelt on the ground. When Xianxia saw Yishi being slapped, his eyes flashed with heartache. After experiencing all kinds of things, Xianxia realized that Yishi was engraved in his heart. However, at the same time, he could not give up on Nijing. After all, Nijing was the wife that he married at all costs. Ningxu did not target Yishi as he did in the plot. He was not so vicious and Xianxia's heart was not completely biased towards Yishi. However, he also fell in love with Yishi. Without Ningxu's viciousness as a foil, Xianxia struggled like this. Mom, don't worry about her, Xianxia said coldly. Can she be so thick-skinned as to stay in the Jing family? When Yishi heard Xianxia's words, she bit her lip and cried. Her eyes were full of sadness as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's father never intended to let Yishi be the surrogate mother from the beginning. It was a mess for his son's woman to be his surrogate mother. However, Yishi was determined to stay in the Jing family. For Xianxia's sake, Xianxia's father did not drive Yishi away. However, Xianxia's mother did not want to see Yishi for a moment. She insisted on driving Yishi away no matter what. Xianxia's father scolded, It's so late. If she wants to leave, she should leave tomorrow. Let her stay for one night. Xianxia's mother looked more and more suspicious. She felt that this woman was seducing her husband. After the family meeting, it was very late. Ningxu and Xianxia went back to the bedroom to rest. As soon as they returned to the bedroom, Xianxia held Ningxu's hand and said emotionally, Jingjing, so many things have happened, but you're still by my side. Thank you. Ningxu smiled gently and chuckled in his heart. Damn, I really want to give you a big slap. They were saying affectionate words, but in the middle of the night, But face disappeared again. Ningxu, he took out his laptop and opened it. As expected, But face Xianxia was in Yishi's room. The two fell on the bed. Xianxia pressed Yishi's wrist and said fiercely, Do you want to be a surrogate for my father so much? Do you know that you're my woman? Yishi cried silently. Xianxia was very impatient. Tell me. Since I came to this house, I have no way out. I have to be a surrogate for the Jing family. Only then can I save my father's company. For money, for my father's company, I can do anything. You. Xianxia was depressed. Why are you so stubborn? As long as there's money to solve the crisis of your father's company, you won't be a surrogate, right? Yishi was silent for a while and finally said, Yes. If you need money, I'll give you money. Do you dare to take it? Xianxia's face was full of calculation. Yishi looked at him vigilantly and then asked, "What do you want?" "Be my mistress and leave here tomorrow. I'll buy a house for you alone. The money I give you will be considered as a maintenance fee." "Xianxia, don't insult me," Yishi shouted agitatedly and struggled hard. Xianxia clasped Yishi's wrist and didn't let her struggle. "Didn't you say that you can do anything for money? Didn't you say that you can pay any price to save your father's company? You have to think carefully. Your father is still waiting for money to save his life. Without money, maybe tomorrow's newspaper will be the news of an entrepreneur jumping off a building." Xianxia threatened Yishi. Yishi's face was pale. Don't say it, don't say it. Besides, it's not like we haven't done it before." Xianxia curled his lips, making Yishi so embarrassed that her whole body burned. Yishi looked conflicted. She bit her lip and said after a while, "I can be your mistress, but you have to give me the money first." "I don't trust you." Yishi compromised. Too many things were pressing on her, so she had to compromise. Besides, she still had feelings for Xianxia. She wanted to stay by this man's side and steal as much time as she could. Perhaps when Xianxia hated her, she would be ruthless enough to leave him. "I'll give you the check now." Xianxia took out the check. Obviously, he came prepared and was sure that Yishi would accept his conditions. Yishi took the check and looked at it carefully. She nodded and said, "I'll leave tomorrow." "Also?" Xianxia lifted Yishi's chin. "Don't let Jing know about this. Don't let her know at all. You can't take the initiative to look for Jing. You will always be a mistress. Don't think about anything else. If you violate the agreement between us, I can let your father's company live or die." Xianxia looked at Yishi coldly. Yishi bit her lips. "I know. Good girl." Xianxia lowered his head and kissed Yishi's lips. Yishi took the initiative to wrap her arms around Xianxia's neck. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was still shocked. He was still too inexperienced and made a fuss over nothing. Haha, Yishi also played a little trick. It was still uncertain who took advantage of who. She refused to leave even if she died because she was waiting for Xianxia. Ningxu saved the video, turned off the computer, and went to sleep. He thought that infertility could defeat Xianxia, but Xianxia survived and became more reckless. He even had the mood to sleep with Yishi now. He even had the look of "I love my wife very much. Don't dream of being my wife. Why didn't I just give you an extra injection and make you impotent?" The next day, Yishi packed up and left. She probably went to the house that Xianxia prepared for her and hid her in there. When Xianxia's mother saw Yishi leave, she suddenly looked like she had won a fight. At the same time, she was glad that she had sent away a plague. Xianxia's mother was afraid that her husband would be seduced by this shameless B*tch. If she could seduce her son for money, she could also seduce her husband for money. At this time, she had completely forgotten how she had used money to make Yishi compromise. Both mother and son were the same. Xianxia's mother turned her head and glanced at Ningxu, who was eating breakfast. Her heart was filled with disdain and a sense of superiority. Silly woman, she didn't even know that her husband was having fun with another woman. Ningxu finished the last mouthful of milk in the cup, returned to the bedroom, stuffed the laptop into her bag, and took the quick-acting heart-relieving pill back to her mother's house. Seeing that Ningxu was about to leave, Xianxia's mother asked, "Where are you going?" "Go home. There's not a single servant in the house. It's too inconvenient. Go home and stay for a while." Ningxu lifted his chin and said without any trace of politeness. Xianxia's mother was infuriated. "Why do you keep coming to my house? You're a member of the Jing family now. Soon, it won't be." Ningxu ignored her and returned to the Ni residence. When he saw his parents, the first thing he said was, "Dad, Mom, I want a divorce." Father Ni's eyes widened. "So sudden?" Ningxu picked out a few videos and showed them to the Ni couple. "I won't let a single person from the Jing family off." Father Ni immediately had high blood pressure after watching the videos. He only recovered after Mother Ni fed him some medicine. These filthy things. Father and I gritted his teeth. Divorce, we must divorce, these bastards. Father and I called Ni Yan, who was at work, and told him to come home immediately. When Ni Jing's older brother, Ni Yan, came home, he saw Father and I looking like he was going to flip the roof. What's going on? Look at this nest of bastards. Father and I pushed the laptop in front of Ni Yan. Ni Yan's eyebrows twitched as he watched the videos. His expression became more and more strange. After watching it, Ningshu asked, "How did you get this?" "Of course I filmed it," Ningshu said. Ni Yan smacked his lips. "You're pretty strong to not have a heart attack after seeing this." Was this a compliment? We can't let the Jing family off so easily. Father and I was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly. Ni Yan looked at Ningshu. "I think you should get a divorce. Staying in such a family is very harmful to your body. Who knows if they will do something to hurt you? They are deliberately hiding it from you because they are worried about the Ni family." "Brother, I will definitely get a divorce. I've already found a lawyer and I'm just waiting for the court to summon Xianxia," Ningshu said. Father and I nodded immediately. "If you get a divorce, I will take care of you. If I'm not around, your brother will take care of you." "What do you need me to do?" Ni Yan asked. "Not at the moment. With the videos in her hands, she could ruin the Jing family's reputation. She didn't need to worry about anything at all. After all, Ni Jing's family background was comparable to the Jing family's." Ningshu stayed at the Ni family's house. Mother Ni made many of Ni Jing's favorite dishes and kept putting food in Ningshu's bowl while wiping her tears. Ningshu ate whatever Mother Ni put in her bowl. She wasn't picky about food and could eat anything when she was in a difficult situation. Ni Yan ate slowly and glanced at Ningshu. "Fortunately, you didn't do anything. If the Jing family found out in advance, you might not be able to come back. Your body is not good to begin with. Even if something happened to you, you could just say that you had a heart attack. We can't do anything about it." Ningshu nodded. Otherwise, why would she endure it? If she was imprisoned by the Jing family, her body was too weak and she couldn't breathe after running a few steps. Ningshu didn't think that she could escape. Ningshu called the lawyer and asked her to prepare the documents for the court hearing as soon as possible. Xianxia and Yishi were together. They bought an inconspicuous apartment for Yishi. Although it was in a remote area, the interior decoration was very luxurious. While the two were hugging, Xianxia's phone rang. The moment he picked up, his father's roar could be heard. "Where are you? Come back. Quickly. There is a court summons." Xianxia was baffled. It must be something serious that made his father panic. He was ready to go back. Yishi hugged Xianxia's waist. Xianxia patted Yishi's hand gently. "I'm going back. Have a good rest today." Yishi nodded obediently and watched as Xianxia left. When Xianxia returned home, a piece of paper was thrown at his face. Xianxia's father roared at him, "Look at what this is. Ni Jing wants to divorce you and is directly suing you in court." Xianxia was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. "What divorce? Who wants a divorce?" Xianxia looked at the court summons. It was too sudden. Why did Ni Jing suddenly want a divorce with him? There were no signs at all. Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead tiredly. Ni Jing has gone back to her parents' home now. Go and pick her up now. Be humble. So be it. I don't want such a daughter-in-law. Xianxia's mother pursed her lips. Shut up, brainless woman. Xianxia's father roared with a black face. You must bring Ni Jing back. If you can't, you don't have to come back. Xianxia's father roared at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was a little dazed. Obviously, he didn't expect Ningshu to divorce him. It was something he had never thought of and he couldn't accept for a while. Go quickly. The family is in a mess now. You can't divorce at this juncture. Xianxia's father urged. Not only was Xianxia stunned, but he was also stunned when he received the court summons. Xianxia turned and ran to the living room. He went to the garage and drove to the Ni family's house. When Xianxia arrived at the Ni family's house, he walked into the living room and saw Ningxu sitting on the sofa and whispering to Mother Ni. Looking at her leisurely and incomparably relaxed appearance, she didn't look like someone who was going to divorce at all. Xianxia's heart immediately flared up. Was she playing with him? As soon as Xianxia walked in, the Ni family focused their eyes on him. Their eyes were incomparably disdainful and resentful. Father Ni immediately stood up and was about to teach Xianxia a lesson. Ningxu held Father Ni down and said, "I'll handle it." "Can you do it?" "If you can't, I'll kick him out." Ni Yan crossed his legs and asked Ningxu. Ningxu grinned. Xianxia felt that the atmosphere was very strange. When the Ni family saw him, they seemed to eat him alive. He looked at Ningxu with a sad expression. "Jingjing, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want a divorce? What about me if we get a divorce? Aren't you trying to kill me?" Xianxia's expression was helpless and doting. "Stop fooling around. Come home with me. If there's anything, we'll talk about it at home." Ningxu's expression was cold and indifferent. "It's as you see. We're getting a divorce. See you in court." "Why?" Xianxia really didn't understand. Looking at Ningxu's indifferent face, he couldn't come back to his senses. Ni Jing was the most gentle person. Her smile was very gentle. Now, she was so cold and distant. The coldness that came from her bones made Xianxia feel very strange. Ningxu said, "You'll know why I want to divorce you when we're in court. Just a gentle reminder, the court will be held soon. Have you hired a lawyer?" "I'm serious." Xianxia fidgeted with his hair and took 2 steps towards Ningxu. Ningxu immediately retreated a few steps to keep a distance from Xianxia. "Jingjing, do you have to be like this? Why? Even if you want to sentence me to death, you should at least pin a crime on me." "I will never agree to a divorce for no reason," Xianxia said firmly. "I don't care whether you agree or not. Anyway, I want a divorce." Ningxu sneered. "Does it matter what you want to do at that time?" It was not important at all. Xianxia couldn't hold back his anger. "What are you doing? So many things have happened recently and we've survived. I thought you would always be by my side. Why? If you don't come home with me today, I'll stay here." Xianxia pursed his lips and sat on the ground. He looked at Ningxu with a pitiful expression. Seeing Xianxia's shameless behavior, Father Ni was so angry that he pointed at Xianxia and scolded him in the worst way possible. Xianxia was stunned and his face turned dark. Xianxia really didn't understand what had happened. The Ni couple used to treat him very well, but now their attitude had changed completely. Xianxia felt a little uneasy. Ningxu begged, "Jingjing, can we talk alone?" Ningxu smiled. "No." Xianxia was even more annoyed. He fiddled with his hair and wanted to throw a tantrum, but he held it in. "Then you should at least tell me what happened. I don't know anything and you want to divorce me. Is that fair to me?" "Fair?" Ningxu almost broke his noble and cold temperament. Xianxia talked about fairness, but how could Xianxia be fair to Ni Jing? Ningxu smiled again. "I'm not going to tell you." Xianxia felt very helpless. "Jingjing, stop it. Come home with me. We'll talk about it when we get back." Xianxia's voice trembled as he pleaded. He looked at Ningxu with love in his eyes. "If you don't come home with me, I'll sleep here tonight." Xianxia was betting that his wife still had him in her heart and would feel sorry for him. Ningxu smiled and said to Ni Yan, "Big brother called the police and said that someone broke into our house. We lost an enamel vase from the Yongjing period." Ni Yan raised his eyebrows and called the police with a smile. Xianxia was really stunned this time. He looked at Ningxu in a daze and murmured, "Jingjing." Xianxia couldn't believe that his wife could be so cruel. There was no warning at all. She suddenly became so cold and heartless. Xianxia sat on the ground and didn't move. He looked at Ningxu with a little hope in his heart. Ningxu turned and met Xianxia's eyes. Ningxu smiled gently at Xianxia like Ni Jing. Xianxia looked at the smile on Ningxu's face in a daze. They were obviously the same person and they had the same smile. One was gentle and moving, but the other was full of coldness. It was so cold that Xianxia shivered. Ningxu sat on the sofa and ignored Xianxia, who was sitting on the ground. Not long after, the police car arrived. The siren got louder and louder and the police car stopped in front of the villa. Several policemen in uniform came in and Xian went to talk to them. "Who broke into our house?" the policeman asked. Ningxu pointed at Xianxia. "Uncle policeman, it's him." Jing. Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked at Ningxu. He said angrily and sadly, "Do you have to be like this? Do you have to be so ruthless? Have you forgotten our relationship?" Ningxu smiled and said, "I don't know you." Xianxia was about to vomit blood. "Can't you talk nicely?" Xian said to the police, "Please send him back to where he came from." "Thank you." The police came up and were about to take Xianxia away. Xianxia got up from the ground and Ningxu ran over. Xian blocked Xianxia and punched him in the face. Xianxia was beaten to the ground and was taken away by the police. Xianxia looked at Ningxu and shouted, "Jing, what do you want, Jing?" Ningxu patted his chest and said in fear, "Take him away, he wanted to hit me." Xianxia, "Pft, Jing, Jing." Xianxia was dragged away by the police. He struggled and kept shouting Jing's name. Jing, I will never agree to a divorce. Over my dead body." Xianxia leaned against the window and shouted, Jing, I love you, don't do this to me." The police closed the window and Xianxia's wailing could no longer be heard. As soon as Xianxia left, the living room became much quieter. Ningxu let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh my God, he finally left." "Daughter, are you okay?" Ningxu's father asked. Ningxu shook his head. "I'm fine. I've already made up my mind. I'm not sad anymore and I won't waver. I'm definitely going to get a divorce." Xian looked at Ningxu and said, "Xianxia has some feelings for you because he wants to have his cake and eat it too. This kind of thing is very normal in a family of our level. It just depends on whether you can tolerate it or not." Ningxu squinted. "He wants to have his cake and eat it too. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Is this normal? Brother, I've never seen you do this before. I've never seen you fool around with other women. I definitely can't tolerate this kind of thing. Look at the Jing family's plan. They want me to raise someone else's child. Brother, you'll have a cheap nephew who not only wants to inherit the Jing family, but also wants to take over our family." Ningxu said coldly. Xian said, "It's good that you've made up your mind. Then you can do things decisively. Don't get involved after a while. Brother, don't worry. After being treated like this by the Jing family, I'll still be able to return to the Jing family." "I must be crazy," Ningxu said indifferently. "Our family has some business with the Jing family. We'll withdraw now." Xian said. "Don't feel bad when the time comes." Why would he feel bad? Xianxia was taken to the police station. The police asked what had happened and found out that it was a conflict between the husband and wife, so they let Xianxia go. Xianxia's face was extremely dark. When he returned home, he hesitated at the door for a long time, not daring to open the door. In the end, Xianxia entered the house. The living room was brightly lit. Xianxia went to the police station and it was already early in the morning. Xianxia's parents were still awake. They sat on the sofa and waited for Xianxia to come home. "Dad, Mom." Xianxia called out tiredly. Xianxia's father saw his son coming home alone and his eyelids twitched. He had a bad feeling in his heart. "Why are you back alone?" Xianxia hung his head even lower and refused to speak. Xianxia's father quickly asked, "What's going on? Tell me." Jing didn't come back with you." "Didn't I ask you to bring her back? Talk to your son properly. Can't you see how tired he is?" Xianxia's mother said worriedly. Xianxia could only recount everything that had happened in the Ni residence. Xianxia's father's face darkened. Jing actually called the police to arrest you? What? How dare she do this to you?" Xianxia's mother's body was trembling. It was outrageous for a wife to let the police arrest her husband. It was already a blessing for a crippled woman to be able to enter the Jing family. How dare she do such a thing? Xianxia's father knew that the relationship between the two families had broken down. The Ni family didn't even give him a heads up before asking the police to arrest them. People at their level cared about face the most. Even if they didn't want to deal with them, they would still pretend to be polite on the surface. He wouldn't have shed all pretense of cordiality like this. Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead and stood up to make a call. However, he got up too suddenly and felt dizzy. He fell back onto the sofa. "Hubby." Xianxia's mother was shocked to see him like this. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Dad." Xianxia also looked at him worriedly. Xianxia's father waved his hand. "Give me the phone. I'll call old man Ni." Xianxia took the phone and gave it to his father. Xianxia's father then called Fodder Ni. As soon as the call was connected, Xianxia's father said, "Old Ni, I'm Xiao's father." After he introduced himself, Fodder Ni cursed Xiao's father like a storm. He couldn't wait to curse all 18 generations of the Jing family. Fodder Ni originally felt guilty for not giving his daughter a healthy body and taking good care of her. Back then, he saw that Xianxia was someone who could take care of his daughter and gave him the same amount of betrothal gifts. Now that his daughter was ruined like this, he still wanted his daughter to raise someone else's child. This was too much of a bully. He didn't take the Ni family seriously and even had designs on the Ni family. Xianxia's father couldn't say a word. On the other side, Fodder Ni hung up after he finished cursing. Xianxia's father sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Ni family was determined to divorce. "Dad." Xianxia looked at his father. Xianxia's father looked at Xianxia and said, "Now we have to prepare for the worst." The Ni family's attitude is very firm. "I don't want to divorce Ni Jing," Xianxia said. Xianxia's father glared at him. "Even if you want to divorce, you have to ensure the Jing family's rights and interests. You have to get back the company's shares." Xianxia looked a little dispirited. He couldn't figure it out. Why does Ni Jing want to divorce? Xianxia's father glanced at his wife and son and narrowed his eyes. Maybe Ni Jing knows about Xiaoxia and the surrogate mother. Impossible. I've kept it a secret. She can't know. Xianxia refuted. Even if she knows, it's impossible that she won't make a fuss. She never mentioned this matter and didn't even ask. Xianxia's father was silent. In the end, he said, "No matter what, you have to get back that 1% of the shares. If she doesn't give it to you, you must not divorce." Xianxia pursed his lips. He didn't want to divorce. He and Ni Jing had always been getting along well. When they were together, they were very calm and comfortable. It was different from the intense feeling they had when they were together with Yishi. Xianxia sat on the sofa tiredly. The recent events made Xianxia feel very tired and almost broke down. Ever since Yishi came to the Jing family, things had developed out of control. He wouldn't have been found out that he was infertile. It wasn't easy for him to walk out of the shadow, but now he was going to divorce. Xianxia might not have walked out of the shadow at all. When others looked at him, Xianxia felt that the person's eyes were mocking him. Even if the person's eyes were normal, he felt that the person must be mocking him in his heart. Xianxia felt that he couldn't control his emotions. He was no longer as calm and confident as before. What confidence did a man have when he was infertile? If he had a choice, Xianxia would rather spend the rest of his life with Ni Jing and still have the reputation of a loving wife. Because his wife couldn't have children, he didn't have children for the rest of his life. It was a pity that he couldn't control himself. At this time, Xianxia's phone rang. Xianxia picked it up. It was Yishi calling and asking if he was going to her place tonight. Xianxia was annoyed now. He didn't like anyone, especially his mother. He resented her for finding a surrogate mother and making him sleep with Yishi. He also didn't like Yishi. If it weren't for Yishi, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He also didn't like Ningxiu. This woman was so heartless. She divorced him without any hesitation. She was so cold to him and called the police. Xianxia's heart was full of resentment. Yishi's call was like hitting the muzzle of a gun. Xianxia yelled directly, "Will you die without me? Stay in the house and don't go anywhere. I won't go to your place for a while." Xianxia hung up the phone after yelling. On the other end of the phone, Yishi held the phone and was stunned. Her face was bitter and tears fell down. She was a mistress. Without dignity, a mistress who came and went as she pleased. Xianxia had always treated her as if she was dispensable, but she fell in love with this heartless man. The Jing family was gloomy, but Ningxu was very comfortable. In the Anai family, she could do whatever she wanted and sleep until she wanted, unlike in the Jing family where she had to go downstairs with Xianxia every morning. Otherwise, Xianxia's mother would have something to say. Her husband had already woken up, so how could she still be in bed as a daughter-in-law? Moreover, she could eat whatever she wanted. It was really like opening her mouth and stretching out her hand. The Anai couple was very good to her, afraid that she would be sad because of the divorce. Ningxu saw the Anai couple's love for her and felt that the original owner should come back. After all, there was a family who loved her so much, so it was good to come back and accompany the Anai couple. She didn't need to give up her beautiful life for Xianxia and irrelevant people. The date of the court hearing was set. It was half a month later. Before the court hearing, Xianxia came to the Anai family every day to find Ningxu and express his attitude, saying that he would never divorce. Xianxia tried his best to save this marriage. Ningxu didn't even let Xianxia in the door. He could shout at the door if he wanted. Ningxu closed the window and the sound was much lower. It was summer and it was very hot outside. Ningxu was very comfortable in the house with the air conditioner. Xianxia shouted outside until his mouth was dry and he almost stuck his tongue out under the sun. Xianxia still came to the Anai family every day and wanted to use his sincerity to touch Ningxu. However, Ningxu, who was in the house with the air conditioner and practicing martial arts, didn't know anything and didn't know what sincerity was. After running for a few days, Xianxia finally collapsed to the ground with a thump. He had a heat stroke. Fodder and I called Xianxia's father and said, "Your son has fainted. If you don't come and take him away, you can just leave him in the middle of the road and let him be crushed by a car." How could his father not know about Xianxia's behavior? Of course he knew, but he still allowed Xianxia to make such a scene. Father and I was determined to draw a clear line with the Jing family. It was too disgusting. Xianxia was brought back to the Anai family and was placed on an 4 drip. Once again, Xianxia witnessed Ningxu's ruthlessness. She didn't show her face from beginning to end. Even when he fainted from heatstroke, she didn't say a word. How could a person change so quickly? Don't you feel bad for her? Anai Yan asked Ningxu. She comes here every day. Are you touched? Ningxu sneered. Men like to use such tricks to make women feel sorry for them and make them compromise. Anai Yan raised his eyebrows. It's said that a man's heart is like iron. When a woman is ruthless, she can be quite ruthless. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Men could do whatever they wanted, but a woman would be heartless if she persisted a little. On the day of the court hearing, Ningxu was escorted to the court by the Anai family. They met the Jing family at the entrance of the court. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had lost a lot of weight and had become much darker. Previously, in order to show his sincerity, he had tanned under the sun during the dog days of summer. When a person was tanned, they looked rustic. Now, Xianxia didn't look good at all. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, he opened his mouth but closed it in the end. He looked at Ningxu with resentment. "Anai Jing, why are you like this?" Xianxia's mother looked at Ningxu. "If you want a divorce, just divorce. Why do you have to make such a big scene?" Xianxia's mother saw a lot of reporters around and glared at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. "I didn't call these reporters. These reporters were like cats that smelled blood. They flocked over." This kind of rich family feud was the favorite of the reporters. Back then, Xianxia and Anai Jing's wedding attracted a lot of reporters. Their wedding was even called the wedding of the century. Now, things had changed. Xianxia and Anai Jing's marriage only lasted for 5 years. It didn't even reach the 7 years before it broke up. It's good enough that someone wants a woman like you. Xianxia's mother said disdainfully. Jing's mother was unhappy. What are you talking about? Someone like your son wants a woman like him? He's infertile and only does things that animals do. I was blind to think that you were a good mother-in-law. What animal? How dare you say that my son is an animal? Xianxia's mother widened her eyes and glared at Jing's mother. Say that again. The quarrel attracted the attention of the reporters and they kept taking pictures. That's enough. Stop it. Xianxia's father pulled his wife and growled. Xianxia's father looked at Jing's father. Old you have to be rational to solve this problem. If this continues, it won't end well. Do you really want to be enemies? Jing's father said indifferently, then be enemies. Xianxia's father's eyes narrowed and he frowned. He was very worried. The door of the court opened and Xianxia and the lawyer went in first. Then, the two of them went in one after another. The judge and the jury entered the courtroom and after some preamble, the case officially began. Xianxia sat in the plaintiff's seat, facing Xianxia who was sitting in the defendant's seat. Xianxia and Jing's family sat in the gallery and there were many reporters in the gallery. Xia's lawyer directly asked for a divorce between Jing and Xianxia and a compensation of 200 million yuan for Jing's emotional distress. As soon as the lawyer said this, the whole courtroom was quiet and only the sound of the reporters clicking the shutter quickly could be heard. Xianxia looked at Xu in a daze and asked, "Do you know what you're talking about? 200 million yuan?" Xu smiled gently. Of course, this request is not excessive at all because you're the one at fault. At the same time, I also want to sue you for prostitution. Xu took out the USB flash drive. This is all evidence. Your prostitution records are all in here. At home, I recorded every single one of them. There are also words about your mother forcing Yishi to prostitute herself. She used surrogacy as a means of prostitution, Xu said with a smile. Yishi accepted money from Xianxia's mother. If there was money involved, it was prostitution. No matter how nicely it sounded, it was still prostitution. The boundaries were blurred and it could be counted as prostitution. Xu just had to accuse her of such a crime. What was the big deal about marital infidelity? He directly classified it as a public security case and the impact would be expanded. The more fun they had at that time, the greater the price they had to pay now. 200 million yuan was enough to make the Jing family feel the pinch. They didn't feel the pinch when they gave Yishi tens of millions of yuan as a sugar baby. Xu gave the USB flash drive to the jury, which contained some important information. The jury plugged the USB flash drive into the computer and clicked on the video. The whole court was filled with the sound of the computer. It was a video of Xianxia's mother telling Yishi to get pregnant quickly so that Yishi could sleep with her son. She even said that the child would be Jing's and that the child would inherit the Jing family. The child would also have a rich family. There was also a video of Xianxia giving Yishi money to keep her. The family had already seen the video beforehand, but they were so angry that their faces turned red when they heard these shameless words. The reporters in the gallery were going crazy. They didn't expect to encounter such a melodramatic surrogacy scandal. This kind of scandal was the most attractive. The Jing family was stunned. Xianxia's father frowned. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He had been in the business world for half his life, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a woman who couldn't rise up. Xianxia's father didn't care about Jing at all. What could a woman do? He couldn't handle the situation if he didn't pay attention. Xianxia's mother's face was like a palette, especially when the reporters kept taking photos of her. She hated Xu to the core. Xianxia didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He looked at Xu in a daze as if he was looking at a stranger. How can you do this? How can you do this to me? Xianxia thought that he still loved Jing, but now he felt betrayed. Xu's expression was indifferent. Then how did you treat me? Xianxia scratched his head frantically. But you didn't say anything to me. Why should I tell you? What was the big deal? It was better to hit the nail on the head. Xu knew that he was in poor health. If he was killed by the Jing family, the mission would be over. Speaking of which, the Jing family didn't care about Ni Jing and ignored her feelings, which allowed Ning Shu to have the opportunity to take photos of these things. If they were a little more careful and cautious, Ning Shu would have a much harder time getting these things. I request for an adjournment. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, his whole body trembling. Ning Shu indifferently said, I refuse to mediate. I'll report it to the higher-ups. You. Xianxia couldn't control his emotions. He stood up, pointed at Ning Shu and roared, do you have to be like this? Do you think you'll feel better if both sides suffer? Ning Shu nodded. Very comfortable. You were comfortable before, but now it's my turn to be comfortable. You. Xianxia's expression was ferocious. He was so angry that his lips turned purple, and his body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Xianxia's lawyer saw that Xianxia was agitated and hurriedly said, Your Honor, my lawyer requests that the court adjourn for mediation. My lawyer is not feeling well right now. Please take a break. The judge banged his gavel. Court is adjourned for an hour. Mother and I hurriedly brought some water to Ning Shu. Drink some water. Can you still hold on? Xianxia asked. I'm fine. Although she was a little out of breath after talking too much, going to court was not an argument. It was not a big deal. Ni Jing, you greedy and vicious woman. You still want 200 million yuan? Is your body worth 200 million yuan? Xianxia's mother shouted at Ning Shu. The Jing family must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry a woman like you. You turn around and stab your in-laws in the back. Who would dare to marry a woman like you? Then what about the filthy things you've done? The Jing family married a woman who pimps. A woman who treats the Jing family as a den of prostitution must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Ning Shu said unhurriedly. By the way, now that your son is infertile, your husband is looking for a surrogate mother. I hope you won't meet a surrogate mother like Yishi. Ning Shu said with a smile, do you think it's that easy to get a child conceived naturally? You. Xianxia's mother was so angry that her face trembled. She pointed at Ning Shu. You're a sharp-tongued and vicious woman. Xianxia's mother stretched out her hand to hit Ning Shu, but Ni Yan grabbed her wrist and shook her hand off. Do you think you can hit the Ni family as you wish? Enough, stop it. Xianxia's father scolded with a dark face. After yelling at his wife, Xianxia's father looked at Ning Shu and said, this is my fault. As the head of the family, I can't absolve myself from the blame for what happened. You knew it, but you acquiesced. Ning Shu said indifferently. I'm a fool in the Jing family, a fool who was played by your family of 3. I won't back down in this matter. I want a divorce certificate and 200 million yuan for psychological damage. Xianxia's father's face turned ugly. He said coldly, you really won't back down. I won't back down. What's the point of scaring my daughter? This lawsuit will continue. Ni Yan's father pushed Ning Shu behind him. Don't forget that your son is still guilty of prostitution. He'll be detained for 3 months to half a year. I'm telling you, this matter won't end like this. At worst, we'll destroy each other. Look at your wife's daydreaming. She wants to give birth to an illegitimate child who can inherit the Jing family. Who knows, he might even inherit the Ni family. She's dreaming. Why don't she keep dreaming? Ni Yan's father said bitterly. Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead. His face was extremely ugly. He looked at Ning Shu and said, we can divorce and we can give you 200 million yuan, but you have to give the shares of the Jing family to the Jing family. Xianxia's father's lips trembled when he mentioned the 200 million yuan. Even with the Jing family's wealth, they couldn't take it out so suddenly. Ning Shu smiled gently and said, these shares are premarital property. They belong to me. You have no right to ask for them. In order to show their sincerity, the Jing family gave him 1% of the shares and Ni Yan's father gave the shares to Ni Jing. Ni Jing's name was also written on the shares transfer certificate. Xianxia's father had his eyes on the Ni family's sales channels. Moreover, his son liked Ni Jing, so he took advantage of the situation. 1% of the shares in exchange for a profitable cooperation opportunity with the Ni family. Later, he found out that Ni Jing married with the shares, so the shares were safely in Ni Jing's hands. Besides, I've already transferred the shares to someone else. Ning Shu said coldly. Jing Xiao's father's face was gloomy. Ning Shu ignored his expression. It was transferred to Director Li. Director Li must have a lot of shares in his hands. I'll never divorce. Jing Xiaoza looked at Ning Shu with disgust. You clearly know Director Li's ambition, but you still transferred the shares to him. Ni Jing, you're too vicious. Jing Xiaoza naturally knew the situation of his company. Director Li's shares were close to the Jing family's. If he had more, the Jing family would be replaced. Knowing that Ning Shu had transferred the shares to Director Li, which was helping the enemy, the only warmth he had for his wife disappeared. Jing Xiaoza felt that Ni Jing had never regarded herself as a member of the Jing family, that's why she could do such a disgraceful thing. I really misjudged you, Ni Jing. You can take revenge on me if you hate me, but have you ever thought that the company would fall into the hands of Director Li? Jing Xiaoza's face was distorted. Ning Shu smiled gently, what does it have to do with me? Jing Xiaoza saw the smile on Ning Shu's face and felt that it was extremely dazzling. He liked Ni Jing's smile the most. It was gentle and beautiful, but it was also very beautiful and gentle. But now, Jing Xiaoza wanted to tear off this face to vent the anger and hatred in his heart. I won't divorce you even if I die. Let's see who can drag it out longer. Jing Xiaoza said angrily, neither of us will have a good time. Ning Shu didn't care. He spread out his hands and said, I don't care. If I can't do it today, I'll do it tomorrow. If I can't do it in a week, I'll do it in a month. If I can't do it in a month, I'll do it in half a year. If I can't do it in half a year, then I'll do it in a year. I don't care. I have endless fun with people. I don't need to work. My parents will support me and my brother will support me. I have plenty of time. Ning Shu said indifferently, but you'll have to be detained for more than half a month. But don't worry, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to come back and divorce me. Oh, and your mother forced me to do it. She'll also be detained. Ning Shu's words angered the Jing family so much that their faces turned blue. Jing Xiao's mother clutched her chest as if she had a heart attack. You must do this, right? Jing Xiao's father looked at Ning Shu, is this good for your reputation? You're so vengeful. Who would want you after you leave the Jing family? You should be lenient when you can. Do women have to get married? Ning Shu said faintly, even if I don't get married, I'll still live a good life. I can go wherever I want and live freely. I won't meet such a disgusting husband's family like yours. In my husband's family, I have to look at others' faces. After I get married, I have to look at men's faces. I have to look at men's faces. I have to show filial piety to my parents-in-law who have never raised me for even a day or fed me. You. Jing Xiao's father was speechless. The 1-hour break for mediation quickly passed. Ning Shu refused to back down and demanded 200 million yuan as compensation for emotional distress. Jing Xiaoza, on the other hand, was determined not to divorce her. The amount of money involved in this lawsuit was very large. In addition, the plaintiff and the defendant refused to back down. The deadlock forced the court to adjourn for a while. At the same time, it also gave the two families time to mediate. The divorce proceedings were put on hold, but Jing Xiao's crime of engaging in prostitution was established. It was a crime of disrupting public order and he would be fined and detained for a period of time. Furthermore, Jing Xiao's mother would also be detained for coercing others into prostitution. Jing Xiao's father naturally wouldn't allow his wife and child to be detained. He paid the fine and bailed them out. The reporter quickly pressed the shutter. The next day's newspaper would be all about the feud between the rich and powerful. The Jing family's reputation was extremely bad, especially Jing Xiao's mother, who was rarely seen in this world. However, the reporter was more disappointed that the surrogate mother did not come. According to the clues, Yishi was also discovered by the reporter. Yishi was called the most expensive surrogate mother by the media. Yishi was kept as a mistress by Jing Xiaoza and all she did every day was wait for Jing Xiaoza to come over. She didn't know what happened at all. Yishi only found out about it when her family called her. Yishi was instantly stunned. She didn't expect that she would be secretly photographed by Xianxia's wife. When they returned home, Father and I said to Ningxu, "Isn't 200 million yuan a little too much? In my opinion, the divorce is the most important thing." "It's okay. They won't be able to hold on for long," Ningxu said faintly. With such a scandal in the Jing family, this scandal would be brought up every time they went to court. The longer it dragged on, the greater the blow to the Jing family's reputation. Moreover, it would also give the ambitious people in the company, such as Director Li, something to use against them. This scandal was repeatedly brought up and the news couldn't be stopped. The Jing family was the one who suffered losses. It would also affect the company's operations and the company's stock price. Xianxia, who had calmed down, also realized that not divorcing for a long time would hurt him even more. In court, he was so angry that he said that he wouldn't divorce even if he died. Xianxia was a businessman. Even in the most unfavorable situation, he had to ensure the least loss. 200 million yuan would never be given to an Jing. How could she dare to ask for 200 million yuan? She wasn't worth 200 million yuan. Xianxia subconsciously looked down on the crazy Jing. Xianxia wanted to talk to Ningxu, but Ningxu ignored him and blocked all his contact information. Xianxia could only find someone to wait near the family's house. As long as Ningxu went out and reported to him, he would be able to see Ningxu. Sometimes Ningxu would go out for a walk. She couldn't stay at home all the time. However, as soon as she went out, Xianxia followed her and said that he wanted to talk about the compensation. Xianxia meant that the divorce was okay, but it couldn't be 200 million yuan for mental damage. Ningxu's attitude was very firm. 200 million yuan, not a cent less. She wasn't afraid of a lawsuit. Just like Xianxia said, they would see who could endure who. Xianxia looked at the face in front of him and a murderous aura rose in his heart. He really wanted to break this woman's neck. Ningxu naturally saw the murderous aura in Xianxia's eyes. She took her handbag and slammed it on Xianxia's face. Then, she turned around and got into the car to go home. Ningxu noticed that there were people watching near the family's house and directly called the police. Ningxu said to the police, "Xianxia hired people to kill me. This way, he won't have to divorce and compensate 200 million yuan for mental damage." The police arrested a few people who were monitoring Ningxu and went to confront Xianxia. When Xianxia heard Ningxu's accusation, he was so angry that he was about to explode. He really wanted to kill this woman now. Xianxia repeatedly told the police that he sent these people just to find out when Jing went out. He just wanted to talk to Jing. In any case, Xianxia hired people to follow Ningxu with ulterior motives. The more he explained, the worse the situation became. Yan transferred a few security guards from the company to the family's house to protect Ningxu's safety. At the same time, he asked the police to pay more attention to Xianxia. Xianxia had a motive to kill. If something happened to his sister, Xianxia would be the prime suspect, along with the rest of the Jing family. In this way, Xianxia couldn't hire people to spy on the family. He also couldn't find out about Ningxu's situation, let alone see Ningxu. Xianxia originally wanted to negotiate before the next court hearing. Now, he was labeled with the intention to murder his wife. He couldn't even see Ningxu's face. Okay, she wants 200 million yuan. Give her 200 million yuan. Xianxia's father said indifferently. Dad, why do you give it to her? 200 million yuan is too much. Xianxia disagreed. But it's not that easy to get 200 million yuan. A woman who can't give birth wants so much money. Xianxia's father said coldly. Since the divorce case, Yishi had been staying in the house and did not dare to go out. As soon as she went out, people would point fingers at her and whisper that she was shameless. They said that she was a mistress and slept with another woman's husband under her wife's nose. Although it did not reach the point of being beaten up, it still caused some trouble for Yishi. Yishi bit her lips tightly. Her life had fallen to the lowest point. Nothing could be worse than now. Yishi did not expect that the gentle Jing would be so ruthless and tolerant. She did not say anything even when she had evidence in her hands. Yishi called Xianxia and wanted him to accompany her. She was really helpless now. Her relatives blamed her for not loving herself. They said that they only asked her to be a surrogate and did not ask her to prostitute herself. However, they did not know that money was so easy to get. She did it for the company, for her father's company. Now, they blamed her for tarnishing her family's reputation. Forget it. This time, she would treat it as repaying their kindness for raising her. In the future, she would live for herself. When Yishi called Xianxia was still thinking of ways to not pay 200 million yuan. When he received Yishi's call, Xianxia was very impatient and asked Yishi to stay in the house. Xianxia was very angry with Yishi. She did not know that someone had installed a camera in her room. After returning from the court, Xianxia went to Yishi's room to look for the camera but found that it was no longer there. Xianxia was so angry that he smashed everything in the house. Xianxia's heart turned cold. He never knew that his wife was such a person. She knew that he had cheated on her, but she did not say anything and acted as if nothing had happened. Xianxia put himself in her shoes. If An Jing had cheated on him, he would never be so calm. When Yishi heard Xianxia's impatient words, she covered her mouth and cried. Finally, she raised her head and forced her tears back. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Yishi hung up the phone and began to pack her luggage. She could not stay here any longer. If she left, she would cut off everything. Yishi packed her luggage and put the house key on the coffee table. She glanced at the whole house. Since her father's company had a problem, she had encountered a disaster in her life. Xianxia was that disaster. The door suddenly opened. Xianxia, who had said that he wouldn't come, suddenly appeared at the door. Yishi looked at Xianxia in a daze, and a subtle joy surged from the bottom of her heart. Even she herself did not realize that she was eager to see Xianxia. Xianxia frowned with an ugly expression. When he saw the suitcase, he walked up to Yishi and questioned, "Where are you going?" Yishi looked at Xianxia, her eyes scanning his face as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her heart. "You've lost weight recently," Yishi muttered. Xianxia grabbed Yishi's arm. "I'm asking you, where are you going? Don't forget that you're my woman now. It's all because of me that you're in such a dilemma. I want to get out of this twisted relationship." Yishi said tiredly, "Xianxia, let me go and let yourself go. Let's break up." "Let you go?" "Sure, but give me back the money I gave you before, and I'll let you go." Xianxia's eyes were evil. "I don't have so much money to give you. I took all the money you gave me home and gave it to my father." Yishi exclaimed, her eyes widening. She bit her lip and said, "I'll pay you back." "Pay me back? How are you going to pay me back?" Xianxia softened his expression and said, "Be good and stay by my side. Don't go anywhere. Let's get married." "What did you say?" Yishi looked at Xianxia in shock. "Get married?" Xianxia said seriously, "Let's get married. I'll give you a grand wedding ceremony. We really love each other, and you're not a third party." "What about An Jing?" Yishi's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. She never thought that she could marry Xianxia. She thought that she would always hide in the corner and secretly watch Xianxia. "An Jing, this woman is extremely vicious. I must divorce her." When Xianxia spoke of Ningshu, his face was ferocious and full of hatred. "I never thought that she would be such a greedy, vicious, and selfish person. But, will your parents agree?" Yishi asked with some uncertainty. Xianxia pinched Yishi's nose. "Don't worry about this. You don't need to worry about these things. What you need to do now is to stay here and wait for me to marry you. Become my wife and we'll grow old together." "Okay." Yishi cried with joy. She loved Xianxia as a person, and it had nothing to do with his family background. Even if Xianxia was infertile, Yishi still loved him. Xianxia carried Yishi and went to the bedroom. Yishi wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck, as obedient as a kitten. The second court session was held, and the Ni family arrived at the entrance of the court with several security guards. Compared with the lively atmosphere on Ningshu's side, Xianxia's side looked shabby. There were only Xianxia and his defense lawyer. Xianxia's parents did not come this time. When Xianxia saw Ning Shu, his face was full of indifference and his eyes were full of disgust. He sneered and said, "You want 200 million yuan? Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating?" "I'm willing to die from overeating," Ning Shu said with a smile. Looking at the smile on Ning Shu's face, Xianxia wanted to tear off his face. This hypocritical smile was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. When they entered the trial room, Ning Shu sat in the plaintiff's seat while Xianxia sat opposite him in the defendant's seat. The trial began, and Ning Shu's request remained unchanged. Divorce and 200 million yuan for damages. Xianxia sneered. "Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? You want 200 million yuan? In our marriage, you haven't fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of a wife at all." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked, "How have I failed to fulfill the responsibilities and obligations of a wife?" "Because of our health, we rarely have sex. Even if I went to find another woman, it would be pardonable." Xianxia looked at Ning Shu and said sarcastically, "You still think you're worth 200 million yuan. Ning Shu, TSK, 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 what an ugly face. Now, it was her fault and he was pushing all the blame onto her. He even had a reason for having an affair. She really wanted to vomit when she saw how he acted as if it was only right. Ning Shu sneered and took out the USB flash drive. He said faintly, "You've never fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of a husband. Since Yishi came to the Jing family, we haven't had sex. And you sneak into Yishi's room every night in the middle of the night. Do you want to see it? I've recorded all these. Every day and time is recorded in the book." Ning Shu waved the USB flash drive in his hand. A lot. You went to find other women, yet you blame me for not fulfilling my duty as a wife." Ning Shu sneered. "Why did women have to marry? After marriage, there were no obligations. Xianxia spent money to visit Jing, but now he was talking about obligations to his wife. He even complained that Jing was not in good health and did not enjoy himself enough. He was really despicable. To be honest, the money Xianxia spent on his wife was not as much as he spent on Yishi. The mistress lived a very comfortable life, but the wife used responsibility and obligation to satisfy her. "Do you want me to play this?" Ning Shu looked at Xianxia coldly. "You are a man without any sense of responsibility. You have fulfilled your duty as a husband to your wife." Xianxia looked at the USB flash drive in Ning Shu's hand and said coldly, "You have violated my privacy rights. These things can't be used as evidence." Ning Shu faintly said, "As your wife, I have the right to know about you. You're not loyal to this marriage. You're the one in the wrong. You'll have to pay 200 million yuan for mental damage." Xianxia took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He looked at Ning Shu and said, "Your greed and viciousness are really disgusting. You also make me feel disgusted. You can't control your lower body and you can't have children," Ning Shu said coldly. "You." Xianxia trembled with anger. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw a person wearing a hat and a mask sitting in the audience. It was such a hot day, but she was covered from head to toe. Was she not afraid of the heat? Noticing Ning Shu's gaze, the fully armed person immediately lowered her head. There was only one person who lowered her head. He did not expect Yishi to secretly come to the gallery. Ning Shu withdrew his gaze and looked at the judge. He said, "Judge, I request a forced divorce. Xianxia and I have no feelings for each other. It is impossible for us to live together anymore." Ning Shu looked at Ning Shu and pointed at the gallery. Xianxia followed Ning Shu's finger and saw Yishi sitting in the gallery. Since Ning Shu could recognize Yishi, Xianxia could naturally recognize the person beside his bed. Xianxia glared at Ning Shu and finally said with difficulty, "I agree to the divorce." After saying this, Xianxia seemed to have lost all his strength. He viciously threatened Ning Shu, "A windfall from the sky, you have to be careful. It doesn't matter. In any case, if something happens to me, you're the prime suspect." Ning Shu said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll generously spend the money you gave me." Xianxia was so angry that his temples bulged and his forehead swelled. This woman was really hateful. The judge announced the result of the trial and everyone stood up. The judge announced that Xianxia and Xianxia were divorcing and that Xianxia had to compensate his divorced wife 200 million yuan for mental damage. The reporters kept taking photos of Xianxia. From this moment on, Xianxia was a rich woman. The compensation of 200 million yuan was enough for her to squander for the rest of her life. Xianxia smiled. After coming out of the court, Xianxia and Xianxia went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Soon, the two of them had a green divorce certificate in each hand. Xianxia smiled gently. You'd better hurry up with my compensation. If you don't have enough cash, you can give me the shares of the Jing family. I can accept it. You want the shares of the Jing family? Dream on, Xianxia said sarcastically. Jing, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you want to get your hands on the Jing family's company, you'll have to get my permission first. Xianxia looked at Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not even your turn to inherit the Jing family's company. Isn't your father looking for a surrogate? Your role is to protect this company and run it well, then make room for your brother. Jing, no matter what you say, I won't care. Because your Jing family is malicious, I won't fall for your trick. Xianxia's face was cold, but his hands behind his back were clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Xianxia said indifferently, then, please pay me the compensation within 2 months. If it's more than 2 months, I'll add a late fee. Xianxia said and left. Jing. Xianxia stopped Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia said, I'm getting married to Yishi. I hope you can come to my wedding. Xianxia blinked. I'm not going. I wish you all a long life and have a child soon. Was he trying to provoke her with this kind of thing? Xianxia didn't feel anything in her heart. She even wanted to laugh. After Xianxia finished speaking, she turned around and got into the car. Father and I breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're finally divorced. Daughter, don't be angry. Let's go home and live a good life. Yan, who was driving, asked Xianxia, what are your plans for the future? Xianxia spread out her hands and said, that's it. I'll go around and live a carefree life. Anyway, I have 200 million yuan. Yan said, I guess there will be news about your matching heart soon. After the heart transplant surgery, your body will definitely be better than now. Then you can go wherever you want. Xianxia was stunned. Heart transplant, she was going to leave this world after completing her mission. Moreover, the original Jing didn't plan to come back. This heart would be wasted. In the plot, Jing died on the operating table for heart transplant. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, Brother, don't worry. It's not easy to get a matching heart. Yan glanced at Xianxia, raised his eyebrows and asked, Aren't you anxious? Don't you want to have a better body? How can that be? Everyone wants to be healthy, Xianxia said. Xianxia said happily, if I really have a heart transplant, I will definitely go around. Definitely, Yan said. Thank you, brother. Xianxia thanked him. Jing was very happy to have a new person who loved her. After the divorce with Xianxia, Xiaxia's life was very leisurely. However, the TV was full of Xianxia and Yishi showing off their love. Xianxia held a grand proposal ceremony to propose to Yishi. That kind of ceremony was what every woman dreamed of in their lifetime. Yishi nodded and agreed with tears. She looked so happy. Now that Yishi was going to marry Xianxia, she was no longer the third party who hid in a dark corner and begged for a relationship that she shouldn't have. Yishi looked a lot brighter. With a shy and happy smile on her face, she held Xianxia's arm and smiled sweetly. She was very beautiful. The two of them were a perfect match. They just got divorced and were in a hurry to get married. Moreover, they were marrying a mistress. Xianxia could be regarded as the worst of the scumbags. He was afraid that others didn't know that he had an affair. Many people scolded Yishi for being a shameless mistress. Especially when they showed off their love on TV, it was simply disgusting. Xianxia sent an invitation to Xianxia and said that Xianxia must attend his wedding to witness his and Yishi's happiness. Xianxia received the invitation and threw it away. When it was time for Xianxia and Yishi's wedding, Ningxu gave them a basket of dates, peanuts, longans, and melon seeds. He wished them to have a baby soon. Let's see who will be disgusted by who. Xianxia and Yishi's wedding was very grand. It was even grander than Xianxia and Ni Jing's wedding. Xianxia did it on purpose and even did it live on TV. Ningxu looked at their happy faces and the corners of his mouth twitched. Let's see how happy they can be. Marriage was the grave of love. After being married for a long time, even if they did not become a resentful couple, their lives would be filled with quarrels and indifference. What's more, there was a bond between Xianxia and Yishi. Xianxia could not have children in this lifetime and Yishi would not have children either. Unless Yishi had children with other men. The so-called happiness was only on the surface. Who knew what would happen behind closed doors? Xianxia's grand wedding cost a lot of money. It was a dream. The wedding that made all the women envious was a result of burning money. Xianxia's father did not agree at first. The Jing family had to pay 200 million as divorce compensation, but Xianxia said to his father, "I'll be like this for the rest of my life." Xianxia was talking about his infertility. He was very depressed and wanted to vent his anger. Xianxia's father was helpless and could only let Xianxia burn money as he pleased. After the wedding, Xianxia's father began to look for a surrogate mother. No matter what, someone must inherit the Jing family. Xianxia's father did not know why, but he always felt that Yishi was a woman with bad luck. Once she was involved, the Jing family's luck would be near. His father's company was going bankrupt. Xianxia and Ni Jing divorced and had to pay a large sum of compensation. The cooperation with the Ni family also fell apart. The eldest son of the Ni family, Ni Yan, withdrew all the cooperation with the company and also made a lot of the company's clients. Some of the companies that used to cooperate with them also stopped cooperating. The Ni family must be behind this, causing the company's profits to shrink. The directors at the board of directors were making a ruckus. They didn't get as much money as before. The ambitious director Li was jumping up and down. He couldn't wait to take over the company immediately. Jing Xiao's father felt a little exhausted, but he couldn't stop looking for a surrogate mother. There were too many women who wanted to get close to the rich and powerful. When they found out that the Jing family was looking for a surrogate mother, one of them took an unconventional approach and directly got Xiao's father drunk in the business world. Then, she collected his semen. Then, she took it to the hospital to get pregnant, and it was 100% a boy. People would do anything for money. Ningxu only smiled when he knew about this. When Ningxu was free, he would call the Jing family to ask for money. Sometimes, it was Yishi who answered the phone. Now that Yishi was married to Xianxia, she had more confidence when facing Ningxu and was no longer timid. He even vaguely told Ningxu not to call home and that he would give him the money. Ningxu raised the corner of his mouth. When he was a mistress, he didn't think so. After he became an official wife, he was on guard against anyone who might become a mistress. Mistresses were good at true love. With true love as a shield, they were always successful. Now, Yishi was on guard against being a mistress. Ningxu hung up the phone. Your happiness is just like that. What was really reliable was that two people had independent personalities, supported each other, and complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses. If they couldn't even achieve basic equality, how could they conquer a man? Did it mean that they conquered a man just because he spoiled her? Ningxu hung up the phone. Xianxia called and Ningxu said, "Come to the coffee shop. If you want money, come over." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He took the heart pill, thought about it, and stuffed the silver needles into his bag. Then, he took a group of security guards to the coffee shop that Xianxia mentioned. There was no one in the coffee shop, only Xianxia was sitting there alone. There was a bouquet of red roses in front of Xianxia. Ningxu squinted at him. Was he going to show off his love in front of her again? Ningxu asked the security guards to wait at the door and walked into the coffee shop by himself. Give me the money. Ningxu sat opposite Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Ningxu. After not seeing her for a while, he felt that this woman's face had become rosier and her complexion was better than before. Xianxia picked up the red roses in front of him and handed them to Ningxu. For you. Ningxu, 0, Ningxu was stunned. Weren't these flowers supposed to be for Yishi? How did they end up in her hands? Ningxu couldn't think straight. No need. Ningxu didn't take the flowers. Give me the money. Xianxia frowned. Is money the only thing in your heart? Yes. Xianxia took out a few checks. The money you want is here. Ningxu reached out to take the checks, but Xianxia grabbed her wrist. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said, it's not that easy to get money. Jing, are you really willing to part with me like this? Ningxu took the checks with her other hand and slapped Xianxia. Don't use the same trick on me that you used on Yishi. After being slapped by Ningxu, Xianxia gripped Ningxu's wrist tightly as if he wanted to crush Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu looked at Xianxia without changing her expression. Don't tell me you want to get back together with me? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. What if I say yes? Ningxu, aren't you married to Yishi? Ningxu asked. Xianxia didn't speak. Ningxu sneered and shook off Xianxia's hand. You want to cheat me of my money? Dream on. Xianxia was such a lustful person. How could he want to get back together with her? Ningxu turned and left. Xianxia stood up and grabbed Ningxu's arm. He said coldly, why do you only have money in your heart? If I don't let you go today, you won't be able to leave. I'll book this cafe. Wow, so what if you book the cafe? Ningxu shouted for security at the door and several burly men pushed the door open and came in. Xianxia saw the security and let go of Ningxu's arm. He looked at Ningxu and said unhappily, why did you bring security to meet me? It's because I'm meeting you that I brought security, Ningxu said with a smile. He smiled and said to the security, beat him up. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The security immediately walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia took 2 steps back. Xianxia's voice was sharp and angry. Jing, do you have to be so ruthless? Except for me, which man will look at you? Beat him up. Beat him up where it hurts, Ningxu said coldly. Xianxia was forced into a corner and surrounded by several security guards. He wanted to use his skills to fight against 5 of them, but he overestimated his strength and was beaten down. Xianxia was knocked to the ground by the security guards. His whole body was in pain. When the security guards heard Ningxu's words, they started to hit him where it hurt. For a moment, Xianxia was lying on the ground. Ningxu reached into his bag and took out a silver needle. He walked over and patted Xianxia's back. Then, he quickly inserted the needle into Xianxia's waist. Xianxia was in pain all over. When he was patted by Ningxu, he immediately cried out in pain and covered up the pain of the needle. Ningxu said coldly, I know what you're thinking, but don't treat women as fools. Wasn't Xianxia's hypocritical attitude just because he wanted the 200 million yuan? Xianxia was in so much pain that his face was covered in sweat. He turned his head and looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. His gums were almost bleeding as he said hatefully, Jing, I'd like to see how well you can live without me. Ningxu smiled slightly. Just wait and see. But I know you won't have a good life. An irresponsible man who doesn't have a sense of responsibility for his family, doesn't discipline himself, and can't give his wife a sense of security. Your life will be even more chaotic. No matter how many halos you have, things will soon collapse if things go wrong. Indulgence comes with a price. I wish you well. Ningxu turned and left. Ningxu took the check to the bank and a huge sum of money appeared in her account. Ningxu used the huge sum of money to buy a lot of scattered shares of the Jing family's company. In addition, the Jing family's company's recent profits were not good. Ningxu bought the shares of the small director at a premium. The small director saw that the company's situation was not right. In addition, Ningxu offered a high price, so he transferred his shares to Ningxu. This allowed Ningxu to accumulate a lot of shares. That day, Xianxia came back with injuries. Yishi asked Xianxia how he got these injuries. Xianxia said that Jing hit him. Yishi was unhappy at that time. She was unhappy that Xianxia and Jing met. Yishi called Ningxu and told him not to meet Xianxia anymore. She said that they were already divorced. Ningshu rolled his eyes and hung up the phone. Xianxia's body had been in pain for several days and he was furious. He remembered that Ningshu had called the police twice before. This time, he also called the police, saying that Ningshu deliberately beat him up, which constituted a crime of intentional injury. When the police found Ningshu, she said directly, it was self-defense. At that time, I had a check of 200 million on me. At that time, he grabbed my arm and wanted to snatch the check from me. There should be cameras in the cafe. You can go and check. Xianxia, this be *tch. Xianxia had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Ningshu, but Ningshu either stayed at home and rarely went out, or when he went out, he brought a large group of people with him. Xianxia was annoyed. He really thought of himself as a great person. However, it didn't take long for Xianxia to lose the mood to find trouble with Ningshu because he found that there was a problem with his body. He couldn't do it for as long as before. Moreover, he couldn't get erect for a long time, which made Yishi very unhappy and resentful. Xianxia endured the shame and went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said a lot of things about nerve sensitivity, prostate problems, and surgery. When Xianxia heard that he was going to have surgery there, he was frightened and ran out of the hospital. Xianxia went to find a more famous Chinese medicine doctor. The doctor said that Xianxia had serious kidney damage and couldn't have sex. Xianxia was speechless for a long time. Not only did he lose his fertility, but he also lost his ability to have sex now. That night, Xianxia was annoyed and wanted to test whether he really couldn't do it with Yishi, but the result was quickly lost. Xianxia was so angry that he jumped out of bed naked and smashed everything in the bedroom. Yishi nestled in bed and looked at Xianxia in a daze. Her expression was indescribably complicated. The loud noise in the room attracted Xianxia's parents. Xianxia could only suppress his anger and deal with his parents. He couldn't tell his parents that he couldn't do it. The next morning, Xianxia's mother scolded Yishi. Xianxia's mother didn't like Yishi. Yishi's family background was not as good as the Jing family, so Xianxia's mother was even more unkind to her. What's more, Yishi didn't give birth to a precious grandson for the Jing family like in the plot, so Xianxia's mother hated this daughter-in-law very much. Yishi was very helpless and sad in her heart. At this time, Xianxia was in a daze and didn't know how to speak up for her. Yishi's heart turned cold and she began to mourn for the rest of her life. She thought that she would be happy from now on, but she didn't expect such an outcome. If she had known, she would have been ruthless and left. She wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. She didn't have a child in this life and had a husband, but she might be a widow. Yishi was discouraged for a while. After getting what she wanted, it was completely different from what she imagined. Xianxia's mother's reputation was not good now. Even if there were any banquets, don't invite her. Xianxia's mother, who had nothing to do all day, acted like a mother-in-law in front of Yishi and tormented her. There were servants at home, but she insisted that Yishi wear the clothes she liked, cook, and clean. Yishi was very angry, but Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Yishi. Xianxia was very guilty when facing Yishi. After all, he couldn't do it. While Xianxia's mother was happily tormenting Yishi, a woman came to the door with a newly bulged belly. The pregnant woman arrogantly said that the child in her belly was Xianxia's father's, and it was a boy. He was the future heir of the Jing family. Xianxia's mother was furious. She picked up something and smashed it on the woman's belly, wanting to get rid of the bastard in her belly. This child was her bargaining chip, so the woman naturally had to protect the child in her belly. Yishi looked on indifferently from the side and didn't help Xianxia's mother at all. There was a carefree smile on her face. Xianxia's father and son, who rushed back from the company after receiving the news, looked at the woman with a slightly bulged belly in a daze. Xianxia's father was very unfamiliar with this woman and didn't believe that the child in her belly was his. The woman had no choice but to tell him how she was pregnant with Xianxia's father's child. She also promised Xianxia's father that the child was 100% a boy. When Xianxia's mother heard that this shameless woman stole her husband's sperm, she was so angry that she wanted to lift the roof and beat this woman to death. Xianxia's father didn't dare to take the risk. What if this child was really his? Xianxia's mother was so angry that she wanted to jump off the building. She wanted to drag this smug and hateful woman down with her. Xianxia's mother was full of fear and uneasiness. This woman who came to the door was young and beautiful, and she was even pregnant with her husband's child. She was old and yellow. Could she stay by her husband's side? What if her husband was seduced by this woman? Xianxia's mother felt as if a knife was stirring in her heart. It was so painful that she wanted to die. The pregnant woman was obviously here for glory and wealth. Unlike Yishi, she would not endure it stubbornly. She even said that she wanted to take care of the baby in the Jing family's luxurious villa. Xianxia's mother immediately exploded and shouted at Xianxia's father, "In this family, it's either her or me. I don't know where the child in her stomach came from, but how dare he blackmail the Jing family?" The pregnant woman said confidently, "My child is definitely Mr. Jing's. You can go to the hospital to take the amniotic fluid for a DNA test. This child is the future heir of the Jing family. What's wrong with me taking care of the baby here?" The pregnant woman said with a smile and looked at Xianxia's father coquettishly. "Does Mr. Jing want to see his son suffer?" Xianxia's mother was so angry that she felt dizzy. She kept cursing, "You shameless B*tch. You're such a B*tch. Xianxia's mother was an elegant lady, but she could not calm down when faced with such a situation. She was no different from a shrew. Ever since she found out that Xianxia was infertile, Xianxia's mother lost her composure. What she was worried about still happened. How could she stand it? What else did she have in this life? Enough. Xianxia was unhappy when he saw her cursing the child. Looking at this woman's confident look, this child was most likely his. Xianxia's mother looked at her husband in a daze and shouted, "I'm your wife who has been with you for half your life. You're actually yelling at me because of this shameless vixen." Xianxia's mother reached out and scratched Xianxia's father's face. Her nails were very long and beautifully trimmed. Xianxia's father's face suddenly had many scratches, some of which were very deep. Xianxia's father slapped her hard across the face, causing her to fall to the ground. "Look at you now. How dare you hit me?" Xianxia hurriedly helped his mother up and said disapprovingly, "Dad, how can you hit Mom?" Xianxia's father felt a burning pain on his face. "Look at what she did." Xianxia's mother threw herself into Xianxia's arms and wailed. Yishi watched from the side with a slight smile. "If you don't let me stay here, I'll have an abortion." The pregnant woman straightened her belly. "You have to think carefully. The heir of the Jing family is inside." Xianxia's mother glared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Go ahead and get an abortion if you dare. Even if you don't, I'll make you do it, as long as you dare to stay here." The pregnant woman took 2 steps back and said, "It's okay if you don't want to live here, but you have to buy me a house so that I can take care of the baby." "Dream on." Xianxia's mother shouted agitatedly. "You want a house? Dream on." Xianxia's father rubbed his forehead. In the end, he compromised for the sake of the child. He made an agreement with the pregnant woman, saying that the child would have nothing to do with her. He would buy her a house and pay her a sum of money for her nutrition. But if the child in her belly was not the Jing family's, the consequences were not something she could bear. The woman agreed readily and deliberately walked away with a hand on her waist. Before she left, she gave Xianxia's mother a provocative look. That arrogant look made Xianxia's mother so angry that she almost went crazy. If Xianxia had not held her back, she would have run to the kitchen and stabbed this woman to death. How hateful. How could there be such a shameless B*tch? After the pregnant woman left, Xianxia's mother could only stare at her husband. She cried and threw a tantrum, asking if there was anything between him and that vixen. Did something happen between the two of them? Xianxia's father was very impatient and went straight to the office. At the same time, he took care of the house for the pregnant woman so that she could take care of the baby in peace. The pregnant woman was very smart. When he bought a house, he had to use her name on the property certificate. Otherwise, she would go to the hospital for an abortion. For the sake of the child, Xianxia's father endured and bought a house for the woman. The property certificate was in her name. At the same time, he made up his mind that if the child was not his, he would make this woman beg for death. Xianxia's father did not tell the family where the house he bought for the woman was, especially from his wife. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Clearly, nothing had happened, but she was still looking for trouble like a lunatic, causing the family to be uneasy. Xianxia's father could not control the situation now. There was no worst-case scenario, it would only go in a worse direction. Xianxia's mother kept making a fuss. In order to avoid her, Xianxia's father rarely went home and stayed in the office all day. Sometimes, he would even visit the pregnant woman's house. This man was her sugar daddy. The pregnant woman was naturally gentle towards Xianxia's father. The man, who was afraid of his wife, enjoyed this feeling. He always liked to come here, saying that he wanted to see his child. Sometimes, he would even accompany the woman for a prenatal checkup, leaving Xianxia's mother in the luxurious villa. Xianxia's mother was already worried about her gains and losses. Now that another woman had appeared to ruin their relationship, how could Xianxia's mother tolerate this? Xianxia's father did not come home, so Xianxia's mother went to the office to make a fuss. Not only did she make the house a mess, but she also made the people in the office lose their minds. Anyway, the entire Jing family was in a fickle and crazy atmosphere. It was like a bowstring that had been pulled to the extreme, who knew when it would break. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere in the Jing family, Ningxu's days were very comfortable. When he had nothing to do, he would practice his peerless martial arts or go out to do things. Previously, the directors of the Jing family's company sold their shares to him. There were also some small directors who took the initiative to look for Ningxu and offered to sell their shares to Ningxu. Now, the company was in a rather strange atmosphere. In any case, it gave people a very bad feeling. There was no positive and uplifting atmosphere. Moreover, the directors' dividends were getting less and less, and the company's share price was also falling. Some of the small directors heard that Ningxu was buying shares at a premium and contacted Ningxu to transfer the shares to Ningxu. Since they took the initiative to come to him, Ningxu naturally had to lower the price. It was impossible for him to give a higher price. These small directors saw that Ningxu was lowering the price and felt that the company had no future. They wanted to withdraw as soon as possible. They could not be trapped in their hands. Ningxu's price was slightly higher than the stock price, and these small directors sold their shares. At this point, Ningxu had spent almost all of his 200 million yuan. All of it was exchanged for the shares of the Jing family. After calculating, the shares in his hands were enough to enter the board of directors of the Jing family company. He had the right to vote. It all depended on when he could change the name of the Jing family company. There were many people who coveted the Jing family company. For example, the second largest shareholder of the company, Director Li, was eyeing the company covetously. He wanted to get the company in his hands and change the company's name to Li. Ningxu contacted Director Li and said that he was willing to vote for Director Li to become the chairman of the company. The Jing family was in a mess and Xianxia was very worried now. He looked for doctors everywhere to cure his illness, but it was not so easy. Now the Jing family was supported by Xianxia's father, but because of the pregnant woman, Xianxia's mother came to the company every 2 to 3 days to make trouble, making Xianxia's father very embarrassed. He had no dignity in front of the company's employees. Xianxia's father said that if she continued to make trouble, he would divorce her. Xianxia's mother became more and more excited, saying that Xianxia's father was going to divorce her for that woman and abandon his wife and son. Xianxia's father was so angry that he directly locked Xianxia's mother at home and asked her to calm down. Now she was like a shrew, an unreasonable shrew. Yishi took care of Xianxia's mother at home. Every time, she would wait until she was hungry to send her food, and the food she prepared was not very good. Xianxia's mother cursed loudly, and her curses could be heard in the whole villa. In the face of her mother-in-law's curses, Yishi did not say a word, but the next meal was still the same. In this way, the Jing family no longer had the ability to lead the company. When Director Li heard that Ningxu supported him, he was sure that Ningxu would not betray him at the last minute, so he called for a board meeting and said that he would remove Xianxia's father from the position of chairman and deprive the Jing family of the management rights. Xianxia's father's face was dark, but he was very calm. After all, the Jing family had the most shares, and these directors could not all vote for Director Li. In the end, it was the voting of the directors. Every director voted very carefully. Ningshu did not come to the scene, but he called Director Li to vote. Director Li had roped in a lot of directors before. Although some of them betrayed him at the last minute, he still defeated the Jing family with one vote. Xianxia's father fainted on the spot due to high blood pressure and was rushed to the hospital. When Xianxia came back to work from a business trip, he found that the company was turned upside down. His father's position as chairman was gone, and his position as CEO was gone. Now, he was told that the Jing family's company had nothing to do with his family. Although the Jing family had a small company, this company was the most important. It wasn't that the Jing family had nothing now. The Jing family had a lot of stocks in their hands and the dividends they received every year made the Jing family rich. But why? This belonged to the Jing clan. Xianxia went to look for Director Li, but he was dragged out by the security guards before he could even see Director Li. Ningshu felt that this mission should be about done. He just didn't know when he would be able to leave. The Jing family had been trying so hard to find a successor. Now that the Jing family had lost their family business, did they really want a successor to inherit the company's stocks and a few small companies? A small company was like a drop in the ocean to the Jing family's company. There was no way they could compare. Xianxia's father was in the hospital, while Xianxia's mother was locked up at home, cursing and swearing every day. Ningshu's life was very comfortable, but the Ni family was very worried. They said that they still wanted to find a man for Ningshu to take care of her for the rest of her life. Especially when they saw that Xianxia was married, they swore to find Ningshu a man who was 1,000 times better than Xianxia. Ningshu's face darkened when he heard this. It wasn't easy for him to jump out of the pit, but now he had to jump back into the pit again. Moreover, men of equal social status all avoided Ningshu. It was because Ningshu's style was too strong. She took a video of her ex-husband having sex and asked for 200 million yuan for a divorce. Moreover, she was a woman with heart disease who couldn't give birth. Anyone with a clear mind would not marry Ningshu. However, there were also some men who were interested in the 200 million yuan in Ningshu's hands and expressed their willingness to marry Ningshu. Ningshu, go back to where you came from. The Ni family had no choice but to ask Ni Yan for help to find a reliable man. Ni Yan looked at the nonchalant Ningshu and said, I have a suitable candidate under me. He's reliable and has a good personality. If you're willing, I can arrange for the two of you to meet. Oh, how's his family background? Ningshu asked casually. It's not that good, but he's hardworking and has a bright future. He's my right-hand man. Ni Yan said. Ningshu squinted and said, forget it, we're not of equal social status. He'll say that his brother forced him to marry his sick sister. I have more money than him and my family background is better than his. His male chauvinism probably won't be able to take it and make him feel suffocated. What's his motive for marrying a wife who can't give birth? Ni Yan, if you think that way, you can't get married in this lifetime. Ningshu said to Ni Yan. Ningshu said casually, I didn't plan to get married in the first place. Do women have to get married? I don't want to be too comfortable right now. Ningshu felt that her life after transmigrating was great. No one forced her to get married. It was as if a woman who didn't get married was a piece of trash that no one wanted. Ni Yan didn't introduce anyone to Ningshu and said, the donor has agreed to donate the heart. The surgery will probably be carried out soon. The hospital has already arranged another surgery for you. Pack up today and you'll be in the main hospital tomorrow. Ningshu, no, I don't want to. When would he be able to leave this world? The Ni family completely ignored Ningshu's wishes and sent Ningshu to the hospital. They even comforted Ningshu not to be nervous, but they were extremely nervous. Ni Yan said to Ningshu, don't be afraid. Take care of your body first. Big Brother has hired the best doctor for you. Once the heart recovers, the surgery can be carried out. After that, you can walk around. Ningshu felt helpless when she saw the Ni family's anticipation. If she didn't do the surgery, how sad would the Ni family be? Dying on the operating table was better than not doing it at all. Once the heart arrived at the hospital, Ningshu was pushed into the operating room. All sorts of instruments were placed on her body. Ningshu cursed in her heart. Is 2333 dead? Why isn't he sending me back? after the anesthetic was administered, Ningxu fainted. When she woke up again, her whole body was numb. Yan came in wearing a sterile gown. When he saw Ningxu wake up, he smiled. The surgery was a success. Jingjing, take care of your body. Ningxu felt bitter in her heart. Facing the happy family, Ningxu didn't feel too good. It was a pity that the original owner didn't plan to come back. If the surgery was successful, her body wouldn't faint like before. Ding, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333's voice sounded. Ningxu was extremely depressed. Leave. Can't you die earlier? How can you let me leave after the surgery is successful? How can the Ni family accept this? After a moment of dizziness, Ningxu opened his eyes and found himself back in the system space. He sprawled on the sofa and saw Jing standing in front of him. Seeing Jing, Ningxu immediately sat up straight and asked, "Are you satisfied with the mission?" Jing smiled, "Thank you, I'm very satisfied." Ningxu paused for a moment and said, "I think you should go back. Your heart transplant was a success. You can go back and live like a healthy person." Living like a healthy person is not a healthy person. Jing shook her head, "And I have to take anti-rejection drugs for the rest of my life." "Didn't you take medicine before?" Ningxu said. Jing's condition required her to take medicine. The surgery was a success. "Your parents are very happy." Jing smiled, "Thank you, but I want to start over." "Well, I wish you all the best." Ningxu felt that it was a pity. A new life might not be as good as this one. Ningxu felt that Jing would have a good life when she went back. She would have enough money to squander and would not have to worry about making a living. Moreover, the Ni family would not force Qian to marry. In a way, this kind of life was freer than most people. However, to each his own. Ningxu thought it was good, but Jing did not think so. He felt that Jing cared a lot about the fact that she could not have children. Everything was because Jing could not have children. "Anyway, thank you." Jing thanked Ningxu. Then, her soul began to become thin. In the end, it was so thin that it could be blown away by the wind. Jing disappeared from the system space. Ningxu immediately asked 2333, "Why didn't you tell me that someone entered the system space?" 2333 explained, "I thought you were ready to meet the client." Sophistry, she slumped on the sofa. Did she look like she was going to meet a guest? Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, 2333, "I feel that you have been acting weird recently. Tell me if you have any dissatisfaction." "No, I'm just trying to remind you. I'm not afraid that you will become arrogant after becoming an intermediate mission taker," 2333 said. "Ningxu, should I thank you?" Ningxu asked, "If I leave Jing's body and Jing won't go, then what about Jing's body?" "Natural death," 2333 said. Ningxu still felt that it was a pity. Did Jing give up her soul to counterattack just to fulfill her wish and then reincarnate with peace of mind? "Let's take a look at the points this time," Ningxu said as he sat cross-legged on the sofa. Ningxu's attributes panel appeared in front of him. Serial number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Intermediate Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 3. 15 million/2 million Soul Value, 300 HP, 71 Wisdom, 210 Charm, 4 Luck, 54 Spiritual Power, 130, Faith, 4420, Combat Power, 132 Aptitude, 59 Merit, 30 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Entry to Unique Martial Arts, Elementary Poison Technique, Elementary Business Management Knowledge, Elementary Code Programming, Elementary Lawyer Skills. Honorary Title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Amulet Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Fulfill Jing's Wish, Take Revenge on Jing Xiao, Zai Yi Shi. Mission Completion Rate, 100. Obtained 2 million points, 40 Attribute Points, 20 Faith. The reward was quite good. He obtained 2 million points. How should he distribute the 40 attribute points? Ningxu thought for a while and decided to add them to wisdom, combat power, and luck. Ningxu thought for a while and added a point to charm. The other attributes were in the tens and tens, but only charm was at 4. Serial number, 2333. Name, Ningxu, intermediate mission taker, age, 27 points, 3. 15 million/2 million soul value, 300 HP, 71 wisdom, 21014 charm, 46 luck, 5410 spiritual power, 130 faith, 64 combat power, 13210 aptitude, 59 merit, 30 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, trash fighting technique, beginner peerless martial arts, beginner poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills. Honorary title, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Amulet Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing. Ningxu added 6 attribute points to charm. In any case, charm had reached 2 digits. After finishing these things, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and cultivated. Only when he could no longer absorb energy did he stop. Ningxu opened her eyes and touched her soul. Now, her soul was much stronger than before. It felt like jelly when she touched it. Ningxu was quite happy. At least he was getting stronger. Tisk, shallow. Do you know what a truly strong soul is like? It's like a human body, but it's invulnerable. To destroy such a soul, not even a trace of consciousness can be left behind. Otherwise, it's impossible to kill it. 2333 looked at Ningxu's intoxicated face and sneered. Ningxu, I know there are many powerful existences. You don't have to tell me. I need encouragement, not a blow. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to withstand the pressure? Ningxu said unhappily. Then you can't take it now? 2333 asked. I can barely take it. Then it's fine. Ningxu, pounding the table and crying. She strongly requested to change the system. Her system was not friendly at all. Ningxu planned to go to the virtual space to take a look. Maybe he could find something useful. Most of the time, Ningxu didn't exchange anything. He didn't have any money. He just liked to make a fuss. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Ningxu appeared in the virtual space. He didn't care about anything else and went to a restaurant to eat. When he passed by a shop, he was bumped into by a mission enforcer who came out of the shop. Ningxu stumbled. Sorry. The person who bumped into Ningxu apologized first and even reached out to help Ningxu. Ningxu avoided his hand and shook his head. It's okay. When Ningxu looked at the mission enforcer, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and his face was full of disbelief. It shouldn't be. How could this person be here? Impossible. Ningxu's face was so shocked that it was distorted. He couldn't believe the person he saw. Are you all right? The man asked, looking polite. Ningxu really wanted to slap himself twice to make his expression more normal. He coughed and calmly said, I'm fine. Ningxu never thought that she would meet Xianxia here. Xianxia. Xianxia, damn it. He committed suicide and became a mission enforcer? Ningxu turned around and left. She didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia. Xianxia reached out to stop Ningxu. Ningxu looked at him warily. What are you doing? Xianxia withdrew his hand and said, I just wanted to ask if you were okay. Ningxu shook his head. I'm fine. Xianxia was some distance away from Ningxu. He said politely to Ningxu, I'm sorry. I didn't notice when I came out. If you feel uncomfortable, you can tell me. I'm willing to compensate you. Seeing Xianxia like this, Ningxu had a bad feeling in her heart. She knew this guy too well. He had a deep mind and was ruthless. Everything he did had a purpose. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ningxu turned around and walked away. Xianxia relied on his long legs to block Ningxu again. Ningxu's heart immediately exploded, and he looked at him coldly. What else do you want? To express my apology, I'll treat you to a meal. Xianxia pointed to a restaurant not far away and said, "This is my first time here. You're the first person I've met. Let me treat you to a meal." Ningxu, slamming the table and crying. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? That was why he met Xianxia here. Ningxu didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia. Not at all. Ningxu took 2 steps back and lightly said, "No need, thank you." Xianxia raised his eyebrows, looked at Ningxu and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "Why would I be afraid of you? Let's fight one-on-one if you have the ability." Xianxia sized up Ningxu from head to toe. His sharp eyes made Ningxu's hair stand on end. "What are you looking at?" Ningxu asked unhappily. Xianxia rubbed his chin. "I think you look familiar." Ningxu, F***ck, why does he look so familiar? To be honest, Ningxu didn't want to deal with people like Xianxia. It was fine to meet him once, but he didn't expect to meet him again. Ningxu had a bad feeling in his heart. Xianxia had become a mission enforcer. What if he met him during a mission? F***ck, her life was already so miserable, and there was still a mission enforcer who might seek revenge on her. However, Ningxu did not regret her decision in the slightest. Even if she had known that Xianxia would become a quest enforcer, she would still have done the same thing. She should have taken out the soul pearl and collected Xianxia's soul back then. Xianxia saw that the woman's face was cold, but her eyes were flickering. He said, "I invite you again. Please give me a chance to apologize." "No need." Ningxu directly refused. Xianxia frowned, then his eyebrows relaxed, and he finally laughed softly. "Ningxu? Laugh your ass, you're crazy." Xianxia stared at Ningxu. Ningxu shouted, "Meow meow meow." Pfft, cough cough cough, F***ck, Xianxia was simply heaven-defying. He could even recognize her. Xianxia smiled. "It really is you. I didn't expect you to look like this." Ningxu straightened her back and said righteously, "It's me." "What, do you want revenge on me?" Xianxia said gently, "Why would I want revenge on you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been caught by the system." "Ningxu, that's mockery, right?" "Hee hee." Ningxu looked at Xianxia. "I'm telling the truth. The past is in the past, and I don't have any responsibilities. I'm living for myself now." Xianxia looked at Ningxu. "I don't hate you. As for meow meow meow, now that I think about it, I feel sorry for her. She gave up her soul for others to counterattack." Xianxia looked disappointed. "Soul power is too important to the soul." "Ningxu, I'd be a fool if I believed you." Xianxia's words couldn't be trusted. "What's your name?" Xianxia asked Ningxu. Ningxu was wary of Xianxia, so he didn't plan on telling Xianxia his name. "Since you don't hate me, then let's forget about each other." Ningxu turned and walked away. This time, Xianxia didn't stop Ningxu. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu's back. He touched his chin, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction of Ningxu. After meeting Xianxia, Ningxu wasn't in the mood to eat at the restaurant. He thought about it and felt that he was too cowardly. Wasn't it just Xianxia? What was there to be afraid of? Everyone would use their own means to see who could beat who. Ningxu still went to the restaurant to eat. When he walked to the door, the waiter greeted him and said to Ningxu, "Sir, someone invited you to a private room." Ningxu was surprised. He didn't know anyone in the virtual space, but someone invited him to a private room. A private room was very expensive. Ningxu ate in the main hall every time he went to the restaurant. Ningxu followed the waiter to the private room. The waiter opened the door, and Ningxu instantly smelled the fragrance of agarwood in the room. After taking a breath, he felt that his soul was much cooler. Smelling this smell, a silver-haired consultant appeared in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu walked in and saw the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man was holding a book in his hand. "Sit down," the silver-haired man said calmly as he closed the book gracefully. Ningxu was a little puzzled as to why he was looking for him. He asked, "Why are you looking for me?" You're an intermediate mission enforcer now, right? Ningshu said, I need something. I hope you can help me find it in an intermediate realm. Ningshu was even more confused. What is it that only an intermediate realm has? Since you need it, why do you want me to find it? Can't you go yourself? I can't go to a low-level realm, the silver-haired man said calmly. Ningshu was speechless. Although he guessed that this person might be stronger, no one could say that an intermediate realm was a low-level realm so matter-of-factly. Ningshu's lips twitched as he asked, what is it? A type of sand called star sand. The silver-haired man said, as long as you find this star sand for me, I'll give you a generous reward. Putting aside the reward, Ningshu did not know what star sand was at all. He asked, what does this thing look like? Why does it only exist in intermediate realms? The silver-haired man said, it's a type of sand, but it's actually a type of stone. It can also be said to be a type of crystal. It's a law stone formed when an intermediate realm develops into an advanced realm. Ningshu was surprised. Then this thing should be very expensive. You can exchange it. There were too many shops in the virtual space. He would definitely find what he wanted. The silver-haired man glanced at Ningshu, who was making a fuss. This thing is actually useless. It's like the resin secreted by a tree. Ningshu was speechless. He felt that he was being despised for no reason. Since this sort of thing was useless, what did he want it for? Ningshu didn't plan on asking. Even if she asked, he might not tell her. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know how to find star sand, and I can't guarantee that I'll find it. I can wait as long as it takes. Time is not a problem. If you find it, you can come to the consultation room and make a deal with me, the silver-haired man said. Ningshu thought for a while and asked, why are you looking for me? Ningshu was really confused about why the silver-haired man was looking for him. The silver-haired man said, the people I know don't go to low-level worlds. I just happened to see you and wanted to make a deal with you. Ningshu was speechless. His heart was hurt 10,000 times. This looks like star sand. The silver-haired man handed Ningshu a piece of paper. It was light gold and a little thick. Ningshu took a look. Star sand was just like its name. It was silver and very small, only the size of a thumb. This kind of thing was too hard to find, mainly because it was too small. Even if he found it, he would just glance at it and ignore it. Ningshu nodded and said, I'll try my best. The silver-haired man nodded and stood up. He took the thick book and left. He turned to Ningshu and said, order whatever you want. It's my treat. The silver-haired man opened the door and left. Ningshu didn't stand on ceremony. He called the waiter and ordered a table of dishes. After eating, he returned to the system space. Ningshu asked 2333, how did Xianxia become a mission enforcer? His soul is qualified. Naturally, he can become a mission enforcer, 2333 said. Ningshu felt very tired. Can you find out what level he is at now? How did he appear in the virtual space so quickly? I can't find out. The support system only serves mission enforcers. I can't find out their information. As for appearing in the virtual space, as long as you accumulate 500,000 points, you can activate the virtual space, 2333 explained. 2333 explained, you activated the virtual space when you accumulated 500,000 points. Ningshu pursed his lips. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, he would definitely find a chance to mess with him in the future. Ningshu guessed that Xianxia was able to recognize her because of her unconscious movements. Everyone had habitual movements. She had lived with Xianxia for a period of time, so it was normal for Xianxia to guess. Ningshu hammered his head. He would have to be more careful when doing quests in the future. As long as there was a chance to step on him, he would not give in. After recording Xianxia in his heart, Ningshu took out the paper that the silver-haired man had given him. It felt very heavy to the touch, and there were no creases at all. He tore at the paper, but found that he couldn't tear it. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't tear it. Good stuff. Ningshu looked at the star sand on the paper and memorized its appearance in his mind. If he could really encounter it, he wouldn't miss it. What kind of paper is this? why is it so hard? Ningshu asked. 2333, why did his host always look like she hadn't seen the world before? No matter how hard it is, it's just a piece of paper. What's there to be surprised about? 2333 said in annoyance. That kind of person always takes out good stuff. Ningshu frowned and said unhappily, 2333, why do I feel like you're going through menopause? Why are you speaking so strangely? I'm just making a fuss because I haven't seen it before. That's why I asked. If you don't like me, you can remove the binding between us. 2333 was silent for a while and said, sorry, I almost forgot that you're a girl. Ningshu, F*CK, why wasn't she a girl? Was that an apology? It was unbearable to talk like that. This paper is made from the sap of the phoenix parasol tree, so it's very hard and can last for a long time. If you don't understand, you should read more. 2333 said. Ningshu rolled her eyes and took a book from the bookshelf and put the paper in between. Ningshu opened the exchange store. It had been a long time since he last shopped. Ningshu wasn't very interested in the items in the exchange store. Especially after the last trial mission, when he was prohibited from using the exchange store, Ningshu tried to make himself less reliant on the items in the exchange store. Ningshu learned everything he could learn by himself. For example, medical skills were taught to Ningshu by himself. The system couldn't take away his skills. Ningshu browsed the exchange store and bought fasting pills, water, detoxification pills, and some basic medicine. Ningshu wasn't interested in anything else. He closed the exchange store. Let's look at the new client. Ningshu sat up straight and looked at the client in his best state. Okay. As soon as 2333's voice faded, a woman appeared in the system storage. She was wearing ancient clothes and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. Ningshu looked at the woman's face. Her lips were black and there was a faint black aura around her face. Her face looked a little blurry. My name is Xiaosusu. I want to fight back. Xiaosusu looked at Ningshu. Her voice was very clear. I want to break free from the shackles of my bloodline. Because of my bloodline, I can't live in this world. Ningshu was a little dizzy. He asked, what is your wish? I want to live my own life. I don't want to be used by others. Xiaosusu's face was sad. She seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and looked sad. Ningshu nodded and said, I will accept this quest. As soon as he said that, Xiaosusu's soul left the system. Ningshu thought for a moment and asked 2333, is there any item that can tell if there are other quest takers in the quest world? Nope. 2333 said. Ningshu was disappointed. She wanted to know if she could. Know if Xianxia was in the same world. She wanted to know if she could guard against him. It would be best if she could kill him. But there is an item that can do this. It's called the strings of affection. If you can use this item on the person you want to know, if you are in the same world, the strings of affection will burn. 2333 said. Strings of affection? Ningshu squinted. She had a bad feeling when she heard the name. The side effect is that this item is like a curse. It will make two people fall in love. 2333 said with a smile. Do you want to exchange? Ningshu, you must be kidding me. Fall in love? She and Xianxia felt a chill just thinking about it. No. Ningshu didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia. She wanted to guard against Xianxia. She didn't want to put herself in danger. She couldn't do such a stupid thing. When the time comes, she would be played by Xianxia. That would be worse than death. Xianxia would have his revenge. Moreover, he would be the one who delivered himself to her. Ningshu gave up after learning about the powerful side effects of the strings of affection. Using this item on Xianxia was suicide. It was giving up on life. Let's start the mission. Instead of thinking of ways to guard against Xianxia, it was better to become stronger and crush Xianxia into the mud. In fact, Ningshu was a little afraid of Xianxia. It wasn't easy for him to succeed in a counterattack for someone else, only to find that the person he took so much effort to defeat had suddenly appeared. And he was even stronger than before. It was even more frightening than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Ningxu felt a wave of dizziness from the teleportation, and his soul entered a body. Before he opened his eyes, he felt an oppressive and tense atmosphere. Ningxu felt his heart beating wildly. Ningxu quickly opened his eyes and found himself in a forest. There were many people around him, and they were of different ages. The youngest was 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was 15 or 16. There were boys and girls in the group. Ningxu was sizing up her surroundings when she suddenly saw a ferocious wild boar with tusks comparable to elephant tusks, a fat and strong body, and a bristling mane, rushing out from the forest. If he was stabbed by the wild boar's tusks, he definitely wouldn't survive. When Ningxu saw the wild boar, the others naturally saw it too. They immediately screamed and scattered. Some of the smarter children even climbed up the tree. When Ningxu saw the wild boar, she avoided it without thinking. She saw that the 7 or 8-year-old child next to her seemed to be frightened, staring blankly at the wild boar. Ningxu grabbed his arm and ran away. Because Ningxu was dragging a child, he couldn't run fast. The others hid, and the wild boar stared at Ningxu and the child. The wild boar ran very fast and was about to catch up. Ningxu saw a withered branch. He threw the child away and picked up the branch on the ground. Ningxu held the branch and looked at the wild boar running towards him. He felt something in his body become restless, as if it was about to burst out. This feeling was very strange, as if there was a giant beast trapped in her body. Ningxu instinctively suppressed this power that was eager to rush out of her body. Ningxu planned to stab the wild boar's eyes with a branch, but before the wild boar could run in front of Ningxu, it was entangled by a ribbon and couldn't break free. Ningxu looked in the direction of the ribbon and saw a little girl about 12 years old. She was holding a ribbon in her hand, and her fair face was covered in sweat. She seemed to be struggling. Ningxu didn't hesitate. He held the wooden stick in his hand and stabbed it into the eyes of the wild boar that was struggling to break free from the ribbon. Ningxu pierced the wild boar's eyes. The wild boar let out a shrill cry and struggled even harder. Finally, it broke free from the ribbon. This beast was very vengeful. After being blinded by Ningxu, it howled and chased after Ningxu. Just as Ningxu was about to be caught, a folding fan appeared in the air with a whoosh. The folding fan slashed across the wild boar's neck. The wild boar's head was cut off, and blood spurted out. But there was no blood on the folding fan. The wild boar that lost its head ran for a while before it fell down, its body twitching. Ningxu fell to the ground with a plop. His legs were weak, and he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The child that was thrown out by Ningxu ran over. Ningxu asked, "Are you okay?" Ningxu shook his head. The girl who used the ribbon as a weapon also came over. She looked at Ningxu from head to toe. "Fortunately, the real person saved you. Otherwise, you would be dead." "Thank you." Ningxu thanked her. "You are so powerful." The girl snorted. She was a little proud. After the wild boar was killed, the people who were hiding also came out and surrounded them. After being scared by the wild boar, everyone's face was still in shock. 2 people came with the wind and stopped in front of the group of people. Seeing these 2 people flying in the air, the group of children was so envious that their eyes turned green. They were shocked. Ningxu saw one of the men. His face was as clear as jade, and his posture was confident and at ease. He also had the temperament of a cultivator. His expression was languid, and he held a folding fan. It was obvious that he was the one who had killed the wild boar. When Ningxu saw this man, his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He felt bitter and frustrated. In short, it was very complicated. Ningxu silently chanted the clear heart incantation and suppressed the feeling in his heart. Cultivators had sharp senses. His abnormality would definitely be noticed by others. "Tonight, you guys will spend the night in this forest. Tomorrow, we will start the bone foundation test." Another young cultivator with a big saber on his back said. Hearing that they had to spend the night in the forest, everyone's face turned ugly. Some of the timid people, such as the children that Ningxu saved, curled their lips and were about to cry. "Tonight, your dinner will be this wild boar." The man with the folding fan pointed at the wild boar with the folding fan and said, "Oh right, there are many wild beasts in this forest. There might even be demonic beasts. Be careful." When these words came out, the children were scared to death. Their faces turned pale. The man with the folding fan smiled. He originally looked like an immortal. When he smiled, it was very seductive. "Coquettish fox." The girl with the ribbon whispered. The man with the folding fan glanced at her with a smile that was not a smile. It was obvious that he had bad intentions. Being stared at by the man like this, the girl was a little scared, but she still straightened her back. Under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, the two of them flew away. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. No one went to deal with the wild boar. They said that the wild boar was their dinner, but no one was willing to do it. Xianxia touched his body and felt a dagger at his waist. He was ready to deal with the wild boar. If the wild boar was placed here, it would attract other carnivores, such as wolves. According to the man, there were also demonic beasts. "What are you doing?" the girl Xianxia asked. Xianxia saw that she had saved his life before, so his attitude towards her was very good. He said, "You have to deal with this thing, or it will attract other wild beasts." Xianxia cut open the wild boar's stomach. The wild boar's steaming internal organs and intestines emitted the stench of feces. When the others smelled this stench, they all retreated. It was related to life. Xianxia endured the stench and pulled out the internal organs. He planned to dig a hole to bury the internal organs. In the end, he found that he did not have any tools to dig a hole. "Everyone, help dig a hole to bury this thing. Also, cover the blood on the ground with soil," Xianxia and the others said. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Some took out knives and some took stones to dig a hole. After working for a while, they dug a hole. "Throw the wild boar down with it. How can we eat this thing? It's smelly and hairy. Who wants to eat this thing? That coquettish fox did it on purpose." The girl with the ribbon as a weapon, Xianxia, said. When Xianxia heard that the girl was going to throw the boar away, she asked in surprise, "What are we going to eat if we throw it away? We all have dry food, so we don't need to eat this kind of thing." Xianxia was speechless. That man said that the wild boar was his dinner, and she really believed him. Who the hell would believe you? She worked hard to cut open the boar's stomach and made it stinky. Xianxia was also speechless. She endured the stench and dug out the boar's internal organs before the girl said that. Xianxia was too lazy to work. She grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and wiped the blood off her hands. The whole boar was buried in the pit. After finishing this, everyone leaned against each other. It was almost dark. Some birds in the forest were chirping strangely, making frightening sounds. Especially the mottled shadows of the surrounding trees were very scary. They couldn't help but lean closer to their companions. Some people took out their dry food to eat. Xianxia touched the bag on her waist and found that there was nothing in it. There was no water in the water bag either. Xianxia wanted to take out the fasting pills, but then she thought that the two people wouldn't really leave these people behind. They should be nearby watching them. Otherwise, how could they appear in time to kill the boar? A cultivator's divine sense was very strong. Even if she was sneaking around, she would definitely be noticed. Xianxia didn't dare to take the risk. She was too weak now. Without food, Xianxia leaned against the tree trunk and closed her eyes to accept the plot. This was a world where humans, demons, and devils existed. Humans cultivated and pursued the great Tao of immortality. Demons were evil and stole the abilities of others to supplement themselves. There were many demons, but they had low spiritual intelligence. The land and the sea were the demons' world. Humans, demons, and devils were the three legs of the tripod. The Tsangming continent was very big. No one knew how big it was. There were many dangerous and unknown places. This was a world full of killing and the strong were respected. Demons liked to devour the essence of cultivators, but cultivators had to resist in order to survive. The two races had been fighting constantly. As for demons, they were very loose and had no leader. Sometimes, they were given to cultivators as treasures. Human cultivators took out their internal elixirs and removed their bones and tendons. To become food on the plate, the devil race would also hunt down the demonic beasts. The advantage of the demonic beasts was their large numbers, and their weakness was their low intelligence. But conversely, there were also human cultivators who ended up in the bellies of the beasts. If you're strong, you'll live. If you're weak, you'll die. The original owner, Xianxia, was a mixed-blood child. Her father was a powerful demon while her mother was a human cultivator. Her father captured her mother and raped her. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant and gave birth to Xianxia, a mixed-blood child. After giving birth to Xianxia, Xianxia's mother wanted to commit suicide by self-detonation. However, her father absorbed her profound qi and she aged instantly. In the end, only her skin remained. Xianxia grew up in a demon's den. Because she had the blood of a human in her body, she didn't have the talent of a demon. She was reduced to a pitiful existence and was often bullied. When she was 15 or 16 years old, Xianxia's father had placed a restriction on her body to hide her devil bloodline. She was then allowed to join the Immortal Form sect and steal the sect's divine weapon, the Profound Yang sword. This sword was made with the most yang material in the world. When it was made, it was mixed with the blood of a person with the most yang body. It was especially harmful to demons. Xianxia's father was very powerful in the demon race. He had always carried out the idea of raising humans into human slaves. At that time, he kept Xianxia as his daughter because he wanted to steal the divine weapon. Xianxia successfully sneaked into the Immortal Form sect and became Qing Huajun's disciple. Who was this Qing Huajun? He was the man who was holding the folding fan just now. He was the youngest spirit-severing expert in the cultivation world. His talent was top-notch. Moreover, this person had a lazy personality. He had a feeling of wanting to see the world in chaos. He was neither good nor evil. After Xianxia became this person's disciple, facing this celestial master, she started to have some thoughts after a long time. However, Qing Huajun doted on Yuling Er, who also became his disciple. Yuling Er was a little girl who used a ribbon as a weapon. Yuling Er was a princess of a country in the secular world. Because she had dual spiritual roots, she was sent to the cultivation world by the royal family. This little girl was a little arrogant like a princess. However, her personality was very simple. She was straightforward and said whatever she wanted to say. She was often played around by her master, who was like a fox. Xianxia had low self-esteem and was very quiet. She was also very respectful to her master. She was not as rude as Yuling Er, but her presence was much lower than Yuling Er's. Compared to staying in the demon race's territory, Xianxia preferred to stay in the Immortal Form sect. Her master would guide her cultivation. Being able to see Qing Huajun filled her heart with sweetness. Because of this, Xianxia endured the pain of the restriction. Not only could this restriction hide Xianxia's demon bloodline, it would also activate after a period of time. When activated, it would be like thousands of ants biting a bone. Her father, who was far away in the demon race's territory, could even kill Xianxia with a single thought. However, when the restriction activated once, Xianxia was found to have demon qi in her body. The human race hated the demon race to the core. They would kill any demon they met. The demon race not only wanted the essence of cultivators, but also the essence of ordinary people. The hatred between the two races was irreconcilable. The Immortal Form sect naturally wanted to kill Xianxia. However, Qing Huajun resisted the pressure and saved Xianxia. Xianxia was touched that Qing Huajun saved her. She honestly told him the reason why she came to the Immortal Form sect. Qing Huajun said that the human race could not keep Xianxia. He even gave Xianxia the Profound Yang sword. Xianxia took the Profound Yang sword back to the demon race with tears in her eyes and gave it to her father. Just as Xianxia's father took the Profound Yang sword, the Profound Yang sword suddenly exploded. This little bit of attack power was nothing to Xianxia's father. However, the blood-devouring insect hidden in the Profound Yang sword took the opportunity to drill into his heart. Qing Huajun was a person who did whatever he wanted. He did not care about what the righteous sects were particular about. As long as it was effective, he would try it. Thus, he used Xianxia to sneak attack Xianxia's father. This method was obviously effective. The demon race's cultivation relied on blood essence. The blood-devouring insect drilled into his heart and devoured his blood essence, causing his strength to deteriorate. Xiaosusu's father was so angry that he directly sucked Xiaosusu dry. The demon race did not have any kinship. They only had strength. Strength was everything. Xiaosusu was born in a daze. Because of her bloodline, she was not allowed to exist in this world. The human race could not tolerate her, and the demon race would not care about a bastard who did not even have the talent of the demon race. And her respected master also used her. Being treated like this by the person she loved, Xiaosusu was very painful. It was even more painful than being sucked dry by her father. Qing Huajun gave her a little bit of warmth, which warmed Xiaosusu's heart. However, he cruelly took back this warmth. Xiaosusu was at a loss. She did not know what her life was. The reason why Ningxu counterattacked was because she wanted to get rid of the pain of her bloodline. The root of Xiaosusu's pain was because she was not strong enough. When her father placed restrictions on her, she could not resist and was used by Qing Huajun. It was also because she was a weak ant that did not need to care about. The hatred between the two races was as deep as the ocean. When Xiaosusu's identity was exposed, Qing Huajun did not treat her as his disciple. To put it bluntly, it was all because of strength. After accepting the storyline, Ningxu felt hungry. Seeing that everyone around him had something to eat, he felt even hungrier. For you. A biscuit was handed to Ningxu. When Ningxu turned around, he saw the boy holding a biscuit. Ningxu took the biscuit, thanked the boy, and bit into it. The biscuit tasted very good, and the fragrance of the meat overflowed in his mouth. It's delicious, right? My mother made it for me. The boy approached Ningxu. I'm Qiaomu. What about you? Right, thank you for saving me. It's fine. Ningxu looked at Qiaomu. You're so young. Would your family trust you to come? Of course not. But my father said that I'm talented, and it's better for me to come to the Immortal Transformation sect as soon as possible. Qiaomu looked indignant. If I knew it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come. How talented are you? Ningxu asked. My father tested me. I have the metal spirit root with the strongest attack power. Moreover, I have a single spirit root. Qiaomu raised his chin slightly, looking proud. The less spirit roots one had, the more talented they were. Moreover, they cultivated faster than those with multiple spirit roots. As long as they didn't die midway, they would be a dazzling expert. With Qiaomu's talent, he would definitely be a hot commodity in the Immortal Transformation sect. Ningxu originally wanted to cultivate a peerless martial art, but after thinking about it, it was better not to cultivate under the watchful eyes of others. In fact, Ningxu didn't want to enter the Immortal Transformation sect, nor did he want to steal the Profound Yang sword. If the restriction activated, it would be easy for others to detect the demonic qi in his body. The restriction suppressed the demonic bloodline and the demonic qi in his body. However, the demonic qi couldn't be suppressed forever, so the restriction would activate once in a while. Xiaosusu had a bit of demonic qi in her body, but she didn't have the talent of the demonic race. She also couldn't absorb the essence of others like the demonic race. Ningxu leaned against the tree trunk while Qiaomu leaned against Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at him, and Qiaomu immediately straightened his back. I'm leaning against you because I think highly of you. Ningxu, little brat, get lost. Ningxu did not pay any attention to him. She closed her eyes and leaned against the tree trunk to rest. When she calmed down, she could feel that someone was spying on her. Fortunately, she was cautious enough and did not take out any fasting pills, nor did she practice any exceptional martial arts. He could not reveal his identity under the watchful eyes of the Immortal Form sect. Otherwise, only death awaited him. When encountering devils, humans would kill them without mercy. Although Ningxu's eyes were closed, he was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. However, the next morning, they didn't encounter any danger. No dangerous beasts or demonic beasts approached them. It was clear that there were people protecting them. There were many talented children among them. If something happened to them, the Immortal Form sect would definitely be heartbroken. Moreover, all the major cultivation sects would snatch disciples with good innate talent. Ningxu opened his eyes and pushed away Qiaomu, who was leaning on his shoulder. His shoulder was covered in Qiaomu's saliva. Qiaomu was pushed away by Ningxu. She rubbed her eyes and woke up, asking, "What's wrong?" Everyone woke up one after another and yawned. Qing Huajun and the young man carrying a large blade came over. Beside Qing Huajun was Gong Hao, a blade cultivator. He was in the golden core stage and was in charge of the disciple recruitment this time. Qing Huajun was in the spirit severing stage and had a very high status in the immortal form sect. There was no need for him to do such a thing. It was because he was too bored that he came here purely to watch the show. Qing Huajun met Yu Ling and began his interesting life of teaching his disciple. Qing Huajun held a folding fan and scanned everyone present. Those who were scanned by him all straightened their backs and looked at Qing Huajun with respect. Qing Huajun's gaze swept past Ningxu's face and finally stopped on Yu Ling. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yu Ling immediately felt that Qing Huajun was up to no good and had a bad premonition. Ningxu looked at Qing Huajun and Yu Ling from the corner of his eyes. This was the story of the old fox and the little white rabbit. Ningxu and Yu Ling did not have any conflicts. Even in the storyline, Yu Ling did not hurt Xiao Susu. As Yu Ling's senior sister, Xiao Susu was older than Yu Ling. Naturally, she would not purposely cause trouble for Yu Ling. Master doted on Yu Ling and Xiao Susu was jealous. However, Xiao Susu, who was inferior, would not express it. Xiao Susu and Yu Ling minded their own business. Furthermore, Xiao Susu came to the immortal form sect with impure intentions. Thus, she did not dare to cause any trouble. Although she felt inferior and resigned, it still could not save her life. Her birth was a sin. Now, let's go to the immortal form sect to test your bone structure. Gong Hao said. As soon as Gong Hao finished speaking, a smile appeared on everyone's face. Qing Huajun looked at these excited people and smiled. It was the expression of someone who was watching a show. Yu Ling could not help but pout. Flirtatious fox. Walk from here to the entrance of the immortal form sect and climb up 5,000 steps. These are all part of the test. Gong Hao said. Walk over? This place was 5 to 6 miles away from the immortal form sect. If it was a cultivator, he would be able to reach it in a breath's time. However, for these people who had not even started cultivating, running 5 to 6 miles was definitely tiring. Moreover, they still had to climb 5,000 steps. Hurry up and run. There will be a reward for the first place. Qing Huajun floated on the tree branch like a god descending to the mortal world. Hearing that there was a reward, these children were all excited and ran in the direction Qing Huajun pointed. With competition, these children ran as fast as they could, not willing to give in. They used all their strength to fight for the reward mentioned by Qing Huajun. Ningxu looked at the direction Qing Huajun pointed. It was not the direction of the immortal form sect at all. Instead, it was the opposite direction. If they discovered it early, it would be fine. If they did not and ran far away, it would be a waste of time. Martial uncle. Gong Hao helplessly shouted at Qing Huajun. Qing Huajun waved his fan without a care. Seeing that there were still a few people who were not moving, he raised his eyebrows. Why are you guys still not running? The reward is pills, precious cultivation techniques, and magic tools. Qing Huajun's voice was very pleasant to the ears, with a strong sense of temptation. TSK, slutty fox. Yu Ling pouted and muttered very softly. Qing Huajun looked at Yu Ling with a smile that was not a smile. He closed his fan and squinted his eyes. Obviously, he was thinking of some interesting ideas. Ningxu felt that the treatment of the main character was indeed different. Cultivators could see clearly, see the legs of mosquitoes, and hear small things. For example, Qing Huajun would definitely hear Yu Ling's voice. Yu Ling offended Qing Huajun twice, but he did not say anything. Why are you guys not running? Gong Hao asked the remaining people. One of the youths said, I know that the immortal form sect is not in that direction. Qing Huajun looked at the youth. Oh, the kid from the Li family. The youth respectfully cupped his fist and bowed. Yes. For those kids who were tricked by Qing Huajun. Qing Huajun was a black-bellied person who only wished for the world to be in chaos. Ningxu even suspected that Qing Huajun knew the identity of the original owner of the body, but he still accepted the original owner of the body as his disciple. The original owner of the body did not have a good aptitude. She had 3 spiritual roots of earth, wood and fire. Although she could successfully build her foundation, it would be difficult for her to go further. If she had a special opportunity, she might be able to achieve the Jindan realm. The more Ningxu thought about it, the more he felt that Xiao Susu must have exposed herself long ago and was found out by Qing Huajun. Thinking about this, Ningxu did not want to go to Immortal Transformation sect anymore. She wanted to leave. But now was definitely not the time. She had already reached this step. If she said that she wanted to leave, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Everyone wanted to be able to cultivate and pursue the Tao of immortality. Not to mention, there was a time bomb in her body. Xiao Susu's father had placed a restriction on her body. With just a thought, she would explode into minced meat. Heartache. What about you guys? Why aren't you running? Qing Huajun looked at Ningxu, Qiumu, and Yu Ling-er. I still need this woman to protect me. Qiumu approached Ningxu and said. Ningxu, what the F***ck, who wants to protect you? You're a man and you need a woman to protect you. Shame on you. I don't believe you. Yu Ling-er pouted. Ningxu said, I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast. My legs are weak. Qing Huajun curled his lips and did not say anything. Are you hungry? I'll give you some biscuits. Qiumu took out a meat biscuit from the bag. Ningxu took it and started eating. Later, they still had to walk to the entrance of Immortal Transformation sect and climb the stairs. Qiumu saw that Ningxu was enjoying the biscuits and also ate a biscuit. The others also took out their biscuits to eat. It was just that the poor kids who were tricked by Qing Huajun did not eat anything and had to do intense exercise. After Ningxu finished eating the biscuit, he asked Qiumu for another one. Qiumu gave Ningxu one and muttered, Why did you eat so much? My mother made this biscuit for me. Qiumu was dressed in luxurious clothes, and it was obvious that he was the young master of a great clan. Previously, Ningxu had helped him out in passing, and now he was relying on Ningxu. If you want me to protect you, you should at least give me some compensation. Isn't your life worth 2 pieces of bread? Ningxu said. Autumnwood narrowed his eyes. People say that one shouldn't ask for anything in return for a favor. You're taking advantage of this favor to get something in return. This child, Ningxu had eaten and sat on the ground to rest. He still had to run a marathon later. People ran back one after another. When they ran back, they sat down on the ground. Their faces were pale and they were panting heavily. Ningxu felt tired just by looking at it. Gong Hao, go and see if there's anyone who hasn't returned yet. Qing Huajun said to Gong Hao. Gong Hao cupped his hands and went to find the people who ran away. After a while, Gong Hao came back with one person in each hand. Spiritual Master, why did you lie to us? One person stood out and asked. Qing Huajun raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with contempt. So what if I lied to you? Is the path to immortality really that easy to pursue? This world is very dangerous, and there are endless monsters. There are also demons who see humans as food. There are also those of the same race with evil hearts. You believe me just because I said something? Those demons who are good at bewitching people. If they say something, you will obediently send yourself into their mouths. Qing Huajun's expression was arrogant and disdainful. His words made the indignant expressions on the faces of those who were deceived disappear, and they were all ashamed. Start running now. Run to the front of the Black Heaven sect. Qing Huajun said coldly. At this moment, his body was surging with the aura of an expert, making it difficult for people to breathe. Run in this direction. Gong Hao pointed in a direction. Some of the people who were deceived were skeptical. Seeing that the others were running, they hurriedly followed. They felt very bitter, and their stomachs were empty. They had not rested enough and had to start running again. Woman, if I can't run any more later, you have to carry me. Qiumu said Ningxu. Ningxu's face darkened, and he kicked Qiumu's butt. I am not your servant. Xiaomu glared at Ningxu. You are so violent. I thought you were okay before, and wanted you to be my wife in the future. Now I don't want you. Ningxu, F***ck off, Ningxu ran slowly at a constant speed, and he was lagging behind. Seeing the people running in front of him, he did not care about the prize. Maybe the prize was Qing Huijin's trick again. He would definitely do something like that. Xiaomu ran beside Ningxu, and he was panting. Can you let me lean on you? I am so tired. Young Master Xiaomu had never suffered like this before, and he was panting like a cow. Ningxu ignored him and ran slowly. Xiaomu and Ningxu were slowly lagging behind. Xiaomu was relieved. Luckily you are with me. Ningxu, Yulinger was running at the front. Yulinger had already started cultivating, and her body was better than ordinary people. Ningxu looked at the exhausted Xiaomu. You are so talented, why haven't you started cultivating? My father is so tired. Don't talk to me. Xiaomu looked at Ningxu. Carry me, and I will tell you. I don't want to know. Xiaomu, after running to the front of the Xiantian sect, Ningxu felt like his legs were filled with lead, and he could not lift them. Xiaomu knelt on the ground, and then he lay on the ground. He was as soft as a slug, and he crawled to Ningxu's feet. Help me. Ningxu grabbed Xiaomu's collar and pulled him up. Because of the protection of the protective mountain array, the Xiantian sect did not appear. In front of them was a vast expanse of white, and they could not see anything. As the protective mountain array opened, the majestic Xiantian sect appeared. The three words Xiantian sect were majestic and righteous, and they were like dragons flying in the sky. There was also an endless flight of stairs, and they did not know where the stairs led to. Start climbing now, Qing Huijin said calmly. Xiaomu wailed. He was going to die. Ningxu stepped on the stairs, and the surrounding scenery was suddenly surrounded by a thick fog. She could only see the stairs, and she was the only one on the stairs. She could not see anyone else at all. Ningxu guessed that this should be a Dharma artifact. Ningxu slowly climbed up the stairs. At first, she did not feel it, but the higher she went, the heavier the pressure became. It was very uncomfortable, and it felt like her lungs were about to explode. Ningxu could only climb one step after a long time. After thinking about it, she sat on the stairs and was too lazy to climb up. Ningxu did not really want to enter the Xiantian sect. Xiao Susu wanted to change her fate, and changing her fate did not necessarily mean that she had to stay in the Xiantian sect. Moreover, staying in the Xiantian sect was easy to be exposed. It would be better if she was eliminated. Xiao Susu did not ask her to deal with Qing Huijin. She would wait until she completed the mission and Xiao Susu returned. She wanted to become strong enough to change the pain of her bloodline, and break free from the shackles of her bloodline. This mission was much simpler. After leaving the Immortal Transformation sect, she thought of a way to remove the restriction on her body. With the restriction, her life was in the hands of others. Ningxu felt a little tired. Since he did not plan to enter the Black Heaven sect, he sat cross-legged on the steps and closed his eyes to rest. The surrounding spirit energy was very dense. Ningxu resisted the urge to cultivate a peerless martial art until he left the Black Heaven sect. However, he felt refreshed just by smelling the spirit energy. Cultivating a peerless martial art in a world like this would definitely benefit him greatly. Hopefully, he would be able to cultivate the golden coiling dragon energy. Ningxu could even feel the spirit energy slowly entering his body, forming a spirit energy mist in his dantian. Ningxu was a little shocked. He did not cultivate at all, but the spirit energy was entering his body. He was so scared. He had never encountered such a situation before. Could this body be so talented that it could absorb spirit energy at any time? What a joke! If Xiao Susu had this kind of talent, she would not have fallen to the point of being used by others. Ningxu stood up. The spirit energy was still entering his body. It was very comfortable. However, Ningxu was horrified. The situation was too strange. After waiting for the test to end, the steps disappeared. Ningxu stood in the square. There were people sitting or lying on the ground around him. They looked exhausted and their faces were pale. Some of them even had blood oozing out of their skin. It was obvious that their bodies could not bear the pressure of climbing the steps. In comparison, Ningxu found that she was the most comfortable because her body had absorbed the spiritual energy, which made her feel very comfortable. Facing these gazes, Ningxu immediately sat on the ground and supported his forehead with his hand, pretending to be exhausted. Next was the test for spirit roots. An immortal form sect disciple brought out a black stone. There were patterns on the surface of the black stone, and the material was similar to jade. This should be the tool for testing spirit roots. Line up to test your spirit roots, an immortal form sect disciple said. Li Xian, earth and wood dual spirit roots. Li Yi, water single spirit root. Yu Ling air, water and earth dual spirit roots. Help me up. I can't get up, Xiaomu said to Ningxu. He was very anxious when he saw that everyone else had their spirit roots tested. Ningxu grabbed Xiaomu's collar and pulled him up. Autumnwood held the black stone. The black stone turned golden, as pure as gold. Xiaomu. Metal spiritual root. Single spiritual root. The immortal form sect disciple raised his voice. Xiaomu turned around and looked at Ningxu. I've already said that I have a metal spirit root. Xiaosusu. The disciple called Ningxu's name. Ningxu placed his hand on the black stone. There were 3 colors on the black stone: brown, green, and red. Earth, wood, and fire were the 3 spiritual roots. When Xiaomu saw Ningxu's aptitude, he frowned. Why is your aptitude so bad? Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. Ningxu smiled and said, thank you. Everyone's spiritual root attribute would be recorded in the book, and those without spiritual roots would have to go back and forth. After the test, the group of people was brought to the main hall. The hall was filled with powerful cultivators. Now, they were here to select disciples. Qing Huajun was also among them. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked at Yu Ling Air immediately. The group of people first bowed to the sect master and elders in the hall, then waited to be selected. People with single spiritual roots were very popular, especially Xiaomu, who had a metal spiritual root. Even the head elder who was in seclusion was alerted. The head elder relied on his high cultivation and the reason that he wouldn't waste his talent because he also had a metal spiritual root. He snatched Xiaomu away. The head elder took Xiaomu as his disciple and gave him a magic tool as a gift. Everyone was so envious that their eyes turned red. The head elder took Xiaomu away. When Xiaomu passed by Ningxu, he said, wait for me to find you. Ningxu smiled. This kid was quite cute. Let's go. You're not allowed to wander around before forming your core. The head elder glanced at Ningxu. He grabbed Xiaomu's head and took him away. Qing Huajun, you're already in the soul formation stage. It's time to take in disciples. The sect master said to Qing Huajun. He started taking in disciples when he was in the golden core stage, but Qing Huajun didn't have a single disciple. Qing Huajun closed his fan and said casually, then I'll just randomly pick 2 disciples. Qing Huajun pointed at Ningxu. You'll be my head disciple from now on. Everyone else was shocked. The sect master said, this girl has a triple mixed spiritual root. It's better to pick someone with talent. It's okay. I'm just randomly picking. Since I randomly picked her, it means that we're fated to be master and disciple. Qing Huajun said casually. Ningxu, sigh. How did she end up in his hands? The plot was so powerful. He thought he was eliminated. The sect master didn't agree with Qing Huajun's casual choice. This girl only walked 200 steps. Not only is her talent not good, even her willpower is not good. With her talent, she can only be an outer sect disciple. How can she be your head disciple? The sect master frowned. There are other people with good talent here. Qing Huajun said casually, it's okay. Since I picked her, she'll be the one. Seeing Qing Huajun like this, Ningxu finally understood how Xiaosusu felt. In the demon race, Xiaosusu was bullied by everyone. Without strength, it would be difficult for her to even survive. No one cared about her. But now a master appeared and insisted on taking her as his disciple. Xiaosusu felt warmth. Even if she was pushed out to be cannon fodder in the end, Xiaosusu didn't have much hatred towards Qing Huajun. Ningxu half knelt on the ground and called Qing Huajun master. Master looked at Yu Ling Er. The second disciple will be this girl. Yu Ling Er's face instantly turned black. She didn't want this slutty fox to be her master at all. She had a feeling that her future life would definitely be a disaster. Yu Ling Er looked at Qing Huajun. He had a smile on his face, which made him look even more handsome and elegant. Yu Ling Er didn't dare to say that she didn't want Qing Huajun to be her master in front of so many people. Qing Huajun was a powerful cultivator in the soul formation stage. If that happened, her father would break her legs. Yu Ling Er knelt down with difficulty and called Qing Huajun master. Good girl, follow me and cultivate well. Qing Huajun said lightly. Qing Huajun brought Ningxu and Yu Ling Er to Qinghua Peak. This peak was Qing Huajun's. The environment was very good. It was like a paradise. Ningxu's nose twitched. There was so much spirit chi here. And these spirit chi were all squeezing into Ningxu's body and drilling into Ningxu's pores. Here it is again. Ningxu was speechless. She didn't cultivate. Why would the spirit chi automatically drill into her body? Why? Ningxu didn't know what was going on. He was mentally retarded the whole time. When they arrived at the main hall, Qing Huajun sat down and said to Ningxu and Yu Ling Er, from today onwards, you two are disciples of Qinghua Peak. Cultivate well and don't get eaten by the demons. Qing Huajun looked at Ningxu and said, you have the earth, wood, and fire elements. You need to choose your main spiritual root to cultivate. Which spiritual root do you want to cultivate? Ningxu looked like he couldn't make up his mind. He said, disciple doesn't know what to choose. The earth element has strong defensive abilities. The wood element has strong healing abilities. The attack power of the fire element is also not bad. Qing Huajun explained to Ningxu like a master. Ningxu pondered in her heart. In this world, she could cultivate peerless martial arts. Peerless martial arts would give her immense strength, and her close combat ability would be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, she could release her chi to attack people. Then what she needed was the defensive ability of the earth element. Ningxu said to Qing Huajun, disciple chooses earth element as my major. Qing Huajun nodded and gave Ningxu a jade scroll. This is the earth element cultivation technique. Ningxu took the jade scroll. Thank you, master. You can leave first, the servant will arrange a room for you. Qing Huajun said. Ningxu bowed and left, leaving only Qing Huajun and Yu Ling Er in the room. Yu Ling Er kept winking at Ningxu, telling Ningxu not to leave. She did not want to face this coquettish fox. No. Ningxu was like an idiot, completely unable to see Yu Ling Er's signal and left obediently. The servant brought Ningxu to the room. The room was very ordinary, and Ningxu was not picky, as long as she could sleep. After closing the door, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and started to cultivate the peerless martial arts. As soon as Ningxu started to cultivate, the surrounding spirit energy crazily rushed into her body. Not long after, streams of qi were formed in her dantian, and then these streams of qi wandered to every corner of her body, invading her cells. Ningxu clenched her fist, feeling that her body was filled with strength. However, this speed was too fast, so fast that Ningxu was a bit scared. She knew that in a world with abundant spirit energy, cultivating peerless martial arts would be very powerful. But this was the first time she saw it so fast. Ningxu repeatedly recalled the plot. Xiaosusu's talent was not good. So abnormal. 2333, I'm scared, what's going on? Ningxu called out to 2333, feeling that something was wrong. Is such a heaven-defying cultivation speed something that a cannon fodder like her should have? She felt that her strength was so great that she could kick the door in half. 2333's voice rang in Ningxu's mind. What are you afraid of? The spiritual energy is actively running into my body. When I cultivate, the spiritual energy seems to have gone crazy. What's going on? Ningxu asked. 2333 was silent for a while. Maybe it's just your imagination. King retard, how could an illusion be like this? I'll cultivate again. Just watch. Ningxu began operating his peerless martial art. Next, spiritual energy surged into Ningxu's body. The spirit qi above his head formed a funnel-like whirlpool. The spirit qi poured into Ningxu's body, and the spirit qi water droplets floated in his dantian. The force of the peerless martial art became thicker and thicker, and it lingered in his dantian. Ningxu stopped his training and asked 2333, "Yes, I saw it. Just the training formation alone is scary. What happened?" 2333 asked. Ningxu was speechless. "I'm F*King asking you. Is something wrong?" Ningxu Chao asked 2333. 2333 said, "I'm not sure about the situation right now. Let's take it one step at a time." Ningxu stared blankly at him, speechless. His heart was tired. Ningxu felt that it was because he had been cultivating his peerless martial art for so long that he could cultivate so fast. He took out the earth-type cultivation technique that Qing Huajun gave him. He injected his spiritual energy into the Jade Scroll and started to cultivate according to the instructions in the Jade Scroll. It felt quite difficult. Then, Ningxu realized that the earth-type spiritual energy in the air was crazily rushing into his body. Soon, he reached the second level of the technique. Ningxu was speechless. "What the F*ck is going on, 2333, I think you should check what's going on," Ningxu said. This situation was too abnormal. He had never encountered such a situation before. "I've searched, but there's no result," 2333 said. "If you're strong, then so be it. If you cultivate fast, then hurry up." However, this feeling was too unrealistic. The key was that Xiaosusu wasn't in such a situation. Xiaosusu was a poor person who was stuck in the middle of the human demons and had no place to stand. If Xiaosusu's cultivation speed was like a rocket, she wouldn't be able to help Xiaosusu turn the tide. In short, something wasn't right. There was a conspiracy. Ningxu stopped cultivating. He opened the door and walked around. He looked at the elegant flowers around him. There was a fragrance in the breeze. He didn't walk far before he met Yu Ling-er. Yu Ling-er's face was red and she looked angry. When Yu Ling-er saw Ningxu, she shouted, "Senior sister. What's wrong with you?" Ningxu had a smile on his face. In Ningxu's eyes, Yu Ling-er was still a little girl. She looked like she was 11 or 12 years old and her chest had just started to develop. However, Qing Huajun liked this child. There were so many female cultivators in the Immortal Form sect who wanted to become Dao companions with the peerless Qing Huajun. Master told me to water the flowers and weed the grass every day." Yu Ling-er felt that Qing Huajun did it on purpose. She was a princess, why did she have to do such things? Before Ningxu could say anything, Qing Huajun's voice sounded in his ear, "You should be punished for speaking ill of Master behind his back." Yu Ling-er heard it too. Her face turned green. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Qing Huajun, she would have fought him. Seeing Yu Ling-er like this, she didn't know how she offended Qing Huajun. "Yu Ling-er, come to the main hall," Qing Huajun said. Yu Ling-er walked towards the main hall dejectedly. Anyway, Qing Huajun found pleasure in torturing Yu Ling-er. The Qing Huajun who didn't touch the mortal world asked Yu Ling-er to cook for him. He asked Yu Ling-er to cook for him. So dirty, he ordered Yu Ling-er around, but he taught her cultivation step by step. He even used his fan to hit Yu Ling-er's head and said that she was stupid. Under the guidance of Qing Huajun, Yu Ling-er's strength improved very quickly. She had completely forgotten about Ningxu, and only occasionally asked about Ningxu's cultivation progress. Other times, she rarely asked about it. Yu Ling-er cried to Ningxu. Why did Master only torture her and not him? Why was there such a difference in treatment? Ningxu didn't know what to say. He only treated her as his disciple. Qing Huajun rarely let Yu Ling-er stay together. As long as the two of them stayed together for a long time, Qing Huajun would use all kinds of reasons to send Yu Ling-er away. Ningxu saw this and felt that Qing Huajun knew his identity. Yu Ling-er's cultivation speed was very fast, but Ningxu was very afraid of his own cultivation speed. As long as she cultivated, spirit energy would rush into her body. It was as if she was rushing to be reincarnated. There was already a dragon of spirit energy in her dantian. The spirit energy formed by the peerless martial arts turned into a dragon and swam around in her dantian. When the peerless martial arts were cultivated to the extreme, the spirit energy would turn into a golden dragon. This situation had only happened once. It was when she became Wei Lianyue. Because of the spirit marrow crystal, the spirit energy turned into a golden dragon. Although she didn't have any spirit energy and didn't turn golden, she was strong enough. She crushed the pebbles into powder. How terrifying. Also, the earth element cultivation technique was cultivated to the 10th level. There were a total of 12 levels. King reached the 10th level in one go. She could feel the ground under her feet moving slightly. The sound of roots digging into the ground was very magical. Ningxu didn't follow the steps of cultivation. She didn't follow the steps of foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, and soul formation. Ningxu realized that peerless martial arts were actually more powerful than any other cultivation method. His dantian could contain a lot of qi, and these qi would slowly grow and form a golden dragon. And this qi dragon seemed to be alive, as if it had its own consciousness. Ningxu really wanted to release her qi gene. She wanted to see how powerful her qi gene would be if she released it. But the entire Qinghua Peak was under Qinghua Jun's watch, so Ningxu didn't dare to take the risk. But why was her cultivation speed so fast? There was still no explanation for this. Ningxu wanted to cry every time he cultivated. Why did this happen? Was there a bug in this world? Ningxu would stay in his room when he had nothing to do and rarely went to Qinghua Jun. Ningxu felt that he couldn't beat Qinghua Jun with his current strength. And Qinghua Jun was also favored by the heavens, so his cultivation speed would only be fast. Ningxu could only work hard on his cultivation. Fairy Xiao, Qinghua Jun asked you to go to the main hall. The little boy stood in front of Ningxu's door and said. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He tidied up his clothes and opened the door. Ningxu arrived at the main hall and saw Qinghua Jun knocking Yu Ling Er's head with his fan. Wrong, this is not how you do it. Has your brain been eaten by a pig? Yu Ling Er was about to break down. My brain has been eaten by you. If you knock my head again, I will really become stupid. Who are you calling a pig? Qinghua Jun knocked Yu Ling Er's head again. Yu Ling Er was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Qinghua Jun saw Ningxu standing at the door and stopped smiling. Come in. Ningxu stepped over the door and walked in. Yu Ling Er bowed to Ningxu. Senior sister. Ningxu returned the greeting. Little junior sister. Go and water the flowers. You are not allowed to use any spells. Remember to go to the waterfall to fetch water. Also, you are not allowed to let the child help you. Qinghua Jun said to Yu Ling Er. Yu Ling Er's face fell. She stomped her feet, turned around, and left like a fluttering butterfly. It's been almost a month since you came to Qinghua Peak. How do you feel? Qinghua Jun said as he waved his hand and closed the door. When Ningxu saw that Qinghua Jun had closed the door, he felt even worse. His body tensed up, and he was secretly vigilant. This disciple is slow-witted. My progress is slow, Ningxu said. Heh. Qinghua Jun chuckled. Out of the two disciples, you've improved the most. The amount of spirit qi in your room has already caught up to me, a demigod. Ningxu frowned. He was indeed under Qinghua Jun's surveillance. Every move was under Qinghua Jun's nose. Qinghua Jun poured a cup of spiritual tea. His movements were smooth and elegant. He picked up the white porcelain cup and took a sip of tea. A tense atmosphere condensed in the air. Ningxu's back was covered in sweat. It seemed that Qinghua Jun was going to lay all his cards on the table. Qinghua Jun put down the porcelain cup and said indifferently, since you are my disciple, we can be considered as master and disciple. What is your purpose in coming to the immortal transformation sect? Ningxu secretly circulated the energy in his dantian. When he heard Qinghua Jun's words, he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Qinghua Jun stood up. Ningxu walked over. His footsteps were slow, but Ningxu felt as if a mountain was slowly pressing down on him. Ningxu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Qinghua Jun looked at Ningxu. What is the purpose of the demon race coming to my immortal transformation sect? Qing Huajun extended his hand and released a stream of spirit qi to control Ningxu. Ningxu released a stream of spirit qi that was circulated to his fingertips. A dragon-shaped stream of spirit qi roared silently and rushed towards Qing Huajun. When Qing Huajun saw this attack, he was stunned for a moment. He frowned and formed hand seals to attack the stream of spirit qi. The dragon-shaped stream of spirit qi seemed to have its own consciousness. It attacked Qing Huajun and at the same time dodged his attacks. But after a few moves, it was scattered by Qing Huajun. The stream of spirit qi returned to Ningxu's dantian and slowly formed the shape of a dragon. Ningxu was dumbfounded. He didn't think that the spirit qi released from a peerless martial art would have such a strong attacking power. The stream of spirit qi wasn't golden in color. If it was a golden coiling dragon, wouldn't its defensive power be even stronger? Qing Huajun looked at Ningxu. What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The folding fan in Qing Huajun's hand spun and transformed into 18 cold swords. Moreover, these swords were constantly splitting apart and densely packed together. The tip of the swords pointed towards Ningxu. Ningxu felt that if he moved, he would be stabbed into meat paste. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Qing Huajun walked over and pressed his jade-white hand on Ningxu's head. Ningxu immediately felt a majestic spirit qi attacking his dantian from the top of his head. The dragon-shaped stream of spirit qi in his dantian was resisting this attack. This powerful attack activated the restriction hidden in Ningxu's dantian. The black magic formation emitted a dense black devil qi. The restriction that should still have some time to activate was activated by Qing Huajun in advance. Ningxu suddenly felt like his body was being run over by a truck. All the bones in his body were about to break. There were also countless ants crawling in his bones, sucking his marrow. Ningxu cursed inwardly, and I could see that the pain was almost as painful as a vicious curse. Ningxu sat on the ground with his legs crossed. His body was emitting devil qi and he was in so much pain that his body was trembling. Qing Huajun sat down and picked up a porcelain cup to drink tea. He watched coldly from the side. Not only did Ningxu have to endure the pain of the restriction, there were also so many swords pointing at him. The restriction would activate for about an hour. When Ningxu had endured the pain of the restriction, his whole body was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. The spirit qi in his dantian flowed to every corner of his body, repairing his body that was damaged by the restriction. The black restriction in his dantian slowly disappeared and hid. Ningxu stood up. The swords in the air immediately moved closer to Ningxu, as if they wanted to stab him. I know that you are the child of a human and a devil. Although you have the blood of the human race, you also have the blood of the devil race. There is no way for the human race to accept you. You can go back to where you came from. This can also be considered as ending our relationship as master and disciple. Qing Huajun put down the porcelain cup. Ningxu did not believe a single word that he said after activating the restriction in her body. It was exactly the same as what Xiaosusu said. She had to leave the immortal transformation sect. Under Qing Huajun's eyes, she could not do anything, let alone counterattack. Furthermore, there were some powerful old monsters in the immortal transformation sect. Ningxu said, "My goal is the profound yang sword. Once I take the profound yang sword back, the devil race will release the restriction for me." Qing Huajun raised his eyebrows. You can believe the words of the devil race? But I have no choice. Ningxu said. Qing Huajun tapped the table with his finger. I can give you the profound yang sword. Ningxu, I knew you would give me a fake. You triggered the restriction in her dantian, causing her so much pain that she wanted to die. Now you want to give me the profound yang sword? Ningxu had a doubtful expression. Master, will you really give the divine weapon to your disciple? That's a divine weapon, how can you give it away just like that? We're not that close. Qing Huajun glanced at Ningxu. The profound yang sword I gave you is obviously not real. The profound yang sword is the immortal form sect's divine weapon, it's impossible for me to give it to you. But the profound yang sword I gave you is almost the same as the real one. It should be enough for you to deal with the demons. Ningxu's face couldn't help but tremble. She was speechless. Should she thank Qing Huajun? Once you get the profound yang sword, leave the immortal form sect. The human race can't tolerate the demons. Qing Huajun stretched out his hand. The swords in the air turned into a fan and flew into Qing Huajun's hand. You have the blood of the human race in your body. We are master and disciple. I won't kill you. I'll give you the fake profound yang sword to deal with the demons. From now on, don't appear in the immortal form sect. Qing Huajun said indifferently. Ningxu really wanted to slap his bare face. He clearly wanted her to take the profound yang sword to deal with the demons. Yet, he said to let her go and even said that they were master and disciple. Ningxu couldn't help but thank Qing Huajun. Thank you, master. This was sullen. Get out. Qing Huajun didn't look at Ningxu. He waved his hand and the door opened. Ningxu's body floated out of the hall. The moment she went out, her body was covered in cold sweat. The wind blew on her body and it was a little cold. Ningxu shivered. Ningxu went to her room and saw Yu Ling holding a bucket and a ladle to water the flowers. Yu Ling saw Ningxu's pale face and quickly asked, "Senior sister, did master scold you?" "No, we just had a fight." "Senior sister, just listen to master's words. Don't take them to heart. He is not a decent person. He likes to torture his disciples." Yu Ling comforted Ningxu. Ningxu's entire body felt weak. Every 2 steps he took, he could feel his bones cracking. He knew that it would hurt when the restrictive spell activated, but he did not expect it to be this painful. He decided to give Yu Ling a perfunctory reply before returning to his room. Ningxu opened his mouth and heard Qing Huajun's voice. "Yu Ling have you finished watering the flowers?" Yu Ling's face turned ugly. She stomped her feet, picked up the bucket, and said to Ningxu, "Senior sister, I'm going to water the flowers. You talk too much. If you delay any longer, even the tree will be watered." Qing Huajun transmitted his voice. Yu Ling immediately picked up the bucket and began watering the flowers. Ningxu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. He began to cultivate. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body, he felt much more comfortable. Ningxu did not know when Qing Huajun would chase him away. Qing Huajun did not treat Ningxu as his disciple. In the past, he would ask about Ningxu's cultivation progress. Now, he ignored Ningxu. Ningxu guessed that Qing Huajun was rushing to make the mystic yang sword. When the mystic yang sword was completed, he would leave the immortal transformation sect. Ningxu did not care. He shut himself in his room and cultivated. The spiritual energy in the Qinghua Peak was very dense. There should be a spiritual energy gathering array. Once he left the Qinghua Peak, he would not be able to find such a good cultivation environment. Ningxu really wanted to absorb all the spiritual energy into his stomach. He did not want to leave any for Qing Huajun. Half a month later, the child came to find Ningxu. "Fairy Xiao, the immortal wants you to go." Ningxu tidied her clothes. She knew it was time to leave. She was not afraid of leaving the immortal transformation sect. She was only afraid that Qing Huajun would detain her in the Qinghua Peak. Once she left the immortal transformation sect, she would be free. When she arrived at the main hall, Ningxu first bowed to Qing Huajun. Yu Ling who was standing at the side bowed to Ningxu, "Senior sister." When Ningxu saw Yu Ling she was stunned. She hadn't seen Yu Ling for half a month, and she felt that Yu Ling had grown a lot taller. She was wearing a light green dress, and standing there, she looked very beautiful. Ningxu returned the greeting, "Little junior sister." Qing Huajun took out a storage bag and gave it to Ningxu. "The things you want are inside. Take care." Ningxu caught the storage bag. It was not bad. He got a storage space for free. Qing Huajun was probably afraid that the sword on his back would be stolen by others. She was quite thoughtful. Ningxu pursed his lips. "Thank you, master." Yu Ling was a bit confused. Seeing the storage space in Ningxu's hand, she pouted and said, "Master is biased. You only gave a storage space for senior sister and not for me." Qing Huajun rolled her eyes at Yu Ling. A bracelet appeared in her hand. The bracelet had complicated patterns and looked very delicate. It looked like it was made of silver. "This is your storage space," Qing Huajun said. Yu Ling happily took the bracelet. She looked at it over and over again. When she wore it on her wrist, it made her slender wrist look even better. This needs to be refined. It's not yours just to wear it. Qing Huajun saw that Yu Ling liked the bracelet. She smiled. Why are you so stupid? Ningxu looked at his ragged bag and then looked at Yu Ling's bracelet. He really wanted to throw this bag at Qing Huajun's face. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Alright, it's good to get a storage space for free. It's better if it's old. It won't attract attention. Ningxu hung the storage space bag on his waist and bowed to Qing Huajun. Disciple thanks Master. I will definitely repay Master in the future. Qing Huajun didn't care. She just nodded with an indifferent expression. Ningxu said, Disciple will leave now. Senior sister, where are you going? Yu Ling asked curiously. Qing Huajun coughed. I asked her to do something. I see. Yu Ling said to Ningxu, Senior sister, be careful. Come back soon. Ningxu said, thank you. It's time to cultivate. What are you doing here? Qing Huajun sent you. Ling away. Yu Ling curled her lips and said, Disciple will leave now. She didn't know what her master wanted to say to her senior sister. Yu Ling felt that the atmosphere between her master and her senior sister was very strange. She walked very slowly. She wanted to know what the two wanted. Qing Huajun waved her hand and sent Yu Ling out. She then closed the door. Yu Ling stood at the door. She felt a bit uncomfortable. What did she want to do? Why did she have to close the door? Ningxu looked on silently. Qing Huajun really doted on Yu Ling. She left all the good things for Yu Ling. She was very considerate of Yu Ling. She was very considerate of Yu Ling. Yu Ling was a dual spirit root holder, but her talent was not outstanding. Qing Huajun spent a lot of effort to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine Yu Ling's bones and marrow, allowing Yu Ling to become a single spirit root holder. But Yu Ling was a person who was slow in love. She always felt that her master liked to tease her. She always found all kinds of things to torture her. When Yu Ling grew up and became stronger, the two of them became Tao companions. The little white rabbit was eaten by the old fox. Who placed this restriction on you? Qing Huajun asked Ningxu. It was my father. Ningxu said. Give the fake profound yang sword to a higher level demon and let him remove the restriction on you. Then leave the demon race. If you stay with the demon race, you will be devoured sooner or later. Qing Huajun said calmly. Not only did the demon race need to devour the essence of humans, but they would also devour their own race to strengthen themselves. When Ningxu heard Qing Huajun telling him to choose a higher level demon race, it was obvious that he wanted to plot against a higher level demon race. Ningxu nodded and said, Disciple will remember. Qing Huajun waved his hand indifferently, Go, don't come back. Ningxu bowed, Disciple will take his leave. Wait. Qing Huajun called out to Ningxu. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want anything else to happen. He forced himself to calm down and asked Qing Huajun, Master, is there anything else? Can Disciple stay? Qing Huajun's expression cracked. You have demonic energy in your body, how can you stay in the immortal transformation sect? Let me ask you, what cultivation method do you cultivate? Damn, he wants my peerless martial art. Ningxu said, Disciple cultivates the earth element cultivation method Master gave me. Qing Huajun sneered, Do you think I don't know what an earth element cultivation method looks like? Ningxu pursed his lips and knelt down to Qing Huajun. Disciple cultivates the demon race cultivation method. As long as Master is willing to let Disciple stay, Disciple is willing to give up the cultivation method. Qing Huajun's expression was indifferent. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He waved his hand, Go. Ningxu's face was filled with disappointment. He climbed up from the ground and left the hall, Qing Huajun, and the immortal transformation sect. Ningxu raised her middle finger in the direction of Qinghua Peak. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely come back to beat you up. I'll press my hand on your head and unscrupulously charge my qi into your dantian to take a look. However, after leaving the Immortal Form sect, Ningxu suddenly didn't know where to go. Naturally, she couldn't return to the demon race. Her current strength was far inferior to that cheap demon father of hers. Xiao Susu's father was a demon general, which was equivalent to the soul formation stage of the human race, which was the same level as Qing Huajun. Right now, she couldn't even defeat Qing Huajun, let alone her devil father. Moreover, the devil race's cultivation method was sinister and treacherous, making it hard for people to guard against. She also couldn't go to a crowded town. Soon, her restriction would activate again. If she went to a crowded place, she would definitely be discovered. She couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be discovered by other cultivators. If she was discovered, there would be no less trouble. They would definitely chase after her and shout to kill her. At this moment, Ningxu truly felt that there was no place for him in this vast world. Forget it, I'll just go to a place with fewer people. Moreover, the further away from the immortal form sect, the better. Ningxu planned to fight for territory with the demonic beasts and slowly cultivate. Ningxu went to the mystic spiritual mountain range, which was known as one of the 5 great danger zones. It was an endless forest with all kinds of demonic beasts resting in it. Although it was dangerous, it was favored by cultivators. There were many demonic beasts here. If they needed to concoct pills or craft magic tools, they would come here to find materials. Ningxu found the direction and ran quickly towards the mystic spiritual mountain range. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Qinghua Peak, Qing Huajun's heart tightened. Cultivators were able to communicate with the heavens and earth. They were able to sense danger and had a bad feeling. Qing Huajun regretted letting them go. He had never seen any devil who practiced this kind of cultivation method. Qing Huajun instantly left the main hall and went out of the immortal form sect. He chased in the direction of the demon race. After flying for a long time, he still didn't see Ningxu. Qing Huajun felt even worse. He regretted letting him go. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to run very fast. Qing Huajun chased for such a long time. He stood in the air and looked around. In the end, he gave up. She didn't even return to the demon race. Qing Huajun was speechless. He had always been the one tricking others. He didn't expect that he would be tricked one day. He just didn't know if that person would bring the mystic yang sword back to the demon race. Qing Huajun turned and returned to the immortal form sect. However, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Ningxu ran further and further away from the demon race. She felt that it was safer, so she slowed down. When she was hungry, Ningxu took out a fasting pill to eat. She cultivated as she walked. Indeed, the spiritual energy outside couldn't be compared to Qinghua Peak. However, when she cultivated, the spiritual energy would gather around her. The effect was not bad. Until now, Ningxu still didn't know why her cultivation speed was so fast. This made her feel terrified. Everything had a reason. Nothing happened for no reason. Ningxu tried to let herself fly. However, she couldn't fly in the air. She could only walk on her 2 feet. Occasionally, she would encounter demonic beasts. Ningxu would directly clench her fists and fight the demonic beasts head-on. Her strength was so great that she could directly kill the demonic beasts. She was barehanded. However, when she was lazy, she would release the coiling dragon energy in her dantian. The coiling dragon's body would start to turn yellow. It would roar and rush out to fight with the demonic beasts. If she encountered a weaker demonic beast, the coiling dragon would directly crush the demonic beast with its claws. Ningxu was covered in blood. Ningxu was dumbfounded. This was too powerful. However, the coiling dragon energy couldn't last more than a few moves in front of Qing Huajun. It was obvious that these demonic beasts, who only knew how to cultivate and had low intelligence, were too weak. Ningxu would also keep any treasures she encountered. These were all resources. When she passed by a town, she could exchange them for spirit stones. However, Ningxu felt that she kept on encountering treasures. These treasures were getting more and more precious. Although they were guarded by demonic beasts, she could still kill the demonic beasts and take the treasures into her pocket. Ningxu's heart was about to break down. She wasn't the main character. Even the bird eggs she picked up were phoenix eggs. She was just cannon fodder. How could she encounter so many treasures, Could it be that she was giving away treasures to others, until Xianxia encountered something? She completely cried. A few grains of star sand were placed in the middle of the road. Star sand. Star sand. This was what the silver-haired man needed. Xianxia estimated that she would have to do a lot of missions to encounter this. However, she didn't expect to encounter it so quickly. Xianxia suspected that she was dreaming. Xianxia casually walked towards the star sand and stepped on it with her foot. She looked left and right and wondered if someone had deliberately thrown it away. Xianxia wiped her tears and picked up the star sand. She told 2333 to keep it. Since she encountered it, there was no need to let it go. 2333, I almost peed myself. What's going on? Xianxia asked 2333 in her heart. She was really dumbfounded. 2333 was also dumbfounded. Let me check for you. Xianxia was terrified. What the hell was going on? This was the treatment that only the main character would receive. Xiaosusu was a very pitiful existence. Why was it that when it came to her, her cultivation was like cheating? It was too unreal. There was no such thing as a free gift in the world. There must be a conspiracy. 2333 went to check what was going on. Xianxia had been waiting. He was leaning against a tree, and there was a red fruit hanging on the tree. Xianxia rolled his eyes. The water cloud fruit that could cleanse one's muscles and marrow. Xianxia didn't want to pick it. He sat down and saw a blade of grass shaking in front of him. It looked like a ginseng. Xianxia closed his eyes and asked, "How's the investigation going?" 2333 said, "I've checked. This world is very normal. The other mission takers didn't encounter a situation like yours." Good things jumped into his arms. Xianxia, so tired. Xianxia stood up and patted the dust on his butt. He was too lazy to take the water cloud fruit on his head and the ginseng on the ground. He would leave them for the fated ones. The storage space that Qing Huajun gave her could no longer hold anything. It meant that she was not fated with these things. How many years did it take for these treasures to form? She had already gotten so much. She couldn't take any more. Also, Xianxia felt very strange. The situation was very strange. What if it was a trap? I can't be greedy. Not only did he have a cheat to increase his cultivation speed, but he could also get good things wherever he went. This was the treatment of a main character. When was it her turn? Xianxia was too lazy to fight monsters. He didn't even look at the good things that he saw. When he reached the small town, he used some things to exchange for spirit stones and bought some clothes. After walking for a long time, Xianxia finally arrived at the Mystic Spirit Mountain Range. From afar, the Mystic Spirit Mountain Range seemed to be shrouded in smoke. There was a small town not far from the Mystic Spirit Mountain Range. This small town was very prosperous. Xianxia hadn't eaten hot food for a long time. He was about to go to the restaurant to eat something. There were all kinds of demonic beast meat in the restaurant. They used all kinds of cooking methods to make the demonic beast meat delicious. Also, the demonic beast meat contained spiritual energy that could nourish and strengthen the cultivator's body. In this world, the big fish ate the small fish. The human race hated the demon race for absorbing the essence of the human race, but the human race still ate the demonic beasts. The strong were respected. Only the strong could control their own fate and not become a stepping stone for others. Xianxia walked into the restaurant, ordered some dishes, and waited for the waiter to serve them. There were many cultivators in the restaurant, but Xianxia did not look around. Instead, he wantonly sized up the others. The world of cultivation was cruel. Some cultivators had very strange tempers. Perhaps a look or a sentence could cause a fight. If you have anything good on you, just wait to be killed and robbed. She had just walked in when she felt a spiritual consciousness sweep over her body, but it was quickly retracted. Xianxia felt that someone was staring at him. He turned his head to see who was staring at him. When he saw this person, Xianxia was stunned. This person had a head of dark green hair and wore green clothes. He sat on the bench and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were slightly blue and glittering. She was good-looking, but her aesthetic sense was a little abnormal. She had green hair and wore green clothes. It was a little hot to the eyes. The problem was that this person was obviously not a human. The demon race was also not like him. Could it be that he was a demonic beast in human form? Since when did demonic beasts have such an IQ? Weren't demonic beasts ignorant and stupid? How could they live among humans? There was a demonic beast sitting here, but these cultivators actually ignored him and did not attack him. No one sat around him. Obviously, they did not want to get close to him. Xianxia saw that this person kept staring at her, unable to take his eyes off her. She felt bitter in her heart. Only the female lead could attract a handsome man. Could it be that by adding 6 points to charm, she could immediately attract the attention of handsome men? Then why did she add so many attribute points to wisdom, but her IQ did not increase by leaps and bounds? Xianxia touched her storage space. Could it be that he saw that she had a lot of treasures in her bag, wanted to kill her and steal her treasures? When the dishes were served, Xianxia picked up the chopsticks to eat. He felt that this person's gaze was still staring at him. Look at your sister, Xianxia cursed in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the person was actually walking towards him. Xianxia, get lost, this demonic beast man sat opposite Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia had ordered a table full of fish and meat, he said, "You like to eat meat?" His voice was very pleasant and gentle. Just by listening to his voice, one would not think that this person was a manic demonic beast. Could it be that he was a hairdresser and his hair was dyed? Xianxia's hair stood on end. He felt that the person opposite him was very strong. He did not speak. Do you want to drink? The demonic beast man took out a water bag. Xianxia, were they close? Not close. Are you trying to hit on me? Xianxia really wanted to kick this person in front of him. Was his charm that strong? Anyway, everything was not normal. Everything was not normal. Then you want to drink? The man took the water bag and filled Xianxia's cup with water. Xianxia looked at him sideways and did not speak. Drink. The man smiled slightly. If it wasn't for his green hair, Xianxia would have thought that he was a gentle and refined scholar. He had a poetic charm, but he had a more indifferent and distant temperament than a scholar. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. Xianxia was a little doubtful. Was this person really a demonic beast? But this was aesthetic. One should not hit a smiling face. Xianxia picked up the teacup and smelled it. There was a salty and wet smell. Could it be poisonous? Xianxia glanced at this man. He had an elegant smile on his face. Xianxia took a sip and his face turned green. He looked at him and asked, "This is salt water?" The man said, "To be precise, it's seawater." Xianxia, what a weirdo. Drinking seawater. I'm Xianxia. What's your name? Xianxia asked Xianxia. Xianxia said, Xiao Susu. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Is that your real name?" Yes. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia drank a mouthful of seawater. He couldn't spit it out in front of Xianxia. He felt that he was going to die, so he kept drinking water. Xianxia's expression was a little confused. When he frowned, he seemed to be in a daze. He fell into a state of emptiness. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia went straight to the point. Xianxia came back to his senses and smiled. He asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Pooh, cough cough cough. Xianxia choked on his tears. He was very shocked. Xianxia's face twitched. When did she have the charm to make people fall in love at first sight, and Xianxia didn't have any feelings for her at all? Why did he want to follow him? Why? Xianxia controlled his urge to roll his eyes. I want to pursue the great Tao. Xianxia said. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. I feel that your soul is very familiar. We should have met before. Xianxia said. Wasn't this hitting on him? Could it be that in the cultivation world, hitting on people using soul familiarity? We haven't met before. We have. We haven't met before. We have. Then King, tell me where we met before. Xianxia chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. Xianxia was very annoyed with people who stuck to her. If they were acquaintances, it would be fine, but this guy insisted on following her. This was obviously abnormal. Xianxia felt that she was going to be played to death. She didn't know what else was waiting for her. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was angry and frowned. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Maybe I owe you a chance. Xianxia thought for a while. I don't think so. Could it be the original owner, Xiaosusu? The problem was that Xiaosusu didn't know this person at all. I can't bring another person with me. You don't have to follow me. Xianxia said lightly. Xianxia said elegantly, it's okay. You don't have to take care of me. Xianxia, what to do? She had come here happily to have a good meal, but she met such a person. Xianxia looked at his dark green hair and asked, you were born with this hair? Xianxia nodded. My transformation is like this. Transformation, he was indeed a demon beast. What kind of demon are you? Xianxia asked. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Guess. Xianxia, haha, you are a demon beast. Why didn't they attack you? Xianxia asked Xianxia softly. Xianxia glanced at the people in the hall. They don't dare. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. That was so domineering. Xianxia finished all the dishes on the table and prepared to find an inn to rest. Xianxia walked out of the inn. Xianxia followed and asked, where are you going now? I'm looking for a place to stay. Actually, you don't have to follow me. We don't know each other. Thank you for treating me to the seawater. Xianxia saw that he didn't have any ill intentions and his attitude became gentler. If you like it, I'll treat you to it. Xianxia said. Xianxia, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Xianxia quickly rejected. When Xianxia looked at people, his eyes shone. He was calm and intelligent. Xianxia really didn't look like a demon beast. You are different from other demon beasts. He didn't look like a demonic beast, but more like a human. I have a place to stay here. Xianxia said. Since we are traveling together, you can stay at my place. Xianxia said. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. Xianxia, no, I won't. Xianxia felt that there was something fishy going on because it was all too sudden and he was even treating her nicely. What are you worried about? Xianxia asked. Because we've never met before. We're strangers. I don't want to trouble you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. I think you've got the wrong person. Xianxia said indifferently, I can feel it myself. Maybe you don't remember. Our souls have intersected. Xianxia said, you don't have to worry. I haven't been able to break through the great Tao all this while. Perhaps it's because I have karma with you. Xianxia, speak human language. He felt that his intelligence was even lower than a demonic beast's, as if he was mentally retarded. Xianxia sighed and followed Xianxia to his place. It was a big house. You have such a big house. Xianxia saw that there were servants in the house. When the servant saw Xianxia, he bowed and shouted, Lord Qing. Arrange a room for her. Xianxia ordered. The butler arranged a room for Xianxia beside Xianxia's. Xianxia also felt drunk. Xianxia felt that the spiritual energy in the house was very dense. He sat on the bed and started to cultivate. The spiritual energy around Xianxia rushed over. After cultivating for a long time, Xianxia opened his eyes and looked inside his dantian. He realized that the energy in his dantian had turned into a golden dragon. It was very lifelike, like a real dragon. When it came into contact with Xianxia's consciousness, the dragon even touched Xianxia's consciousness. Xianxia was a little surprised. He felt that this thing had its own consciousness. There was a knock on the door. Xianxia got off the bed and opened the door. Xianxia was standing at the door. Are you done with your cultivation? It's time for dinner. Xianxia said. Xianxia followed Xianxia to the living room. There was a table full of dishes, and they were all meat. Xianxia sat down and ate the dishes on the table. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Don't you immortal cultivators avoid being involved in the mortal world? Immortals are humans too. Didn't humans live for their mouths? Xianxia drank the seawater and nodded. That's true. Xianxia felt disillusioned every time he saw Xianxia drinking seawater. You're a demonic beast in the sea? Yes. What's your true form? Ningshu asked. Qingyu tilted his head. Guess. Ningshu couldn't be bothered to ask. It was up to him to say or not. Immediately, Ningshu's body stiffened. Because the restriction in his dantian was slowly emerging. The restriction was activated. Instantly, his body felt like it was about to explode. Ningshu hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, enduring the pain. Demonic qi was emitting from his body. Qingyu formed a barrier that covered the entire house, preventing others from discovering the demonic qi on Ningshu's body. Ningshu cursed the bastard who placed the restriction in his heart. F*ck, just you wait, the restriction gradually sank into his dantian and disappeared. Ningshu was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. Ningshu grabbed the cup on the table and drank a cup of water. You're a demon? Qingyu looked at Ningshu and shook his head. Not pure. You're under a demon restriction. Qingyu said. Ningshu looked at him. You even know about the demon restriction. Qingyu smiled. When I just transformed, there were no demons in this world. They only appeared later. Ningshu, 0, old monster. In Xiao Susu's memory, the demon race had existed for an unknown period of time. But now, Qingyu said that there were no demons in this world. Do you remember how long you've lived? Ningshu's mouth twitched. Qingyu shook his head. I don't remember. The reason why I'm like this is because I've been learning for countless years. I've been learning from the humans and the devils. The Great Tao gave demons powerful bodies, but it didn't give them intelligence. Ningshu was very impressed. You're very powerful. Qingyu smiled. It's also a coincidence that I gained intelligence. The Great Tao is formless. It gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Tao is emotionless. It moves the sun and moon. The Great Tao is nameless. It nurtures all living things. There are humans and demons in this world. The appearance of the demon race is to keep humans in check. Only then can the balance be stable. Ningshu listened to the cryptic words and asked, then is there a way to remove the restriction on my body? Qingyu nodded. There is. How? Ningshu asked excitedly. If the restriction was removed, then her fate would no longer be in the hands of her demon father. Qingyu looked at Ningshu and said, this restriction requires the blood of the demon who placed it. I've learned before. As long as there's the blood of the demon race, I can help you remove the restriction. Damn, she still had to go back to the demon race to find her cheap father. Let's spar. Ningshu wanted to see how strong she was. Would she be sucked dry like in the storyline when she went back to find the demon race? You can't beat me. Qingyu shook his head. I know I can't beat you. I just want to know how strong I am now. Ningshu was speechless. Ningshu wanted to spar with Qingyu to see how strong he was and if he would be killed when he went to find his father. Come. Ningshu waved his hand at Qingyu. Qingyu said straightforwardly, you can't beat me. Ningshu released her inner strength, and a golden coiling dragon roared out, rushing towards Qingyu. When it saw Qingyu, its roar immediately weakened. Qingyu looked at the dragon seriously and was a little surprised. This thing is starting to have its own consciousness. Ningshu felt the same. He felt that the golden dragon had a consciousness and said to Qingyu, then do you know why? I feel that the aura is very familiar. I wasn't sure it was you before, but now I am sure. Qingyu nodded and said. He reached out and grabbed the golden dragon in his hand. The golden dragon was swimming in his palm. F*ck, we are fighting right now. Ningshu moved his mind and retracted the golden dragon back into his dantian. Qingyu said, your cultivation technique is not bad. That's why the golden dragon has a little consciousness. When he first got the ultimate martial arts technique, he thought it was just a low-level martial arts technique. But he had been using it until now. In a world full of spiritual energy, he could show off his power. Let's do it. Ningshu raised her chin slightly and threw a punch at Qingyu. Qingyu stood still and waved his hand. Like he was swatting a mosquito, he swatted Ningshu away. Ningshu hit the wall and his organs hurt. F*ck, this guy is even stronger than Qinghua Jun. He is indeed an old monster. Qingyu frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" I felt a backlash from the Tao of Heaven. Ning Shu, why does he always say things that I don't understand? I feel like I am retarded. When I attacked you, I actually felt a backlash from the Tao of Heaven. Qingyu frowned. Who are you? Ning Shu pondered over Qingyu's words. What do you mean? Make it simple. In other words, you are the person chosen by the heavenly Tao. Qingyu glanced at Ning Shu. Ordinary people can't sense the loss of providence, but I can. Ning Shu nodded. You mean, I'm the main character? When did she become the main character? You must be kidding me. In any case, Ning Shu felt that the whole world was full of bugs, which made her very terrified. Ning Shu wanted to quickly complete the mission and leave. Damn, he couldn't stay in this world. It was too messy. What do you think of my current strength? Ning Shu asked. Qingyu said cautiously, I estimate that the strength of the Oris core stage is about the same. She was in the Golden Core realm, and Qinghua Jun was in the Soul Formation realm. Compared to her, there was a huge gap between them. At that time, when he fought against Qinghua Jun, he was even weaker than now. No wonder he was trampled so badly. An Oris core stage cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to fight against Devil General Fodder. It would be better to wait until his cultivation level increased. This restriction had to be removed, because the demon father could destroy her with a single thought. Are you going back to the demon race? Qingyu asked. Ning Shu waved his hand. I'm too weak now. I'll go back when I'm stronger. But your restriction will activate every once in a while. Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Ning Shu didn't mind. It's okay. This restriction would activate every once in a while, so the pain wouldn't last long. Being cursed was the most painful. It would hurt all the time, and it would only get more and more painful. In comparison, the restriction was so gentle. I can help you. Qingyu said. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He had never made a living, but he gave her a place to rest and helped her. There must be a reason. Why? I feel like you've got the wrong person. We don't know each other. Ning Shu looked at Qingyu. Unless you tell me why, I can't accept your help. People needed to help each other. But Qingyu was someone who didn't know how strong he was. He was very confused when he suddenly acted like this. The two of them weren't on the same level. Have you ever seen a person being polite to an ant that could be easily squashed to death with one hand? Qingyu smiled. Ning Shu stretched out his hand. Ning Shu instantly clutched his chest. What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Qingyu grabbed Ning Shu's collar and pulled her up. Their surroundings suddenly became blurry. Ning Shu felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. Ning Shu rubbed her head and looked around in confusion. They were no longer in Qingyu's house. They were standing in front of a black city wall. There were people coming and going around. The men were handsome, the women beautiful and enchanting. Seeing these people, Ning Shu thought of a word. Demon race. The demon race was good at bewitching people. Don't think that just because the demon race looked fierce and evil, they were better looking than humans. What flowed under their attractive skin was evil black juice. The demon race didn't have the concept of right and wrong. There was no distinction between good and evil. They didn't have the etiquette and shame of humans. What they believed in was strength. Ning Shu felt like she was carsick. It was so disgusting that she wanted to die. How did she end up in the demon race's territory? Ning Shu silently chanted the clear heart incantation and felt much better. When the surrounding demons saw Ning Shu, they looked at her as if she was food. Their noses twitched, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Clearly, they had smelled that Ning Shu was a mixed blood. But when the demons looked at Qingyu, they were moved and vigilant. Damn it. If she was weak, she didn't have the right to speak. She was brought here without saying anything. Ning Shu felt very guilty. She didn't have the strength to fight against her demon father. Ning Shu said to Qingyu, why didn't you tell me? At least let me be mentally prepared. Why do you keep delaying? You'd rather suffer the pain of the restriction than solve the problem? Qingyu looked at Ningxu disapprovingly. I can't procrastinate. Ningxu sighed, it's because I'm not strong enough. When I'm strong enough, the pain of the restriction will be nothing. I said I can help you. Qingyu looked at Ningxu and said sincerely, I can help you. Ningxu smiled and nodded, okay, then help me. No matter why you're helping me, thank you. Qingyu nodded and created a barrier around Ningxu. Ningxu looked at Qingyu's chanting. He really didn't look like a demon. Ningxu stayed in the barrier and waited for Qingyu to come back. She sat cross-legged in the barrier and cultivated. The spiritual energy entered her body and was swallowed by the golden dragon in her dantian. Ningxu looked inwardly at the coiling dragon swimming in his dantian and wondered if it would become a real dragon one day. But it was very far away. She was still very weak. Now, she needed to cultivate her qi gene to grow. Also, she could only cultivate a golden dragon in a plane with abundant spiritual energy. How good would it be if she could cultivate a golden dragon in her soul state? Not long later, Qingyu came back. He held a jade bottle in his hand. The bottle was filled with black blood. The blood seemed to be burning. Ningxu saw that Qingyu's clothes weren't dirty, his hair wasn't messy, it was as though he just went out for a stroll. Ningxu's heart was sour, when would he be so strong? You didn't alert my father, right? Ningxu asked. If he was alerted, he could kill me with a single thought. I didn't let him sense it. Qingyu said. Ningxu gave a thumbs up, you're amazing. Qingyu smiled, looking at Qingyu. Qingyu removed the barrier. Ningxu said, do you want to go into the city to take a look? The demon race has quite a few good things. No need, it's too close to my father, he would sense it. Ningxu rejected. Qingyu nodded, as you wish. Ningxu saw how obedient Qingyu was, he felt weird. Do you know how good you are now? Are you still going to grab my collar this time? Ningxu asked. Qingyu nodded, if you want me to grab your collar, I don't have any objections. No need. I'm dizzy, I'll just walk. Ningxu hurriedly waved his hand. Qingyu still said, as you wish. Ningxu looked at Qingyu who was like a large dog, this was what a peerless expert was like? The two of you over there, stop. A gentle voice sounded, when this voice flowed into their ears, it was very numbing. Ningxu turned his head and saw a woman, she was sitting on a sedan, the sedan was being carried by 4 male demons. At this moment, she was looking down at Ningxu and Qingyu from above. This demon race woman was very seductive, her face was even more seductive, the men and women of the demon race were all very good looking. The demon race woman sized up Ningxu, then sneered, a bastard, I order you to hand over the man beside you. A lowly bastard like you doesn't have the right to have such a man. The demon race woman's eyes were glued to Qingyu's face. I like your hair. Very few people have such hair color. The demon woman raised her chin slightly and said to Qingyu. Ningxu also turned to look at Qingyu's hair. Why was she the only one who felt that this hair color was not good? It was so green. His entire body was green. Qingyu didn't say anything. He just stood there with an extraordinary aura, which made the female demon's eyes gleam with delight. Demons never hid their desires. Men and women were the same. If they were placed in the human race, they would be unrestrained. But the demons never thought that if they caught a human to their liking, they would rape her first before sucking her. Ningxu nudged Qingyu and whispered, this woman is very beautiful. Qingyu shook her head. What are you talking about? I order you to hand this man over to me. The female demon pointed at Ningxu. Ningxu shrugged and took a step to the side. Actually, I can't make the decision. You have to ask her. At least you know what's good for you. The female demon looked at Ningxu with disdain. Her eyes moved to Qingyu's face. Following me is countless times better than following this trash. I have all the techniques and treasures you need. Qingyu stood beside Ningxu and looked at Ningxu. Let's go. Wait a minute. The female demon flew down from the carriage and stood in front of Ningxu and Qingyu. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The female demon's face turned serious. Dense demonic energy emitted from her body. Qingyu frowned slightly and raised his head. His hand turned into a cold ribbon-like object. This seaweed-like object immediately pierced through the female demon's body. It was like a nail piercing through tofu. There was no resistance at all. Xianxia retracted his hand. His hand was as white as jade and crystal clear. There was not a single drop of blood on it. The female demon lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a huge hole. Her heart had already turned into minced meat. Black blood dripped onto the ground and corroded the ground. There was a sizzling sound. The female demon's body was filled with disbelief. The strong life force of a demon would not let her die immediately. Wait for your death. Princess Li. The 4 demons carrying the carriage surrounded Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia carried the stunned Xianxia by his collar and disappeared in an instant. Every time he teleported, Xianxia would feel extremely nauseous. When Xianxia stopped, Xianxia first vomited before feeling better. His head was spinning. After vomiting, Xianxia realized that they had returned to the house in the small town. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, "Why do I feel that you look familiar? What is your true form?" Xianxia rolled her eyes and tried to recall. Xianxia pulled his hair. Impossible. That guy is probably still in the Sea of Laws. You can't be a seaweed, right? Xianxia probed Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. My true form is a seaweed. Xianxia could not help but size him up. A dark seaweed could turn into a human? Did you use a spirit marrow crystal to make a nest? Xianxia recalled that he once met a seaweed in a senfu. But that seaweed was extremely ignorant and did not even have its own consciousness. It was a completely different species from this Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia took out a spirit marrow crystal. This is for you. Xianxia was speechless. I don't want your spirit marrow crystal. Xianxia clapped his hands happily. Why didn't you say that you were a seaweed earlier? Why are you here? I have always been in this world. Xianxia said. Xianxia held his head and called 2333. Oh my god. This plane can't be that senfu from back then, right? Wasn't it on the verge of collapse? How did it become a mid-level plane? How did it become a mid-level plane in such a short time? Xianxia felt that he was so useless. Even a plane was better than him. 2333 was stunned for a moment and said, the flow of time is different. It doesn't seem like a long time to you. Maybe this plane has already been here for a few 100 million years. Damn it. If that's the case, then this plane recognizes you. That explains everything that happened before. 2333 said. Xianxia squinted. How does that plane know it's me? 2333 said, you forgot. When you were on the way to the Sea of Law, you thought you were in a soul state. Holding the plane in your hand would definitely have some of your soul's aura. Xianxia sighed and wiped the cold sweat off his head. She was so scared that she could not sleep every day. She did not expect this to be the reason. To be able to evolve into a mid-level plane was also an opportunity for this plane. Giving you some benefits can be considered as settling the karma. 2333 said. You should be doing missions in this plane smoothly. You did not waste a lot of my energy to send it back to the Sea of Law. I was wondering why I couldn't find the reason. 2333 finally defended his incompetence. Xianxia, hee, what are you thinking about? Xianxia saw Xianxia in a daze and asked. Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at Xianxia. Oh my, how long has it been since we last met? You've grown up. Xianxia, I might be much older than you. Xianxia said. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. Xianxia was about the same age as this plane. Is it okay for you to attack the devil with your true body? Xianxia asked. The blood of the devil was very corrosive and poisonous. Xianxia looked at his hand and said, I just wanted to see if I could resist the corrosion of the devil's blood. Xianxia nodded. How's the result of the experiment? I see that your hand is fine. It's okay. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia said sincerely. I want to ask you to help me remove the restriction. Xianxia nodded and took out a jade bottle. He opened the bottle and white smoke came out. The devil's blood in the bottle was boiling. She didn't know what material this jade-like bottle was made of. It could actually resist the corrosion of the devil's blood. Xianxia put his finger into the bottle and said, I will draw a spiritual array on your forehead later. It will hurt a little. Bear with it. Xianxia was stunned and said, with my finger? Everything else will be corroded by the blood. Xianxia said casually. Xianxia was a little touched. Thank you. You have already done so much for me. In the planes she had been to, she had met one or two because her soul helped her and not because of the person who asked her to help. The school doctor uncle was one of them. Xianxia was another. Xianxia was grateful for Xianxu's help. No matter what, I have to thank you. Xianxia smiled. It's okay. Xianxu's finger was stained with black blood. He made a seal and touched Xianxu's forehead with his finger. When the devil's blood touched her skin, it was abnormally hot. Xianxia felt that her skin was about to be cooked. It was probably because of the devil's blood in her body. She only felt the heat and nothing else. The spiritual array on her forehead disappeared into her skin and turned into countless sharp swords. They went straight to her dantian and the restriction in her dantian appeared. Perhaps because it felt threatened, the restriction emitted a thick devil chi. Xianxia felt incomparable pain. The two sides fought in her body, causing her dantian to be in a mess. Her dantian seemed to be about to collapse. Xianxia was still drawing formations continuously, causing Xianxia so much pain that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. After an unknown period of time, a gotcha sound rang out as the restriction was broken. Xianxia instantly felt as though his soul was about to be sublimated. That kind of carefree feeling made Xianxia want to roar to the sky. Without the restriction, nothing could control her. Xianxia shook Xianxu's hands to express his gratitude. Thank you, Hai Dai. Xianxu retracted his hand. I'm fine. Please call me Xianxu. Xianxu said very seriously. Alright, hi. Xianxue. Without the restriction, Xianxu was so happy that he ate 2 more bowls of rice that night. Xianxu drank the seawater and saw Xianxu's oily face. He couldn't help but say, I still can't understand the human race's appetite. Xianxu said, actually, I don't quite understand why you want to drink seawater. At your level, do you still need seawater? I'm used to it. Xianxu said. The human race eats to survive. In order to make eating more enjoyable, of course the food has to be better. Xianxu burped and put down his bowl and chopsticks. What do you plan to do next? Xianxu asked Xianxu. Xianxu said, cultivate, of course. When I become stronger, there are still things to do. Xianxu nodded. I'll follow you. That's not necessary. I just did it casually. You don't have to repay me. Xianxu waved his hand. Xianxu looked at Xianxu silently. What did you do? Xianxu, he forgot that Hai Dai was still a baby at that time and didn't have any consciousness. Nothing. Xianxu said, follow me if you want. After dinner, Xianxu went back to his room to cultivate. His cultivation speed was very fast. Spiritual chi rushed into his body crazily. The chi dragon in his energy center swallowed the spiritual chi. The chi dragon was yellow all over. It swam in Xianxu's energy center. It even had dragon whiskers and pupils in its eyes. At first, it was just an image. Now, it was very lively. Xianxu was encouraged and kept cultivating. But as his cultivation speed increased, the golden color on the chi dragon faded. It was no longer yellow. Instead, it was turning silver. Xianxu scratched his head in confusion. He didn't know what was going on. Xianxu could only ask Xianxu to evaluate his fighting ability. Let's fight. Xianxu said to Xianxu. Xianxu shook his head. You can't beat me. I know. I want you to assess my current combat power, Xianxu said to Xianxu. Xianxu released her chi as she spoke, and a coiling dragon rushed towards Xianxu. Xianxu raised his hand and flicked the chi dragon's head. The chi dragon immediately dispersed. Xianxu raised his fist and smashed it towards Xianxu. Xianxu waved his hand and Xianxu was embedded into the wall. Xianxu moved his body and asked Xianxu, how is my fighting ability now? About the soul formation stage. But there are strong and weak soul formation stage cultivators. It's not easy to evaluate. Qingyu said honestly. Ningxu clenched his fist and punched the tree in the courtyard. The tree was immediately smashed into pieces by Ningxu. Cultivators could topple mountains and overturn seas. They had all kinds of skills. This was powerful strength. Why did the Qi dragon change color again? Ningxu couldn't understand. It was like a chameleon. I haven't cultivated this technique before. I don't know what's going on. Qingyu said, maybe the color is too bright and eye-catching. This explanation was easy to understand. But was that really the case? Ningxu's ultimate technique was to turn his Qi dragon into a golden Qi dragon. He had never seen a silver one. Ningxu could only force himself to continue cultivating. Then, the Qi dragon turned silver and no longer changed. Could it be that the Qi dragon wouldn't change after reaching silver? Ningxu could only slowly figure it out by himself. Qingyu came to find Ningxu and said, "You can't cultivate like this. Go and try it." Qingyu grabbed Ningxu by the collar and teleported out of the town to the mountain range. "You can try it with a beast," Qingyu said. Ningxu looked at the endless mountain range and said, "Beasts are your own kind." Qingyu looked at Ningxu and said, "Don't humans kill their own kind too? They kill their own kind for their own benefit. It's the same for the demons. Even the weak demonic beasts will become food for other demonic beasts. Child, there are still good things in the world." Ningxu was speechless. Qingyu smiled, "Ever since I transformed, I have traveled everywhere to learn all kinds of knowledge. I learned from humans and demons. I have seen too many things." Ningxu imagined a dazed Qingyu who was still helping to count the money after being sold off. With a head full of green hair, who knows how many people wanted to take his inner core. Now that he saw Qingyu's intelligent appearance, how many years did he go through to become like this? It was too difficult. Ningxu comforted Qingyu, "You don't look retarded at all now." Qingyu. Qingyu released a provocative spirit energy towards a cave, and there was an angry hissing sound in the cave. A huge snake crawled out of the cave. Ningxu was disgusted when he saw the snake. Why is it a snake? Let's change the target. The pitch-black snake raised its head and flicked its tongue, looking at Ningxu and Qingyu who were in midair. When the snake saw Qingyu, its scales stood up and it quickly crawled back into its cave. It was obviously afraid of Qingyu. Qingyu controlled the snake and threw it towards Ningxu while he teleported to the side. When Ningxu saw the giant snake coming at her, she turned and ran. When the giant snake hit the ground, the whole earth seemed to shake. The snake wanted to run, but it and Ningxu were locked in Qingyu's enchantment. Ningxu felt like he was suffocating when he was locked in with a snake. He raised his fist and punched the snake's head. But when he punched the snake's head, it felt like he was punching a tire. It didn't hurt the snake at all, and the rebound force was so strong that Ningxu's lungs hurt. The monster's body was too strong. Ningxu released his qi, and the coiling dragon fought with the snake while Ningxu punched. Ningxu felt like he still needed to find a suitable weapon. With strong strength and a weapon, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The snake's defense was very strong, and the scales on its body were impenetrable. Ningxu had no choice but to grab the snake's scales and pull. The scales were separated from the snake's body, and smelly blood came out. The snake roared in pain, and its body shook violently. It turned around and attacked Ningxu with all its strength. Ningxu jumped and attacked the place where the scales were removed. He hit the place until it was a bloody mess. Qingyu opened the enchantment, and the snake didn't fight with Ningxu anymore. It dragged its injured body and ran away. "How is it?" Qingyu asked Ningxu. Ningxu said, "I think I need a weapon." Qingyu asked, "What kind of weapon do you want?" "You have a weapon?" Ningxu asked. "I can forge it." Qingyu said. "You know how to forge weapons?" Ningxu was extremely surprised. As a kelp, you're already very lucky that you didn't become a cold kelp. You even know how to create artifacts, smiley face. Qingyu nodded. "I learned it from the human race. Although the human race isn't as strong as the demon race or the demon race, they use all kinds of methods to strengthen themselves, such as pills, arrays, and artifacts. Then you know everything the humans know? Ningshu squinted and asked. Yes, I have endless time to learn these things, Qingyu said. Damn, she was also a little expert who was proficient in everything. Children who love to learn are good children. Dear, teach me alchemy and array formation, Ningshu said clearly. Qingyu said with some surprise, you want to learn these things? Of course. There's no harm in having more skills. Ningshu nodded. Qingyu nodded. Okay. Qingyu grabbed Ningshu's collar and brought him back to the house. Ningshu asked, what do you want to learn? Alchemy and array formation, Qingyu said. You don't want to learn how to forge artifacts? Qingyu asked. Ningshu shook his head. I feel that these two are already very difficult. It was a bit difficult to learn these before the mission was completed. It was good to know some things. Just like what Qingyu said, learning made one wise and powerful. Qingyu took out the alchemy cauldron from his storage space. Then he took out a thick stack of pill recipes. These pill recipes were neat and tidy. Some of the papers were yellowed, but the corners weren't curled at all. It was obvious that Qingyu had preserved them well. Then Qingyu took out some herbs and treasures, as well as beast cores. Looking at Qingyu's serious expression, Ningshu could feel his respect for knowledge. You collected all these? Ningshu looked at the pill recipes and asked Qingyu. Qingyu nodded. Yes, I collect every pill recipe that comes out. Some of the pill recipes outside have been lost, but I have them. He was really a living fossil. Why didn't he use a jade token to preserve them? How long could paper be preserved? Alchemy requires fire spirit roots. If you don't have fire spirit roots, you'll need heaven fire or earth fire, Qingyu said. Ningshu circulated the spirit energy in his body. A weak flame appeared on his finger. I have fire spirit roots. From now on, you'll memorize the pill recipes and identify treasures. Qingyu and Ningshu said. When you're done, we'll try alchemy. Okay, thank you. Ningshu thanked Qingyu. Ningshu started memorizing. Ningshu saw how much Qingyu valued these pill recipes. He was especially careful when he looked at them. He was afraid that he would spoil them. Luckily, Ningshu added a lot of attribute points to his wisdom. His memory improved. He could memorize things by rote. Then, it was the effects of the treasures and the steps of alchemy. Other than cultivating, Ningshu would look at these things and ponder about them. When he was hungry, he would eat fasting pills. Qingyu sometimes came over to take a look. Seeing Ningshu like this, he let him be. Ningshu didn't know how long he had been cooped up in his room until Qingyu told him that he could start alchemy. Ningshu's heart was jumping for joy. Go bathe and change your clothes. Ningshu said. Although he could use the dust cleaning technique, Ningshu still felt dirty after not bathing for so long. After washing up seriously and changing his clothes, Ningshu entered the alchemy room. Ningshu saw Qingyu's serious look and couldn't help but become serious too. How big is the fire you released? Ningshu asked. Ningshu urged the spiritual energy in her body. Then, a flickering flame appeared on her finger. It was very small. With this flame, he wouldn't be able to make any pills in his lifetime. She didn't cultivate any fire-type techniques. Of course, she was very weak. Qingyu glanced at Ningshu and took out some red crystals. These crystals were piled together and released a heat like flames. Qingyu put the crystals under the alchemy furnace. Ningshu said, make the simplest fasting pill. Okay. Ningshu swallowed nervously. He took the ingredients for the fasting pill and put them into the alchemy furnace according to the steps on the recipe. He released his mental power and paid attention to the situation in the furnace. He let the spirit energy merge into the pill liquid and let the pill take shape. Obviously, Ningshu didn't have any talent in alchemy. He failed twice in a row and the furnace exploded. With such talent, the heavenly Tao couldn't cheat even if he wanted to. Qingyu comforted Ningshu. Take it slow. Alchemy isn't an easy thing to do. Ningshu nodded and continued to fight with the fasting pill. He didn't expect the fasting pill that he usually exchanged with points to be so difficult to get. 20 points for one pill. Ningshu exchanged 100 pills each time. But why was it so difficult for him to do it? Ningshu touched his face and black dust covered it. Learn it. What if one day the system went crazy and stopped exchanging? Ningshu didn't trust the system store at all. The things he exchanged would be taken back at will. There were all kinds of restrictions. Except for merit points and faith power, the things he exchanged would always belong to him. But the problem was that these two things weren't like points, which could be obtained in every world. It was only reliable in his own hands. Ningshu's alchemy career was very bumpy. Since opening the furnace for more than 10 days, Ningshu had not refined a single pill. The biggest reason was that he couldn't let the pill take shape. It was always a lump of paste. Ningshu's heart was so stifled that he didn't want to think about it. When he thought about other people refining pills, the pills would jump out of the pill furnace, shining with golden light. Xianxia watched from the side and eventually shook his head. This cauldron is a divine artifact within cauldrons. It can help people refine pills, but it still can't save you. Ningshu was displeased. He looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. Then how long did it take you to refine your first pill? Xianxia's eyes moved, obviously trying to recall. About 1,000 years. F*ck, you still have the nerve to laugh at me after 1,000 years? At least I won't take 1,000 years to concoct a pill. Ningshu curled his lips. Xianxia said, the things of the human race are too complicated for me. Back then, I spent a lot of time to figure out what alchemy was all about. Ningshu felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you for being retarded. Ningshu was really confused by alchemy. Just like what Xianxia said, it was very complicated. The spirit grass and spirit medicine had to be sorted out in order. And there was a long interval between each batch. Instead of cooking a hodgepodge, he threw all the ingredients into the cauldron and dozed off at the side. Let's not worry about the medicinal pills for now. Let's learn how to set up formations, Ningshu said. Xianxia glanced at Ningshu. The array is equally complicated. The Qimenduanjia, 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 and the Qimenduanjia. Like a retard. Ningshu laughed dryly. Let's take it slow. Ningshu started his life of reciting the heavenly stems and earthly branches again. Ningshu smiled. F*ck, I might as well practice martial arts. Ningshu felt like he could not take it anymore. However, no matter how difficult it was, he still had to learn it. Who knew, he might be able to use these things one day. She traveled through several worlds with her half-baked medical skills. If he learned these things, he might be able to set up a stall to divine things if the situation and the quest was too difficult. Everything was to make it easier to complete the mission. Ningshu engraved these things in his mind while Xianxia guided Ningshu from the side. When he was tired, he would cultivate. When he had cultivated enough, he would start studying, refining pills, and setting up formations. Slowly simmering like this, Ningshu felt that his spiritual force was stronger than before. While refining the pills, he could also feel the changes in the spirit grasses and spirit fruits. After refining pills for nearly 3 months, Ningshu finally managed to refine a batch of fasting pills. However, these fasting pills were all different in shape. They weren't round at all. They were completely different from the fasting pills that Ningshu had purchased from the system shop. It didn't look good at all. Ningshu tried to eat one. Although it didn't look good, it was effective. Being able to condense the dan was a good start. If you chopped it up, the dan would become round. Dan cloud and dan pattern were like legends to Ningshu. It wasn't easy to make the dan cloud round. Other than refining pills, he would also set up some simple formations in the yard. However, they were very simple. Xianxia could tell at a glance. Ningshu wanted to make them more complicated, but these things had to be stacked according to the rules. The success of a formation depended on the right time, the right place, the right people, the help of the gods, the layout, and many other factors. Every time he set up a formation, Ningshu would use all the treasures in his pocket. Every formation needed something to hold down the eye of the formation. However, every time, Xianxia would destroy it. The formations she set up were completely useless. Xianxia wasn't discouraged. It might not work on Xianxia, but it would work on ordinary people. Xianxia was busy every day. Before he left this world, he had to seize the time to learn more from kelp. Not every world had someone like her who was willing to teach him. However, Ningxiu's qi in his dantian changed again. It was originally silver, but now it had turned white. It was even becoming transparent. Ningxiu released his qi. As expected, it wasn't as dazzling as gold. It was very inconspicuous. Was it really like what kelp said? The color was too bright and hard to hide. Ningxiu felt like he could flip the entire house. He hugged the big tree in the yard and easily lifted it up. Ningxiu didn't even know how strong he was. Xianxia didn't like to fight with Ningxiu. In his words, every time I fight, my luck will be taken away. I can always find a beast. Ningxiu could only go to the mystic spirit mountain to find a beast. The deeper he went, the stronger the beast was. The beast would also divide its territory. Ningxiu only needed to go to a beast's territory and fight arrogantly. Then, he would provoke the beast, and the beast would directly fight with Ningxiu. Ningxiu's strength was even greater than before. Every cell in his body was filled with power. When he met a beast that wasn't that strong, Ningxiu could actually turn it into a bloody mist with one punch. Xianxia estimated that Ningxiu's strength should be about the same as a soul formation cultivator. This cultivation speed made Ningxiu feel shocked. She hadn't been in this world for long. Her speed was really like a rocket. Normal people would cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and then charge towards the golden core stage. Only those who could reach the golden core stage could be considered strong. Her rapid progress was truly terrifying. It gave Ningxiu a surreal and unrealistic feeling. She felt as if she was floating. Damn it, he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Xianxia asked Ningxiu, "What weapon do you want?" Ningxiu thought about it. With his strength, a sword wasn't suitable for him. He needed a weapon that was powerful and domineering. He needed a weapon that could suppress people the moment he appeared. After listening to Ningxiu's request, Xianxia looked at him silently. A giant axe. Ningxiu's eyes lit up. She remembered Pangu's appearance when he created the world. He nodded. An axe. Xianxia, I've been in the cultivation world for so many years. I've never seen a woman use an axe. Even men rarely use one. Xianxia said. Immortal cultivators naturally valued their manners. Not only women, men also had to be graceful and celestial. Xianxia looked at Ningxiu. He could imagine her holding an axe in his mind. He felt that it was a little painful and stopped imagining. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you. I'll go and find the materials you need. Ningxiu said. Xianxia shook his head. I have a lot of materials. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ningxiu patted Xianxia encouragingly. I have faith in you. Xianxia moved his body and avoided Ningxiu's hand. I'm going into seclusion to forge weapons. Don't run around. Ningxiu nodded. Be careful. He heard that forging weapons was much more dangerous than refining pills. Xianxia, I don't want to talk to you. Since Xianxia was in seclusion, Ningxiu would refine pills by himself and practice setting up arrays. Occasionally, he would go and harass the demon beasts in the mountains to test his battle skills. When he became stronger, he would definitely go back and report to Qin Huajun. Otherwise, he would really be letting down his painstaking effort to think for her. Ningxiu caught a rabbit, skinned it and roasted it on the fire, sprinkled some seasonings, and the smell of the fat was very fragrant. Ningxiu twirled the rabbit stuck on the stick in his hand. Just now, he had a fight with the boss of this territory, a demon beast equivalent to the crossing tribulation stage. Ningxiu fought to a draw with her. Ningxiu suffered some injuries, and the demon beast was also beaten quite badly by Ningxiu. Suddenly, Ningxiu's ears moved, he felt someone approaching. Ningxiu saw that the rabbit was cooked, took the rabbit and gnawed on it, then looked over to see what was going on. Ningxiu squatted on a tree branch, and saw a group of people chasing a boy. The boy looked at most 15 years old. His body was stained with blood, obviously injured, but he still ran away regardless. Ningshu saw that the boy's body had a little bit of spiritual chi fluctuation. He didn't even enter the threshold of cultivation. The people chasing him were some low-level cultivators. They probably didn't even reach the foundation establishment stage. The boy in front was quickly caught up, and several cultivators surrounded him. Facing such a situation, the boy's face was gloomy, the hair on his forehead covered his eyes. "Evil demon, give up your life." A cultivator holding a compass-like magic tool shouted at the boy. Ningshu, who was squatting on the tree and gnawing on the rabbit, was stunned for a moment, carefully sizing up the boy. "Demon," the boy tightly pursed his lips, fiercely looking at the people chasing him. His eyes were malicious. He looked like a Chunibu who wanted to destroy the whole world because the whole world had wronged him. A cultivator holding a sword formed an incantation. The sword danced in the air, stabbing at the boy. The boy wanted to dodge, but several other cultivators restrained him. The boy's face flashed a look of despair. His whole body was emitting demonic chi. He wanted to rely on it to attack these people. But compared to a real demon, the demonic chi on his body was like the difference between the bright moon and a firefly. Ningshu threw out a bone that was gnawed clean. The bone directly hit the sword that was stabbing at the boy, and was directly sent flying, deeply embedded in the trunk. The sudden situation caused everyone to be shocked. The cultivator looked around and asked, "Who is it that's sneaking around?" The boy exhaled heavily and looked around as well. Ningshu wiped her greasy hands on the tree trunk and jumped down from the tree. When the few cultivators saw that Ningshu was a woman, they immediately sneered, "Mind your own business, otherwise we will kill you as well." When the boy saw Ningshu, he was a little disappointed. He thought that it was some kind of expert, but he didn't expect it to be a girl who wasn't even as tall as him. "Why did you kill him?" Ningshu asked. "Scram. This is not the time for you to interfere. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude to you. We'll make you our cultivation vessel." One of the cultivators cast a lustful glance at Ningshu's body. Ningshu's face was expressionless. She released her chi and slapped the cultivator in the face from a distance. The cultivator was slapped into a tree trunk and fell to the ground, spitting out his teeth. When the others saw how powerful Ningshu was, they couldn't help but have a change in expression. "Senior, this person is an evil creature left behind by the devil race. Everyone in the devil race has the right to kill him. We have disturbed Senior, we hope Senior can forgive us." They saw how easily Ningshu defeated the most powerful person among them. Knowing that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of Ningshu, they softened their attitude. Ningshu looked at the boy. The boy and Ningshu's eyes met. The boy's lips were tightly pursed, and his expression was incomparably gloomy. It was obvious that he was a problematic youth. Seeing Ningshu looking at the boy, a cultivator immediately said, "Senior, this person is a human devil bastard. His mother was raped by a low-level devil race. His mother actually secretly gave birth to him. This person doesn't shrink from any evil, causing a lot of trouble. The villagers asked us to get rid of this scourge." Ningshu understood. One look and he could tell that this was a devilish child. It was completely understandable that they wanted to kill this devilish child. Hearing the cultivator's words, the boy's expression became even more gloomy. He seemed to hate the world and wished that he could turn into a furnace and merge with this world. Ningshu grunted and lightly said, "Let me deal with this person." "This?" The cultivators looked at each other. One of them said with some difficulty, "The villagers asked us to get rid of him. If we don't see his corpse, it's hard to say what will happen to the villagers." Ningshu sneered in his heart. Would cultivators care about mortals? Ningshu lightly said, "You want me to do it?" "Senior, this person is from the devil race. We must get rid of him," the cultivator said. Ningshu was impatient. He slapped the cultivator and sent him away. "You, come here," Ningshu said to the boy. The boy looked left and right. Ningshu walked over. There was death on both sides. The boy chose to die in Ningshu's hands. "I will get rid of this person." Ningshu grabbed the boy by the collar and left. Who would have thought that grabbing someone by the collar would be so satisfying? No wonder Xianxia always liked to grab her collar. The boy struggled violently, wanting to escape from Ningxu's control. Being grabbed by the collar by a girl who was not even as tall as him, it was simply, his face flushed red. Ningxu loosened her grip on his collar and asked, "Are you a human demon?" The boy coldly said, "You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. I'm from the devil race. Why don't you think of yourself as a human?" Ningxu was a bit surprised. The boy sneered, "Human? I've never thought of myself as a human. It's just a pity that I'm not from the devil race. Otherwise, I would suck all of the humans dry." Ningxu, how much damage must he have suffered? But this was normal. Humans and demons were irreconcilable. People like them who had the blood of both the devil race and the human race were anomalies. In the human race, they were detestable demons. In the devil race, they were lowly bastards. Their lives were equally difficult. Xiao Susu's life in the devil race was like an abyss of suffering. Ningxu said, "I'm also of mixed blood." The boy was stunned. "I don't believe you." Devil Chi slowly emerged from Ningxu's body. The boy's eyes widened. "Then why are you so powerful?" "I cultivated myself," Ningxu said. The boy's face darkened. "Impossible." Ningxu's body slowly floated up. He looked down at him from above. "I'm stronger than you think." The boy raised his head, his eyes trembling. With a thud, Ningxu knelt down. "Please take me as your disciple. I want to be strong." Ningxu's face was indifferent. "When you're strong, you can go take revenge on society, right?" The boy didn't understand what take revenge on society meant, but he understood the word revenge. He said in a low voice, "They killed my mother." Ningxu shook his head. "I'm not taking any disciples. Please, I'm willing to do anything." The boy kowtowed to the ground. "I want to be strong, incomparably strong. So strong that no one dares to kill me." Only by being strong could he control his own fate. Ningxu didn't take him in as a disciple. This guy looked like he wanted to destroy the world. If he was really powerful, he would probably cause a lot of trouble. He was very cynical and extreme. Ningxu said, "I saved your life because we're the same kind. Stop being so despicable." The boy followed Ningxu closely and begged, "Please, please." Ningxu turned to look at him and asked, "Do you hate me now? Do you resent me for not teaching you?" The boy's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Ningxu said calmly, "You're so resentful over such a small matter. If you become powerful one day, the first person you'll kill will be me." The boy knelt on the ground. "I can swear that I won't do that." Ningxu shook his head and went back to the small town. When he returned to Qingyu's house, Ningxu didn't let him in. He knelt at the door, his back straight. Ningxu couldn't be bothered with him. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. Ningxu started to concoct pills and set up a formation. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the house and released a lightning strike on the house. The house was destroyed. Ningxu's heart tightened. The kelp was still in the house. Ningxu was about to rush in and pull the kelp out when he saw a giant axe rise into the sky, resisting the lightning strikes. This was a lightning tribulation. The axe was going through a lightning tribulation. Qingyu came out of the house. He looked very tired. Ningxu asked, "Are you okay?" Qingyu shook his head and looked up at the axe. The lightning struck the axe. The axe made a buzzing sound, as if it was trying its best to resist the lightning tribulation. The axe started to shrink and its color became darker. The lightning tribulation started to weaken. When the last lightning struck the axe, the black clouds dissipated and the sky became clear again. Qingyu reached out and the axe flew into his hand. He then passed it to Ningxu. Ningxu held the axe. The axe was very heavy, and Ningxu felt very good holding it in his hands. "Thank you." Ningxu was very happy. "Nurture it in your dantian. It's a divine artifact." Qingyu looked a little tired. "Divine weapon?" Ningxu said in shock, "Kelp, you can actually refine divine artifacts. Those divine weapons of the cultivation sects are all made by people. Why can't I make divine weapons?" Qingyu said indifferently. What I mean is, your refining skills are so high that it's beyond my expectations. Ningshu stroked the black axe. It was a very simple axe, but it was a divine weapon. True treasures would conceal their own brilliance, and treasures would conceal themselves. This is too expensive. I'm embarrassed to accept it, Ningshu said. Then return it to me. Qingyu stretched out his hand. Ningshu immediately shook his head. You don't even use axes. This kind of weapon is really bad for your noble and elegant image. The boy kneeling at the gate looked at the sky with his mouth agape. So powerful, Qingyu's expression changed. He asked, "What's the situation at the gate?" "Oh, a mixed blood human and demon like me. He wanted to be my disciple, but I didn't agree," Ningshu said indifferently. He let his consciousness enter the axe and let the axe carve into his consciousness. When he completely grasped the axe, Ningshu felt that the axe was like his own arm. He could use it as he wished, and it could be big or small. Ningshu placed the axe in his dantian to nurture it. When the axe entered his dantian, the chi dragon in his dantian seemed to have found a place to rest. Its body coiled around the handle of the axe. The axe resisted it, but the chi dragon clung tightly to the handle of the axe. The axe couldn't do anything. "What's the name of this axe?" Ningshu asked Qingyu. Qingyu said, "It still doesn't have a name." "You can give it one." Ningshu thought for a bit and said, "Panga have an opening axe, domineering isn't it?" As soon as Ningshu's voice fell, the axe in his dantian moved. Qingyu nodded his head, "As you wish." Having obtained a treasure, Ningshu was very happy in his heart. Just a moment ago, I saw a divine weapon crossing the tribulation. Many cultivators rushed over. The divine weapon crossing the tribulation attracted many experts. This, however, was a divine weapon. A divine weapon could raise a sect. Every cultivation sect had their own divine weapon. It was a kind of confidence and deterrence. If they could obtain a divine weapon, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds. In Blue Wave's continent, it had been many years since someone refined a divine weapon. After a while, countless experts were floating around Qingyu's house. Moreover, some people were rushing over. The movement of a divine weapon crossing the tribulation was too big. Everyone was looking at Ningshu and Qingyu with a scrutinizing gaze. "Did you two see the divine weapon?" A white-haired old man said, "Just a moment ago, I saw the axe flying over here." Ningshu, speaking as if the axe was his. "Oh, it flew over there." Ningshu casually pointed. The old man's expression immediately became serious. "Hand over the divine axe." Ningshu spat, "Why should I?" Ningshu looked at these people. He was eager to test his strength. Moreover, he had the heaven-opening axe. He wanted to test how strong this axe was. More and more cultivators rushed over. The house was packed. With so many people, even a mouthful of saliva from each of them could drown Ningshu and Qingyu. Qingyu's expression was indifferent. Facing so many people, his heart was also unmoved. "Call out the divine axe and I will spare your life." A man stood out. This man had a powerful aura. Who refined the divine axe? Ningshu patted his chest, "Me." The man ignored Ningshu and locked his gaze on Qingyu. "You refined the divine axe? You can come to my Godwind sect to protect you." Qingyu asked Ningshu, "Should we leave or fight?" "Fight, let the heaven-opening axe shine." Ningshu was eager to try. Hiding was not a problem. Cultivators followed their hearts and crawled on the path to the great Tao. There were too many setbacks and difficulties. "Keep an eye on me. If I can't beat him later, come and help me," Ningshu said to Qingyu. Qingyu silently looked at Ningshu. "You can't even deal with so few people? So many people and you still call it few?" Ningshu glanced at him. "A long, long time ago, someone said that if he could obtain me, he would be able to step through the void. I can't even step through the void. I am restricted under the heavenly Tao," Qingyu said indifferently. Ningshu looked at Qingyu with a pitiful and sympathetic expression. "Actually, this is all because of your hair. The green color is too eye-catching." Seeing Qingyu's hair color, most people would think that he was a demonic beast. Demonic beasts had low intelligence, and very few of them could transform. Qingyu was unique. If he didn't mess with him, who would he mess with? Maybe eating a piece of meat would be very nutritious. Ningxu willed, and the heaven-opening axe appeared in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu held the axe, and the axe let out a clear sound. Ningxu said loudly, "The axe is in my hand. If you have the ability, come and take it." The sky-splitting axe refined by Qingyu attracted a lot of covetous eyes. One by one, they stared at the axe in Ningxu's hand with red eyes, and their breathing became rapid. This was a divine tool. Ningxu held the axe, his body floated up, and said, "The axe in my hand will belong to whoever grabs it." The cultivators couldn't resist the temptation of the divine tool. One of the cultivators pounced on Ningxu. When the others saw that one of them made the first move, they were afraid that they couldn't get the divine tool, so they also pounced on Ningxu. However, some people didn't move, they were not anxious at all. Ningxu circulated his qi, and the axe in Ningxu's hand slightly trembled. Ningxu raised the axe, and a huge axe shadow formed behind him, chopping towards the crowd. Under the attack of the huge axe shadow, many cultivators vomited blood on the spot and lost their fighting strength. Some cultivators even fainted due to the shock of their divine sense. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ningxu held the sky-splitting axe tightly. When the axe fell, Ningxu felt that his body was hollowed out. The sky-splitting axe was too powerful, and she was too weak. The cultivators who didn't move before had burning eyes when they saw the sky-splitting axe was so powerful. Ningxu said, "There are so many people here, you can't escape. If you take the initiative to hand over the divine axe, we can spare your life. If you don't hand it over, we can only kill you, and the divine axe will be an ownerless object." Ningxu said with a smile, "There is only one axe, and there are so many people here, how are you going to divide it?" Everyone looked at each other, and the cultivator who claimed to be Divine Wind Sect said, "Let's deal with you first, then we'll talk about the ownership of the divine axe." Ningxu sneered, and released his internal strength. The energy rushed out of Ningxu's body, and roared towards the cultivators. Now the energy changed from gold to silver, and it was translucent. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. Of course, the cultivators' eyesight was incomparably good. When they saw the coiling dragon, they frowned and defended. They didn't know what kind of technique this was. The qi force tangled with these people. The cultivators with slightly lower cultivation had their arms pinched by the coiling dragon, and their arms were instantly crushed. Everyone worked together to attack the coiling dragon, but their attacks were useless against it. It was as if only Qingyu could scatter him with a casual flick of his finger. Ordinary cultivators couldn't. Ningxu swung the heaven-splitting axe and fought with the cultivator from the Divine Wind Sect. This fellow was very powerful. Even though Ningxu had the heaven-splitting axe, he didn't cause any harm to him. He had been trying to cut off the connection between Ningxu and the heaven-opening axe. Every time he saw Ningxu release a powerful attack with the heaven-opening axe, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Ningxu had a general understanding of his own strength. He said to Qingyu, who was standing still with his sleeves fluttering in the wind, "Stop fighting, let's retreat." Qingyu instantly appeared beside Ningxu and grabbed Ningxu's collar. With a thought, Ningxu sent the coiling dragon energy back to his dantian. "Stop them, they are about to escape." The cultivator from the Divine Wind Sect shouted. Ningxu turned his head and saw the dumbfounded youth standing at the door. He said to Qingyu, "Bring him along." Qingyu directly turned his hand into a cold seaweed and wrapped it around the youth. Then, he disappeared in an instant. A group of people wanted to use all kinds of methods to stop them. But in the end, they disappeared in an instant. Even the god artifact was gone. Ningxu and Qingyu had already run far away. Qingyu let go of Ningxu's collar. Ningxu supported himself against a tree and vomited. Every time he teleported, it was a torture. The other person directly fainted. Qingyu frowned and said, "There are still things in that house. I want to go back." Ningxu thought of the pill formulas and various arrays. There was also the god artifact pill furnace in the house. "You can go," Ningxu said. Qingyu disappeared in a flash. Ningxu saw that there was no one around. There was a fainted person beside him. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated. When his body felt better, he stopped cultivating. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of burning eyes. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? I beg you to take me as your disciple. The youth knelt in front of Ningxu. Ningxu stood up. He was wondering why Haidai was not back yet. Could it be that something happened? The youth saw that Ningxu was ignoring him. Master, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I will definitely be filial to Master. Ningxu frowned. With Haidai's teleportation ability, it should be very fast. Master. The youth Ningxu shouted. Damn, be quiet. Ningxu said in annoyance. Qingyu was not back. Ningxu was really worried that something would happen to him. With his silly look, he might be fooled. Ningxu was thinking when Qingyu came back. Ningxu asked, why were you gone for so long? I thought you had been caught. Qingyu said, something went wrong. Someone took it away. I had to go and get it back. It took me some time. It's good that you got it back. Where are we going now? Ningxu did not know where to go. Master, let's go to my house. The youth hurriedly said. This time, he did not have a gloomy expression on his face. You have a disciple? Qingyu raised his eyebrows. No, he just called me that. Ningxu shook his head, he looks like a brat. Master, I beg you. The youth knelt in front of Ningxu and kowtowed. I am willing to serve Master and treat Master as my father, no, as my mother. This brat was really flexible. Alright, let's go to your house. Ningxu nodded. A thought rose in his mind. What is your name? Ningxu asked. My name is Jianglu. Jianglu said. Jiangli's house was in a village some distance away from the Mystic Spirit Mountain range. There were some people who could cultivate. There were 1 or 2 people who were at the first level of qi refinement. They made a living by hunting in the periphery of the Mystic Spirit Mountain range. Jianglu brought Ningxu and Qingyu into the village. The villagers were stunned when they saw Jianglu. Why aren't you dead? Seeing these people, Jiangli's face darkened. The villagers looked at Jianglu with vigilance and wariness. Most of them looked at him with disgust. Especially when they saw that he had brought back 2 people. One of them was actually green-haired. Ningxu and the group arrived at Jiangli's house under such gazes. Jiangli's house was rather shabby. When Jianglu opened the door creaked and dust fell. The yard was filled with weeds. Master, I will go tidy up your room. Jianglu said to Ningxu. He took the lead to tidy up the house. Qingyu looked left and right. Ningxu asked, what is your motive? No motive. I just want to build a sect that can accommodate people like me and Jianglu, Ningxu said. Oh, you want to open a sect and take in disciples? Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Are you strong enough to teach disciples? Ningxu, damn, even Kelp knows how to complain. Ningxu grinned. Didn't you say that the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person? Jianglu tidied up the house and said to Ningxu, Master, the house is tidied up. Ningxu glanced at Jianglu and nodded, thank you for your hard work. Qingyu took the lead and walked in. Ningxu followed him in and looked around the room. It was very simple but still clean. I'll go cook. Jianglu said. Ningxu waved his hand and said, no need, I have a lot of fasting pills. Ningxu took a bottle and threw it to Jianglu. Jianglu quickly caught it and poured out a few fasting pills. He looked at the fasting pills in his hand. Jianglu was speechless. These were pills. Every one of them had a different shape. Shouldn't pills be round and full of spirit energy? Ningxu naturally saw Jiangli's expression and felt unhappy. He coughed and said, although they don't look good, the effect is the same. It's the same when you eat it. Thank you, Master. Jianglu took the pills and knelt in front of Ningxu. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Ningxu's face was indifferent. He stuffed a fasting pill into his mouth and did not say anything. Jianglu cowed out again, Master, please accept me. Ningxu pointed at Qingyu, why do you want to be my disciple? He's stronger than me. Jianglu glanced at Qingyu and immediately lowered his eyes, I don't think his cultivation method is suitable for me. This kid was quite smart. Ningxu curled her lips, he has a lot of treasures on him. Who knows, he might have a suitable cultivation method for you. I just feel that Master's cultivation method is suitable for me. Jianglu said, the demonic energy and spirit energy in my body are conflicting. I can't cultivate at all. Ningxu, this kid came for her peerless martial arts. Since she was going to start a sect, Ningxu wanted to pass down her peerless martial arts. However, Ningxu was not sure about Jiangli's character. This was her eldest disciple. Perhaps this fellow would kill his master in the future. At first glance, this guy looked like someone who wanted to destroy the world and take revenge on society. Because of all kinds of evil intentions, he was filled with resentment. Having martial strength was simply a disaster. Ningxu said, I'm going to save the world. Come with me. Jianglu was stunned. His face was full of what the hell. Jianglu then said, disciple will follow in master's footsteps. Ningxu pursed his lips. Jianglu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Ningxu poked himself in the eyes. However, Ningxu intended to accept Jianglu. Ningxu straightened his clothes, coughed and said, I can accept you as my disciple, but you have to abide by the rules of my sect. There is only one rule, you cannot kill the innocent. Jianglu immediately said, I will definitely remember the sect rules. Originally, he wanted to offer Ningxu a cup of tea, but he didn't boil the water. Instead, he offered the fasting pill that Ningxu had given him to Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. Master, what's the name of the sect? Jianglu asked. Ningxu said, let's call it the Sun Moon Cult. Qingyu shook his head. It doesn't sound good. Since you want to establish a sect so that you can live a peaceful life, then you have to work on the name. Pure is pure, yang is strong, heaven is vigorous, yin and yang follow the Tao and last forever. Therefore, there is the saying of longevity sect. Ningxu smiled. You're so cultured. Jianglu said, I think the Sun Moon Cult is very good. Ningxu glanced at Jianglu. This guy is rebellious and reactionary. Qingyu and Jianglu glanced at Ningxu. Ningxu's face trembled. In the end, he said, how about we call it the Sun Moon Cult, longevity sect? Qingyu was speechless. Jianglu was speechless. Let's call it the longevity sect, Ningxu said. Jianglu was a little disappointed. The Sun Moon Cult sounds impressive. Ningxu, in any case, Jianglu was accepted as a disciple. Ningxu taught him the cultivation method of the peerless martial art and sent a strand of energy into his body. Jianglu was holding back his anger. After receiving the secret manual, he began to cultivate non-stop. He wanted to hold his head up high. Qingyu and Ningxu asked, what do you plan to do now? I'll teach my disciple first. As for other things, we'll talk about them after the war between the humans and demons begins, Ningxu said. The demon race and the human race would go to war every once in a while to compete for territory. For the demon race, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. They could obtain the corpses of cultivators and land. Even if the demon race on their side died, they could still absorb the corpses. However, the human strength couldn't be underestimated. They wouldn't let the demons step into their territory. Not long after, there would be another battle. Ningxu had to make use of this period of time to cultivate his strength. Moreover, he had to rely on this battle to spread the name of the Changsun sect. Qingyu nodded. As you wish. Did you encounter a bottleneck? Ningxu asked Qingyu. How come I've never seen you cultivate? I did. I wanted to break through the void and enter another world. However, I couldn't break through the laws of heaven and earth. Until now, I still haven't found the reason, Qingyu said. Ningxu didn't know what to say. He thought for a while and said, is there something you haven't cultivated? Is there something you're lacking? Just like her points, she couldn't level up without a certain amount of points. Qingyu couldn't break through the void. It wasn't necessarily because he wasn't strong enough. There was a flaw that prevented him from ascending. Qingyu squinted his eyes and shook his head. I don't know. Ningxu didn't know what Qingyu's problem was. He said, actually, there's no difference between entering another world and staying in this world. The place we are in is a plane. Do you understand? Ningxu took 2 rocks and pointed at one of them. If you're on this rock and you break through it, you'll enter another rock. Moreover, the laws of heaven and earth in this rock are of a higher level than the one you're on now. No matter how we break through the void and enter the so-called immortal world, we can't leave the plane to survive. Ningxu said. Qingyu looked at Ningxu. His eyes flashed and asked, "You know about the world outside the stone?" "I know a little. I don't know how to break through this stone," Ningxu said. She relied on the system to travel to different worlds. She didn't know how to break through planes. Maybe when she was strong enough, she would be able to travel through planes. Qingyu stared at the two stones in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Ningxu didn't care about him. He started cultivating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards Ningxu's body. Jiangli saw this scene from next door and shamelessly stayed at the foot of Ningxu's bed to cultivate. The spiritual energy in this room was very dense. It formed a misty spiritual energy fog. Ningxu's ears twitched. He felt someone flying over the house. Qingyu walked in. Ningxu said, "They're here." These people really didn't give up. For the sky-splitting axe, they were going to chase the entire cultivation world. The temptation of a divine tool was too great. It could make people go crazy, especially when the owner of the divine tool was not very strong. Many people wanted to try, maybe they would be able to obtain the divine tool. "Wake up, we are being chased," Ningxu said to Jianglu, who was immersed in cultivation. Jianglu opened his eyes. He felt that his body was full of energy, but following that, he was very hungry. "Master, disciple is very hungry," Jianglu said. He was not this hungry even when he was hungry for 2 days. Ningxu saw that this state was the after-effect of cultivating a peerless martial art. His body lacked energy and could only rely on food to replenish it. Ningxu took out a few bottles of fasting pills from his storage space and gave it to him. Jianglu ate a bottle in one go, only then did he alleviate his hunger. When Ningxu went out, he saw that the room was surrounded by cultivators. The red-faced cultivator from the Divine Wind sect actually chased after him. It seemed like the Divine Wind sect was very obsessed with the heaven-splitting axe. With a thought, the heaven-splitting axe appeared in Ningxu's hand. When the heaven-splitting axe appeared, the cultivators began to become restless. Their eyes burned as they looked at the heaven-splitting axe in Ningxu's hand. The red-faced cultivator from the Divine Wind sect said, "Give me the divine axe and I can spare your life, otherwise, my Divine Wind sect can only inform all the sects and let the entire human race kill you. This person is from the devil race, everyone from the devil race has the right to kill. Hand over the divine axe, hand over this devil race, and I will let you go," the red-faced cultivator said righteously. Obviously, he had understood from the villagers that Jianglu was a human devil. Jiangli's face was gloomy. He tightly pursed his lips and looked at the red-faced cultivator with eyes full of killing intent. Ningxu sneered, holding the heaven-splitting axe. He slowly rose into the sky and said loudly, "Today is the battle of longevity sect's prestige. Jianglu is my longevity sect's disciple. It is not your turn to shout and kill." Ningxu raised the heaven-splitting axe. A huge axe shadow formed behind him. This shadow carried a strong pressure, as if it could cut the entire heaven and earth apart. In order to show off, Ningxu sucked out all the qi in his body. The coiling dragon qi fused into the giant axe, causing it to grow bigger and bigger until it covered the sky. The red-faced cultivator of Divine Wind sect raised his head and looked at the huge axe shadow. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. If he could obtain the godly axe, then Divine Wind sect would become a top sect. If he could obtain the godly axe, then he could even betray Divine Wind sect. The pressure exerted by the great axe grew increasingly heavy, seemingly carrying with it the power of heaven and earth as it hacked down on the cultivators. Seeing that, many of the cultivators did not try to resist. Instead, they quickly dodged. Besides, the attack of a divine artifact wasn't something they could resist just because they wanted to. The huge axe shadow chopped down on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Some of the people who were unable to escape in time were directly swept away by the huge axe. Ningxu raised the heaven-splitting axe and chopped down at the red-faced cultivator from the Divine Wind sect. He was most annoyed by this kind of people who used the banner of righteousness to achieve their goals. Didn't they just want the axe in her hand? Acting like a whore but still wanting to establish a monument to her chastity, this shameless thing. Ningxu wanted to teach this person a lesson today. This person had the demeanor of an immortal, and really thought that he was some kind of thing. The red-faced cultivator saw Ningxu rushing towards him. The red-faced cultivator also took out his own artifact and started to fight with Ningxu. Ningxu did not have any scruples. He took the heaven-splitting axe and directly chopped down at the opposite party's artifact. Every time he chopped down, his artifact would shake. The red-faced cultivator was very angry in his heart. This artifact was his life source artifact. Although it was the artifact that was injured, but the damage to his strength was even greater. Ningxu raised the axe high. The heaven-splitting axe slightly shook and issued a clear cry. The axe shadow was mixed with the power of the coiling dragon, and chopped down at the red-faced cultivator. The red-faced cultivator's pupils constricted. He was so frightened by this power that his face turned pale. He could only use his artifact to resist. The axe shadow heavily chopped down on the artifact, issuing a loud sound. The red-faced cultivator's face turned even redder. With a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His artifact was directly broken into many pieces. He could not repair it even if he wanted to. The red-faced cultivator directly took out a talisman and fled in an instant. After the red-faced cultivator left, the cultivators who were still watching began to retreat. Ningxu held the axe. The axe trembled slightly and issued a buzzing sound. This made many cultivators speechless. Ningxu's body was only 16 or 17 years old. His face still had a childish look. When he chopped down with the axe, he was very fierce. Ningxu carried the axe on his shoulder and glanced at these people. Those who made eye contact with Ningxu avoided his gaze. Some of the weaker cultivators decided to observe first. Of course, they could not give up on the artifact. This was an opportunity that could only come by after many years. If they missed this opportunity, they would regret it for life. After a while, the people around the house retreated. However, Ningxu could still feel people spying on him. It was obvious that some people did not appear and were hiding in the dark. Ningxu kept the heaven-opening axe in his dantian. He gave Qingyu a thumbs up. "You are still the best." The heaven-opening axe was so strong that everyone coveted it. Don't make too many things in the future. Once you do, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. Ningxu said. Qingyu looked at Ningxu silently. "You are too weak. You can't even use the heaven-opening axe's power." "I will work hard and not let the heaven-opening axe go to waste." Ningxu smiled and said, "In the future, the heaven-opening axe will be the sect-protecting artifact of the longevity sect." Jianglu said, "Master, you are so strong. You can do it too. This technique is very strong, but you can't pass it on to others. Otherwise, what will the longevity sect use to establish itself?" Ningxu said. The reason why she built the longevity sect was to let people with the same fate as Xiaosusu to change their fate. There were many people like Xiaosusu who could survive in the cracks between the humans and demons. Since the world was open to her, why not make use of it? Jianglu knelt down and swore, "I swear to the heavens that I will not reveal this technique to humans and demons." Ningxu nodded. "Get up. Can I pass it to the demons?" Jianglu said. Ningxu said, "If the demons can cultivate, that is good. In the future, you will be the senior brother of the longevity sect." Qingyu and Ningxu asked, "What do we do next?" "Recruit disciples. The longevity sect needs to expand." Ningxu thought about it and said, "Go to the border between humans and demons." Qingyu still said, "As you wish." Ningxu looked at Qingyu and said, "Do you have your own things to do? You don't have to follow me." Qingyu said, "I have nothing to do. I want to know more about this, plain." Ningxu nodded, "Okay, I was afraid that I would delay you." The three of them left Jiangli's house. Jianglu turned around to look at the dilapidated house before turning to follow behind Ningxu. Outside of Jiangli's house, there were many villagers looking at Ningxu and the other two. Jianglu clenched his fists tightly when he saw these people, and his face was filled with killing intent. Finally, Jianglu couldn't take it anymore. He felt that his body was filled with power. He could kill these people who bullied him. Ningxu grabbed Jianglu and asked, "What are you doing?" "Those cultivators must be the ones who told on us. I want to kill them," Jianglu said gloomily. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Don't do anything. Only cultivators are a threat to us. Now that you've stepped into the door of cultivation, you can't do anything to these mortals. But they bullied me before and killed my mother. Master told me to bear with it. I don't know what's the use of cultivation." Jiang Li's body trembled, and his eyes were red. Demonic qi was coming out of his body. Ningxu said, "Kill whoever killed your mother. An eye for an eye. But these people bullied you before and didn't harm your life. You can teach them a lesson. They are mortals, and if you kill them, you'll only be burdened with karmic fire. Cultivation is against the heavens. You can kill those who deserve to be killed, but killing those who can't resist is no different from them bullying you." Jianglu pursed his lips and said, "I'll remember." Ningxu nodded. "Go, we'll wait for you at the entrance of the village." Ningxu and Qingyu walked towards the entrance of the village. Qingyu looked at Ningxu and said, "Other cultivators don't care about mortals, but you're different." "There's nothing different. Every time I kill someone, there'll be evil in my body. The resentment will wrap around my body. If I don't have to kill them, I won't kill them. It's hard to kill those who aren't related to me." Ningxu said, "But if they want to kill me, I can't let them kill me." Qingyu nodded. "There's a cause and effect." Ningxu and Qingyu stood at the entrance of the village and waited for Jianglu. Jianglu came out after a long time. When he came out, his face was injured and his clothes were dirty, but his steps were light. Seeing Ningxu and Qingyu, Jianglu quickened his steps. Ningxu asked, "Done?" Jianglu nodded. Ningxu nodded. "That's one thing I've settled." Ningxu asked curiously, "How did you deal with the person who killed your mother?" Jianglu calmly said, "I dug out his eyes, cut off his ears, and chopped off his limbs. I made him into a human swine and threw him into a big wine jar. This is called drunken bone. I placed him in front of my mother's grave and let him atone for her sins. Master, I didn't kill him." Jianglu revealed his white teeth. Ningxu smiled. Ningxu was speechless. Such a terrifying torture, the pain level of this torture was definitely 5 stars. He might as well die. Seeing that Ningxu did not speak, Jianglu said, "I don't hate them for humiliating me, but my mother is a human, she doesn't have any strength, she couldn't resist being raped by the devil clan, but why did they kill her?" Ningxu was silent for a moment, then said, "Fear and anger. Jiang Li's mother was the real victim. These people didn't look for the devil race but judged the victim instead. How despicable. Especially the people who killed Jiang Li's mother. It was because the devil race was strong and made people afraid. Jiang Li's mother was weak and was a woman, she was thought to be unchaste and lascivious. She even gave birth to Jiang Lu. Since it's over, let's go," Ningxu said. The group of 3 walked further and further away. Many people secretly followed them. Ningxu naturally knew that there were people following. If these people wanted to jump out and ruin the reputation of the longevity sect, Ningxu was still very willing. If they wanted the heaven-splitting axe in her hands, they had to prepare for the worst. "Master, since the longevity sect is a sect, there should be a sect, right?" Jianglu asked. "We haven't chosen a mountain yet. When we see an immortal mountain, we will occupy it and make it our sect." Along the way, Jianglu did all the dirty work while Ningxu picked up treasures at the back. Seeing all kinds of treasures again, Ningxu was not as scared as before. He directly kept them in his pocket. If he wanted to build a sect, he definitely needed resources. He had to start accumulating resources now. When they met beasts that weren't that strong, Ningxu let Jianglu fight. Jiang Li's body often had new injuries before his old ones healed. When they met strong beasts, Ningxu would do it himself. When he did, he didn't forget to bring Jianglu along. Jianglu felt really bitter. Every time he was in danger, he was only willing to help. Jianglu felt like he had walked through the gates of hell many times. He was angry, but in the end, he was filled with helplessness. A brat younger than him grabbed his collar. Jianglu hugged his head. Probably because Jianglu was Ningxu's disciple, Qingyu gave Jianglu a better artifact. People who cultivated top-tier martial arts were all strong men. Xianxia gave him a long mace which greatly increased Jiang Li's battle prowess. Ningxu suddenly realized that he would have more and more disciples in the future. He definitely had to give them weapons. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and looked at Ningxu. What's the matter? We can be considered good friends. Ningxu said to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't know whether to shake his head or nod. I guess so. Then help me refine a few artifacts and let me give them to the juniors. If you have any problems, I will solve them for you immediately. Ningxu patted his chest and said. She was considered a grandmaster. If a grandmaster didn't have 2 artifacts to show off, he wouldn't have any authority in front of the juniors. Xianxia looked at Ningxu silently. Is there anything I can't solve here? Ningxu, don't say that. Life is full of surprises. Who knows what will happen in the next second? Ningxu grabbed a ginseng baby and said to Xianxia. This ginseng baby had grown 4 limbs and was still in the shape of a ginseng. It still needed time and opportunity to turn into a chubby baby. Xianxia watched as this ginseng baby pounced on Ningxu and got caught. He was speechless. When I have nothing to do, I will refine some. Xianxia said. Ningxu instantly smiled and said, thank you. This demonic beast bag is for you. It isn't easy for a ginseng baby to form. Keep it. Xianxia gave Ningxu a bag. Ningxu took the bag and stuffed the ginseng baby into it. When he had a mountain in the future, he would keep this little thing in the sect. It looked very impressive. Jiangli watched as his master casually picked up a treasure and was speechless. Why didn't he find any treasures? These demonic beast cores were obtained by him by killing demonic beasts. Seeing that his master could pick up treasures by bending down, Jiangli felt jealous. He also bent down to see if he could pick one up. But he didn't see anything. At night, they set up camp to rest and cultivate. Ningxu would even ask Enlu to get some wild rabbits and pheasants to roast. Jiangli was helpless. Jiangli had never seen a cultivator who was as greedy for food as his master. Every night, she would ask him to find food. Damn, didn't they have the fasting pill? Master, don't we have the fasting pill? Jiangli asked. Ningxu glanced at Jiangli. The fasting pill is the fasting pill, and food is food. Cultivating our sex cultivation method is to constantly replenish the body's energy. Jiangli was speechless. So what if she was greedy? She was tormenting him. Master, if you have something to do, I will do my best. You said that you would treat me like a mother, Ningxu said. Jiangli said, wait for me, master. I will be back soon. Jiangli ran off. Not long after, Jiangli returned with some meat. After cooking it, he gave it to Ningxu and ate it himself. Ningxu smiled. He had to take in more disciples to serve him in the future. Xianxia was drinking seawater beside him. Ningxu asked, how do you go from one realm to another? This question was too profound. Ningxu didn't know how to answer. Ningxu asked 2333 in his mind, do you know how cultivators go from one realm to another? 2333 said, after experiencing the lightning tribulation, the laws of heaven and earth will expel people from this realm to another realm. Ningxu understood. He asked Xianxia, have you experienced the lightning tribulation before? The laws of heaven and earth will expel you from this realm after experiencing the lightning tribulation. Xianxia frowned. Ningxu was surprised. Don't tell me you haven't experienced the lightning tribulation before. Didn't you experience the lightning tribulation when you transformed? Xianxia's frown deepened. Ningxu glanced at him. Really? Xianxia looked at Ningxu dispiritedly. I saw a cloud following me. I used my true form to disperse it. I only found out later that it was the lightning tribulation. After that, there was no lightning tribulation. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu opened his mouth and patted Xianxia's shoulder. 2333, you heard him. That's Kelp's situation. Is there any other way to break through? I think he's tired of staying in this world and wants to go out and explore, Ningxu asked 2333. 2333 said, there is a space node. Every time I teleport, I locate the space node. That way, I can break through the realm and reach other realms. Spatial node? Ningxu asked again. In the interstellar plane, it's called a wormhole, from one point to another, 2333 explained. This kind of stuff is really brainwashing. Ningxu said in a clear voice, can't you teleport every time? What is the basis of your teleportation? From the starting point to the destination, isn't that the law of space? Don't you know? Qingyu asked. F*ck, if I knew, would I still need you to drag me by the collar and run? Ningxu said, it's the same for breaking through the plane. You set a point, and the other point is outside the plane. Therefore, the mission now is to find this end point. With your strength, you will definitely break through. Qingyu was silent, clearly thinking about something. Jianglu. Like an idiot. What are these two talking about? So high and mighty. After getting the new hint, Qingyu fell into his own world. Along the way, Ningxu and Jianglu fought and killed. They were getting closer and closer to their destination, the border between the human and demon races. There were more and more people following behind them, but seeing Ningxu and Jiangli sparks, very few people came out to provoke them. They just silently watched the three of them. Wait for the powerful people of the sect to come first. The border was very chaotic. Humans and demons mixed together. There were also many people with human and demon bloodlines. Ning Shu planned to take in a few disciples that were pleasing to the eye first. At the border, there was a city called Black City. There were many shops here, trading the treasures of the human and demon races. This was a gray area recognized by both the human race and the demon race, and there were many powerful demon race and human race cultivators. Ningxu's group headed towards Black City. Before they reached Black City, when they passed by the river, they saw a woman holding a wooden basin. There seemed to be a swaddling cloth in the wooden basin. The woman hurriedly put the wooden basin in the river, lifted her skirt and ran. This woman brushed past Ningxu. Ningxu saw that her face was very pale, and there were bloodstains on her skirt. It seemed like she had just given birth. She took out her flying sword and ran away in a panic. Not long later, a group of people on flying swords chased after the woman. Ningxu looked at the wooden basin in the middle of the river and said to Jianglu, go and pull that wooden basin back. Master. Jianglu was unwilling. Hurry up, it's going to float away. Ningxu kicked Jianglu into the river. Jiangli's strength was not enough to fly in the air. He could only swim towards the wooden basin. He grabbed it and swam back. Jianglu brought the wooden basin in front of Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the baby in the swaddling cloth, touched his face and said, it's a human demon. It's a child of humans and demons? Jianglu was surprised. Ningxu untied the swaddling cloth and looked at the baby's lower body to see if it was a boy or a girl. Yes, it was a boy. Ningxu waved his hand and said, second disciple found it. Qingyu glanced at Ningxu. Jiangli's face twitched. He had a bad premonition and asked, Master, he's a baby. Who will take care of him? Ningxu looked at Jianglu and smiled, you're the eldest senior brother. Of course, you'll take care of him. Don't tell me you still want me, the master, to take care of him? Jiangli's face was ashen. He wanted to put the wooden basin back into the river. No, he wanted to throw it into the river and drown it. Being tortured by his master, Ningxu, was already very painful. Now there was a little one. Jianglu wanted to die. Master, I'm a man. How can I take care of a child? Let's find someone to foster him. Jianglu said. Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes, this child is a demon. Who will take him in? Even if they can't find out now, they will definitely find out when he grows up. At that time, this child will definitely experience what you've experienced. In any case, your mother is your biological mother. Your adoptive parents will definitely be ruthless enough to kill him. Jianglu held the wooden basin and remained silent. Ningxu took off the baby's swaddling cloth and said to Jianglu, throw this basin and the swaddling cloth into the river. I think those people will come back to find them. There were still bloodstains on the baby's body. The umbilical cord was just cut. Ningxu took some clothes from the storage space and wrapped him up before heading towards Black City. Taking in this child was already the limit. Ningxu found that the woman just now was not weak. The people chasing her were not weak either. Ningxu did not intend to get involved in this mess. Black City was very big. The overall architectural style was like that of demons. Ningxu and the other two paid some spirit stones and entered the city. They found an inn and prepared to stay for the night. Ningxu stuffed the baby into Jiang Li's hands and said, "Take good care of your junior brother." Jiang Li felt that the baby was hot and wanted to throw it away. "Damn it, this is your disciple. You're the master." Jiang Lu insisted on staying in the same room as Ningxu. He would go crazy if he had to face the child alone. Ningxu listened to him. He asked the waiter for some cooked demon beast milk and fed him. He then took out some cloth from his storage space and cut it into diapers. "Learn from me. Just follow what I do," Ningxu said to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu watched as Ningxu changed the child's diapers. His heart felt stifled. "Shurzuan, since you know how to take care of children, junior brother will take care of them for you." Ningxu laughed coldly and said, "Why? Can't you take care of your junior brother? This is also a form of cultivation." "Jiang Lu, you have a gloomy heart. It's good for you to interact with children more." Jiang Lu smiled. "Shurzuan, I think I will become even gloomier. Go and find out the identity of that woman today," Ningxu said. Jiang Lu immediately stood up. Compared to taking care of children, he was more willing to do this kind of thing. Ningxu transferred a strand of hair-sized energy from his dantian into the child's body. The child drank the demon beast milk and fell asleep. Qingyu walked in and looked at the child on the bed. "It's not convenient to take care of a child. Since you saw it, it means that it's fate," Ningxu said. "Anyway, let Jiangli take care of him." Qingyu pursed his lips. "This child is lucky to have met you. I was going to take him in as a disciple." Not long after, Jianglu returned. Ningxu said, "That woman is a disciple of a sect in Black City. She fell in love with a demon and secretly gave birth to a child. She was going to be killed by the sect." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. A human and a demon fell in love. That woman was a cultivator. Did she not know how scary the demon race was? Demons had a very good appearance. Especially the men of the demon race, they had a bit of evil aura. It was said that women loved bad men. Humans were all visual and could easily fall for them. But Ningxu still could not accept that a human and a demon fell in love. Maybe they really fell in love. But they were not of the same race. The result of falling in love was always more tragic. Especially the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the demon race. In any case, it was unimaginable that a demon man would fall in love with a human woman. In the eyes of the demons, humans were food. After settling down in Black City, Jianglu bitterly became the child's nanny. Every day, he fed the child demonic beast milk, changed the child's diapers, and could only cultivate when the child fell asleep. Not a single moment was wasted. Jianglu had never expected such a life. He had thought that he would become extremely powerful, but in the end, he had to take care of a child every day. Jianglu still couldn't go against Ningxu. Before he became truly strong, he still needed his master's protection. Jianglu really looked forward to what the Long Life sect would look like after it was established. Just like what his master said, people like them would have a place to stand. After she familiarized herself with the business, she felt that the child was not that difficult to take care of. Seeing that Jianglu was willing to take good care of the child, Ningxu left the child to him. Ningxu had been a babysitter for several worlds and didn't want to take care of the child at all. Now, using his identity as the master, he forced Jianglu to take care of the child. It felt so good. Ningxu would transfer some energy to the child every few days to make his body stronger. In the future, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. This child's mother was dead. She was killed by the sect and couldn't even enter the ancestral hall. Ningxu didn't feel that the woman was pitiful. She was blinded by a little bit. Since she did something, she had to pay the price. Was it because of the demon race's beauty? What kind of fate would this child have after giving birth to a child that couldn't be born in this world? Ningxu was more concerned about Jiang Li's cultivation progress. In any case, he was his eldest disciple. How big is your energy now? Xianlu looked at his dantian and said, it's getting thicker. The shape feels a little weird? Not bad, you can even transform. Ningxu said, when this cultivation technique is cultivated to a certain level, you will be able to transform. Moreover, the color will also change. You don't need to care about other things. Just absorb more spiritual energy. Your energy will gradually take shape. Ningxu asked, what shape is it? I can't see it clearly. It has 4 legs and looks a little like a tiger. Jiangli said. Tiger? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that everyone's energy transformation was different? She was a dragon. Ningxu thought that everyone's cultivation was a dragon. He could slowly verify it in the future. Ningxu said with a smile, cultivate well and take good care of junior brother. Jiangli nodded. This disciple understands. Good child. Ningxu said with gratification. Jianglu was a little speechless. This girl wasn't as old as him and wasn't as tall as him. In front of him, she acted like an elder. Ningxu would sometimes go out to find out where demonic humans were and see if he could accept them. As the first batch of disciples of the sect, Ningxu still hoped that these disciples would have a good character. Some demonic humans were already inclined towards the demon race and inherited more of the demon race's characteristics. Jianglu was feeding the child demon milk when he saw that his master had brought back a girl. He sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't a baby, he would accept anyone. Qingyu glanced at Ningxu. You found another disciple? Ningxu said with a smile, my third disciple is called Li Shulan. Jianglu looked at the girl. She was about 15 years old. Her body was very graceful and her face was pretty and white. Li Shulan bowed to Jianglu. Eldest senior brother. Jianglu returned the greeting. Little junior sister. Ningxu explained, her mother is a demon and her father is a human. Jianglu was a little surprised. Most demonic humans had a human mother and a demon father. This girl was the opposite. This made Jianglu a little wary. Little junior sister's mother is willing to part with little junior sister? Li Shulan pursed her lips. She was good at reading people and could see that Jianglu was a little repulsed by her. She lowered her head and said, my mother gave me to cultivator Han Tuesday. This Han Tu was a strong martial artist from Black City. This man's biggest characteristic was that he was lustful. He was so lustful that he didn't care about anything. He played with human women, demon women, and demonic women. Ningxu also saw that Li Shulan was being sent to Han Tu's residence and brought her over. Jianglu, so it's master. Did we offend a strong martial artist from Black City again? Jianglu said speechlessly. So many people wanted to snatch their sect's divine weapon. Now, they offended someone in Black City again. They couldn't stay in Black City anymore. Li Shulan knelt in front of Ningxu. Her forehead knocked on the ground, making thumping sounds. Master, please don't chase me away. I'm willing to do anything. Please, my mother will kill me when I go back. Ningxu didn't mind. He said, if you can't stay in this place, then go somewhere else. Ningxu said to Li Shulan, who was kneeling on the ground, get up. Since I brought you away, I must be responsible for you. Call me master and I will do my best to protect you. Thank you, master. Ningxu snatched someone else's beauty, so he would naturally be in trouble. Black City's Han Tu came to the inn and directly floated in the air, roaring, who is so bold to touch my people? Hearing Han Tu's voice, Li Shulan's body trembled. She looked pitifully at Ningxu and said, Master, please don't hand me over to him. He will definitely kill me. There were countless women who had been defiled by Han Tuesday. Han Tu was a powerful cultivator, and there were plenty of women who were willing to hook up with him. However, this Han Tu had a strange hobby, and that was collecting. As long as he was tired of playing with a woman, he would cut off a part of her body as a souvenir. If they were lucky, it might be their hair or nails. If they were unlucky, it might be their fingers, eyes, nose, ears, and even their breasts. The women who wanted to get close to Han Tu all wanted to be protected. However, they might not even be alive now, so what protection was there to talk about? no one wanted to be missing an ear or an eye. Ningxu opened the inn's window and saw Hongtu's gloomy face. Moreover, there were many people surrounding the inn, and it seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It was sect leader Changmen who did it. She even has a divine artifact." When Hongtu heard about the divine artifact, his eyes lit up. His voice became louder as he roared, "Who is the Changmen sect leader? Stand out obediently. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire Changmen sect and turn your sect into short-lived ghosts." Hongtu had never heard of any Changmen sect. It was probably some small sect that wanted to destroy the entire sect. Ningxu originally wanted to retreat. There were women and children in this house, and it was not convenient to drag them along. However, now that he was being so arrogant, he had to go. Otherwise, the Changmen sect would not be able to establish their dominance. Everyone wanted the divine artifact in his hands. Why didn't he see these cultivators running to the immortal transformation sect's entrance to ask for the Black Yang sword? Ningxu said to Qingyu, "Help me take care of my 3 disciples. I will go and fight." Qingyu nodded. Ningxu pushed the door open and hung in the air, facing Hongtu from a distance. When Hongtu saw that Ningxu was a woman, a lustful look immediately appeared in his eyes. As if he was giving alms, he said, "Hand over the divine artifact, and I can let you be my woman. Otherwise, you may die a terrible death." Ningxu smiled. "What if I don't? Then I can only capture you alive and rape you before killing you. What's yours will naturally be mine." Hongtu said matter-of-factly, "What sect? It's actually a woman who's the sect leader. Are there no men in the sect?" Ningxu's mind moved, and the sky-opening axe appeared in his hand. Ningxu blew on the sharp edge of the axe and said coldly, "The godly axe is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take it." When Hongtu saw the axe, he was excited and looked down on Ningxu completely. He opened his arms and tried to snatch the axe from Ningxu's hand. Ningxu circulated his qi and swung it at Hongtu's lower body. The axe shadow mixed with the power of the coiling dragon energy hit Hongtu's lower body heavily. Hongtu's expression instantly froze. He lowered his head and looked at his lower body that was dripping with blood. Then, he let out a heart-wrenching cry and fell to the ground from midair. Hongtu, who fell to the ground, covered his lower body. His face was pale. Even if he had great strength, he was just like an ordinary man now. His face was twisted with pain and shock. No one dared to approach him. Some of the men even covered their lower bodies. It was painful to look at. Ningxu saw that there were many cultivators flying over from not far away. He shouted to Qingyu in the house, "Kelp, run now." Ningxu shouted, but Qingyu in the house didn't move. Ningxu could only shout again, "Qingyu." Only then did a kelp that was as cold as black iron reach out from the window and wrap around Ningxu. Under everyone's gaze, Ningxu disappeared in an instant. This made everyone look at each other. Every teleportation was a form of torture. Now that Jianglu was stronger, he didn't faint like before. Instead, he started vomiting. Ningxu saw him vomiting and felt extremely disgusted. Li Shulan fainted. Ningxu looked at his second disciple. Yes, he was still alive. He thought he couldn't withstand the pressure of teleportation. After Jianglu finished vomiting, he wiped the corner of his mouth. Ningxu asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Ningxu thought for a while and said, "We have to find a mountain. We can't drag our family down like this." Qingyu said, "I know a place. It's very secluded and the spirit energy is okay. There's a spirit mine underneath." "Oh my, this place is not just okay, it's simply amazing." Ningxu asked, "This is such a good place. Why don't you take it?" Qingyu didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't want these things. They weren't tempting to him. Alright, she thought they were good things, but he didn't want them at all. Qingyu brought them to their destination. This place was backed by a steep mountain. A jade waterfall poured down from the mountain. Qingyu lifted his foot and stomped, saying, "There should be a spirit vein underneath." Ningxu looked at the endless mountain range and thought, "I still have to find craftsmen to build the palace. To find craftsmen, I have to pay them. How troublesome." Qingyu said, the sect can be a Dharma artifact. You can directly make it into a divine artifact. Ningxu widened his eyes and looked at Qingyu. Kelp, you're so cute. Then please help me make a sect, the domineering kind. Qingyu looked at Ningxu silently. Ningxu changed his words. Qingyu, sorry to trouble you. Ningxu took out the storage space at his waist and said, I have many materials here. Take whatever you need. Qingyu looked at Ningxu's storage bag. Leave these things for your disciple. All right. Ningxu hung the bag at his waist again. Qingyu, I have a request. Ningxu said. Qingyu looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said, I hope that this divine artifact can't be refined. No one can. This item was something that Xianxia sect needed to ensure their safety. They were afraid that some lucky person would be able to refine the god artifact and turn it into someone else's treasure, destroying Xianxia sect in one fell swoop. Jianglu was stunned and said, Master, why can't you let someone refine the sect? If the sect meets with any emergency, they can bring the sect away. Ningxu shook his head, no. If you can refine it, others can too. But, what's the point of this divine artifact? Jianglu pursed his lips and said, if we can refine the sect's divine artifact, the sect will be safer and can protect the Xianxia sect disciples. Ningxu looked at Jianglu, if we can't refine the divine artifact, there will be fewer people who want it. This was a place that Ningxu wanted the Xianxia sect disciples to live peacefully. It wasn't a divine artifact that belonged to someone. Ningxu and Jianglu had an argument over the divine artifact. It was the first time that Ningxu saw Jianglu oppose him so much. Ningxu said, this divine artifact is just a house. It can shelter you from the wind and rain. It won't be very powerful. At most, it will have a stronger defense. Qingyu frowned. If that's the case, we won't use the divine artifact. Jianglu immediately said, Senior, let's use the divine artifact. Master likes domineering things. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jianglu. He turned to Qingyu and said, Qingyu, I'll have to trouble you. Qingyu nodded and disappeared instantly. He was probably looking for a place to refine the divine artifact. Li Shulan woke up and looked at the surrounding scenery. She was a little confused and frightened. When she saw Ningxu beside her, she heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu said, take good care of the child. I'll go find something for the child to eat. Jiang Li's face was a little uneasy. Ningxu said, Master, I'll go with you. No need. Take good care of the child with Shulan. Ningxu wandered around and prepared to catch a female demon beast that had just given birth. In the end, he caught a demon beast that looked like a sika deer and a goat. He tied its 4 limbs with a rope and carried it back. The child woke up. Li Shulan was helping to take care of the child. Jiangli saw Ningxu carrying something and quickly helped. Ningxu moved his neck and said, let's make do with this for the next few days. We'll talk about it after Qingyu finishes refining the sect. I'll listen to Master. Li Shulan hugged the child and said. The child in her arms cried loudly. Jiangli took out a bowl and squeezed the demon beast's milk. Ningxu said, boil it for a while and disinfect it. Jiangli nodded. The child cried heartbreakingly. Ningxu took the child and comforted him. The child sobbed and sniffed. As if he smelled Ningxu's scent, he didn't cry so hard anymore. When the demonic beast milk was ready, Jiangli carried the child and fed him. Ningxu Li Shulan said, you are a disciple of the Long Life sect, so you naturally have to cultivate our sect's cultivation technique, but this cultivation technique cannot be passed down to others, understand? Disciple swears that I will never divulge this cultivation method. Li Shulan swore. Ningxu taught him the cultivation method of the peerless martial art. Then, he stayed by Li Shulan's side and guided her on how to guide the spiritual energy into her dantian. Jiangli watched from the side as he silently fed the baby milk. After feeding the baby, he placed the baby in the cradle and walked to Ningxu and asked in a low voice, Master, are you angry? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. I'm not angry. Angry that I disobeyed you before. Jiang Li's voice was a little low. Ningxu shook his head, I am not angry, you are just thinking for Xianxia sect. Jiang Li's expression relaxed slightly. Ningxu said, "Don't worry about these small details, cultivating is more important than anything else." Ningxu also sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the peerless martial art. The surrounding spiritual energy crazily surged over, even Jiang Lu and Li Shulan who were beside him benefited. For a few days, the three of them and the baby, other than cultivating, they cultivated. When they were hungry, they would eat the different shapes of fasting pills that Ningxu refined. The Qi dragon in Ningxu's dantian turned from translucent to transparent. When it was released, only Ningxu knew where it was. No one else could see it. It was simply a sneak attack weapon. Ningxu clenched his fist, feeling that he could smash a mountain. Strength, a huge amount of strength. Ningxu never thought that he could be so strong. Jiang Li's Qi force had also transformed. Ningxu asked him to use his mental energy to guide the Qi force out. Jiang Lu practiced for a while and released the Qi force. Jiang Li's Qi force was indeed in the shape of a tiger. Now, it was up to Li Shulan to see what shape it would take. Ningxu was wondering if she could gather enough information to make a complete atlas of animals. Work hard, not bad. Ningxu encouraged Jiang Lu. Go catch some wild animals for a sumptuous meal. Jiang Lu, Qingyu had already disappeared for half a month and still hadn't appeared. Did he vomit blood and die while cultivating? So worried. After waiting for a month, Qingyu still hadn't returned. Ningxu was a little stunned. Did it take so long to cultivate a sect? Ningxu stretched his neck every day waiting for Qingyu to return. After about 2 months, Qingyu finally returned. He looked exhausted. Ningxu didn't feel good. He always troubled Haidai. Haidai had already repaid everything and didn't owe him anything. Ningxu was grateful. He asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat 2 fasting pills?" Qingyu glanced at her and stretched out his hand. There was a very small house-like thing in his hand. He asked, "Where do you plan to place the sect?" "There, no, here, no, it's too close to the river. It's very humid." Ningxu sized it up and carefully looked at where it was suitable. Qingyu was too lazy to look. He raised his hand and the house flew into the sky. It became bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes. It covered the sky and was extremely huge. Then, it landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Ningxu and his disciple looked at the sect in a daze. It was solemn and majestic. The 3 words Changsun sect were ancient and boundless. It was as if it had passed through countless years and stood until now. Ningxu took the lead and stepped on the stairs. He was amazed along the way. There was a plaza, a hall, a bridge, and countless houses. There was a herb garden, and it was filled with spiritual soil. There was a library, an alchemy room, and all kinds of things. Ningxu and Qingyu said, "Thank you." Qingyu said, "The defensive ability is not bad. It can automatically gather the surrounding spiritual energy. I set up an array. If there is any unbearable force, it will activate the array." It was simply too awesome. Ningxu held Qingyu's hand and shook it. "Comrade, you've worked hard." Qingyu retracted his hand and asked, "Do you still need a protective array?" "You can set up a protective array around the sect." Okay. Ningxu quickly nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. I feel a little embarrassed. I feel like I'm taking advantage of you." Qingyu didn't mind. "I have nothing to do anyway." Ningxu was speechless. Qingyu reinforced another layer of mountain protecting formation in the sect. The sect was already hidden. It looked impregnable and gave people a sense of security. Ningxu stood in the highest hall and said proudly, "Changsun sect is officially open. Disciple greets master." Jiang Lu and Li Shulan knelt down. Ningxu sat on the chair and looked at the vast plaza outside. There would be more and more people here in the future. This was the place where the human demons could live peacefully. Maybe when Changsun sect became stronger, the human demons would be in a better situation. They would no longer be rats that hid and let people kill them. They were born into this world without knowing anything and were surrounded by evil. Ningxu planted the spirit herbs and ginseng that he had plundered previously in the medicinal field that was rich in spirit energy. Looking at the empty sect, he had to collect all kinds of books and artifacts. Anyway, there were too many things that needed to be filled. It was really not easy to establish a sect. A strong sect had to go through generations of accumulation and growth. Ningxu let the two disciples cultivate in the sect and take good care of the children while he went out to look for disciples. Qingyu and Ningxu said, "I'll go with you." "Okay, let's go to the Black City now," Ningxu said. Qingyu nodded, grabbed Ningxu's collar, and instantly disappeared. Ningxu was very dissatisfied. In any case, he was someone who had disciples. It was really embarrassing to be grabbed by the collar like this. When Ningxu went to the Black City, he heard that Hong Tu was trying to save his little brother. He tried many times but to no avail unless he could cultivate to the realm of reconstructing his body. But before that, he had to be a eunuch for God knows how long. Hong Tu was so angry that he flew into a rage all day, saying that he wanted to tear Ningxu into pieces. Ningxu said that he liked to torture women. Now that he didn't have that, how was he going to play? However, Ningxu didn't go to the Black City to fight, but to accept disciples. In the Black City, some little beggars were demonic humans. They couldn't survive and could only beg. But they couldn't let others know that they were demonic humans. If they knew, they wouldn't give them food at all. Ningxu observed for a while and chose children with relatively good conduct. There were boys and girls, and he directly brought them back to the sect. He also bought many books back to let the disciples learn to read. There were all kinds of books on alchemy, refining weapons, and all kinds of strange stories. Ningxu bought all the books that could be bought back and stuffed them in the library. He brought the newly accepted disciples back and let Jiang Lu and Li Shulan help to take care of them. He let the two of them teach these children how to cultivate. Jiang Lu was the eldest disciple. Ningxu handed over the entire sect's affairs to him. Li Shulan assisted at the side and also had to take care of the senior brother who had just made a comeback. Both of them were always very busy. Jiang Lu was like a kindergarten principal, taking care of a large group of children. It wasn't that Ningxu didn't want to take in the older ones, but the older ones didn't necessarily have a sense of belonging to the sect. Ningxu was also very busy. Because the Long Life sect was lacking in resources, she had to go out to find heaven and earth treasures. When she found heaven and earth treasures, she would directly dig them out and plant them in the medicine garden. Ningxu still had to keep some precious items and planned to exchange them in the virtual space. In his free time, Qingyu would also help Ningxu refine some Dharma artifacts and place them in the Dharma artifact pavilion. Occasionally, he would refine some better pills. In short, after Ningxu's work, the entire sect was starting to look decent. It could only be said that it was an empty shell. Rome was not built in a day, and neither was the sect. He could only develop slowly. However, Ningxu was still very happy to see a group of little radishes kneeling in front of her and calling her master. These were all her disciples. In the future, there would be more disciples and the sect would become more and more powerful. Ningxu didn't run around anymore. She stayed in the sect and focused on cultivating, teaching Jiang Lu and the group of children. Ningxu's current strength was almost the same as the Great Ascension stage. The coiling dragon qi in her dantian had completely turned transparent and couldn't be seen at all. Of course, with Qingyu's strength, he could see where the coiling dragon was at a glance. However, those who weren't as strong as Qingyu would find it difficult to detect it. No one could withstand a sneak attack. Jiang Li's strength was the strongest among the disciples. Ningxu picked a few more children with better aptitudes to be her direct disciples. She couldn't just teach Jiang Lu. Ningxu couldn't say it. She had an indescribable feeling towards Jiang Lu and it wasn't a good feeling. Ningxu tried to see if she could contract a demon beast. She remembered that in Wei Liangyue's plane, she could contract spirit beasts. She just didn't know if it was the same method. Ningxu caught a relatively powerful demonic beast to test if she could form a contract with it. After trying for a long time, it still didn't work. Ningxu thought for a moment and understood. The heavens were fair. Demon beasts had low intelligence. Although they were strong, they shouldn't be enslaved by humans. Moreover, this was a world where humans, and demons were divided. Breaking the balance would lead to chaos. Since it didn't work, she had to rely on herself. Ningxu cultivated and taught disciples every day. There was no time in the mountains. Qingyu came to tell Ningxu that the humans and demons were at war. Every once in a while, the humans and demons would fight for territory. Ningxu had a smile on his face. He had waited for this day for so long. He had to go back and take revenge. Ningxu thought for a moment and brought Jianglu and a few kids with slightly higher cultivation to participate in the battle. He had to make the Changsan sect famous. He had to take down the strongest person. Ningxu stepped onto the spirit ship that Qingyu refined and the group headed towards their destination. When Ningxu and the group arrived at the location of the battle, the demons and humans were facing each other. Ningxu directly drove the spirit ship to the center and said loudly, "Why didn't you inform my Changsan sect about such a big matter?" Everyone present had a cold face. They didn't care about Ningxu at all. Ningxu glanced at the humans and saw Qing Huajun and Yu Ling-er. Yu Ling-er's aura was not weak. She probably had a single spirit root. Qing Huajun still had the appearance of an immortal. When he saw Ningxu, he was a bit surprised. He didn't seem to be sure if this person was his disciple. Some people saw Ningxu and started to whisper. One of the cultivators stood out and asked Ningxu, "Were you the one who injured the elder of my Godwin sect?" Ningxu smiled and said, "He wanted to snatch my Changsan sect's sect protection divine weapon. I only injured him. I didn't kill him." Hearing Ningxu mention divine weapon, the humans were in an uproar. They all sized up Ningxu. They also sized up Qingyu, who was beside Ningxu, and the few radish heads. "Are you guys going to start a war?" Ningxu's face was troubled. "I don't even know who to help." Everyone looked at Ningxu and the group as if they were crazy. "Xiaosusu, what are you doing?" A devil from the devil clan looked at Ningxu. His face was incomparably handsome, but his eyes were cold and evil. His whole body exuded a powerful aura. Ningxu looked at this demon. This should be Xiaosusu's father. He was the one who placed the restriction on Xiaosusu. Ningxu took out the profound yang sword from his spatial bag and said, "Demon father, I found the profound yang sword. My master, Qing Huajun, gave it to me." When Ningxu said this, the people of the Immortal Form sect looked at Qing Huajun in shock. Qing Huajun pursed his lips. His face was cold. He held the fan in his hand and looked at Ningxu indifferently. Yu Ling-er, who was beside Qing Huajun, was confused. This person was her senior sister. She didn't come back for a long time. How did she become a disciple of the Gate of Life? Xiaosusu's father was surprised when he saw the sword in Ningxu's hand. However, it was a surprise to be able to obtain the profound yang sword. Especially before the war, it could lower the morale of the humans. Xiaosusu's father said, "Then give me the profound yang sword." The human race clearly did not expect the Immortal Form sect's divine weapon to be in someone else's hands. They all sized up the Immortal Form sect's people. The demon race was much happier. Xiaosusu's father clearly did not expect Xiaosusu to be able to obtain the Immortal Form sect's divine weapon. Xiaosusu's father, Ningxu, curled his lips, making his face even more handsome. "Susu, be good and throw the profound yang sword over." Ningxu nodded, "Then catch it." Ningxu obediently threw the profound yang sword to Xiaosusu's father. He caught it and looked at it carefully. Then, he grabbed the sword hilt and wanted to pull it out. When he pulled out the profound yang sword, it was caught off guard and exploded. A red thread as thick as a strand of hair rushed into Xiaosusu's father's heart. Xiaosusu's father immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly tore open his clothes and looked at his chest. There was something swimming in his skin. Xiaosusu's father immediately felt that his heart was being eaten by bloodthirsty insects. The hair-sized insects were swimming in his heart. It was very painful. Xiaosusu's father looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes and cursed, "Bitch." He wanted to activate the restriction in Ningxu's body. What shocked Xiaosusu's father was that Ningxu did not explode into minced meat like he expected. Xiaosusu's father was shocked. The restriction did not work. He tried a few more times. The turn of events was too sudden. He originally thought that the demon race would obtain the profound yang sword. But now, he was infected by the bloodthirsty insects. The human race could not help but laugh in disdain and satisfaction. Qing Huajun held a folding fan and fanned himself slowly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked very relaxed and didn't look like he was here to fight at all. Ningxu took out the heaven-splitting axe. Once the heaven-splitting axe was taken out, everyone's eyes focused on it. Some people had already seen the heaven-splitting axe before, but they could not help but breathe quickly. This was a divine weapon. Ningxu cupped his hands towards Qing Huajun and said, "Previously, Qing Huajun and I were master and disciple. Susu appreciates Qing Huajun's care, so Susu has decided to give the Panga heaven-opening axe to Qing Huajun." Qing Huajun was taken aback for a moment before he lightly said, "I won't accept anything from you for no reason." Ningxu said with a smile, "It can be considered as ending our relationship as master and disciple." Seeing that Ningxu wanted to give the heaven-splitting axe to the Immortal Form sect, the eyes of some sects turned red. The Immortal Form sect already had the profound Yang sword, and now they had the heaven-splitting axe. The strength of the Immortal Form sect had once again taken a huge leap forward. The expressions of these sects were ugly. Ningxu didn't care whether Qing Huajun would accept it or not. He threw the heaven-opening axe at him. Out of his desire for a divine artifact, Qing Huajun still caught the heaven-opening axe. "Do you have any requests for the Immortal Form sect?" Qing Huajun asked. It was impossible for the Immortal Form sect to give him the divine tool for no reason. Qing Huajun felt whether the axe in his hand was real or not. Ningxu lightly smiled, and the axe in Qing Huajun's hand immediately turned into ashes. The blood-red worms rushed towards Qing Huajun's heart. Qing Huajun directly blocked the bloodthirsty bugs with his fan and directly used it to release fire. Seeing that the red blood threads were burned away, Ningxu's lips curled up. Although it was a pity that the blood-red worms didn't have any effect, the powder that exploded out of the axe was poisonous. It wasn't poison made from ordinary herbs. Just one breath would cause bad luck. Moreover, Yu Ling Er was standing beside Qing Huajun. It would be very troublesome to be poisoned. Qing Huajun coldly looked at Ningxu. His expression was unprecedentedly cold. It was obvious that he was made fun of by Ningxu in front of so many people, and he was very angry. Ningxu smiled. "I'll allow you to plot against others, but I won't allow others to plot against me." Qing Huajun coldly scolded, "You despicable human demon, what are you trying to do?" Ningxu shrugged, "I brought my disciples here to fight, and at the same time, to spread the name of the Changsan sect. Everyone in the Changsan sect is a human demon. This is a human demon sect." Ningxu looked at these people, "You can fight first, don't worry about us." Qing Huajun's face turned green, "Then let me see how powerful your Changsan sect is." It was obvious that he made a fool of himself just now, and now he wanted to regain his face. Ningxu's body floated up, and he nodded, "Okay." With a thought, Ningxu's heaven-splitting axe appeared in his hand. This was the real heaven-splitting axe. Qing Huajun looked at the heaven-splitting axe in Ningxu's hand. "You don't have the right to have such a divine tool. Whether I have the right or not is not up to you to decide." He raised the axe, and a huge axe shadow formed behind him, chopping towards Qing Huajun. Qing Huajun squinted his eyes at Ningxu's attack, and the fan in his hand spun, forming an endless rain of swords to resist the axe. Shadow. With a boom, the axe energy ignored the swords, and chopped towards Qing Huajun. Qing Huajun dodged, and the axe energy hit the ground, causing the ground to tremble, and a deep trench appeared. Ningxu waved the heaven-splitting axe, and released the coiling dragon qi, sneakily attacking Qing Huajun from behind. Qing Huajun formed even more swords to resist the axe energy, and he felt a slight fluctuation of spirit qi on his back. Although it was only a very small fluctuation of spirit qi, he still felt it, and instantly, he felt goosebumps all over his body, and he couldn't determine how big this thing was. He could only dodge instinctively. But he still felt like he was hit, and Qing Huajun felt like he was hit by a huge mountain. His organs were all shifted, and he spat out blood as he flew out. Qing Huajun fell to the ground and spat out blood, but he stood up with the help of his sword, and his face was extremely pale. Qing Huajun didn't know what sneakily attacked him, so he could only cast a spell, and his fingers brushed past his eyelids, and he saw a transparent thing not far away from him. It was a transparent roaring dragon, and it was rushing towards him. Qing Huajun dodged it with difficulty, but he was swept by the dragon's tail, and his whole body fell to the ground heavily, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Ningxu retracted his qi, and looked down at Qing Huajun from above. Qing Huajun stuffed some pills into his mouth, and only then did he feel a little better. He was very surprised by Ningxu's strength, and said coldly, "What kind of evil art did you cultivate? What kind of evil art can I cultivate?" Ningxu's expression was full of disdain. "How did I lose? And you say that people cultivate evil arts, the immortal transformation sect is just SOSO. Yu Ling Er saw that her master was injured, and was in an extremely sorry state. She was anxious, and ran towards Qing Huajun, blocking in front of him. Ningxu shouted with righteous indignation, "Big senior sister, you are so rebellious, how dare you fight with master? Yu Ling Er, go to the side." Qing Huajun said somewhat anxiously, and spat out a mouthful of blood, and there were black blood clots in the blood, probably his internal organs were injured. Yu Ling Er stood in front of Qing Huajun, and said firmly, "You are injured, I will not leave. I will not let you hurt master, big senior sister, what is going on?" Yu Ling Er's expression was blank, and then she said angrily, "No matter what, you should not have fought with master, and even injured him." End of chapter 689. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.